He is already like this at such a young age. What will he be like when he grows up? Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but feel worried on such an important occasion. At first, the queen thought that Emperor Jingwen had taken a fancy to one of the dancers, but it turned out not to be the case. Following Emperor Jingwen's line of sight, the queen only saw the ninth prince. Damn it, why is it the ninth prince again? The queen couldn't help but say, the ninth prince is interested. First he quarreled with the envoy, and now he seems obsessed with singing and dancing. Isn't he interested? The queen couldn't understand why the emperor liked such a superficial son. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingwen just hummed and didn't even look away, his perfunctory attitude no longer so obvious. The queen suddenly became extremely embarrassed. After the dance, Yeshua looked away with a lingering look. He was told that the ancient songs and dances were truly unique. Modern dance was unrestrained, while ancient dance was implicit, combining strength and tenderness. They each had their own merits. Moreover, this was a state banquet, so one could imagine how high the level was. Another thing is that my cheap dad does have a high level of aesthetic taste. Even if the dancers' looks don't conform to current trends, they are still beautiful. And beautiful things always make people stop and look. Yeshua was enjoying the feast for his eyes, but when he turned around, he saw that his stepfather looked weird. Well, he must have been pissed off by the envoy. Thinking of this, Yeshua left Luenking Palace and returned to Kiwu Palace, where he fell asleep without any psychological burden. Soon Emperor Jingwen was forced to give up thinking about this matter. After all, his son was still young, and the matter of sending envoys was imminent. Emperor Jingwen thought that once the Shenbai crossbow was unveiled, the envoy from Baiting would have some thoughts in mind, which would save him and his ministers from having to worry about it. This was indeed the case at the beginning. Huyanju was indeed very afraid, and he did not make any more provocative remarks during the meal. He did not even eat a few bites of the food in front of him. But after returning to the inn, Huyanju thought more and more that this was not the case. Huyanju is now in his 40s, the same age as Emperor Jingwen. He came to the Great Zhou when he was young, when the previous emperor was still in power. The attitude of the people in the Great Zhou at that time left a very deep impression on Huyanju. Soft, especially soft. At that time, the Great Zhou was extremely weak from top to bottom. Even if they won the battle, it was the same. They had to marry princesses, pay indemnities, and cede land. Huyanju still remembered that they had no food in Baiting at that time, so they marched south to massacre 7 cities of Dezhou. At that time, Dezhou's first reaction was not anger or hatred, but weakness and fear. The soldiers of Baiting are tall and mighty. One of them is almost as good as 2 of Dezhou. Every man in Baiting is brave and cruel by nature. How could Dezhou possibly win under such circumstances? Therefore, the late emperor was already 3 points weaker before he even started the battle. In the eyes of the late emperor, the lives of the people were not as important as his own safety. As long as he could keep things peaceful, it didn't matter even if he had to sacrifice some things. And the most shameful thing back then was not this. What was the order to allow Baiting to bring swords into the palace? The late emperor even asked his own daughter, a princess, to dance in public when the envoys came, in order to please the brutal Baiting people. The princess did not return home that night, and committed suicide after returning from the inn the next day. As to whether she really committed suicide or was forced to do so, no one knows now. Because the princess died in an inglorious way, the late emperor directly removed her name from the imperial genealogy. Until now, the princess doesn't even have a name. At that time, Huyanju was still young, even less than 20 years old. He experienced all of this personally and was extremely shocked at the time. It turns out that a country can be so weak. Later, the Duke of Zhen rose to power and took back the 7 cities, and Baiting gradually became less presumptuous. But once an impression is left, it is difficult to erase. No wonder that after so many years, when Baiting was short of food again, the first thing that came to mind was the Great Zhou. Emperor Jingwen was only the crown prince at that time. Unlike the crown prince today, his situation was much more difficult than that of his son. The late emperor preferred the sons of his favorite concubines and did not like Emperor Jingwen. However, because Emperor Jingwen had been designated as the crown prince since the day he was born, and because of opposition from court officials, the late emperor did not touch him. One can imagine what kind of life Emperor Jingwen, who was less than 20 years old, led. He was not much better than the princess. He was just a toy that was manipulated at will. Therefore, even though Emperor Jingwen has a tough attitude now, Huyanju is still thinking about the crown prince who was forced to drink at the banquet and could not resist, and had to force a smile and could not show it even when he was drunk. Huyanju was still young at the time and was at the end of the team. In addition, he was not very conspicuous, so Emperor Jingwen did not recognize him this time. Huyanju knew his limits and didn't dare to mention this matter. After all, other things he did were just tests at most. If he dared to expose the shortcomings of the current emperor in public and point out the most unspeakable pain of the emperor, then the fight would not stop until his death. Huyanju came here with a mission, not to seek death. For the above reasons, Hu Yanju still did not believe that the great Zhou would really dare to take action. It's just bluffing. Hu Yanju made this judgment after calming down. How strong can a country be if it has no backbone? Soon, Hu Yanju's fear of the magic arm crossbow gradually dissipated. As long as De Zhou did not really take action, he would not be able to restrain his contempt for him. There are still 6 days left. Let's wait and see. The incident of the envoy from baiting was a secret in the palace, and Yeshua had no idea about it. He even thought that he had already displayed his weapons and everything was stable. When Xing Yucheng came on the 4th day, he was so full of complaints that he couldn't control himself at all. It must be no small matter to make this person so angry, so Yeshu subconsciously asked a few questions. You won't know the result until you ask. Once you ask, Yeshu almost gets angry to death. What? Those people haven't stopped yet. Not only has it not stopped, it has simply intensified. At first, they were just picking on people in the post house, but later on, they started to harass the people. Taking people's things without paying has become the norm. During the exam preparation period, Xing Yucheng came out one day, thinking of joining in the fun, but he ended up seeing such a scene, and he almost got pissed off to death. They didn't get beaten even after this. Yeshua looked incredulous when he heard this. No way, this is the Great Zhou, our own territory. How can we be bullied by people from other countries? I wanted to call. Xing Yucheng lifted up his clothes, looking depressed. I really can't beat him. Baiting was sent to the Great Zhou, a long journey. They were afraid of encountering danger at such a long distance, so they must have chosen some masters. How could ordinary people be the opponents of that group of people? Xing Yucheng was weak, so he could only be beaten. Looking at the scars on Xing Yucheng's body, Yeshu, who was already very angry, became even more angry. Xing Yucheng hesitated for a while and finally whispered, Your cousins wanted to take action, but they were quickly stopped. Among all the nobles in the entire Shangjing city, in terms of numbers and physique, only my grandfather's family could defeat the other side. But the problem is that the other party is an envoy. If Baiting takes the opportunity to send troops, the current Zhen mansion cannot bear the crime. Yeshu knew what was going on, so he remained silent. No, this is too fucking cowardly. I really can't stand it. Not only were the common people bullied, but his study partner was also beaten. After thinking about it over and over again, Yeshu really couldn't swallow this. He tossed and turned, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He sat up from the recliner with a jerk. Xing Yucheng came here to curse people and to vent his anger. After all, his father and mother at home had always told him not to cause trouble. Xing Yucheng couldn't hold it in any longer, so he had to come to the palace to complain to the 9th prince. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince actually planned to settle the score with them in person. Xing Yucheng was caught off guard by his action. After realizing what was happening, Xing Yucheng hurried to catch up. He also didn't expect that the usually lazy 9th prince would be so impulsive. If the 9th prince really had a conflict with the group of envoys because of his words, Xing Yucheng would probably blame himself to death. Your Highness, calm down, don't be so impatient. This matter should be considered carefully. Xing Yucheng was just like everyone else, with too many concerns and too many things to consider, but the problem was that people had bullied him right at his doorstep, and it was clear that they had no intention of saving any face for De Zhou. Long-term planning, bullshit. Damn, we should fight now. Yeshu took a deep breath, his eyes heavy. If we win the battle and it's like this, I dare not think about it. What will happen if we lose? Will it be oppression, slaughter, or even massacre? The blood of the soldiers was truly shed in vain at that time. What good is it for a country to be powerful without backbone? A country that is not a country is nothing but a joke. Xing Yucheng opened his mouth, but. Are you going or not? If you're going, shut up and stop talking so much. Perhaps Xing Yucheng's chattering annoyed Yeshu, so Yeshu said this. Xing Yucheng subconsciously closed his mouth. After standing there hesitating for a while, seeing Yeshu walking further and further away, Xing Yucheng finally gritted his teeth and followed him. Just go, there's nothing to be afraid of. The worst that can happen is that I'll be scolded by my father and mother when I get back. At this moment, Xing Yucheng suddenly forgot his parents' instructions. Perhaps it was because Yeshu made too much noise, and before long even the imperial concubine in the room heard about it. Su Yue was a little anxious when she heard this. My queen, please go and persuade His Highness the 9th Prince. The 9th Prince has always been naughty, so now is the time for him to listen to Concubine Rong. Concubine Rong paused holding the snacks, and then, to the great surprise of Su Yue and the others, Concubine Rong actually said something like this. My son has done nothing wrong, why should I stop him? After her father won the battle, he was forced to apologize to Baiting. This kind of humiliation was fine for her family once, but it must not be endured a second time. Shuor is like my son this way. Moreover, Concubine Rong also believed in her own judgment of men. The emperor was not the late emperor, and he would never let his son suffer any injustice. But this alone was not enough. Concubine Rong thought about it, turned back to the room, took out the badge from the drawer, and handed it to Su Yue. Go there in person and tell my father about this. The imperial concubine is planning to move out the old Duke of Zhen. Su Yue was totally surprised by this development. The other side. The first people Yeshua met after going out were the second prince and the fifth prince. The two seemed to be arguing about something in the corridor. The second prince had a calm expression, while the fifth prince, who was now 18 years old, had a flushed face. Second brother, are we really going to let them do whatever they want? Ninth brother, why are you here? Without waiting for his younger brother to finish speaking, the second prince spoke suddenly as if he had seen something. Seeing that Yeshua's expression seemed a little strange, the second prince was a little surprised. Ninth brother, you seem to be in a bad mood. Can I ask who made you so angry? The fifth prince then noticed that Zioju had come to his side at some point. Yeshua didn't intend to waste time and casually said, apart from that group of envoys, who else could it be? Forget it, I won't say any more to you. I have to go see what the situation is outside. After saying this, without noticing the changes in the two men's expressions, Yeshua hurriedly left with his attendants and companions. Yeshua walked in a hurry, so he didn't hear what the fifth prince seemed to say. Don't be anxious, Zioju, wait for me. What Yeshua didn't know was that the two of them had just quarreled because of this matter. After hearing what Yeshua said, the fifth prince's eyes immediately lit up. However, just as he was about to chase after them, the second prince stopped him without hesitation. Now that everyone has come forward, why are you so anxious? In the second prince's opinion, the eldest prince and the crown prince have not made any move yet, so it is not their turn to intervene in this matter. Now the eldest prince and the crown prince did not move, but the ninth prince moved first, so there is no need for them to get involved in this mess. This is a thankless job. If it is handled well, it will be fine. At most, you will get a few words of praise. But if it is not handled well and it causes conflict between the two countries, you will become a sinner in an instant. After weighing the pros and cons, the second prince felt that it was not worth it, so he just pretended not to see it. But I'm afraid that Zioju. Don't worry with Zioju's personality, he won't suffer any loss. On the contrary, he is the most suitable person to take the lead, both in terms of identity and age. The second prince's eyes flickered. The fifth prince still felt uneasy and wanted to take action, but before he could even lift his foot, he heard the second prince's slightly warning voice. Fifth brother. The fifth prince's movement suddenly stopped and he met his brother's eyes. After a long while, he was finally forced to stop. The second person Yeshua met was Yizun. The little prince kicked pebbles as he walked, looking very unhappy. Perhaps the things happening outside have affected the palace, making everyone quite restless. These two people who are usually not seen have now appeared. After seeing his dear ninth uncle, Yizun casually asked him what he was planning to do in such a hurry. Yizun thought that the ninth prince had suffered another of his old illness and was planning to go outside to listen to books and music. He was about to remind him that things were not peaceful outside recently, but when he heard him say that he was going to settle accounts with the envoy from Baiting, Yizun suddenly perked up. Take me with you, Uncle Nine. As the legitimate son of the crown prince, Yizun was taught every day that he was the most noble person in the world, and that no one was more noble than him, except his grandfather, the emperor, and his father. But when the envoys from Baiting arrived, Yizun found that this was not the case. At least when he was helping to deal with diplomatic affairs, those people were quite rude to him. This made Yizun wonder, is Dezhou really as powerful as others say? But Yizun didn't dare to ask such a question and kept it in his heart. It would be strange if he was happy after a long time. So when Yizun heard Yeshu say this, he couldn't help it immediately. He also wanted to let those envoys see how powerful their great Zhou was. Yeshu didn't want to take him with him at first, and he didn't even try to hide the contempt in his eyes. What can a 7-year-old kid do? He completely forgot that he was also a kid in the eyes of others. However, Yizun kept pestering him, ninth uncle first and ninth uncle second, and Yeshu had no choice but to nod, okay then. Actually, Yizun still has some good points. After all, he is the prince's legitimate son, and the two attendants around him are also good in martial arts, so it is not a loss to accept him. And wherever Yizun is, there must be Yi Yan and the others. The prince's son has such ambition, so they as their father's sons should not lag behind, right? As uncles, they can't be partial to one and neglect the other. Just like that, when Yeshu arrived at the gate of the imperial palace, there was already a large group of people following him. Seeing this scene, Yeshu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. For a moment, he wondered if he had come here to take care of the child. Because of the arrival of the envoys, there were so many envoys in public, but no one knew how many there were in private. The imperial palace itself was under martial law recently, and the commander-in-chief was alarmed in a short while. But Yeshu not only showed no sign of repentance, but asked the commander-in-chief for guards. Since they came to our house, how can we do it without thugs? The commander-in-chief, he really is worthy of being the ninth prince. I was really stupid just now. I actually expected him to be obedient and turn back. The commander-in-chief looked at him, and Yeshu looked back without giving in. The four looked into each other's eyes, and neither of them was willing to give in. In the end, it was the commander-in-chief who looked away first. The commander-in-chief transferred 30 guards over. Although the number was not large, each of them was an expert. The commander-in-chief can only give this much. 30 guards are enough to protect the prince and the emperor's grandson. Any more would be a pure declaration of war. Looking at the ninth prince's back, the commander-in-chief smiled bitterly. In his opinion, the ninth prince was the most considerate one. This group of people have to worry about so much, but in the end they have to rely on an 11-year-old prince. It is simply the biggest joke in the world. Compared to them, Emperor Jingwen could be said to be the first one to receive the news. Emperor Jingwen made a prompt decision and shouted to the empty space in front of him, "Wu Yi, the servant is here. You go, follow them." Looking into the eyes of the secret guard, Emperor Jingwen spoke each word with emphasis. "Make sure that those people don't harm my son in the slightest." Yes, after Wu Yi left, Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath and said sternly, "Come here, inform the Jingzhaoyin to lead the people to prepare. If the baiting envoy dares to fight back, immediately send people to capture him." Emperor Jingwen has finally endured enough. This baiting is really going too far. He had no idea that his small action would cause so many people to follow suit. After Yeshua left the palace with a group of little followers, he began to search for the envoys. However, he didn't know whether he was unlucky or just missed it. After searching for a long time, he didn't even see the shadow of a person. In addition, Yeshua came out today wearing the clothes of a prince, and the common people would retreat away from him, so how could they rush to approach him? It was difficult for him to even ask for information, but Yeshua was unwilling to give up just like that. After touring the entire Shangjing city, Yeshua thought about it and finally decided to go to the post station. What if we find something at the post house? Yeshua calmed down and led his men towards the inn again. And this time Yeshua actually saw with his own eyes the envoy attacking the people. Although the location was an inn, this inn was also the territory of the Great Zhou. Even if it was really the people of the Great Zhou who made the mistake first, it was not their turn to teach them a lesson. Naturally, there would be punishment according to the law. Besides, the real situation may not be what it is. Seeing that the woman in coarse cloth was about to be knocked to the ground by several baiting people, Yeshua said without thinking, "Stop." When the baiting people heard the language of the Great Zhou, they were stunned at first. However, even when they saw that Yeshua, the leader, was wearing the clothes of a prince, they still did not take him seriously. They just carried on as usual. Yeshua's eyes suddenly turned cold. How dare these foreigners look down on the royal family? Come on, take them down. Yes, there were only 2 people from baiting who took action, while Yeshua had a full 30 guards. In a short while, the 2 baiting men were pinned to the ground, and even their rough faces were soon rubbed to bloody marks by the gravel on the ground. He didn't know if it was because he also had a deep resentment towards this group of people, but Yeshua always felt that these guards had done a heavy job. But Yeshua was too lazy to care, and he hoped that they would be ruthless. Yeshua just stepped forward and helped the woman who fell to the ground and was covered with scars. "I will take you to find a clinic now." At this moment, Yeshua didn't think too much about it. He just thought that the other party had offended this group of people, so he was beaten innocently. But the next moment, the woman seemed to collapse and cried out, "Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Go and save my daughter." Yeshua's heart skipped a beat. After he came to his senses, he turned around abruptly and looked at the inn that was shining and magnificent in the sun, but now it seemed like an abyss. The vermilion wall, shining under the midday sun, seemed to be weeping blood. Yeshua's expression suddenly became extremely terrifying. Perhaps because she was too devastated, the woman could only repeat this sentence. The emperor's grandchildren felt a chill in their hearts. Yizun was the first to step forward and said hurriedly, "Madam, this is my 9th uncle. My father is the current crown prince. If you have any grievances, just speak up. We will definitely make a decision for you." Yizun's words were powerful and resounding, but strangely, the woman did not feel happy after hearing them. Instead, she became even more desperate, and the only light left in her eyes went out. Obviously, even the common people in Shangjing City have gradually realized something. There is no one left. Is there no one left? After understanding what the woman meant, Yeshua felt a sharp pain in his heart. Because there was no one left in the Great Zhou, it couldn't even protect its own people. "Raise your head." After taking a deep breath, Yeshua turned around and kicked one of the baiting guards. The guard felt pain and reacted instinctively. "Let me ask you, did you capture a girl?" Feeling the blood slowly flowing down the corner of his lips, the guard who was pinned to the ground did not beg for mercy. Instead, he chuckled and said, I don't understand what are yaosing. The other party is trying to use the language barrier to confuse people. This is an inn, and it is also where the envoys from baiting stay. As long as they insist on not admitting it, what can they do even if they are the princes of the Great Zhou? However, what the guard never expected was that when he denied it, the little prince in front of him was not angry at all, but shouted loudly, "My people from the Great Zhou are missing, and someone reported that they are here. Please cooperate." Then Yeshua's eyes turned cold. "Someone, search for me." You can't search, you can't search." Upon hearing the noise, the Minister of Rights hurried over, sweating profusely. Looking around and seeing the woman begging, how could the Minister of Rights not guess what was happening here? 2 days ago, they were just bullying the market, but now they are directly robbing people. The Minister of Rights was shocked and angry, but "Please calm down, Ninth Prince. This matter is of great importance and you must not act rashly. Breaking into the post station without permission is an act of provocation. If not handled properly, it may lead to a war." However, Yeshua didn't even look at him and walked in. "Even if this post house is a dangerous place, I will definitely break into it." The moment he finished speaking, Yeshua was immediately surrounded by the baiting guards who had rushed over after hearing the news. Yeshua noticed that Huyanju did not seem to be among them. He must have gone to the palace. After all, baiting only stayed in Shangjing for 7 days in total, and they had no idea why they lost those 3 cities this time. However, Yeshua didn't care whether Huyanju was there or not. Seeing that he seemed to be trying to force his way in, the guards of baiting were not as cautious as those of the Great Zhou. They immediately drew the scimitars from their waists, and the tip of the scimitars was pointed at the nose of Yeshua, the prince of the Great Zhou. Seeing this scene, the 30 guards following Yeshua and the little emperor's grandson also drew their weapons. "Your Highness, let me ask you again, where is the woman you captured now?" If he could get the answer, it would be fine. If he couldn't, Yeshua's eyes turned cold. But obviously, these baiting people would definitely not say it. The only option now was for Yeshua to force his way in. Yeshua walked towards the first room of the inn without any hesitation. "Ninth Prince, please stay." One of the baiting people shouted, his eyes full of anger and his tone full of threats. "Do you want to provoke a war between baiting and Daju? You were the ones who were rampant first. If we were to declare war, it should be you." When Yeshua kicked open the door of the first room, the guards finally met baiting's guards. The courtyard of the inn was suddenly filled with the flashing of swords and the shadow of sabers. The commander-in-chief was really considerate. He guessed their intentions and was afraid that they would suffer losses, so he gave them the best of the best among the black armor guards. "I'll search this side, and you search that side. Be quick. It's not known whether there are any reinforcements from his stepfather's side." They only brought 30 guards in total, plus a few of the emperor's grandson's attendants, a total of only 40 people. Compared with the Envoys' team of nearly 200 people, there is still a big gap. Fortunately, Huyanju was not there. When he went out, he probably took more than half of the people with him. Otherwise, the situation would have been one-sided. But despite this, the group of guards could not hold out for long, at most a quarter of an hour, so they had to fight quickly and decisively. Seeing Yi Zun still trying to exchange a few moves with the guards, Yeshua immediately pulled him away. But forget it, with his small arms and legs, he would have been useless in the past. As for Yi Yan and his companions, although they are young, they are heavy and have been taught by the eldest prince himself, so it is not difficult for them to tie them together and beat up anyone. As Yi Zun turned around, Yeshua saw that one of the guards was about to chop the guard with his round knife. Subconsciously, he brushed the flowers next to him and threw out a few green leaves in his hand. A few blood lines suddenly appeared on the back of the baiting guard's hand. While the other party was in pain, the guard seized the opportunity and immediately started fighting with him. After a quick glance, he found that there was no one in the first room. Yeshua pulled Yi Zun and quickly kicked the door of the second room, then the third, fourth, fifth. Seeing that baiting's encirclement was getting tighter and tighter, the guards were finding it increasingly difficult to fight. Yeshua and Yi Yan were on the left and right and were about to meet up. After checking the entire circle, there are only 2 rooms left. In other words, if the woman's daughter is there, she must be in these 2 rooms. Yeshua vaguely heard a noise, so he quickly stepped forward and subconsciously pushed the door. However, the moment the door opened, he clearly heard the rustling sound of clothes. "Oh no, there's an ambush." Yeshua's eyes blurred and he immediately saw the man's bright and rough face. Seeing the opponent's hand coming towards him, if this palm hit him, even he would be in trouble. In a flash, Yeshua didn't care about hiding, pushed Yi Zun to a safe place beside him, and immediately raised his palm to attack. Before he could make a move, another figure, much faster than him, floated over like a ghost, pulled him back by his clothes, and replaced him to fight the man face to face. The man, who was originally full of anger, flew backwards almost instantly. Looking at the figure standing in front of him, this familiar inverted triangle figure, this seemingly cold and fierce but actually honest look, and this chin. Yeshua almost blurted out, "Master. If the person who came wasn't the unlucky guy from before, who else could it be?" Wu was startled at first, then he subconsciously reached for his mask. For a moment, Wu wondered if his mask had been accidentally blown off by the wind on his way here. It wasn't until his fingers touched the cold metal covering his face that Wu calmed down instantly. So how did he recognize him, and this master? Completely unaware of Wu's complicated thoughts at the moment, Yeshua became immediately energized after seeing him. When Wu Yi, the #1 killer under his cheap father, appeared, Yeshua suddenly felt that the baiting guards in the yard were nothing. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a woman's figure faintly on the wooden bed. Without thinking, Yeshua pulled Wu Yi inside, and then quickly locked everyone outside, including Yizun. Wu Yi is a secret guard. He would definitely not say anything nonsense, and the man just now was still in the house. Yeshua was afraid of being ambushed, so he simply brought Wu Yi in with him. When Yeshua walked towards the bed, another figure rushed towards him. This time, Yeshua didn't even move, and Wu Yi knocked the man down cleanly and neatly again. When he opened the curtains, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the woman's shirt was just a little messy, but her belt was still there. Fortunately, I made it in time. Even though the two beasts failed to succeed, it was still a great insult to women of that time. The woman's eyes were filled with grief, anger, and shame. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she pulled out the hairpin and was about to stab it into her neck. However, the next moment, a hand quickly grasped the tip of the hairpin. Hey, what does this have to do with you? What did you do wrong? Both of them are alive. Why do you want to die? And then there is. If you die, what will you ask your mother to do? The woman was stunned and then couldn't help crying. Only then did Yeshua notice that the other person seemed to be a mute girl who could not make any sound. No wonder they didn't hear any sound of struggling or asking for help when they came in just now. These two bastards, even a mute girl could do that to them. They are worse than beasts. Yeshua was almost biting his teeth. Here is 50 taels of silver. Take it with you and leave Shangjing with your mother. Yeshua knew the horror of rumors, especially in ancient times. Don't worry, I'm the only one who saw your face. If you live somewhere else, no one will recognize you. The mute girl stared at him blankly, as if asking, is this really the case? Can the days ahead really return to peace? Yeshua looked straight into her eyes and nodded affirmatively. Of course, the premise is that you must become strong yourself. Yeshua suddenly thought of a place where there were no requirements for women's chastity. How about I send you to the border to study? The mute girl was silent for a while, and seemed to quiet down little by little with this voice. Finally, the mute girl knelt down on the bed and kowtowed 3 times to Yeshua, tears falling like rain. Wu Yi had been staring at the two people and didn't notice what they said. About half a quarter of an hour later, the two men flew out and landed right in the center of the courtyard. The force was so great that it even broke one of the doors. Apart from Huyanju, these two people can be said to have the highest status in the Envoy team. Seeing this, the other guards had no choice but to stop. Major General, are you okay? Get lost. The man who was called the Major General and the first to attack Yeshua struggled to sit up from the ground. He was panting and staring at Yeshua, who was obviously the leader. Asshole, how dare you ruin my good deeds? This prince also wants to ask, who gave you the courage to rape a woman in the streets of Shangjing City? Yeshua's eyes were sharp. Hearing this, the man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha. So what if I robbed him? Probably because of the injury, the man was a little out of breath, but it did not affect his arrogance at all. Could it be that you can still punish me, kill me? Yeshua also smiled, and thinking back to the scene just now, his eyes gradually turned colder. Just when the man thought that the matter was over, he heard him slowly speak. As you said, why not? Seeing the other party behaving like this, Yeshua had already developed the intention to kill him. Hearing this, the man, Q Linyuan, instead of feeling afraid, laughed even louder. Ha. Even you, the emperor, dare not touch me. What thing are you? Q Linyuan didn't believe what the little brat said at all, and he didn't believe that the little brat would be so brave. I will remember this vengeance. Although he didn't know the identity of the masked man in black who suddenly appeared, it didn't stop Q Linyuan from putting the blame on Dezhou. Q Linyuan stared at Wu Yi, as if he wanted to remember him in his heart. Damn, you dare to threaten others even when you are about to die. Yeshua on the side was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Without saying a word, he turned around and pulled out his sword from the waist of the nearest guard. With a clang sound, everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and the next moment, they saw the Prince's ninth uncle pointing the tip of his sword at the two men lying on the ground like dead dogs. Seeing this scene, everyone had different looks and expressions. Needless to say, the Minister of Rights was naturally worried and anxious, while the 4 brothers Yin opened their eyes wide, as if they were meeting their uncle for the first time. As for Yizun, he seemed to want to say something but hesitated, not knowing what he should say. This sword is quite heavy. It was his first time touching the real thing, and Yeshua couldn't help but grin in his heart. Ignoring the gazes of the group of people, Yeshua took a deep breath and then spoke loudly. Who can tell me, according to the laws of the Great Zhou, what is the crime of robbing a woman in the street? The guards were stunned by the 9th prince in front of them for a moment, and there was silence for a moment. Xing Yucheng looked at this, then looked at that, finally gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Your Highness, robbing a woman in the street is a heinous crime, and he should be executed according to the law. After saying this, Xing Yucheng's heart was beating wildly, but for some reason he suddenly felt no longer afraid, and instead felt a surge of heroic spirit. This is the way the world should be. This is how it should be. Okay, Yeshua licked his lower lip. No matter from the perspective of law or human feelings, you two are dead now. Do you have anything to say now? If you're still a man, don't deny what you've done now. Q Linyuan didn't think so much at all. This young general is not like you great Joe people. I have never denied anything I have done. So what if I captured that girl? It's her good fortune that this young general likes her. After hearing these words, Yeshua no longer had any concerns in his heart. However, Yeshua had just taken 2 steps forward when a voice called him. Compared to other people, Wu Yi didn't think about whether to send troops or not. He just knew that now that he was standing here, he couldn't let the 9th prince get his hands dirty. So he said, I am willing to do it for you. As he said this, he pulled out a dagger from somewhere and was about to attack. Yeshua was horrified. Stop. Q Linyuan was startled and then laughed even more wildly. You have nothing to do here, go back. For a moment, Yeshua really wanted to knock open his head to see what was inside. Wu Yi didn't even look at the fact that he was the 9th prince of the dynasty and the grandson of the Duke of Zhen. So now that things have come to this, he has no choice but to do it himself. Yi Zun, Yi Yan and the others are qualified, but the problem is that they are just a bunch of children. Forget it, just do it yourself. This prince will do it himself. You just watch from the side and don't let anyone disturb me. Yeshua couldn't help but wave his hands. Wu Yi had no choice but to give up and turned around, staring at the baiting guards with a fierce look. There were some guards who dared to charge forward, but with Wu Yi around, how could they charge forward? In a short while, a large number of them were knocked down. Yeshua held the sword and slowly approached Q Linyuan. Q Linyuan just glanced at him indifferently, then curled his lips in disdain, like a tender melon. Q Linyuan dared to guarantee that the prince had never killed anyone before, and it was not certain whether he had ever killed a chicken. Looking at his nervous expression, it was simply ridiculous. Nonsense, Yeshua is neither a pervert nor a sociopath, and he has always lived in a society ruled by law in his previous life. It would be impossible for him to have killed anyone. Yeshua knew all the weaknesses and fatal points of human beings, and dissection was no problem for him, but this was a living person, so the feeling was different. Yeshua couldn't help but tighten the hilt of the sword in his hand, and reminded them naggingly, Yi Zun, Yi Yan, you better turn your heads away, otherwise I won't be responsible if you get covered in blood later. Yi Zun was visibly nervous. He felt relieved and decided to give him a way out. Uncle Nine, if it doesn't work, then let's just. Before Yi Zun could finish his words, a stream of blood splattered more than 2 meters high. Yi Zun, Yi Yan, and others couldn't help but be stunned. Yeshua couldn't help but yell, fuck. For the first time in my life, the tattoo was indeed crooked. It was true that the tip of the sword in Yeshua's hand had pierced into Q Linyuan's aorta, but it was not a fatal blow, and blood was splattered everywhere. Yeshua's already trembling hands shook even more violently. However, this scene, which seemed extremely funny before, suddenly became terrifying now. Q Linyuan covered his neck tightly, and after he came to his senses, he finally began to back away desperately. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Next time I will definitely give you a quick death. Maybe he accidentally poked his trachea. Q Linyuan was like a broken bellows, and the sound he made was full of noise. I am a major general, but General Q's son. You dare to kill me, my father will not let you go. At the same time, Jing Zhaoyin finally arrived with his men. Seeing this scene, Jing Zhaoyin subconsciously said, Your Highness, spare his life. The other guards would be fine, but the identities of these two are extraordinary. Killing them would really cause big trouble. Jing Zhaoyin became anxious and moved faster. However, Yeshua was like a possessed deaf man. Since he said he wanted to kill, there was no such thing as going back on his word. So the Jing Zhaoyin watched helplessly as the sword in the 9th prince's hand fell from high up. This time Yeshua aimed carefully before stabbing, and he also fulfilled his promise. This time Q Linyuan just thrashed twice before he was completely silent. Jing Zhaoyin staggered and almost fell to the ground. Then he looked at the other person. The one just now was in trouble, so this one had to be protected at all costs. Before Jing Zhaoyin could even finish his words, Yeshua swiftly and efficiently stabbed the second man's neck. I've already killed them all, so why would I care whether I killed one or two? It was the feeling of killing someone that was really not pleasant. When no one was paying attention, Yeshua's figure swayed for a moment and returned to normal after 2 breaths. By the time Jing Zhaoyin arrived in front of the 2 men, the flowers were already cold. The 2 men were deadlier than dead. The emperor only told him to protect the 9th prince, and if the people from Beiting dared to take action, he should take them all away. However, he did not say what to do if the envoy was killed by the 9th prince. Looking at the 9th prince who had now turned into a bloody man, Jing Zhaoyin was stunned. The entire courtyard of the post house fell into deathly silence. Ninth uncle. Yan swallowed his saliva. Now, what should I do now? Yeshua didn't hesitate and said casually, what else can we do? Go to the palace. He has already killed the people. It's time to find his cheap dad to clean up the mess. As he spoke, Yeshua threw the blood-stained sword to the ground. The other side, Hu Yanju was still bargaining with Emperor Jingwen, hoping to exchange a batch of gold, silver, and jewelry for the 3 cities lost in Beiting. After hearing this condition, Emperor Jingwen almost laughed out of anger. How much is the gold and silver, and how much is the land worth? In the end, they still have to be taught a lesson, so that they will know that the great Zhou is not easy to bully. Just when the discussion was getting intense, the commander-in-chief suddenly walked in hurriedly. Emperor Jingwen had a vague idea of what was going on. He also knew that the commander-in-chief had let his son go when he led his men out of the palace. I thought it was just a fight between kids, maybe some heavy punches, but what's the problem? It was a good opportunity to teach Beiting a lesson. However, what Emperor Jingwen never expected was that his son not only used too much force but actually killed the two offenders. Are you serious? Emperor Jingwen almost lost his words for a moment. After seeing the commander-in-chief nod in affirmation, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but have a thought in his mind: really kill him. Emperor Jingwen was an emperor, but he didn't know what to say. When the guards from Beiting sent a message, Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to believe it. When Huyanju saw the guards in such a miserable state, his mind exploded. How dare you? How dare you? As the saying goes, when two countries are at war, envoys are not killed. How dare you kill my Beiting envoy? How absurd! How absurd! After the shock, Huyanju was so angry that he was shaking all over. However, at this moment, a child's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. They are just two beasts, just kill them. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you too. Of course, Yeshua's last words were just angry words, but now he looked like this, who would dare to take it as angry words. Hu Yanju's anger subsided a little, and cold sweat suddenly broke out. They, the Beiting people, are brave, but they are not fearless. Emperor Jingwen looked at his son, who was covered in blood, even on his face, and could no longer bear it, and stood up with a whoosh. The moment the words fell, another voice came from outside, but this time it was more hearty and deeper than before. Ha 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 ha, the ninth prince said it well. They are just two envoys. Kill them if you want. But do you want my brother, the prince of the great Zhou, to pay with his life? Yeshua thought that the first person to come would be his grandfather, but he didn't expect that the first person to come would be his stepbrother. Let alone Yeshua, even the eldest prince did not expect that he would be the first one who could not help but take action. He went where he was told to go and killed where he was told to kill. From the time he received the news to the time he led his men out of the palace, it took him less than an hour in total. Compared to other princes, he was really brave. The eldest prince immediately understood why his father doted on him so much. Although his younger brother was a bit annoying, he was not completely without merit. At the very least, he is much better than the second prince and other people who only know how to hide in the dark and do some devilish tricks. Yeshua's decisiveness and efficiency immediately suited the eldest prince's taste, and this child even dared to kill the envoy, let alone himself. The eldest prince suddenly felt much more balanced. He is just like that. He treats everyone the same and doesn't target me specifically. The eldest prince was dressed in royal robes and walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Huyanju. The eldest prince was born tall, and he had an aura that came from his experience at the border. The oppressive feeling made Huyanju want to retreat. In just a moment, Huyanju stopped walking. The eldest prince originally wanted to pay his respects to Emperor Jingwen, but when he saw his brother's current appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned. How did he become like this? After being called up by Emperor Jingwen, the eldest prince looked at Huyanju again. Huyanju took a deep breath and managed to calm down. Does the eldest prince intend to go to war with my Beiting? The eldest prince laughed loudly, and then his eyes were like torches, and his aura was like a mountain pressing down on him. So what if we start a war? It will only mean that I will have to endure the wind and sand at the border for another 10 years. Huyanju didn't really believe it. How could there be such a selfless prince in this world? Emperor Zhou, Prince Ding, don't forget that our Beiting soldiers are all brave and good at fighting. Huyanju pointed out the identities of the two people killed by Yeshua in a slow voice. The ones who died at the hands of the ninth prince were the sons of General Qiu and General Long. Emperor Zhou, if this news reaches the ears of the two generals, they will definitely be furious. I admit that the eldest prince is indeed young and strong, but I'm afraid that a first prince will not be able to do it by then, right? If you don't want the people of the great Zhou to suffer, it wouldn't be wrong to wrong the ninth prince. It was a naked threat, not even disguised. Good, Beiting is really good, even the prince dares to ask for it. This is simply too much. Emperor Jingwen and the eldest prince were furious, but before they could speak, they heard another voice coming from outside the hall. If the eldest prince alone is not enough, what about adding me? As for my sons, although they are not very capable, they are still enough for us. It turned out that after the Duke of Zhen received the news about his daughter, he thought about the actions of the envoys in the past few days. After much thought, he decided to bring his sons with him when he entered the palace this time. Look, it's just in time to come in handy now. Although Yeshua's uncles have not been to the battlefield for many years, they have always maintained their peak condition due to daily training. It should not be difficult for them to lead the troops here. After a little adaptation, they can continue to go to the battlefield. But now, General Lanruo, the most powerful general in Baiting, was beheaded by the eldest prince, and his head was cut off and sent to Emperor Jingwen as a gift. In this comparison, Baiting is actually at a disadvantage. Perhaps the Duke of Zhen had left too deep an impression on him during the time of the previous emperor, and he also knew clearly what kind of people those officials were. In order to prevent the past from happening again, and to avoid being upset, the Duke of Zhen simply claimed to be ill and did not come to the banquet on the day of the banquet, and Huyanju did not see him either. He thought that after so many years, the Duke of Zhen would have become very old, but when he saw him today, Huyanju found that it was not the case at all. The Duke of Zhen is a little older than before, but he is still in good health, and his energy and spirit are no less than when he was young. Compared with the nightmare that Baiting left on Dezhou, the shadow left by the Duke of Zhen on Baiting was equally significant. The Duke of Zhen went against the order of the late emperor and killed 100,000 of their soldiers without blinking an eye. Such a character and such means are truly frightening, not to mention that the Duke of Zhen's sons were also quite famous on the battlefield back then. When Huyanju saw the Duke of Zhen appearing in a suit of armor, he knew that his plan to make the ninth prince bow his head would fail. Yeshua noticed that Huyanju was short of breath, and his momentum suddenly became stronger. Today my father, my elder brother, and my grandfather are standing here. Let's see what you can do to me. Emperor Jingwen felt relieved when he saw that his son put him at the first place. Seeing the child in front of him being so aggressive, Huyanju was angry and hateful, and couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, "Ninth prince, you killed my Baiting envoy. You have to give an explanation." Yeshua did have reasons, and they were quite legitimate. But why did Yeshua tell him this? If I want to kill them, just kill them. Why do I need so many reasons? Do I need to explain myself? Emperor Jingwen, the eldest prince, and the Duke of Zhen were originally planning to listen, wondering what could have made him so angry that he would kill someone directly. However, they were caught off guard and heard such words. Even the eldest prince could not help but feel genuinely shocked at his younger brother's courage. This is too arrogant. The Duke of Zhen couldn't help but sweat profusely. He had never been like this when he was young. If Huyanju hadn't been here, Emperor Jingwen would really have wanted to give him a look and ask him to restrain himself. However, Yeshua has now found a backer, and the backer is so reliable. It would be strange if Yeshua could restrain himself. Compared with Emperor Jingwen and his two men, Yeshua's 6 uncles were very considerate. Not only did they not think there was anything wrong, they also thought that what he said was good and that he was worthy of being their nephew. Looking at Yi Zun and the others who had been eavesdropping outside, his blood boiled even more. That's awesome. Yi Yan and a few others who had actually faced the Baiting people at the border were even more excited. Yan really couldn't help it and jumped out on his own initiative. Grandfather, it was them, the envoys from Baiting, who first kidnapped the women of our great Zhou and tried to commit indecent acts. These envoys from Baiting are shameless. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingwen's originally calm expression suddenly turned gloomy. For a moment, the memory that he had deliberately forgotten flashed before his eyes again. Emperor Jingwen was once again reminded of the unbearable past of more than 20 years ago. After the New Year's Eve banquet, Emperor Jingwen, who was forced to toast the envoy from Baiting, was drunk for 3 days. Whether it was because he was drunk or because he was discouraged, he lay in bed for 3 days before he could barely get up. When he woke up, he heard the news that Princess Dayuan had hanged herself 2 days ago. Emperor Jingwen did not dare to investigate further, but how could he not know what had happened? Once or twice, even a saint would go crazy. Huyanju, you Baiting people are really going too far. Emperor Jingwen said this almost with gritted teeth. When Huyanju heard the Emperor of the Great Zhou bring up this matter on his own initiative, his heart immediately skipped a beat. Huyanju was not stupid, and he naturally knew that when someone took the initiative to reveal his scars, it was either a complete peace agreement or the beginning of revenge. As expected, the next moment, Huyanju heard Emperor Jingwen speak from above. Come here, kill all the Baiting guards in the inn today, don't leave any alive. Emperor Jingwen has now completely broken off relations with Huyanju. Good man, how come my cheap dad is even angrier than me after hearing this? Yeshua was stunned. Huyanju was horrified. Emperor Zhou. Huyanju wanted to say something else, but he saw Emperor Jingwen looking back at him. What kind of look was that? Almost instantly, all the hairs on Huyanju's body stood up. Emperor Jingwen spoke each word with emphasis. Go back and tell your Wolf King that my great Zhou does not intend to return those 3 cities. I do not intend to apologize to the Wolf King for what happened today, and I will not let my son admit his mistakes. If the Wolf King is dissatisfied, I will not hesitate to fight with Baiting. The Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty was going to take real action. When Emperor Jingwen gave the order, all parties responded so quickly that the commander-in-chief returned in just half an hour. All the Baiting guards in the post house were killed, and no one survived. Huyanju's feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and suddenly he was unable to move. He never imagined that when they came in the past, even the noble princess had to be toyed with by them, but now it was just a little mute girl, nameless and without a surname, but she attracted such a thunder. When Emperor Jingwen's eyes fell on Huyanju immediately broke out in a sweat. Huyanju almost fled from the palace. After so many years, Emperor Jingwen finally avenged himself and Princess Daeyun, but although she was still alive, Princess Daeyun would never know these things again. Emperor Jingwen couldn't tell what he was feeling. It was a complicated feeling, but at the same time, he felt relieved as if a huge stone had been lifted off his shoulders. Yeshua tightened his fingers, took a deep breath, and took the opportunity to speak. Father, why don't we knock Bei-Ting down in one go? Or maybe, how about simply incorporating the territory of Baiting into our great Zhou? This was the first time that Yeshua expressed an ambition that was inconsistent with his usual image. No one knew how nervous he was at this moment. Yeshua knew that the conflicts among his brothers could not be reconciled, and their ambitions could not be eliminated. The cake is so small, what should we do if there is not enough to share? If we make the cake bigger, maybe there is still hope. Yeshua said quickly, there is also the state of Chen. Doesn't the emperor want to unify the state of Chen and Baiting together? By then the world will only have our great Zhou family, and there will be no need to fight anymore. Emperor Jingwen, who had already sat down again, did not notice the urgency in his son's eyes. After hearing this, he immediately laughed. The great Zhou, Chen, and Baiting have been like this since ancient times. How easy is it to unify them? It's not that no one had tried before, but the price they paid was so great that in the end they were unable to do so, and even their own dynasties were overthrown. Many people tried, but none of them succeeded. As time went by, no one tried this idea anymore. Perhaps it was God's will that this land was naturally meant to be 3 countries. Just like in modern times, if someone says they want to unify the world, they will definitely be regarded as a joke by all mankind. Only after the entire blue star is unified will this joke no longer be a joke. Before this is done, no one knows that this method is feasible. Emperor Jingwen was born and raised here, so it was extremely difficult for him to think about unifying the 3 kingdoms. When Yeshua heard this, his heart suddenly turned cold. But at this time, Yeshua still refused to give up. What if it works? All right. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but raise his tone, feeling a little annoyed by his own son's pestering. It's okay to say such naive words once, but don't mention them again in the future, or you'll make a fool of yourself. Yeshua opened his mouth but suddenly couldn't speak. Seeing this, the eldest prince raised his eyebrows and joked, "Ninth brother is quite ambitious. He has just killed 2 insignificant pawns, and he already wants to unify the world." The eldest prince didn't mean anything else, he just felt that his thinking was moving too fast. At this rate, he would probably go to the sky to pick the sun tomorrow. The eldest prince really kept bringing up things that were not relevant to the topic. Yeshua had finally forgotten about this matter, but when he brought it up, his nose suddenly started working again. Especially since he was covered in blood, he couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. Even if those 2 people are nothing, this is still the blood of living people. Yeshua's face suddenly turned pale, and he didn't care where he was. He bent down in front of Emperor Jingwen and the eldest prince and said, "Ah." Caught off guard, the eldest prince's expression froze. Yeshua suddenly started vomiting violently. After a while, his entire stomach was emptied, and there was a tendency for vomiting to continue. It looked like he would not stop until he vomited out all the bile. By the time Emperor Jingwen and the eldest prince reacted, Yeshua was only left with one breath. Seeing their son-brother suddenly half dead and like a dead dog, Emperor Jingwen and the eldest prince were obviously a little panicked. Why did he vomit like this out of nowhere? It took a while for the 2 to get their questions answered. Take me quickly to take a shower only when you experience it yourself. Will you know how strong the smell of blood is and how it makes people dizzy? Yeshua almost grabbed the eldest prince's arm and said this. After realizing what was happening, the eldest prince and Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but laugh and cry. It's just 2 lives, is it that serious? The eldest prince had killed so many people that he couldn't even count them. He really couldn't understand Yeshua's feelings. You don't understand if Yeshua was just a naive child. Maybe it would be okay, but the problem is that Yeshua is not. For him, killing someone is something that completely overturns his decades of cognition, and the impact can be imagined. The eldest prince originally wanted to laugh at him, but when he saw how weak he looked, he felt too embarrassed to laugh at him. Emperor Jingwen did not take this matter seriously. After Huyanju left, he still had a lot of things to deal with. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but look at his eldest son, Liancheng. Why don't you send Zioju back? The eldest prince opened his mouth, but finally nodded with great difficulty. The eldest prince never thought that he would have such a harmonious relationship with his brothers other than his biological brother in his life. The Duke of Zhen saw that he had nothing to do here and was about to leave, but the next moment, he heard the voice of Emperor Jingwen trying to keep him. The Duke of Zhen was stunned. The other side, Yeshua's eyes were lifeless, and he lay on the eldest prince's back like a dead dog, his mind full of scenes from the post house. The eldest prince couldn't help himself and said, "Women are more brave than you." The eldest prince's wife and the two concubines did not react as strongly as he did when they first started killing people. You just faced Huyanju with such momentum, show it. The eldest prince's heroic evaluation of him suddenly fell to the bottom again. Yeshua did not refute, whatever he said was what it was. The eldest prince felt uncomfortable with his younger brother's sudden docility. The palace servants who saw this scene along the way almost popped their eyes out of their heads. First it was the crown prince, then the emperor, and now he has been carried by the eldest prince. He is probably the only ninth prince in the world who can have this privilege. I don't know how the ninth prince did it. It was not until they were almost at Kiwu Palace that Yeshua came to his senses. It was rare for him to get along so harmoniously with his cheap brother. Then, inexplicably, he recalled something. By the way, big brother, when you saw me before, you told me to go to the temple to calm my mind. What did you mean? It was the time when Yeshua had a conflict with the eldest prince. After Yeshua went back, he thought about it and couldn't understand why he suddenly said such a thing. Yeshua has a good memory and wants to figure it out after such a long time. The eldest prince thought for a long time before he figured out what he was saying. The two of them had a grudge because of this, but he didn't even know about it. Didn't you hear what the court said at the time? Ah, Yeshua was also confused. This should I know. The eldest prince was stunned. The first reaction of the eldest prince was that he was talking nonsense. As a prince, how could he say that he didn't care about the affairs of the court? It was simply the biggest joke in the world. But then the eldest prince felt that there was really no need for Yeshua to lie to him. He even dared to kill the envoy. How could he dare not admit it? Besides, the fight between the two sides has already ended, and everyone who should be offended has been offended. Even if he wants to find an excuse, it is too late. Combined with his son's observations over the past few days, a thought suddenly flashed through the eldest prince's mind. Perhaps he really didn't know that someone in the court was hinting that he was a jinx. If this is true, then this is too much of a loss. This fight was really unfair. The eldest prince was silent for a moment, then asked, "Didn't the crown prince mention this to you? Why would third brother tell me this?" Yeshua was even more puzzled. How old am I? Isn't this something that the prince will only consider after he turns 15 and goes to court? Are these people so anxious? However, based on the eldest prince's understanding of the crown prince, if he really wanted to train the ninth prince to be his right-hand man, not to mention that he is only 11 years old, he would have told him everything he should have told him when the two became fellow disciples. The crown prince never mentioned it, which can only mean one thing, that the prince does not intend to include Zioju, or in other words, the prince has excluded this younger brother from the fight from the beginning. Indeed, with his personality, he is not really suitable for power struggles. Since the crown prince had this intention, and the first prince did not want to have any more people competing with him, family affection was already weak in the royal family, so one less rival was a good thing. The first prince thought for a moment and then crossed out Yeshua's name from the list. To some extent, this should be the tacit understanding between the two rivals, the eldest prince and the crown prince. Afterwards, no matter how Yeshua asked, the eldest prince refused to continue talking. He was really annoyed by the questions, so he just started to laugh it off. Even though Yeshua had such good patience, he became a little angry when he was halfway through his words. If you want to say something, just say it completely. What's the point of saying only half of it? Especially for something like this that obviously had a hidden story. Yeshua wanted to find out more. However, the eldest prince refused to say anything. If the ninth prince could always remain like this, it would be a good thing. Hey, we've arrived at Kiwu Palace. Just as Yeshua raised his head, the eldest prince cleared his throat, then picked him up from behind, threw him to the door of Kiwu Palace and left without looking back. Yeshua was left jumping up and down in the same place. Listening to the shouts coming from behind him, the eldest prince's mood inexplicably improved a lot. What is this? Yeshua gritted his teeth. He had vomited so hard that he had no strength left. Finally, he had to give up and return to Kiwu Palace with the help of Zio Luzi. The first thing Yeshua did when he returned to his room was to ask for hot water. He was ready to wash himself thoroughly from inside to outside. When Yeshua tried to take off his clothes, he discovered that, probably because the blood was too thick and had been stuck together for a long time, Yeshua's face was almost as white as paper. After holding it in for a while, he finally stopped vomiting. Yeshua's hair was soaked with blood. It took him a long time to wash it clean until the water started to get cold. Maybe it was because the impact was too great or because he had been soaking in water for too long, but that night, Yeshua successfully developed a fever. 8 or 9 years had passed since his last fever. When he touched his burning forehead, even Yeshua began to doubt whether he was really that fragile. This does seem a bit too useless. But there is no other way. Even if it is embarrassing, you still have to call the imperial physician. Not long after, Emperor Jingwen and the eldest prince also got the news. For a moment, they both didn't know whether their son-brother was being cowardly or arrogant. You can say he was weak, but he killed the 2 envoys without saying a word. But you can say he was arrogant because he scared himself after killing them. people who heard the news were inevitably confused. The next day, the little princess woke up from her sleep and saw how weak her brother was. Her impression of his inability became even deeper. Jianjian thought that the little rabbits she raised were stronger than the man she called brother. But it doesn't matter. She has already started learning martial arts. When she finishes her training with her help, he won't be bullied anymore. Yes, bullying. Since Jianjian was still young, the imperial concubine did not tell him about Yeshua's murder. She just said that her brother went out to fight with others, so he became like this. Yeshua was so sick, didn't Jian think he was being bullied? After feeding her brother water, Jian waved her fists in the yard even harder. After class in the study, Yizun's first reaction was to visit the ninth uncle. Coincidentally, Yan and the other three thought the same. And so, although they did not take the same route, the two sides finally met at the gate of Qiwu Palace. Yan's first reaction when he saw Yizun was to grin, but then he thought about how the other party had performed well in the inn, and how he didn't show any fear or retreat amid the swordplay, and felt that he was still quite courageous. Yan's impression of him was better than before. Yizun also felt that the four people were courageous. The four brothers Yan and Yizun ignored each other at the door, but after they walked in, they had a tacit understanding with each other, like real cousins. The other side, Huyanju didn't dare to stay in Shangjing City for long. He was like a guard guarding the post house one moment, and who knew if he would be the one to be killed the next. Huyanju fled Shangjing overnight with the remaining 2 or 3 men. As expected, there was an uproar in the court the next day. Some people were scolding the ninth prince for slaughtering the envoys, while others were trying their best to shift the blame for the ninth prince onto others. As long as they refused to admit it and insist that the 2 men were not killed by the ninth prince but by an unknown person, and then push that unknown person out and hand him over to baiting to vent their anger, this crisis can be safely overcome. Emperor Jingwen felt sad when he saw them arguing. He observed for a long time and found that there were many people who showed weakness, but very few who advocated a tough stance. Since when did the court only have spineless people? Or was it because the late emperor and himself were too weak, causing the people below to follow suit and become complete wimps? Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. When he heard that they were discussing and even planning to hand over the ninth prince, Emperor Jingwen could no longer bear it. Xiao Jiu has only killed 2 people. The rest were all ordered by me. According to what you said, I am afraid you want to hand me over as well. Emperor Jingwen looked around with a cold gaze. This is a serious matter. All the ministers knelt down one after another and said, Your Majesty, please calm down. We are guilty. You should apologize. Emperor Jingwen looked at them one by one and said, If I hear these words again, watch out for your heads. When Emperor Jingwen first ascended the throne, he also killed many ministers. Suddenly recalling the past, everyone shuddered. The emperor's tough attitude proves that there is really no room for maneuver in this matter. A group of ministers have already made preparations for the baiting army to invade. Emperor Jingwen thought the same way, so he appointed officials to the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Works, according to their expertise. In such a special period, the lowest of the 8 was a 7th-rank assistant professor at the Imperial College, and the highest was a 6th-ranked deputy director of the Secretariat, so their starting point was quite high. On the other hand, Emperor Jingwen dispatched troops and horses and was on high alert at the border. Even the eldest prince was ready to go on an expedition here. However, what Emperor Jingwen and his ministers never expected was that, instead of getting angry, Baiting did not even mention the killing of the 2 generals' sons and so many guards. What's more, Baiting even sent a princess to marry, which was truly the first time in history. According to the spies, the princess's team is already on the way. It was the state of Chen that suffered great misfortune and became the fat meat in the eyes of Baiting. Anyone showing any sign of cowardice at this time will be chosen and become a target prey. Such a change made everyone in the court excited. It turns out that even someone as tough as Baiting has to give in sometimes. Some ministers suddenly realized that in today's world, perhaps they needed a crown prince with equally strong skills and attitude as the future emperor, so that Baiting could not be easily bullied. The strategy of appeasement does not seem to be of much use to this group of barbarians. Their politeness will only be regarded by Baiting as weakness. The prince watched this scene in the court. After returning to the East Palace, he couldn't help himself and slowly closed his eyes. Then there was news that the 6th prince wanted to marry Prime Minister He. The thing that Yeshua was most worried about finally happened. His brothers were too smart. Once they saw an opportunity, they would not give him time to find a solution to the problem. Before he could move, they had already moved. Yeshua had a fever for several days in a row, and when he finally recovered, he was still asking people here about what the prince had not told him in the court, but a series of explosive news came one after another. First, Zhu Wu and others were given official titles, then Baiting sent a princess to marry, and then the 6th prince wanted to marry Prime Minister He's daughter. The first 2 were fine, but when it came to the news about the 6th prince, Yeshua almost instinctively smelled something wrong. especially since the sixth prince is only 5 years older than him, and now he has just turned 16. The crown prince waited until he was 18 years old to marry the crown princess. Although people in ancient times got married early, it was not so early. The sixth prince's actions seemed like he was preparing for something. For a feudal country, the issue of succession is also an important assessment for the crown prince. For example, when Yeshua was born, the prince had not yet married or had children, so his birth would affect the prince's status. By the time the queen's legitimate son was born, the crown prince had already married and had successfully given birth to a legitimate son with the crown princess. In addition, as he grew older and his status became more secure, even if the queen gave birth to a legitimate son, it had almost no impact on the crown prince. That's the difference. If the sixth prince wants to get involved unless he has extraordinary means, a child will save him a lot of effort. For a prince like him with little capital, it is a huge profit. If you want to have a child, you have to get married first, right? That's why Yeshua's heart suddenly tightened when he heard the news. Especially since the person the other party was looking for was Xiang. No one would believe him if he said he didn't have any ideas. When Yeshua heard the news that the sixth prince was going to come to his house tomorrow, his eyes went dark. Considering the sixth prince's temperament, since the news has already leaked out, it is basically a done deal. Such a cautious person would not make such a move unless he is absolutely sure. As for why Xiang agreed, Yeshua was not surprised at all. The sixth prince was a ruthless man who dared to scratch his own face with a stone when he was 5 years old. With a small trick, not only did he let the fifth prince take the blame, but he was also successfully adopted by his mother into the Kiwu palace. Now that so many years have passed, he must have evolved a long time ago. Prime Minister, he is not blind. How could such a cunning person not see the potential in the sixth prince? With such a big change happening in the palace, Yeshua could easily find out what happened if he paid a little attention. It was not something so confidential that could not be known to others. All of this was caused by the arrival and departure of the envoys, as well as the subsequent decisions of baiting. The ministers in the court finally tasted the sweetness and now know how to deal with baiting. Only by fighting violence with violence can they make the other side feel fear and dread. To fight violence with violence requires extremely strong measures. The crown prince's attitude was not that he was not tough, but that he had no say. The eldest prince's toughness was the real toughness. He had the ability to make the envoy retreat, but could the crown prince? The crown prince's words were just empty words. Under such a comparison, the balance in everyone's hearts would naturally tip towards the eldest prince. As one grows stronger, the other weakens, and disputes are bound to arise between the two. If a person does not move, it is fine. But once a person moves, even a saint will reveal his flaws. Yeshua guessed that the sixth prince acted so quickly because he anticipated that if this continued, the two would inevitably make mistakes. As for Prime Minister, he is not stupid. If the sixth prince can see it, then he can too. The position of the crown prince is shaken, and it is not certain who will ascend the throne in the future. As the saying goes, a new emperor appoints new ministers. Xiang's term of office has come to an end with Emperor Jingwen, and when the next emperor comes, unless the succession is a normal one, the next emperor will also have his own team during the entire process. It is like when Emperor Jingwen ascended the throne, almost all the people in the court were replaced. If Xiang does not want to be replaced, or wants to continue to maintain the glory of his family, he can only start choosing sides. Xiang has worked hard to climb to his current position, so how can he allow his family and descendants to fall into depravity? So Prime Minister He and the sixth prince hit it off right away. Although the eldest prince is in the limelight now, he already has a principal wife and a concubine. How can the daughter of the Prime Minister be his concubine? In addition, Xiang felt that the sixth prince, who could see through the key at a glance, might not be a bad person. For a moment, Yeshua felt a splitting headache. He was just ill for a while, but how come his group of brothers suddenly gave him a blowout attack? Yeshua was terrified, still fearing that the crown prince would be forced to take action because of this incident, but the sixth prince had already arrived. Yeshua had no choice but to listen to what the sixth prince had to say first. But what can the sixth prince say? Although he had already made an agreement with Xiang in private, he certainly couldn't say that in public. The sixth prince's biological mother died early, and he was not very close to his stepmother, the queen. The fact that Concubine R and the queen don't get along is known to everyone in the palace, and the sixth prince doesn't intend to please both sides, so naturally he won't go to the queen. Having lived in Kiwu Palace for so many years, the sixth prince naturally hoped that Concubine R would make the decision for him. Matters between men and women are decided by their parents and the matchmaker's words. Even if you are a prince, you cannot go beyond the rules of etiquette. So the sixth prince planned to reveal this matter to the imperial concubine and ask her to speak for him. The next day, the sixth prince came to visit. After hearing his purpose, Concubine R was so shocked that she didn't even care about the tea in her hand. How come the child has found someone so soon after leaving the house? The sixth prince's brain was not kicked by a donkey. All the above were inferred by Yeshua based on his understanding of him. Yeshua knew clearly that the sixth prince was not an emotional person. It was harder than climbing to the sky to make him fall in love with someone, but others, not even Emperor Jingwen, did not know. So in the eyes of outsiders, this is a romantic love story of a young man and woman falling in love at first sight. Seeing Concubine R's constant questioning, the sixth prince blushed quickly. That day, I was also following my fourth brother to do some work, and I happened to meet the sixth miss on the way to the temple to burn incense, so. While this guy even found witnesses, the fourth prince, who is just a tool, probably doesn't even know he's being used by others. Yeshua, who was standing by, almost choked to death on the pastry in his mouth. The sixth prince continued, I am the sixth among all the brothers, and Miss Six is also the sixth. I feel that we are destined to be together, but it is not good to offend each other, so I thought of asking the concubine to help me ask. Listen and see what a well-educated and polite man, even if he is a prince, he still sticks to etiquette and does not overstep the line. Coincidentally, the imperial concubine loves to hear this. She loves to hear romantic love stories of young people. The imperial concubine listened with great interest. After she finished her tea in the story, she didn't think much about it and said, well, since you have this intention, I will ask someone to ask for you. Although the imperial concubine was excited, she knew her limits and did not take on too much. Yeshua had basically anticipated the result. The sixth miss of the prime minister's mansion would not have a second answer. Naturally, she would say that she was willing, just like the sixth prince. Yeshua sat there, looking at the person who had lived with him for 10 years. His face was now filled with a rosy color that seemed real. For a moment, even he couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. After getting a positive answer, the sixth prince felt relieved. He sat with the imperial concubine for a while, chatting about family matters before leaving. The moment he walked out of Kiwu Palace, the redness on his face that was caused by the ridicule gradually faded away. At this moment, the sixth prince suddenly heard a voice behind him. Zio Ming, can you tell me, do you really like that sixth miss? The voice was very familiar, and the sixth prince knew who it was without turning around. That's the only person who can call him that. The sixth prince thought this question was a little funny. In the whole palace, only Zioju could ask such a question. Whether they liked it or not, whether it was sincere or not, it was not important to them at all. Only a naive person would take a matter of feelings as the criterion for choosing a wife. However, when he heard this question, the sixth prince's eyes could not help but flash before the pretty face of the sixth miss of the prime minister's mansion. The sixth prince didn't know what love between men and women was, he only knew that he didn't hate the other person. So I guess I like it. So the sixth prince said, of course I like it. Seeing him turn his head and look into the other person's still calm eyes, Yeshua was suddenly speechless. For a moment, Yeshua really wanted to persuade him to stop fighting. Wouldn't it be good to live happily? But at the same time, Yeshua also knows that everyone has their own aspirations. Although he didn't want to see such a scene, he had no right to stop it. Everyone in this world has the right to accuse the sixth prince of his evil ambitions. A mere bastard even dares to attempt to replace the legitimate son and get involved in the great Zhou dynasty. But Yeshua is the only one who cannot do that. Unlike modern monogamy, the sixth prince's biological mother, no matter how low her status was recorded as the woman of Emperor Jingwen, and the prince she gave birth to was also listed in the Royal Jade Book. All men are born equal, and when one feels injustice, one should fight for it. As the saying goes, are kings, princes, generals, and ministers different in kind? This slogan was shouted by the ancients more than 2,000 years ago, and it is impossible for Yeshua, a modern person, to forget it. If farmers give birth to farmers, they will be farmers all their lives, and if merchants give birth to small merchants, they will be merchants all their lives. Then where is the equality? People cannot choose their birth, but it is too sad to let people be trapped by their birth all their lives. Is it wrong for the sixth prince to want to go one step further? Yeshua couldn't say anything to persuade him. Yeshua could only watch him leave. Compared to her son's inexplicable depression, Concubine R was quite happy. Although the sixth prince was far less important than her own children, she had raised him for more than 10 years after all. Now that the child had grown up and had a girl he liked, Concubine R was naturally happy to help arrange things. Look at how early your sixth brother has become wise. When you turn 16, your mother will definitely choose a prince consort for you. While discussing what to do with the two maids, the imperial concubine said this casually. However, just this one sentence frightened Yeshua so much that he almost dropped the bowl in his hand. Don't, damn it, arranged marriages are feudal dregs, don't do that. 16 is the age to go to middle school. Yeshua is not such a beast, he won't do anything to a minor. Fearing that his mother would arrange a marriage for him early, Yeshua had to give a warning. My future wife must be someone I like. You are young, what do you know? Your mother is an experienced person and can definitely help you pick a good one. Concubine R was full of confidence about this matter. Yeshua, to be honest, his mother in this life is not as good as his mother in the previous life. Can Yeshua trust her? Besides, although he is a prince now, he will not achieve much in the future. Ambitious girls and their families may not be interested in him. How can he choose girls on the street? His mother's idea was a bit too naive. Yeshua finally used his trump card and started rolling on the ground. No, I don't want it. I want what I like. I won't get up unless you agree to it, Mom. Looking at her brother, who was struggling there, the little princess holding a brush couldn't help but shake her head. Alas, I'm used to it, but I don't know when my brother will be able to be as steady as her. I hope my brother can get rid of this bad habit before he gets married. Concubine R didn't expect his reaction to be so intense and couldn't help but feel unhappy. Marriage is always decided by parents and matchmakers. But my son just wants to find someone he likes. What's wrong with that? Yeshua knew that his mother would only respond to soft tactics and not hard ones, so he put his head on his mother's knees and looked at her eagerly. Don't you want your son to be happy in the future? Concubine R couldn't stand it, but she didn't want to surrender, so she stretched out her finger and tapped her son's forehead. How do you know that if you choose the wife you will definitely live a happy life? Maybe my son won't be able to stay with his wife smoothly until old age, or they may get tired of each other along the way, but at least he won't regret it. It is very rare for two people to love each other, and they won't feel regretful even if they can't be together until the end. Yeshua is a very free and easy person. If they get along, they will get together. If they don't, they will separate. There are no twists and turns. The imperial concubine had never heard such words before and was really shocked for a moment. After she realized what was going on, she said unhappily, "What if the girl you like is a merchant's daughter, an ordinary citizen, or a maid in the palace? Wouldn't this palace have to obey you? What kind of talk is that?" 1. This palace equals she is referring to her title as imperial concubine R, as the owner of the palace allotted to her. The imperial concubine finally got the point. Yeshua thought about it and finally decided to tell his mother the truth in advance. If he didn't make it clear in advance, it would be troublesome in the future. If this is really the case, my son is willing to marry the other party. Shocking. Almost at the moment the words fell, the entire Kiwu palace fell silent. The imperial concubine opened her mouth for a long while, and then her mind suddenly exploded. You are trying to piss me off to death. Perhaps she was really annoyed. She even forgot to call herself imperial concubine. For the first time in her life, the imperial concubine had the urge to teach him a lesson herself. When Emperor Jingwen arrived, what he saw was the imperial concubine chasing her son around the yard with a rattan stick. Emperor Jingwen was confused for a moment. In the past, he was the one who took action, and the imperial concubine was always the one who protected him. Why did the situation suddenly turn around today? The moment he saw his cheap father, Yeshua quickly hid behind him. How could the imperial concubine dare to show her weapon against the emperor? She gritted her teeth and threw away the cane helplessly. Yeshua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. Emperor Jingwen raised his eyebrows, looked at the mother and son in a panic, and asked curiously, "What happened? Tell me so that I can hear it too." Then Emperor Jingwen soon learned about Yeshua's recent bold words. Now, even Emperor Jingwen couldn't laugh anymore, but Emperor Jingwen quickly realized that this was a good thing. In the past, Emperor Jingwen was worried that his son would become addicted to women in the future. If he really thought so, at least he wouldn't have to worry about this for a long time. As for his words that he would only marry someone he loved and would never marry someone he didn't like, Emperor Jingwen just listened to them. Emperor Jingwen himself was a man, so he naturally understood the bad qualities of men. When he reached a certain age, he would choose a good-looking, well-educated, and considerate woman as his wife. After spending time with her day by day, it was hard to believe that he could still endure it. However, what Emperor Jingwen didn't know was that Yeshua did have physical impulses, and in fact he was a person with very strong desires in his previous life. This was normal, and there was nothing to be embarrassed about admitting, but the biggest difference between humans and animals is that humans can control their lower body. Yeshua doesn't care what others do. Yeshua has his own principles. He lived like a widower until he was almost 30 in his last life, so it wouldn't be a big deal to be widowed again in this life, although it would be a bit tragic. Emperor Jingwen didn't take his childish son's words to heart at all. Seeing that the emperor did not scold him angrily, the imperial concubine was so shocked that it was beyond words. Yeshua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. Soon, Emperor Jingwen shifted his attention to the little princess. Seeing that the little princess could concentrate on practicing calligraphy in such a noisy environment, Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt relieved. At least there is someone reliable in Kiwu Palace. The father and daughter looked at each other, and the emotions in their eyes were exactly the same. The imperial concubine only knew a few words, so she naturally couldn't teach Jianjian. As for her own son, let alone his poor handwriting, Jianjian didn't even have anyone who could teach her calligraphy, so she could only practice blindly by herself. Emperor Jingwen couldn't bear to watch this, so he rolled up his sleeves and taught Jianjian to write a few words just like he had taught Yeshua. and Jianjin gave him much more feedback than Yeshua did back then. Only then did Emperor Jingwen finally find some sense of accomplishment. Half an hour later, Jianjin put down the brush on time, played with his brother for a while as usual, and then started practicing boxing in the yard very consciously. She's so self-disciplined that she doesn't look like a child at all. As Emperor Jingwen watched, he realized that this set of boxing was the one that the eldest prince practiced. He thought it was just a play between children, but he didn't expect the effect to be quite good. It's a pity for the emperor's grandchildren. After Yi Yan and his brothers got out of school in the afternoon, they were as tired as dead dogs, but still had to come to Qiwu Palace to practice with their aunt. And the ninth prince clearly seldom went to school, but he was unwilling to even go to the upper study room to look for them. Yizun was a little embarrassed at first, but as time went by, he gradually integrated into the group. After all, he was the first to arrive, so why should he give in to Yi Yan and the others? Thinking of this, Yizun suddenly felt more justified. A group of children started competing with each other, and each one of them practiced harder than the other. Jianjian felt that as their aunt, it would be embarrassing for her to fall behind, right? Surrounded by his daughter and grandson, how could Emperor Jingwen, who was a very face-conscious and repressed emperor, resist showing off his talents in front of his children? When the eldest prince first started practicing kung fu, he was the one who taught him step by step. Emperor Jingwen's boxing skills were very impressive, and he immediately earned the admiration of a group of little kids. Father, you are so awesome. The little Princess Jianjian learned this from her brother and said whatever she wanted to say. Although Yi Yan and Yizun were not so explicit, their eyes were also full of stars. The corners of Emperor Jingwen's mouth suddenly raised a slight arc. Emperor Jingwen cleared his throat and began his customary lecture, practice hard, and you will be able to do it in the future. He saw his son still doing the horse stance slowly, and Emperor Jingwen said, don't be like your brother and your uncle. Remember that. Remember, Yeshua, how come this matter can be linked to him? Soon Yeshua was stunned. Jianjian and the others were still young and didn't notice it, but Yeshua noticed that his cheap father was slightly out of breath after the set of punches. Yeshua still remembered that 3 or 4 years ago, when he bit his cheap father's ear, he didn't behave like this. Once people are over 40, their body functions will begin to decline drastically. My cheap dad, who is already 47 years old this year and will soon be 50, is really not young anymore. However, all the princes have gradually grown up. Quickly putting this thought behind his mind, Yeshua took out a sandbag and weighed it in his hand. Come on, let's play with sandbags together. It's just right with so many people, and it will be more fun to play. Ha, who wants to play with him? Yizun and Yi Yan looked at each other almost subconsciously, and the disgust in their hearts was almost overflowing. However, once you start playing with sandbags, you can't stop. Yeshua would not give in to them just because they were children. Looking at the white lime marks on his clothes, Yizun's hands were shaking. For a moment, he even forgot that Emperor Jingwen was there, ninth uncle. You wait. Yizun almost gritted his teeth as he said this. However, Yeshua's hands and feet were so nimble that he couldn't be hit easily by him. Soon, Yi Yan and his brothers on the side were in trouble. After a short while, several people started fighting in a group, with sandbags clanging and it felt like stones were being thrown. Jianjian, who was only 4 years old, thought about it and decisively withdrew from the battlefield. Emperor Jingwen and Concubine R watched while drinking tea and couldn't help laughing. When it got dark at night, the group of people dispersed reluctantly. Each of them was covered in a mess that was simply unbearable to look at. When the 4 brothers returned, the eldest prince almost spit out the tea in his mouth when he saw their horrible appearance. Where have you been? Ian then felt scared. He curled his lips and gritted his teeth to confess the matter of playing with the sandbags. The eldest prince smacked his lips and asked only one question: did you win or lose? Of course I won. Is there any need to ask? Yizun is only one person, but they have 4. Ian couldn't help but straighten his chest. The eldest prince was immediately satisfied. Compared to them, Yizun was not doing so well. After all, he was alone. Frightened, he returned to the East Palace. He wanted to sneak back to his room to change clothes without being noticed, but he ran into his father by chance. Yizun was startled by the figure standing in the dark. When the other person slowly walked into the light and shadow, and he found out that it was none other than his own father, Yizun's heart suddenly rose to his throat. It's over, it's all Uncle Ninth's fault. Just play with sandbags. Why do you have to dip them in white lime? Looking at his son in tattered clothes, the prince couldn't help but frown slightly. What happened? Did you have a fight with someone? Yizun hurriedly shook his head and tremblingly told the story of how he and Yi Yan and the others smashed sandbags. Yizun thought his father would be angry, but he didn't expect that. After the prince heard it, he said nothing, waved at him, and let him go to take a shower and change clothes. Hurry up, dinner will be served soon, and your mother is still waiting. Huh, I didn't get scolded. As the legitimate son of the crown prince, Yizun naturally knew the recent situation in the Eastern Palace, so Yizun subconsciously felt that his father would not be happy about him playing with his uncle's son. But he didn't seem to care much. Yizun couldn't help but look back again. For some reason, He always felt that his father's figure standing in the courtyard seemed a little thin. But my father is the prince, how could he be weak? Yizun shook his head and quickly put this thought behind him. In the blink of an eye, another 5 or 6 days passed. Fearing that someone might gossip, the imperial concubine waited for a few more days before summoning the young lady of the prime minister's residence to the palace for a chat. The sixth miss is the daughter of the young madam, and the granddaughter of Prime Minister He. The imperial concubine has instructed the young madam to bring the sixth miss along as well. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell what is going on. The imperial concubine's actions this time were not very volatile, and only a few people knew about it. Yeshua is only 11 years old now. Although boys and girls are not allowed to sit at the same table as each other at the age of 7, it is not necessary to be shy about it. So when the young lady of the prime minister's mansion came in, Yeshua saw the girl following behind at a glance. After seeing the other person's face clearly, Yeshua was stunned for a moment. The sixth miss suddenly came to the palace. She didn't want to talk much today. Besides, she herself was not a talkative person. As a result, Miss Six has a good memory. Even though she hasn't seen him for many years, she can still vaguely recognize Yeshua. Perhaps because she was too surprised, Miss Six almost blurted out, "Little beggar." References won this palace equal. She is referring to her title as Imperial Concubine wrong, as the owner of the palace allotted to her. The young lady did not expect her daughter, who had always been steady, to say such a thing to the ninth prince. She inevitably felt nervous, so she could not help but say, "Tanner, don't be rude." He Wooten knew that she was being rude, so she quickly bowed to Yeshua and said, "I am sorry for my rudeness, ninth prince, please forgive me. I was really out of my mind. I actually mistook the prince for a little beggar whom I had only met once." The reason why He Wooten had such a deep impression of the little beggar was not only because she had a good memory, but also because he was the most polite little beggar she had ever seen. Yeshua had recognized the other person at first sight, but he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that Xiao Ming fell in love with her. After many twists and turns, the two will eventually become a family. Seeing that the sixth miss of He family seemed a little embarrassed, Yeshua hurriedly said, "It's me. You didn't recognize the wrong person." Now it was He Wooten's turn to be stunned. How could it be? The young lady standing by and the imperial concubine who came out after hearing the noise were both confused. How come these two people seemed to know each other? Yeshua cleared his cough and waited until everyone came into the house before describing the whole story of how he disguised himself as a beggar to test Mr. Cow. Hearing that the girl in front of her not only bought buns for her son, but also wanted to take him to the prime minister's residence and make him a servant, the imperial concubine couldn't help but laugh and cry, and immediately she had a better impression of He Wooten. She was so young, but she still had compassion for a little beggar, so I guess she must be a good person. When He Wooten saw the imperial concubine's smile, her face turned red. The young lady was also surprised and could not help but glance at the ninth prince next to her. Normally, the young lady had only heard her father-in-law mention the name of the ninth prince, and now she finally saw how unorthodox he was. But because Yeshua was doing good things, if it weren't for him, the granddaughter of the grand tutor would have jumped into the fire pit, so the young lady did not have any bad impression of Yeshua. As Yeshua talked more and more, the relationship between the imperial concubine and the young madam gradually became warmer. They were completely different from the others who were very reserved when they first met. "It seems like we are destined to be together." The imperial concubine couldn't help but sigh. The imperial concubine had previously asked someone to inquire about the basic situation of the sixth young lady in the prime minister's mansion. At first, the imperial concubine was a little dissatisfied because the other party was older than the sixth prince, probably 2 or 3 years older. This was a little hard for the imperial concubine to accept, as she believed that in a marriage, the man should be older than the woman. However, since the sixth prince had clearly expressed his love for her, the imperial concubine could not refuse him, so she thought about meeting her in person. Fortunately, I saw it with my own eyes. This sixth young miss is indeed quite good. She is well educated, quiet, and yet generous. It is obvious that she is being trained according to the standards of a mistress of the house in the prime minister's mansion. Although she is still a little short of becoming an imperial concubine, there is still time for her to learn. From this perspective, the fact that the other party is a few years older doesn't mean much. The imperial concubine asked a few more general questions, and the sixth miss answered them all fluently. From the imperial concubine's point of view, this girl was better than herself in many aspects, so the imperial concubine was naturally very satisfied. Seeing that the imperial concubine was not angry because of her knowledge, He Wooten also breathed a sigh of relief. Even though the sixth prince was not registered under the name of the imperial concubine, she had raised him for many years after all. If she and the sixth prince really got married in the future, she would have to treat the imperial concubine as his mother-in-law. The imperial concubine seemed to be a generous person, and she was not as arrogant and domineering as rumored, and she wouldn't not allow others to be ahead of her. When the imperial concubine asked He Wooten what books she read, she first carefully mentioned the Book of Songs, the Analects of Confucius, and the Great Learning. She thought the imperial concubine would be unhappy. On the one hand, it was because the imperial concubine did not like reading, and He Wooten thought she also did not like other women reading. On the other hand, ordinary people believe that a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent, and if she wanted to marry a prince, it was natural that she had to be gentle and obedient. However, what He Wooten didn't expect was that the imperial concubine didn't show any dissatisfaction at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "That's just right. I like scholars. Maybe she thinks what she lacks is good." Anyway, the imperial concubine has always envied those women who have read a lot, such as Concubine R, who is even more enviable. The most important thing is that the sixth prince also likes reading, and the two of them happen to have a common language. Otherwise, the relationship between husband and wife will not last long. Of course, it was impossible for the imperial concubine to mention the sixth prince at this time. Everyone knew it, and mentioning it so bluntly would only make people embarrassed. Yeshua, who was standing by, still remembered that when they met in front of Bayou Pavilion, this sixth miss was already a young girl. Now 5 or 6 years have passed, and she should be older than Xiao Ming. Yeshua listened in and found that it was indeed true. He Wooten was indeed older than the sixth prince. Moreover, she had cancelled a marriage before, so it had been delayed until now. There were other young ladies younger than her in the prime minister's mansion, but Xiao Ming just fell for her. Inadvertently, Yeshua suddenly remembered what he had said to Xiao Ming when he was reading medical books in the garden when his mother was pregnant. Yeshua once told the sixth prince in person that the best childbearing age for women is between 23 and 30 years old. They cannot be too young, otherwise there will be great risks during childbirth. Yeshua didn't know whether the other party took these words to heart, and found the sixth miss he also didn't know whether he was considering the mother or the future child. In such an ancient environment, he chose He Wooten, who was 3 years older than him. But at least he didn't attack a child of 13 or 14 years old, so he didn't commit a serious sin. Although the sixth young miss of the prime minister's mansion is only 19 and not yet 20 years old, she is safer after all. After asking He Wooten, what remained was the communication between the two elders, the imperial concubine and the young madam. It happened that the little princess Jianjian woke up and saw a stranger in the room. Instead of feeling scared, she looked curious. Jianjian has been trained by Yeshua now, and she has become very outgoing. She's not shy at all and even dares to take the initiative to hold He Wooten's hand and let He Wooten take her to the yard to play. Apart from the imperial concubine and concubine Zhao, Jianjian played with a group of boys every day. It was natural that she was quite excited when she finally met a young girl. The imperial concubine took advantage of the situation and drove the group of children out. Jianjian is not stupid, and she soon figured out He Wooten's identity. But as a child, she has no sense of propriety when it comes to words and says whatever she thinks. "Are you my sixth brother's future wife?" Hearing this, Yeshua couldn't help but hold his forehead. Jianjian, the news hasn't even been revealed yet. If it gets out, it will damage sixth Miss's reputation. Don't talk nonsense. Jianjian looked at He Wooten's slightly embarrassed face again and immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing, but she was really curious, so she shook off all the sixth prince in one breath. "My sixth brother said he likes you. Do you like him?" Yeshua didn't say anything this time. To be honest, he also wanted to know this question. He Wooten was stunned at first, then smiled and said nothing. She and the sixth prince were only together because of the family's intention. Besides, the cancellation of the engagement was not a pleasant thing at the time. Since she was deeply loved by the sixth prince, he was now her best choice. He Wooten had nothing to be dissatisfied with. When Yeshua saw her smile, he immediately understood. Logically speaking, since Xiao Ming was not really moved, it would be a good thing for the sixth miss not to be moved either. However, for some reason, Yeshua felt a little sad. He may never be able to adapt to the royal marriage life. Jianjian didn't insist on not getting an answer, and she quickly started talking about other things with her future sister-in-law. He Wooten immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The little princess's question almost made her unable to cope. It was not until Jianjian started talking about other things that He Wooten was surprised to find that although the little princess was young, she had read a lot of books. From time to time, she would utter a few idioms and familiar articles. He Wooten was finally convinced that what the imperial concubine said just now was not just polite talk. Being able to let the princess go to school and study like a boy, I think her life will be good. The last bit of repulsion in He Wooten's heart dissipated in an instant. As expected, almost the next day after He Wooten returned to the prime minister's residence, an imperial edict came from the palace. According to the calculations of the Sishan Monitoring Bureau, the wedding date of He Wooten and the sixth prince was set for half a year later. Soon, the sixth prince heard the news that Xiaoju was familiar with his future wife. When the sixth prince heard the news, his first reaction was, how did Zioju know the sixth miss? How could he know her? Thinking about it later, considering Zioju's personality of being able to chat with anyone, it didn't seem like a particularly strange thing. The engagement was finally settled, and the sixth prince felt relieved. He was going to get married in half a year, so the sixth prince should have been nervous, but he only had a slight emotional fluctuation when the news came, and he quickly calmed down. But the sixth prince still pretended to be excited. As a result, when the fourth prince saw him the next day, he couldn't help but tease him and finally made the sixth prince blush, and then he let him go. After the fourth prince left, the embarrassment in the sixth prince's eyes in the room instantly disappeared. There is still half a year left. I hope nothing goes wrong during this period. As for the choice of the prince's wife, in fact, the sixth miss is not the best choice. The saying that they are both sixth in the family means that they are destined to be together is nonsense. It is just a nice thing to say. Originally, the sixth prince's plan was to marry several other young ladies who were not engaged. However, when he was discussing it with Prime Minister what Zioju had said inadvertently flashed through his mind. If the woman is too young, the risks are extremely high for both the mother and the child. The child was just making up stories, and the sixth prince did not believe it at first. However, his goal was to have a healthy child after all, so he finally investigated it with the attitude of believing it was true rather than not. It is found to be true, for example, for women who get married and have children at the age of 13 or 14, the probability of both the child and the mother surviving at the same time is much lower than that of women over the age of 17 or 18, and such an important matter had never been discovered before. The sixth prince finally chose the sixth miss, who had been broken off from engagement in the prime minister's mansion. He couldn't give up his obsession to climb up, so he could only choose the best one within the range of options. As for whether to cancel the engagement or not, the sixth prince doesn't care. As the days passed, there was no change in the life of the sixth prince. Every day he went to court, returned to the six ministries, and returned to the prince's mansion. Every once in a while, he would come to the palace to visit the imperial concubine. At night, he would read for an hour as usual before going to bed. The sixth prince's day is packed with activities, and he even studies harder than when he was studying. When Yeshua found out about this, he didn't know what to say. Since he is planning to have a child, he is still so busy and doesn't have enough time to rest. With his physical condition, there is no way he can have a child. Some people always think that having a child is a woman's business alone, but they don't know that if the father of the child is not good, no matter how hard they try, it will be in vain. The quality of the child's father is the key factor in whether the child is healthy or not. Not only women but men also have an optimal childbearing age. Miss Six has a ruddy complexion, a steady and long breath, a well-proportioned body, and strong and clean teeth. She is obviously in good health, so the only difficulty lies with Zio Ming himself. But the problem is that Zio Ming himself doesn't think so. He still feels that he is in good health, it's just that his martial arts skills are not as good as those of the eldest prince. He has no self-awareness at all. That's right, let alone in ancient times. Even if this happens in modern times, few men think that being unable to have children is their own problem. In this situation, the only one who would suffer is Miss Six. However, the sixth prince's purpose of getting married was not simple, and for a moment Yeshua didn't know whether he should tell him about this matter. Just when Yeshua was struggling, the princess sent by baiting for marriage finally arrived. The princess is now only in her 20s and is in the prime of her beauty, just like a blooming flower. She has a wild beauty that the women of the Great Zhou do not have. Her skin is not as fair as those of the women of the Great Zhou, but a very healthy honey color. As soon as the other party showed up, she swept across a large area of the harem with her unique energy alone. After all, Concubine R is not a saint. Even though she is a concubine, she can't help but feel a slight sense of crisis in her heart. It would be fine under normal circumstances, but the key point is that this princess doesn't look like a peaceful person. Her big eyes keep roaming around Emperor Jingwen at the top of the table, which makes the imperial concubine feel chest tightness and shortness of breath. The other person is young and beautiful. Wouldn't the imperial concubine be jealous? However, that would have been the end of it. When Princess Huyan's gaze fell on Yeshua, the imperial concubine realized what it meant to be truly horrified. The previous jealousy suddenly disappeared, and the imperial concubine's vigilance was aroused in an instant. She would rather the other party had her eyes on Emperor Jingwen than have her set her sights on Shuor. Forget it, becoming a concubine is much better than becoming my own daughter-in-law. This kind of good thing should be left for His Majesty to enjoy slowly. Yeshua also noticed the princess's abnormality. When he saw the hint of temptation in her eyes, Yeshua was completely stunned. I am still a child, this beast. At first, Yeshua wondered if he was too narcissistic and had seen it wrong, but after observing for a while, he found that it was indeed not his illusion. It was just a hint from baiting. It seems that these guys are still determined to cause trouble in the Great Zhou. Even in this situation, they refused to give up. Emperor Jingwen also noticed that Princess Huyin glanced at his son from time to time, which frightened the usually active little bastard so much that he hid behind him like a quail and no longer dared to talk nonstop as usual. Emperor Jingwen thought it was a little funny at first, but after he realized what was going on, he couldn't help feeling angry. Of course, this anger was not directed at Yeshua, but at Bei Ting being shameless. His son is so young now. If he was really seduced by Princess Huyin of Baiting, he would have lost his virginity at an early age, and his life would be ruined. The people of Baiting really have the heart to kill. Emperor Jingwen then looked at his other sons, including the eldest prince. Anyone who was caught in his sight could not help but become very nervous. Although beautiful women are beautiful, they are not lucky enough to enjoy them. Keeping her in the backyard is unsafe, and marrying her as the principal wife would mean cutting off their path to further advancement. It is not cost-effective no matter how you think about it, so it is better to leave this good thing to my father. Emperor Jingwen read this meaning from the looks of his sons. For the first time in his life, Emperor Jingwen experienced the pain of forcing women into his harem. Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to finally decide to take the princess into the harem. After all, she was a princess who symbolized the diplomatic relations between the two countries. In the end, Emperor Jingwen conferred her the title of Ronghua, a fourth-rank official, which was neither too high nor too low, and gave an explanation to Baiting without being particularly formal. If nothing unexpected happens, Princess Huyin will have to stay in Ronghua's position for the rest of her life. It would be fine if she could live a peaceful life. The palace does not need her. Her status is there, and Emperor Jingwen will not treat her unfairly. But if she is restless, that's another story. The queen, on the other hand, could not help but feel a pity in her heart. She was thinking that it would be better if the princess asked to marry the ninth prince. The ninth prince is now 11 years old, and the princess is already 20 years old. The 9-year age difference between them is actually nothing. If Baiting insists, if it succeeds, the ninth prince will be crippled. Based on what the ninth prince had done before, Baiting would definitely find ways to avenge him, and destroying the ninth prince would be a piece of cake by then. Unfortunately, Emperor Jingwen loved his son very much. Baiting had just been shocked and did not dare to provoke De Zhou again. Princess Huyin was very prudent and did not dare to mention it at all. In Princess Huyin's mind, even if she became a concubine, what would it matter? This additional identity would not hinder her actions. After all, Princess Huyin was married to a foreign prince, and the Baiting envoy had done such a thing in Shangjing City before. The Sishianjian didn't even give her a good day, but just randomly picked a day, and then Princess Huyin was carried from the post house to the palace in a sedan chair. The Baiting envoys who escorted the princess to the capital had never suffered such an insult, but because of what happened before, they dared not say anything. When the people in the capital saw this scene, they felt extremely happy. Seeing this group of people, the brave ones even dared to throw rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves at them in the street. The emperor's attitude determines the attitude of the court to a certain extent, and the attitude of the court determines the courage of the people. Last time, the emperor said to kill the guards of the post station, and he killed them all in one breath. Rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves were really not a big deal, so the Jingzhaoyin only took symbolic care of it and turned a blind eye to it. After so many years, the people in Shangjing City finally got their revenge. The people know clearly what foundation all this is built on, because they won the battle. And why did they win the battle? The answer is self-evident. When the eldest prince returned with his troops, his majestic and vigorous appearance as he sat on horseback was seen by most of the people in the capital. The envoys from Baiting were upset but helpless. Finally, after sending the princess to the palace, they left in disgrace. On the other hand, after Princess Huyin entered the palace, the queen treated her very well at first, and it would not be an exaggeration to even describe her as friendly. The queen completely ignored the identity of the enemy princess and believed that the ninth prince killed their major general, so Baiting must be resentful. It was also because of the ninth prince that Emperor Jingwen ordered the killing of so many of their guards, and it was also because of the ninth prince that Baiting suffered such a great humiliation. The enemy of my enemy should be my friend. However, what the queen did not know was that although Baiting hated the ninth prince and would kill him if given the chance, Baiting's target had never been a single person, but the entire Great Zhou. The more chaotic the Great Zhou and the Chen Kingdom are, the more beneficial it will be to Baiting. Princess Huyin noticed the queen's thoughts in time, so she went with the flow and pretended to be at odds with the ninth prince, taking the opportunity to get close to the queen. What the queen didn't know was that the ally she thought she had, one day by chance, saw the little prince playing there alone. Princess Huyin's mind moved, and she slowly squatted down in front of the little prince. A long time has passed since the last time the little prince fell ill after being caught in the rain. The little prince had been weak to begin with, and had been ill intermittently, with no signs of recovery. Now that he had finally recovered, the queen was finally willing to let him out. The little prince has long been accustomed to being alone. He has never had any friends of the same age around him. There are only palace maids, nannies, and young eunuchs around him. It seemed like the eldest prince and other adult princes didn't take him seriously at all, and even ignored him when they met. Every time the little prince saw the contemptuous looks from the eldest prince and the others, he couldn't help but shudder. In their eyes, I am like garbage, and I feel redundant even when they look at me. The eldest prince has always disdained to flatter the queen, so naturally he is too lazy to pay much attention to her children. As for the second prince and the crown prince, they showed more sympathy and pity for the little prince than for others, which made the little prince feel suffocated. As for the 10th and 11th princes, who were not much older than him, because of their low birth, every time the queen saw her son hanging out with the two princes who were destined to be abandoned, she could not help but get furious, thinking that her son was a loser who only knew how to play with trash. Those who are with trash are destined to be trash themselves. As for the few grandchildren of the emperor, the queen was afraid that these people would harm her son, so she did not allow them to have any contact with each other. As time went by, the little prince was left alone. Since he was born, the little prince has never played with toys or had any friends. He is surrounded by a group of palace maids and eunuchs all day long, as if he is in a cage. He is scolded by the queen many times, so he is inevitably very silent. And ever since he was frightened by General Lanruo's head last time, no one comforted him in time, so now the little prince is not only weak, but also surrounded by a gloomy aura. Physical condition is closely related to mental condition. If you cannot relieve your emotions in time, it will be a double torture. From beginning to end, no one taught the little prince how to be happy. What's more, he didn't even know what happiness was. Even Princess Huyen was startled the moment the little prince raised his head. What kind of look is that? He looked lifeless and didn't look like a child of only 4 or 5 years old at all. Princess Huyen's heart beat twice, and then she quickly smiled. Who are you? Why are you here alone? It stands to reason that the queen mother would not leave the little prince alone, but the little prince is a living person after all, not a machine. He naturally has his own ideas, so now and then he will deliberately shake off the palace maids and eunuchs who follow him, and buy himself a chance to catch his breath. The little prince didn't know why he did this. He just knew that if no one followed him, he would feel much happier. Only at this time did he have a rare chance to catch his breath. Now, seeing a stranger for the first time, the little prince was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously looked towards the rockery cave not far away. Princess Huyen reacted quickly and thought that he must have been hiding in the cave, thus avoiding the sight of the palace people. Faced with Princess Huyen's question, the little prince remained silent, seeing that the child opposite her had her mouth tightly shut and didn't even look at her, as if trying to avoid looking at her. Princess Huyen changed her mind and pretended to be angry, then threatened, "If you don't speak again, I will call for help." Having said that, she was about to stand up. And this trick really worked. The little prince in front of him panicked and subconsciously tried to grab the corner of her clothes. Princess Huyen's movements were not very big to begin with, so he naturally caught her in the act. With the corners of her lips slightly raised, Princess Huyen smiled and said, "Now, can you finally tell me who you are?" But in fact, Princess Huyen already knew about the little prince's identity. When she was in the queen's palace, she had met him several times by chance. So when she saw the other person, she stopped subconsciously. The queen of the Great Zhou was not without desires. On the contrary, she was an extremely ambitious woman. Princess Huyen, who was equally ambitious, smelled the scent of her own kind almost as soon as she saw the other person, so Princess Huyen acted submissive in front of the queen. Princess Huyen is not afraid of ambitious people. The more ambitious they are, the happier she is. She is only afraid of meeting those who are timid and content with the status quo. She really has no idea where to start with such people. The little prince had not communicated with anyone for a long time, and he spoke haltingly. After holding back for a long time, he finally said, "I am the 13th prince." "Well, what's your name?" asked Princess Huyen. "My name is Hu Yanjin." Faced with the stranger's sudden enthusiasm, the little prince couldn't help but stammer Yi Wuji. The little prince's name was chosen by the queen herself. He was born unhealthy and had illness, so naturally she hoped that he would be as healthy as the other princes. The two-character name just happens to be in line with the eldest prince and the crown prince. "What are you playing? I know a really fun game. Why don't I teach you?" Since Princess Huyen was planning to get close to the little prince, she naturally didn't care about his timidity. The little prince subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Princess Huyen took his hand without any explanation. Since the little prince was born, no one had ever been so gentle to him. The little prince, who was only 4 or 5 years old, could not tell the truth from the false and was subconsciously stunned. So warm. While the child was distracted, Princess Huyen taught him several small games that were popular in baiting. Gradually, the little prince became addicted to Princess Huyen's gentle and compassionate gaze. Completely different from other people, when she looked at him, it seemed as if there was only room for him. This made the little prince subconsciously open his eyes wide, feeling very incredible. How could someone like me? However, happy times are always short-lived. After a while, the little prince caught a glimpse of palace maids and eunuchs rushing towards him from the corner of his eye. The little prince is here. The little prince is here. The little prince was startled and immediately broke free from the illusion, subconsciously pushing Princess Huyen. Princess Huyen grew up on the grasslands of baiting. Since she had the blood of the Wolf King flowing in her veins, she was naturally as sensitive as a wolf. She noticed the movement in the distance long before the little prince. Just when the little prince thought that this time would be like the past, he would be discovered by his mother and the matter would end hastily. The little prince was ready to be scolded and humiliated, but at this moment, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. "Remember the pattern I just taught you, little prince. I'll play with you next time." Almost at the moment the words fell, Princess Huyen disappeared. Then the palace maids and eunuchs arrived breathlessly. They came late, so naturally they didn't meet Princess Huyen. Every time the little prince escaped, it was these palace servants who were punished. At the very least, they would be slapped in the face, while at the worst, they would be beaten with a stick. Over time, even the palace servants would feel resentful. They blamed the queen for being unkind and the little prince for being disobedient. Even though the palace maids didn't dare to say it out loud, how could the little prince, who was so sensitive, not feel it? He seemed to be born to be disliked. If it had happened before, the little prince would naturally feel extremely painful. But this time, for some reason, when he thought about the next time the princess would come to see him again, the little prince suddenly felt less uncomfortable. What's more, he even felt a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. For the first time, he began to look forward to the coming day. The little prince left here reluctantly as his wet nurse suppressed her impatience and resentment. Before leaving, he subconsciously glanced at the rockery cave, and a trace of worry suddenly crossed his mind. After about a moment, Princess Huyen came out from the corner, feeling extremely satisfied. Although the queen's legitimate son is young, being young has its advantages. He is easier to control and is less vigilant. Princess Huyen originally wanted to work hard on other princes, but now it seems that there is no need. Soon, Princess Huyen left with satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, another 5 or 6 days passed. Yeshua took Jian to Zhao Chongrong's palace to have a meal as usual. Then he found that Su Changyi, who had always been very happy to see them, was unusually absent-minded this time. Even if Jian was trying to act funny and make Su Changyi laugh, Su Changyi's smile was extremely forced. But if Yeshua remembered correctly, Su Changyi seemed to be the niece of the Empress Dowager. She had no children, but her status was not low, so she should not have any worries. After all, Yeshua and Empress Zhao and the others have known each other for 7 or 8 years since the mahjong game, so it's inevitable that Yeshua would show some concern. Su Changyi hesitated for a moment before slowly explaining the whole story. Only then did Yeshua realize that it was an old cat that Su Changyi had kept in her palace that was missing. Zhao Chongrong and Li Chongyuan had never kept a pet, so they didn't know the significance of a pet to its owner and didn't take the matter seriously. They thought the cat might have run away because it was playing, and it might find itself back in a couple of days, so they spoke to comfort the cat. But Yeshua had raised both dogs and cats in his previous life, and he knew in his heart that after raising cats and dogs for nearly 10 years, they were no longer just pets. No wonder Su Changyi was so worried. What's more, before he and Jianjian appeared, this cat had always been with Su Changyi. So Yeshua wiped his mouth without saying anything and said, "It just so happens that I'm tired of playing sandbags with Yizun, Yiyan and the others recently, and I'm just about to change to a new game. Today, when they get out of school, I might as well help Madame Su find the cat." Su Changyi was stunned. How could a small person like her have such a big face when asking the prince and grandson to find a cat? However, Yeshua patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Seeing Yeshua so persistent and not even bothering to do it, Su Changyi was both touched and happy. Well, Su Changyi's cat's name is Tuan Tuan, and she adopted it from the beast taming house in the Ministry of Internal Affairs 10 years ago. Su Changyi has raised Chuan Tuan for 10 years, but Chuan Tuan is not just 10 years old. Chuan Tuan was already an adult cat when she brought him home. Its previous owner was a concubine in the palace. The concubine died of illness, and she couldn't bear to see Chuan Tuan become a wild cat, so she returned it to the beast taming house. Then, because of Chuan Tuan's good personality, it was adopted by Su Changyi after many twists and turns. And now Chuan Tuan has disappeared without a trace. How can Su Changyi not be anxious? We haven't seen it like this normally, so the people around us were a little careless and let it run away without paying attention. Cats and dogs like to run outside, and Su Changyi was particularly careful at first, but as time went on, there were always omissions. When talking about this, Su Changyi couldn't help feeling annoyed. Yeshua hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry, maybe he got lost. I'll take people to look for him later." When the time was almost up, Yeshua took Jian straight to the study. At the time of Shen, Yizun, Yiyan, and others came out of the study. The moment they saw Yeshua, the 5 of them were stunned at first and then became excited. Today the sun rose from the west, and today the ninth prince actually came to pick them up from school. However, after they understood what he wanted to do with them, Yi Zun and Yi Yan immediately felt that it was just as they expected. The ninth prince was indeed not the kind of uncle who would love his nephews. It turned out that he wanted to ask them to do hard labor. How can a grandson of the emperor go to look for an old cat? Yi Yan shouted in dissatisfaction. No one noticed that when the little prince passing by heard the word cat, his whole body became stiff. Before Yeshua looked over, the little prince quickly buried his head. Although the three of them did not get along well with the queen, the little prince was innocent after all, and the child was quite pitiful. Yeshua had never seen him smile. Yeshua is also a human being, and sometimes he has the same hypocritical problem as others. When hostile people do not threaten him, he is willing to show his kindness. So when he saw the little prince, Yeshua greeted him casually. However, the little prince did not feel happy, but his eyes were full of fear. Yeshua thought he had scared him, so he quickly took 2 steps back. The little prince almost fled away from here. The other party's cowering look made Yan and the others look down upon him even more. Just like this, is he still a legitimate son? Okay, don't be dissatisfied. Come and help us. It will be dark soon. Yeshua patted their heads one by one. The ninth prince is so rude. Please, they are the emperor's grandsons. Their fathers are a prince and a crown prince respectively. Even though he doesn't need to be too cautious as an uncle, he still has to observe basic etiquette, right? It's a shame to order them around like this every day. However, Yi Zun and Yi Yan are just like this. It's nothing more than simplicity and freedom. Only when they are with the ninth prince can they do whatever they want and say whatever they want. Therefore, although Yi Zun and Yi Yan were cursing, their actions were not slow and no one knew what they were trying to do. Okay, including Jianjian, whoever finds 2 and 2 and first will be the winner today. Yeshua doesn't make special arrangements. He always treats everyone equally. As for himself, who has ever seen a referee leave the court with a contestant? Humph, Uncle Nine, you are so boring. Who would work hard for something like this? The 4 Yi Yan brothers said these things, but their actions were completely different. Children have more energy and are no less efficient than adults. Besides, 2 and 2 was an old cat and he couldn't run far, so the group started from Su Changyi's palace and then spread out to the surrounding areas. Cats are different from dogs. Dogs will make marks along the way, but cats are timid and easily frightened by passers-by, so they panic and lose their way, and in the end they don't even know where they are going. Now that 3 whole days had passed, Chuan must have been extremely hungry. Yeshua took the meat jerky that Su Changyi had given him, which was Chuan's favorite, and called Chuan's name. But what was surprising was that after so many people had been searching for almost an hour, they still couldn't find any trace of Chuan. However, many other wild cats were found. There was boredom in the palace, and many people kept cats and dogs. Sometimes they were not abandoned intentionally, but because the owners of the cats and dogs had an accident, or were demoted, or were sent to the cold palace, or died of illness, and they could not take care of the cats and dogs when they could not take care of themselves. Cats and dogs reproduce quickly, and even though the palace guards would kill a batch every year, the rest would still remain. In addition, cats can catch mice, so as long as they are not rampant, no one usually cares. Just like that, Brother Yi Yan rushed over with a hawksbill turtle in his hand, shouting, "Uncle Nine, look, is this the one?" Yeshu curled his lips, although this tortoiseshell cat is also very cute, but Chuan is a white Persian cat. Yeshu had clearly explained Chuan's characteristics before, but Yi Yan and his brothers were so excited that they simply forgot about it. What about this? Soon, Yi Zun also came back with the cat he found. This time the look was right, but... Yeshua said weakly, but Chuan has 2 mandarin duck eyes, so it's neither of these two. It would be a shame to let these 2 napping cats make a wasted trip, especially with Yi Yan's method of catching the cats. It hurt Yeshua so much just watching it. He quickly asked the 2 groups of people to put the cats down. Yeshua fed the 2 cats some dried meat and then let them go. In the next half hour, a few people found other cats and dogs, but none of them matched Chuan. I'm so tired. Yi Zun had the least physical strength and was the first to give up, so he sat down. When he said this, he looked around and found that Yi Yan and the others were not there, so he was so presumptuous. Yeshu took Jianjian and Xia Luzi with them to continue searching. Soon Jianjian couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't care about her image anymore and picked up a stone and sat down. Yeshu didn't think there was anything wrong. While Jian was holding the bamboo tube to drink water, Yeshu said casually, "Xia Luzi, you guys help keep an eye on her first. I'll look for Chuan nearby." As he said that, Yeshu went to check some nearby corners where cats and dogs like to hide. There happened to be a rockery here, and Yeshu planned to go inside the rockery to take a look. Climbing to the top of the rockery, Yeshu lowered his head and looked down. There was nothing here, and nothing here. Just when he was about to give up, he accidentally saw a dark place that looked like a cave. These are the places the cats and dogs in the palace love the most. Yeshu jumped down from the rockery and stood outside to listen. When he heard no movement inside, he leaned over and went in without any precautions. Then Yeshua smelled a faint smell of decay. Yeshua's heart paused, and he almost subconsciously took out a fire starter. Then Yeshua saw the mess in the dog hole. There were dead mice and a cat that was very dirty but had vaguely discernible white fur. Yeshua's pupils suddenly shrank, and all the sounds were blocked in his throat. Just at this moment, there was a noise outside. Uncle Nine has been in there for so long and hasn't come out yet. Could Two and Two and be in there? Let's go around and take a look. Almost at the moment he heard footsteps at the door of the dog hole, Yeshua subconsciously extinguished the fire, turned around and blocked the dog hole in front of him tightly. Jianjian was stunned when he saw this. Hey brother, Chuntun is not here. Yeshua shook his head gently. No, let's look for another one. The children did not suspect anything and soon went to other places under Yeshua's leadership. After such a long search, naturally nothing was found. As night fell, Yizun, Yiyan and the others left with tired steps, saying that it was too tiring to look for a cat and they never wanted to help find a cat again. Don't even think about it. Yeshua smiled and watched them leave. As for Jianjian, she was so tired that she fell asleep in her wet nurse's arms. After signaling the wet nurse to send Jianjian back, Yeshua hurriedly brought Zio Luzi back to the dog hole in the rockery. Zio Luzi was a little confused at first, but after seeing the situation inside the dog hole, Zio Luzi was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. This is Tuan Tuan. Yeshua didn't know the answer to this question, so he could only wrap up the white cat and give it to Su Chang'e. Su Chang'e was full of expectations at first, but after seeing this scene she almost fainted. How could this happen? Looking at the scarred white cat, Su Chang'e couldn't help but widen her eyes. She was careless just this time and there was no chance to make amends. Yeshua remained silent. Life in this palace is really too depressing. If it is suppressed for too long, dark things will grow wildly. Compared with normal people, there are more abnormal people in the palace. The only thing Yeshua could say to comfort Su Chang'e was, judging from the wound, Chuantuan must have been treated like this after he died. Although it was still extremely cruel, at least Chuantuan did not suffer too much during his lifetime. As for why Yeshua knew that the wounds presented by being abused while alive and being abused after death were different, it was a blessing in disguise. I remember Madam Su, you said before that Chuantuan suddenly became restless some time ago. I suspect that Chuantuan knew that he didn't have much time left, so he ran away this time. Cats are creatures that generally don't choose to die at home. When their lifespan is about to end, they will look for a secluded corner outside and close their eyes completely. Chuantuan should be more than 10 years old. The possibility is very high. In ancient times, cats did not have sterilization surgery or special medicines, so their lifespan was generally short. Concubine Su, you don't have to blame yourself too much. This matter has nothing to do with you. Even if it is prevented this time, it will not be prevented next time. Cats are such strange and stubborn creatures. Despite what Yeshua said, Su Chang'e's expression was still extremely forced. Yeshua also knew that this kind of thing still had to be digested by Su Chang'e himself, and no matter how much he said, it would be useless. Yeshua bowed to Su Chang'e in silence, then left. While walking on the road, although Zio Luzi felt unlucky, he was just angry. Yeshua, on the other hand, although he said it lightly, he did not feel relaxed at all in his heart. First there were insects, rats and ants, then dead cats, gradually increasing in number. This was not a good sign. Today is dead, tomorrow is alive, today is a mouse, an insect, and a cat. What will it be tomorrow? Yeshua seemed to see an antisocial being slowly growing up not far from him. No matter who the other party is, it is difficult for Yeshua to feel at ease because the imperial concubine and Jian, as well as the crown prince and crown princess, Yizun, and Empress Zhao all live in the palace. So the next morning, Yeshua specifically asked Zio Luzi to find out who had passed by there in the past few days. But it was obvious that there were so many people in the palace, including the concubines in each palace and the palace servants and eunuchs as numerous as stars, so asking like this would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Among the results that Zio Luzi found out, there were palace maids, guards, imperial doctors, and even concubines from various palaces and princes and princesses. It was really difficult to tell who did it. Yeshua couldn't help but rub his temples. Yeshua even waited outside the dog hole by himself for a long time, but the dog hole seemed to be abandoned and no one went there anymore. After a long time, Yeshua had no choice but to give up. On the other side, Princess Huyan met the little prince again. Princess Huyan was probably the first person who could break through the encirclement and walk to his side. Therefore, the moment he saw her, the little prince subconsciously smiled. Princess Huyan couldn't help feeling proud when she saw this. Princess Huyan was so intent on getting closer to the little prince that her attention was not on the small wooden stick in his hand. Naturally, she did not notice that the bottom of the stick was covered with dead ants. Of course, the harem is not Princess Huyan's playground, and Princess Huyan naturally knows her limits. She did not meet the little prince very often, only once or twice a month, and each time lasted only about an incense stick's time, so it was difficult for anyone to notice. What's more, Princess Huyen discovered that after she became close to the queen, more than half of the people following her in secret suddenly disappeared. No matter what, the queen is the legal wife of the emperor of the Great Zhou. If she sees something she shouldn't see, the person who sees it will be guilty. What's more, this is the harem, with so many concubines here. It is always inconvenient, and it is inevitable that there will be omissions. Although it was not an easy thing to disappear for a moment or two, it was not difficult for Princess Huyen. And in such an environment, time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the sixth prince's wedding. The wedding ceremony is also called the evening ceremony. In ancient times, it was held in the evening, which means the gradual alternation of yin and yang. By the afternoon, Yeshua had already changed into festive clothes. In fact, Yeshua didn't want to be so active, mainly because he would have to have brothers to help pick up the bride on the wedding day, right? It is known that the eldest prince thinks he is noble, so he will definitely not go. The second prince is not familiar with Xiao Ming, so he will probably not go either. The third prince is the crown prince, so how can the crown prince go to pick up his younger brother? The fourth prince is close to Xiao Ming, so he is one of them. The fifth prince and the sixth prince have had a grudge since they were a few years old. It is lucky that they don't fight when they meet. Forget about picking up the bride. The seventh prince followed the fifth prince, and if the fifth prince did not go, the seventh prince could not go either. The eighth prince could try to get it, but Xiao Ming was the type of person who wanted to keep everything to himself and suffocate himself to death, so it was extremely difficult to get him to talk back. The remaining brothers are either too young or not familiar to him at all. After counting them all, Xiao Ming can only rely on himself. On this happy day, no matter what Xiao Ming's purpose is, Yeshua will never embarrass him because of their friendship over the years. Therefore, Yeshua had no choice but to fill in the number. After changing his clothes in a hurry and letting Xiao Luzi put a hair crown on him, Yeshua could not help but stand up and looked at his attendant and his companion with raised eyebrows. How do you feel? It must be said that the ninth prince was born with a good appearance. With such a face, naturally, he looks good in anything he wears. Even though Xing Yucheng didn't want to admit it, he could only nod to Xiao Luzi now. By the way, how did you do in the exam? Yeshua was indeed a devil, as he asked such a sharp question right from the start. Xing Yucheng was quite relaxed at first, but now he couldn't laugh at all. On such a happy day, why did your highness the ninth prince bother to mention my pain? Yeshua couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Come on, he had seen many people like Xing Yucheng. What they said was not good might not necessarily mean it was really not good. After the results are announced, I'll be waiting to drink at your wedding. While Xing Yucheng was stunned, Yeshua pushed open the door of the room and was immediately seen by concubine Rong and maids, including Su Yue. A hint of surprise flashed across the imperial concubine's eyes. Afterwards, the imperial concubine couldn't help feeling a little proud, looking at her two children, each one more handsome than the other. Su Yue and the maids couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that the ninth prince has indeed grown up now. Look at his tall and straight figure, and his handsome and even beautiful eyes and eyebrows. In the entire Qiwu palace, perhaps Princess Jianjian was the only one whose expression did not change at all. She admitted that her brother was indeed good-looking, and she could still feel his good looks when they saw each other every day, but the problem was that his face was exchanged for his personality and brains. Jianjian seriously suspected that her brother had used all his brains to exchange for this face when he was reincarnated, so he was so stupid, fragile, and pretentious. Hearing that he was going to ride a horse to pick up the bride later, Jianjian habitually warned, "Brother, be careful." If she wasn't so small, Jianjian would have wanted to go with him. The little Princess Jianjian had no idea that her brother had been able to ride horses with Yizun long before she was born, and that so many guards were unable to catch up with him. Holding back his smile, Yeshu nodded seriously. Yes, brother will be obedient. When the brother is not at home, Jianjian will also help take care of the mother. Yeah, Jianjian nodded as a matter of course. The imperial concubine couldn't help but give her son a cold look. Yeshu left the palace quickly, and now the large army was already waiting there. It was still nearly half an hour before the wedding procession set out. The wedding procession started from the imperial palace, then went to the prime minister's residence, and took the bride to the prince's residence. Only then was the whole process completed. The fourth prince is now talking to the sixth prince. The moment they saw Yeshu, they were both startled. So early. The sixth prince subconsciously looked at the sky, then looked at Xiaoju, and then couldn't help but begin to wonder if the Xiaoju in front of him was someone else pretending to be him. Yeshu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Is it that serious? Didn't he finally arrive early once? He was still much later than them, so was he really that shocked? But you have to know that when the eldest prince returned victoriously, he was almost late. Arriving early is simply impossible for Xiaoju. Even the sixth prince couldn't help but feel a little moved, completely forgetting that the fourth prince next to him had arrived a long time ago and was not much different from him. Yeshua was completely speechless. The fourth prince was much older than Yeshua. When Yeshua arrived at the upper study, the fourth prince had already left the palace to build his own residence. He had not returned and could only see Yeshua during the New Year and other festivals. Therefore, the fourth prince was relatively unfamiliar to Yeshua. Later, based on Yeshua's close observation, he found that the fourth prince was a polite gentleman and very fond of preaching. In just a stick of incense, Yeshua heard that he had shared all his experiences when he got married, and from time to time, he would pull him out to talk about them again. Yeshua still remembered that he had this problem when he saw him more than 10 years ago when he was just 1 month old. He used to be in charge of the fifth prince, but the fifth prince was so rebellious that he probably wouldn't be happy to be under his control. As they grew older, Yeshua never saw the two of them hanging out together again. What could Yeshua do when he was lectured by the uncontrollable fourth prince? He just listened. After all, he was still his brother in this life. After waiting for a long time, the time came and Yeshua almost breathed a sigh of relief at the same time as the sixth prince. Well, the fourth prince is good in every way, but it would be even better if he could talk less. If he were not a prince, becoming a teacher would have been a good choice. When the guards reminded them, the three of them jumped on their horses almost at the same time. Although Yeshua was young, he is not far behind others. In this way, a group of people took to the streets with the wedding procession. The people of Shangjing City had already known the news that the prince of the imperial city was getting married to the daughter of the prime minister's mansion today. Naturally, they were waiting on both sides of the road to see such a lively scene since early morning. Emperor Jingwen did not issue an order to clear the streets, so the area from the imperial city to the prime minister's residence was extremely lively at this moment. Unlike the fourth prince, Yeshua did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he enthusiastically asked the guards for wedding candies and distributed them to the people along the street. In those days, candy was a rare and precious thing. Ordinary people could not even eat it once a year. Candy came in small pieces, wrapped in oil paper and looked quite real. But there are not many candies after all, and not everyone can get one. Many people just join in the fun and don't think that such a good thing can really happen to them. Among them were an old beggar squatting on the street corner, a child, a woman, and an old man. Who would have thought that while they were thinking about this, small pieces of candy suddenly fell in front of them? Hearing a ding-ling sound from the broken bowl, the old beggar subconsciously reached out to cover it, but when he saw that no one was paying attention, he slowly opened his hand. When they looked up again, only the back of the little prince was left. Half an incense stick later, the wedding procession arrived at the gate of the prime minister's residence. At this time, the prime minister's residence was decorated with lanterns and was bustling with activity. Officials were constantly coming and going, some of whom were familiar with Prime Minister He, and some of whom were his subordinates. Faintly, one could also see the figures of familiar people such as the Grand Tutor. After all of them had worked with Prime Minister He for many years, and this time the Prime Minister's mansion was getting married to the royal family, so naturally everyone had to take time out to have a drink at the wedding and present gifts. And now, Prime Minister He was standing at the door, greeting the gentlemen. Welcoming guests should have been the job of the son and daughter-in-law, but the guests were of high status, so in order to avoid being impolite, Prime Minister He went to the door to greet the guests himself. The sixth prince has arrived. Hearing the voice of the eunuch in charge of ceremonies, Prime Minister He looked up subconsciously. Even though the sixth prince is not yet 17 years old, he is a member of the palace after all, so his manners and bearing are naturally impeccable. Even though the sixth prince looked a little thin, he was still elegant and handsome. Moreover, He Xiang had chosen him as his grandson-in-law, so how could He Xiang not like him? However, before He Xiang could relax his brows, he accidentally saw Yeshua behind the sixth prince, and his expression froze. Why did this devil come here? Moreover, he seemed to be coming with the sixth prince to pick up the bride. Ever since the Envoy incident, He Xiang and others had raised the danger level of the ninth prince by more than one level. If he was just not fond of studying and disobedient before, he was now directly equated with a dangerous person. It's not that the Envoy shouldn't have been killed, but right after he killed the Envoy, the Emperor immediately massacred the entire post station. It's hard not to wonder if the Emperor had some element of protecting his own people in doing this. Considering how much His Majesty dotes on the ninth prince, people like them would probably be beaten in vain. Nowadays, the first and second rank officials in the capital would rather offend the eldest prince, the second prince, and the crown prince than offend the ninth prince. The former are at least reasonable and will be considerate for the sake of their official positions, but if the latter gets angry, even the emperor may not be able to help him, and that would be so embarrassing. Besides, there was really no need to offend the ninth prince, so everyone was particularly friendly when facing Yeshua. Noticing the change in He Xiang's expression, Yeshua couldn't help but touch his chin, wondering, is it that serious? Seeing that the ninth prince seemed to have discovered something, Prime Minister He's heart suddenly tightened. Why are you so nervous? I don't eat people. Yeshua snorted as the sixth prince got off his horse and came in front of the other party. Hearing this voice, He Xiang complained bitterly, but he still had to be fully prepared to deal with it. The ninth prince is joking. However, the more he said this, the more Yeshua couldn't help but have evil thoughts. Since my sixth brother is married to the sixth young lady of the mansion, then if you count it this way, He Xiang and I are also related. Just based on the relationship between me and my sixth brother, we are now much closer. He Xiang was stunned. He had even forgotten to consider this before. If he had known this, he would. As expected, some things have gains and losses. Zioju, the fourth prince at the side, couldn't bear to watch it any longer and couldn't help but give a reminder. After Yeshua cleared his cough, he went up to the Grand Tutor and started to harass him. Only then did He Xiang feel relieved. The moment the Grand Tutor saw his student, his temples began to ache involuntarily. It was fine when he was in the palace, but why didn't this bastard let him go outside the palace? However, what Yeshua didn't expect was that when he accidentally glanced away, he actually saw the figures of Zhu Wu and others here. It's not Zhu Wu herself. To be honest, although Zhu Wu is the most capable one among this group of students because she is a girl, she is naturally inferior to her fellow brothers. The world is in this state today, and it cannot be changed by one person alone. Only by passing it down from generation to generation can such secular concepts be broken one day. Considering the current official positions of those two young men, they are probably not qualified to sit here, unless Prime Minister he has a liking for their talents. The fact is indeed as Yeshua expected. Although He Xiang is the Prime Minister, he is not alone. He has many friends and followers. Every few years, he naturally needs some fresh blood to ensure his longevity. Therefore, the more He Xiang looked at these two young men with real potential, the more he liked them. Although the two of them have a teacher, Zheng Mohuai has never been a person who likes to meddle in other people's affairs. In addition, Zheng Mohuai is extremely picky and has memorized and filtered everything in advance. When it comes to him, isn't it just a matter of taking advantage? He Xiang took decisive action to take advantage of these two good seedlings before others could react. He Xiang's thoughts were not much different from Emperor Jingwen's. It was difficult for both of them to control their feelings. Little did they know that the person they liked had already been programmed when they left the factory. If the power on password was wrong, all their efforts would be in vain. In addition to the good nature of these people, Yeshua's almost 100 monopoly on knowledge is also a very critical factor. Without them, there will be the next batch. They are not irreplaceable, so no matter where they are, they can only depend on Yeshua in the end. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The moment they saw Yeshua, the two teenagers instinctively became conflicted. Just as they were thinking about what they should do, Yeshua's gaze did not linger on them for too long and quickly shifted to the other side. After the two young men understood what he meant, they immediately had the answer in their minds when faced with He Xiang's recruitment. When Yeshua was driven away by the tutor who was really fed up with his annoyance, the sixth prince finally took the sixth miss out of her boudoir. When the sixth miss came out, she was carried out by her brother. From a distance, one could see the young madam shedding tears. It is natural for a mother to be reluctant to let her daughter marry off. This is the case for a woman who marries into the capital. If she were to marry someone from a foreign country, I'm afraid she would cry her heart out. Looking at the sixth miss sisters, they now had all kinds of expressions. Although they were standing in an inconspicuous place, they were still seen thoroughly by Yeshua. I guess it's not peaceful in the Prime Minister's mansion. Or rather, in this world, as long as there are people, it will never be peaceful. He Wooten was also feeling uncomfortable. Yeshua looked at the sixth prince, who was usually smart but now acted like a piece of wood. Yeshua couldn't help but feel a headache. It's already this late, isn't Zio Ming going to say anything? Since he didn't say it, Yeshua could only speak for him. Yeshua bowed to the young lady and the sixth Miss's father and said, "Don't worry, you two. If the sixth miss is bullied by him after marrying my sixth brother, just tell my mother the truth. My mother will definitely take care of the sixth miss as parents. Don't we just want our children to live a happy life?" Even though the ninth prince has a bad reputation, he never fails when it comes to matters like this. After the sixth prince reacted, he said, "Ninth brother is right. Please rest assured, father-in-law and mother-in-law." The young lady felt relieved immediately. This time, the sixth miss finally got into the sedan chair smoothly, and the atmosphere was not so sad anymore. The sixth prince, the fourth prince and Yeshua walked at the front of the procession, paving the way for the big red sedan behind them. Suonas were played along the way. After the first carry out of dowry from the Prime Minister's residence was carried into the gate of the prince's residence, the last carry out of dowry had not even come out of the Prime Minister's residence. After all, it was a marriage to the royal family, so it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a 10-mile red wedding. After the sixth prince and the sixth miss landed on the ground, the eldest prince and the crown prince finally arrived here one after another. When the sixth prince left the palace to build his mansion, he spent a total of only 200,000 taels of silver. Whether in terms of scale or reputation, the sixth prince's mansion was far inferior to those of his other brothers. The eldest prince didn't care at all, and the crown prince didn't even bother with the somewhat simple layout around him. Sometimes having more brothers means more disadvantages, and the chances of them causing trouble at the wedding ceremony are greater. While the sixth prince and the sixth miss were getting married, Yeshua was guarding there like a door god. Seeing this scene, the eldest prince couldn't help but sneer, but after thinking about it, he was too lazy to care and simply pretended not to see it. The prince acted gentle, but he couldn't help but feel amused in his heart. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your parents twice. The couple bows to each other. Send it to the bridal chamber. The ceremony is over. Emperor Jingwen did not attend the wedding of the second prince before, and he never came after the crown prince's wedding, so he did not even show up tonight. When the sixth prince started to toast everyone one by one, some people could no longer hold back. It's easy to tell that the first one to jump out would definitely be the fifth prince. On such a happy day, even the sixth prince did not want to have a conflict with others. He had just drank 2 cups of wine, and as he was not able to handle the alcohol, he could not control his violent coughing. The fifth prince was just about to laugh out loud when he saw Yeshua glaring at him. I have tolerated you for a long time, that's enough. The fifth prince's smile suddenly stopped. The sixth prince wanted to raise his glass again, but then someone held his arm. Just as the fifth prince was about to speak, he saw Yeshua holding up 3 fingers. Don't forget, he still owed his 3 favors. Zioju is sick. Why is he still protecting someone like Leiliu? The fifth prince gritted his teeth but could do nothing, and then subconsciously looked at the second prince. The second prince decisively turned his gaze to the eldest prince. Brother, as the eldest son, now that my sixth brother is getting married, don't you want to toast him with 2 glasses of wine to celebrate? Even at this time, he still didn't forget to stir up trouble. Eldest prince glared at the second prince fiercely. He has already fought against the ninth brother once, and he would never fight against him a second time. The eldest prince passed the ball to the crown prince. Second brother, you're confused. His Royal Highness the crown prince hasn't spoken yet, so how can you and I talk? The second prince did not expect that the usually tough eldest prince would give in so quickly. Looking at the crown prince again, the folding fan in his hand suddenly stopped. The prince remained calm. I have not been feeling well lately and should not drink. Well, it seems that no one wants to deal with a tough guy like Zioju. With Zioju's protection today, everything will naturally go smoothly for the sixth prince. Seeing that the older brothers were all gone, there was no need to mention the other 7 princes and the 8th prince. So when the time came, he was only slightly tipsy. Go back to your parents' home after 3 days of marriage, don't forget. Also, exercise more and have a baby soon. Yeshua finally reminded him, but he didn't know whether the 6th prince paid attention to it or not. Yeshua, who had accomplished his mission, patted him on the shoulder, then jumped off the chair and left with everyone else. The 6th prince looked at Zioju's relaxed and carefree back. The tipsy look in his eyes gradually faded away, and he remained silent for a long time. When the butler came to urge him, the 6th prince just said then got up and went back to his room, leaving the maids and servants to clean up the mess. As soon as Yeshua walked out of the gate of the prince's mansion, he heard the 5th prince say, "You are protecting him so much, he should appreciate it." It was probably intuition, but the 5th prince felt that the 6th prince was not a good person. Yeshua spread his hands. Otherwise, we are brothers, and we have been friends for so many years. Only he thinks that brothers in the royal family are brothers. Perhaps it was because Yeshua acted too matter-of-factly that the 5th prince was suddenly speechless. After a long while, he muttered in a low voice, "He is a very evil person. Be careful, he will stab you sooner or later." Yeshua raised his eyebrows and didn't care. Having lived in the same palace with the 6th prince for 10 years, Yeshua naturally understood him better than anyone else. "Forget it. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Your Highness will go first." As he spoke, the 5th prince got on the carriage, followed by the eldest prince, the 2nd prince, and others. The crown prince was going back to the East Palace, and Yeshua shamelessly got on board his luxurious carriage. The remaining 8th prince was not so shameless, so he followed behind in his own carriage. Soon, several carriages drove off in different directions. Although the crown prince and the eldest prince did not show anything at the 6th prince's wedding banquet, in fact, the 2 of them had already been enemies for a long time, and all they lacked was the finishing touch. This day seemed like a watershed, as the eldest prince finally confronted the crown prince. Before, the eldest prince and the crown prince were still testing and finding out about each other, but now they have seriously put their thoughts on the surface. This can be seen from the fact that the faces of Yi Zun and Yi Yan brothers changed immediately after they walked out of the gate of Qiwu Palace. In the past, their incompatibility with each other was not so obvious, but now they are too lazy to even pretend, and now they tend to be sarcastic to each other whenever they meet. Yeshua just felt his ears hurt. Once he saw them quarreling so much, he couldn't help but warn them, "I don't care what you do outside, but you can't quarrel here. Whoever quarrels, get out. Children should stay out of the way of adults. They are so small and it seems like they can do something powerful. You are so young and you are thinking so much. It's not too late when you grow up. You will have something to worry about when you grow up. Yizun, Yi Yan, and the others opened their mouths, but when Yeshua looked over, they all closed their mouths. Seeing this, Yeshua was satisfied. Okay, stop standing there. Today we're going to play sandbags, kick a ball, or hide and seek. Choose one of the three. They were tired of playing with sandbags, and Giant Jian was unwilling to play hide and seek, so Yeshua said quickly, I'll count to 10, and whoever says it first will do the talking. Ready, 10 on. Giant Jian now knows her brother very well. She had long guessed that he was not a normal person, so she was always on guard. Sure enough, when he shouted one, she blurted out Kuju. Yeshua nodded, well, that's fine, let's play Kuju today. Yizun, Yi Yan, and the other three, wait, they haven't reacted yet. Uncle 9, didn't we agree on 10 to 1? What about the 9, 8, 7 in the middle? Yeshua blinked at them. Yes, it's 10 to 1, that's right. Damn it, he fooled me again. As if noticing the resentment in their eyes, Yeshua smiled and said, be careful next time. In front was the little princess with pointy hair, happily holding the football, while behind her were a few dejected-looking grandchildren. When they arrived at the venue, everyone drew lots to form groups. As luck would have it, Yizun and Yi Yan were assigned to the same group. Several people had distorted faces, as if they had eaten something unclean. Yeshua almost laughed out loud. Maybe this is fate. Let me make it clear in advance that this was not Yeshua's doing. He knew it was impossible for them to really love each other, and it would be easy to make things worse if he was not careful, so it was really God's will. Yizun, Yi Yan, and the others pinched their noses and stood with Dudu with the mood of visiting a grave. In addition to Jian, Yeshua also found Zio Luzi and other young eunuchs who knew some martial arts to fight against Yizun and others. The young eunuchs have gotten used to it by now, and there is no such thing as letting the players win. On the contrary, Yizun and Yi Yan are good players if taken individually, but because there is no communication and cooperation, they keep conceding goals to Yeshua, the main player of the enemy team. Looking at the smug expression of the 9th prince, the brothers who were so angry about losing finally decided to ignore the issue of their positions for the time being. Gradually, they developed a tacit understanding, and the situation became a little better. Why? Why is the 9th prince so accurate? Compared with the group of children who automatically opposed each other, the eldest prince who was involved did not take these trivial matters to heart. No matter what happens between him and the crown prince, it has nothing to do with their respective children. Within a controllable range, the eldest prince also hopes that his children can have a carefree childhood. I believe the prince is the same. As for what happens in the future, let's talk about it after the winner is decided. So the eldest prince just listened to it and put the matter behind him. There was no way. The eldest prince's victory came at just the right time. He almost used his life to fight for a future for his originally destined fate. Beiding led his army westward to launch a surprise attack on the state of Chen. They even found a way to break the poisonous miasma that the state of Chen had set up around them. The state of Chen suffered heavy losses. I'm afraid that this news will be reported back to Shangjing soon. By then, the prince's reputation will surely rise to a higher level. As the saying goes, the death of a rabbit makes the fox mourn. If the great Zhou had not handled this well, who would have been slaughtered and suffered heavy losses? In the current great Zhou, only the eldest prince can be compared with the Duke of Zhen. Thinking about the glory of the Duke of Zhen in the past, the staff couldn't help but feel excited. Then the aide paused and looked at the eldest prince. The always arrogant eldest prince shook his head. Don't be complacent and don't underestimate the prince. If the prince could be brought down so easily, he would not have been able to stay in that position safely until now. Now that the eldest prince dares to confront the crown prince head-on, he has naturally made full preparations. The more difficult the time, the more he cannot take it lightly. Now that luck is on his side, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he will be able to take advantage of the situation and rise sooner or later. I will warn my subordinates later. During this special period, I want them to be more alert. The aide was a little stunned. In his opinion, with the prince's current power, it would be more than enough to deal with a prince who had never set foot out of the capital. However, since the prince was so careful this time, the aide naturally would not spoil his fun. On the other side, the East Palace. The prince couldn't help but look at the tutor and a few other people beside him. They all sighed and shook their heads helplessly. It's not that they don't want to, but this time the eldest prince came well prepared. He kept restraining his men and was cautious everywhere, not giving them any chance to find any flaws. The eldest prince can now rise up by taking advantage of the situation, so why would he do anything extra? The only one who can fight against the eldest prince, the Duke of Zhen, has already registered his name with the emperor, so he cannot be touched at all. Besides, he has his own grandson, so why would he join the crown prince? If the 9th prince could be won over, there might still be hope. The grand tutor was probably the most stable person among all the people. He advised, don't panic, your highness. Even if public opinion is boiling, it will not be able to overcome the will of the emperor. From ancient times to the present, although the people's will has always been emphasized, but throughout history, how many crown princes were deposed because of public opinion. Therefore, no matter how popular the eldest prince is among the people, in the eyes of the Grand Tutor, he is nothing more than a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. The prince did not say anything. Instead, he waited until everyone else left and showed the tutor what he had found out. After the master looked through it carefully, his expression changed slightly. There were so many people in the court, especially so many military generals, who secretly defected to the eldest prince. The prince lowered his eyes and said, "Teacher, now it is not just the will of the people." The Grand Tutor was somewhat speechless, and the two of them looked at each other in silence. After a while, the Grand Tutor brought up the old matter again, perhaps Zioju. The prince shook his head. The Duke of Zhen can't protect himself, so there's no need to mention it again, teacher. Since the child is clean, let him remain clean. What the prince didn't say was that what he showed to the tutor was only a part of it. As for the rest, even the prince was unsure. Therefore, for now, no matter what, the prince must find a way to take action. Soon, Yeshua clearly felt that the prince was distancing himself from him. At the beginning, Yeshua just went to the East Palace several times in a row but didn't see the prince. He knew that the prince was busy, but when Yeshua met him on the road, he just greeted him quickly and left. This made Yeshua alert all of a sudden. Something is wrong. Then Yeshua deliberately chose a day when the prince was present, but still did not see the prince himself, only the prince's wife. Yeshua was almost certain that he was avoiding him. Plus, the eldest prince has been pressing on. Yeshua shuddered suddenly. Shit, the prince wasn't going to do anything stupid, was he? Now Yeshua had to go see him no matter what. The prince hid here and there, but one day when he was leaving the court, he was finally blocked in a corner of the imperial garden by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Yeshua, leaving him no chance to escape. Tell me the truth, what have you been doing recently? The prince did not want to involve his younger brother in these matters, so he tried every means to avoid him. He did not expect that he would be so stubborn and would not give up until he found him. After being rejected a few times, any sensible person would not keep pestering the matter, but he did not do that. Especially, he asked such a question as soon as they met. The prince couldn't help but be shocked by his sharpness. The prince looked relaxed. "Ninth brother, you are joking. I have been in this palace all the time. What can I do? My father has told me that I have things to do. Ninth brother, I will take leave now." Having said that, the prince turned around and was about to leave. "Third brother, you used to call me Zioju," Yeshua said in a faint voice. The prince was stunned for a moment. Yeshua took a deep breath and quickly chased after him. After observing that there was no one else around, Yeshua spoke. No matter what the situation is, third brother, you must believe in father." Looking at his brother's expression, which was completely different from usual and was serious to the point of being solemn, the prince wanted to dismiss him with a few words, but found that he couldn't open his mouth no matter what. After a long silence, the prince lost his usual gentle smile. "What if I say that even my father can't do anything this time?" The prince's voice was so soft that it could not be heard if one was not paying attention. Yeshua's pupils suddenly shrank. "If even my cheap father can't stop me, then the eldest prince." Wait, that's not right. Given my cheap dad's character, there's no way he didn't know. Given my cheap dad's personality, he has probably already made arrangements for everyone in his mind. What's more, he had already given hints. King Ding, taking all factors into consideration, Yeshua still prefers his cheap father, but the prince couldn't be aimless, he must know something. Yeshua didn't know the specific situation, but the prince alienated him first and saved his life first. Even Yeshua couldn't be completely indifferent. Even though Yeshua had already decided not to interfere in these matters, he still couldn't help but remind him, "Third brother, no matter what the situation is, it won't be wrong to listen to father." Having said this, Yeshua has already reached his limit. The prince had never seen his brother like this before, and meeting his brother's slightly anxious eyes, the prince finally shook his head. Sometimes people in high positions are not as free as they imagine. "Zioju, I'm not you. I can't remain indifferent. The smarter a person is, the more he trusts his own judgment. The smarter a person is, the less likely he is to pin all his hopes on others, even if that person is his biological father." In the prince's view, his younger brother could rely on their father wholeheartedly, but he really couldn't do it. There is nothing more dangerous in this world than tying your entire fortune on the pity of others. Once the person holding the delicate thread turns against you, you will no longer have a chance to resist. But what the prince didn't know was that Yeshua was the same. So in the end, the two of them just ended up in the same place. How could Yeshua persuade the prince if he couldn't even do it himself? In this palace, there is no one who is not suspicious every day. Zioju, since you have said this yourself, I will also remind you that since you have no intention of fighting, remember to stay away from these things in the future. Otherwise, sooner or later, there will be a day when it will no longer be up to you. The prince was not stupid. He could clearly see whether he had this idea or not, and whether it was real or fake. In the end, Yeshua watched the other person leave. At this moment, Yeshua felt extremely powerless. Everyone understands it, but no one can escape it. There is nothing more torturous than this. After all, he couldn't change anything. Make the cake bigger. Yeshua has tried countless times in his life, but no one would listen to him. Everyone thought he was daydreaming. Kick out the eldest prince and the crown prince and take the throne himself. How could he have such ability? It was no problem for his 8 brothers to eat him up. In the end, the tragedy could not be prevented, and he ended up sacrificing himself. No matter how you count, it's a dead end on all sides. Yeshua returned to Kiwu Palace dejectedly. He hugged his mother and Jianjian for most of the day, and the pain was slightly relieved. Yeshua sat in the middle, with the imperial concubine on his left and Jian on his right. The two of them had to sit close to him and hug him. They couldn't be any further away. Jianjian has long been accustomed to her brother's occasional tantrums. He probably just suffered some kind of blow again. Oh, what a fragile brother. Noticing that her brother's grip on her clothes was getting tighter and tighter, Jianjian hummed a song and patted his back with her little hands in an imitative manner. The days passed one by one, and about a year went by, but there was still no movement from the 6th prince, who had been married for a whole year. The 6th prince couldn't help but feel anxious. He tried many methods, but none of them seemed to work. The imperial physician who took the princess' pulse said that there was nothing wrong with her. The 6th prince suddenly remembered what Xiao Jiu had said before. Exercise more and have a baby soon. There is really no connection between exercise and having a baby early, and it is really incongruous to put the two sentences together. With the attitude of preferring to believe it to be true than not, the 6th prince inadvertently brought up the matter when he brought his wife to the palace to pay his respects to the imperial concubine. Yeshua, fuck. Could this group of people not be so perceptive? If these people were just a little dumber, they wouldn't be. Things have come to this point. Yeshua waited for a long time and finally decided not to continue hiding it. So he said, with your body, if you don't exercise more, it would be strange if you can give birth to a child. At first, the 6th prince thought that this was just another way of saying that he was weak. It would be strange for a man to not get angry when being insulted like this. The 6th prince was a little angry at first, but when he calmed down, he couldn't help but think, could it really be his problem? The 6th prince's desire to have a child eventually overcame his male pride. For the first time ever, the 6th prince did not take a carriage to travel between the 6 ministries, but walked between the 6 ministries and the prince's mansion every day. While the 6th prince was trying his best to get a child, his eldest cousin, who had always tried his best to avoid contact with Yeshua, suddenly sent him news. After many years without a map, the people sent by my cousin finally found the champa rice that could be harvested twice a year on their own feet. The champa in this life is not called champa, but lucheng, so the so-called champa rice should be called lucheng rice in this life. When he heard the news from his men, even Wei Wen was so excited that he was incoherent. There actually is such a place in the world where rice is everywhere and some of it even rots on the ground but no one harvests it. What a waste. Just by reading the text, Wei Wen felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and he wished he could collect it for the people there. If there really are gods and fairylands in this world, Lucheng should be like this. How happy and joyful it would be if everyone had enough to eat. But how did the 9th prince know all these things? Such a thought flashed through his mind uncontrollably, and then Wei Wen threw it aside fiercely. No matter how he knew it, as long as he could save people, Wei Wen didn't care how he knew it. Smart people always know what to ask and what not to ask. Wei Wen only cares about the results, not the process. Champa rice can be harvested as soon as it is planted, regardless of whether the soil is fertile or barren, and can be harvested up to 3 times a year. The same is true for Lucheng rice. People nowadays have never seen this thing before, so they are naturally shocked. But actually, this is nothing. If Wei Wen were asked to go to South America in his previous life, it would be a real shock. In tropical areas such as South America, any seed you sow can grow, and there is edible food everywhere. The matter was of great importance, so Yeshua made a special trip to meet with his eldest cousin. He seldom mentioned his grandfather's family and visited them less than twice a year, so a visit after such a long time would not arouse suspicion. My eldest cousin is worthy of being the only hope of the whole family. He is really reliable in doing things, and there will hardly be any mistakes in anything that goes through his hands. If it weren't for his adoptive father's suspicion, his achievements would have been far more than this. Thinking of this, Yeshua couldn't help but feel regretful. The conditions in ancient times were not as good as those of modern times. After several years of traveling back and forth, most of the first dozen people died on the road, and the rest have been replaced by 2 batches. Now there are only 5 or 6 old people left in the team. Hearing this, Yeshua couldn't help but fall silent. Then Yeshua took out a few silver notes from his purse and said, "Please distribute this money to their families." "No need." Wei Wen shook his head. "I have already given it to them before. Those who can take on such a job naturally don't come from very good families. If they are given too much at once, it would be troublesome if they cannot protect the children. I will have messengers send money there every year until their children reach adulthood, which will be better. Very good, Wei Wen has learned how to distribute pensions without any guidance. Yeshua finally kept the banknote. Although the Lucheng rice has been found, it is of no use as long as my grandfather has no intention of rebelling. Even if he has the intention of rebelling now, it is too late. Except for my grandfather himself, people like my uncle and cousin can hardly be the opponents of the eldest prince and his generals. Therefore, Lucheng rice is not a good thing for the Duke Zhen's mansion, but will become a death warrant. This thing can only be used at critical moments, so it is better to keep it in Lucheng for the time being. Apart from the Yellow River's change of course 2 years ago, the grain harvests in the past 2 years have been pretty good. Anyway, I haven't heard my cheap dad worry about it, so there must be enough to eat, and it won't be of any use for the time being. After finding out the situation, Yeshua didn't want to worry about it anymore, but then he changed his mind and realized that the eldest prince and the crown prince were now fighting like a pair of black chicken eyes, and the other brothers would join the battle sooner or later. It was true that when gods fight, mortals suffer. It would be fine if Yeshua didn't have the ability, but if he did, he would naturally think about taking precautions. It is not enough to just find a place. Yeshua is thinking about whether he can find a way to expand his power. It would be a waste if the rice in Lucheng rots in Lucheng. However, after hearing his words, Wei Wen shook his head. It is already extremely difficult to find Lucheng. How easy is it to establish a force? The most important thing is that most of the money in the mansion is earned by grandma and aunts. Although grandma and aunts are unlikely to ask, how can't Wei Wen feel embarrassed to spend such a large amount of money every year? Yeshua laughed. Now that we have food, are you still worried about not having money? The most important thing is that if those people can lay some foundations in Lu City, it will be a way out for them if they really reach the end of their rope. Yes, they do. Even if his mother has feelings for his adoptive father, they are not as deep as those for his grandparents. Yeshua couldn't bear to see his mother sad, so naturally he would go wherever his mother went. In addition to the remaining foundation of his grandfather, and when Yeshua has thoroughly understood the skills of the secret guards will no longer be a threat. If it really doesn't work and they really can't make it in Shangjing, they can still run away, right? Of course, this was just a helpless choice. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, my grandfather probably would not leave here. Yeshua thought about it, then asked his eldest cousin for a charcoal pencil and started writing on the spot. After a while, the method of making distilled liquor was developed. Since we have grain, making wine is an excellent choice. Distilled liquor is definitely a far cry from today's low-alcohol liquors that are full of impurities. It's a dimensionality reduction attack. Wei Wen had never thought that his younger cousin could also make wine. After a quick glance, he said, if it really has such an effect, it would be nice to sell it to dignitaries. Drinking alcohol harms the liver. Why would you harm your own people? No matter what kind of wine it is, no matter how precious it is, it will ultimately do more harm than good. Yeshua finally discovered that among all the people he knew, very few of them looked outside. Such a good thing should naturally be left for the people of Baiting to enjoy. Baiting is located in the north, where the winter is extremely cold and people need alcohol the most to warm themselves up. Therefore, almost everyone in the north loves and is good at drinking. It would be a pity not to take advantage of such a good market and such a good opportunity to make money. Yeshua's heart is very small and can only accommodate people from his own country, not people from other countries. Prices of grain and wine are high, and only princes and nobles can drink them to their heart's content. Ordinary people of Baiting cannot be cheated, and at the same time, Baiting's combat power can be weakened. Why not do it? After hearing what his little cousin said, Wei Wen also felt that it made sense. Anyway, let's try this recipe first and see how effective it is. It's not that Wei Wen doesn't believe him. After going through so many things, Wei Wen no longer has any doubts in his heart. It's just that he always has to get the finished product, which will make him more convincing. If you just make it at home, the equipment is very simple. The only difficulty is the cooling equipment. However, the temperature of well water is enough. If that doesn't work, saltpeter can also make ice. Yeshua nodded and talked to his grandparents for a while. When it was evening, he left after saying, "Ask me if you have any questions." Although Wei Wen was a clumsy person, he estimated that he and the servants around him should be able to do the job. He accidentally saw his eldest grandson fiddling with something in the kitchen, and he was fussing with half a bag of rice. The Duke Zhen, who had come all the way to see him, was heartbroken. As an old general who had fought in the battlefield, what he hated most was people wasting food. Doesn't he know how many soldiers could be saved by this small half bag of rice? If it weren't for the past, the Duke of Zhen would have taken action long ago. Half a month later, the rice had disappeared and was replaced by a jar of wine. Is this what you have made these days? Wei Wen let the brewed wine settle for a few days and now felt that the time was about right. As a result, just as he opened the seal, he suddenly heard such a voice coming from behind him and was immediately startled. "Grandfather, okay, stop talking so much, pour me a bowl and let me try it." The Duke of Zhen was not polite at all and sat down on the bench beside him. Wei Wen had no choice but to pour him a bowl. When the wine bowl was brought in front of him, the Duke of Zhen immediately smelled an extremely strong aroma of wine. The aroma of the wine was extremely mellow, and just by smelling it, he felt drunk. Looking at the wine soup again, it is not turbid in color and there are not even many impurities. It is clear and transparent, just like well water. The Duke of Zhen immediately understood that this must be a good thing. No wonder the two people, one big and one small, are so troubled. The Duke of Zhen's mouth was watering and he picked up the bowl without hesitation. The wine first passed through the mouth, then the throat, and then the stomach. Wherever it went, it felt like fire. Almost instantly, sweat broke out on Duke Zhen's forehead. Good wine. The Duke of Zhengguo couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Wei Wen didn't use much rice, only a little over a pound in total. The wine that came out later was not as strong as at the beginning, so he stopped immediately according to the instructions on the recipe. The grandchildren will not be able to enjoy this pound of wine, but it should be enough if I just share it with my sons. Hearing him say this, Wei Wen couldn't help but remind him, think carefully, this is just one jar of wine. Once you drink it, it will be gone. Just brew more after you finish drinking it. The old Duke didn't care. Now that he has a mountain of gold, is he still worried about not having money to spend? But the next moment, Wei Wen shook his head and said, I knew you would say this once. When my cousin was leaving, he specifically told me to only do this once and not again. When Yeshua came here before, he knew how much his grandfather, uncle, and cousins could drink, one jar after another. But the problem is that alcohol is really not a good thing. For the sake of their health, it is better to forget about drinking this kind of strong liquor with an alcohol content of 40 or 50 degrees. The Duke of Zhen's expression froze in an instant. When he heard that they were going to provide such good things to the people of Baiting, the Duke of Zhen flew into a rage on the spot. You two are really betraying each other. Unfilial sons, two unfilial sons. Wei Wen withstood the pressure and asked, Grandfather, based on your understanding of the Baiting people, do you think this is feasible? After all, Wei Wen had never really dealt with the Baiting people, so he was inevitably a little nervous. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Zhen sneered. Let's put it this way, if there is really a chronic poison in here, do you believe that they can drink themselves to death? The winter in Baiting is extremely cold and people can freeze to death if they are not careful. This strong liquor is not only a pastime for them, but also their lifeblood. How could anyone refuse it? Wei Wen immediately felt relieved. The Duke of Zhen looked at his eldest grandson eagerly, feeling deeply regretful. If he had known, he should have taken a closer look when his eldest grandson was processing the batch of rice. Now, he couldn't even remember how his eldest grandson did it. Wei Wen remained unmoved. The eldest grandson is so hard-hearted that the Duke of Zhen is helpless and can only see if his youngest grandson can think of a solution. As for distributing the only jar of wine to his sons, forget it. The Duke of Zhen planned to put the jar in the room, next to the bed, and drink it slowly. However, the Duke of Zhen made a sad discovery that after tasting this wine, he could no longer drink any other wine. Those things are as light as water and have a sour taste. Is that something people drink? It's almost like horse urine. After more than 1 pound of distilled liquor was consumed, and it was time for dinner, the Duke of Zhen suddenly lost interest. Yeshua's uncles were surprised to find that their father didn't drink anymore. This is good wine that JR spent a lot of effort trying to get from outside. Father, are you sure you don't want to try it? Could the old man be sick? His uncle spoke tentatively. However, the Duke of Zhen just sniffed it and immediately lost interest. The taste of this wine is extremely mixed, not even a fraction as good as the wine brewed by my grandson. It is really tasteless. No, you can drink it by yourselves. The Duke of Zhengguo flatly refused. Yeshua's uncles soon started drinking heavily. It is indeed a good wine. The taste is really extraordinary. I have to drink it sparingly and not guzzle it like usual. Seeing how excited they were, the Duke of Zhen shook his head. What a bunch of ignorant people. This is all they can achieve in their life. Alas, the people of Baiting are so lucky. Gradually, the Duke of Zhen even quit drinking. About 5 months later, Wei Wen sent silver to Lucheng several times in advance. The dozen people set up stalls and produced a batch of finished products. Then a caravan set out from General Su and came to Lucheng, then bypassed the state of Chen and entered Baiting with this batch of distilled liquor. Since it was being sold to the people of Baiting, there was really no need to be polite. Yeshua just ripped them off, and the profit increased dozens of times. Even Wei Wen, a scholar who had little contact with the business in the mansion, had the urge to smack his lips in amazement. This is too dark. However, there is no way around it. The monopoly industry is so profitable. Not long after, the best distilled liquor brought by these merchants was brought to the Wolf King. Then there was news that the 6th imperial concubine was pregnant. 9 months later, the 6th princess gave birth to a boy with great difficulty, and the 6th prince finally got his wish. Another year and a half passed, and the sixth prince's son, Yi Jin, finally learned to walk. It was an extremely sunny day. When Jian Jian, who was already 8 years old, came back from the study room with Master Sen, she heard the sounds of creaking and creaking. Then there is a familiar hammock. The young man on the hammock has his eyes closed, his limbs are slender, and the corners of his lips are half curled. The afternoon sun shines on his face, which is as beautiful as a painting. There was an uncontrollable flash of surprise in those sharp eyes. Then the boy who looked like a god slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, the fog was thicker than before. "Well, you are back." The boy who just woke up is not fully awake yet. The hoarseness mixed with the boy's unique clear voice creates a strange feeling, which makes people can't help but shudder, and even their hearts are trembling. The maid following behind Jianjian couldn't control herself, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Yeshua leaned there, yawned lazily, and asked, "What homework did Master Sen assign today? Is it too much? If not, you can just help me write it." With a crack, something broke. Jianjian woke up immediately. Damn it, I was deceived by his face again. He does this every day, but I still get deceived every time. Why can't I learn my lesson? Why did God put this face on his head? Do your own things. Do your own homework. Jianjian, who is now 8 years old, is no longer as gullible as she was before. She deeply suspects that her brother did it on purpose and wanted to use this face to confuse her and achieve his ulterior motives. So, don't even think about it. Seeing her intense reaction, Yeshua did not force her. He sighed in his heart that his sister was not as cute as before and said, "Then call Xing Yucheng into the palace and let Xing Yucheng help write it." Poor Xing Yucheng, he made one wrong step after another. Ever since he received the 5 taels of silver as a child, he has never lived a peaceful life. What's more, in the year when he became the top scorer in high school, Yeshua generously gave him a house, and Xing Yucheng couldn't even refuse. Over the years, the silver Xing Yucheng had saved had become a considerable sum. If he was discovered, according to the laws of the Great Zhou, beheading would be the least severe punishment. Perhaps the previous lesson was too painful. Xing Yucheng is now probably the most honest official in the entire Shangjing city, and he is now showing signs of PTSD. Xing Yucheng himself had good abilities and had made remarkable achievements in the 3 years he was in office, so he was soon transferred back by Emperor Jingwen. In addition, due to his honest and upright character, his career was naturally smooth sailing, although Xing Yucheng may not be so willing to come back. "Brother, please spare Lord Xing." Ever since learning about this, Jianjian suddenly felt infinite sympathy for Lord Xing. He was a well-known genius before, and he won the top spot in the imperial examination. Now he is a 5th-rank official in Beijing, but he still cannot escape the fate of doing homework. We still have to give Lord Xing some face. Yeshu spread his hands. Either he helps me write, or you help me write. You choose one. Then let Lord Xing write it for you. Jianjian has learned her lesson after being fooled twice. She now understands the essence of it is better to let my friend die than to let me die. "Look, Yue Chu." Yeshu wanted to say something, but he felt an itchy nose and sneezed as soon as he opened his mouth. "You deserve it. Who told you to sleep in the yard in May? It's fine if you just slept, but you didn't even cover yourself with a blanket." Despite complaining like this, Jianjian still pulled out her handkerchief, her eyes full of hidden worry, fearing that he would get sick again if he wasn't careful. When the imperial concubine and the 6th princess came back from touring the garden, what they saw was the 7th princess teaching the 9th prince a lesson. This scene can only be seen in Qiwu Palace. Other princes don't have the patience to fight and play with the princess all day long. "Hey, Jinner is here. Let Uncle Nine take a look to see if our Jinner has gained weight again." When Yeshu saw the little kid in the 6th princess's hand, his eyes lit up. Before the little kid could react, he felt his feet were off the ground the next moment. Yeshua is now 16 years old. He is already over 1.8 meters tall and has a tendency to continue growing taller. In addition, he inherited good genes from his grandfather, so his body is extremely strong. Although it doesn't look much from the outside, the explosive power contained in his body is far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. The old Duke of Zhen once estimated that, in terms of strength alone, he is no worse than he was in his 20s, but his grandson is only 16 years old and has not yet reached his peak. In this situation, it was naturally easy for Yeshua to lift a mere child. At first, the precocious little kid was still tense, but in the end he couldn't help it anymore and started to scream. The 6th princess was already used to all this. She was a little nervous when he did this for the first time, but after doing it many times she no longer thought it was a big deal. "That's right. You're still so young. Why do you always learn from your father? Keeping any emotions in your heart for a long time can easily harm your body, which is why some bad guys live longer." Because of Xiao Ming, the child's health is not very good. If he becomes like his father again, it will be disastrous. Realizing that he was now so high from the ground, the little kid subconsciously hugged Yeshu's neck tightly. Yeshu couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Let's go. Uncle Nine will take you to find your father." Looking at her brother-in-law with skillful movements and standard postures, the sixth princess couldn't help but sigh that if only her husband could be half as good as him, no, even 1/10 of him. It's not that the sixth prince is inconsiderate. After all, he is so smart, and the way he speaks and does things will not make people feel uncomfortable. If he were just a husband, the sixth princess would have no dissatisfaction. But his attitude towards his son was far less intimate than that of the ninth prince. Maybe it's because he is the only son and my husband has high hopes for him, so he is not as tolerant to his child as other fathers. In the entire Great Joe, people like the ninth prince are actually a minority. The sixth imperial concubine subconsciously asked about her brother-in-law's marriage. Has Mother Wrong arranged a marriage for my brother-in-law? Concubine Wrong also wanted to do this, but the problem was that her son didn't have this idea at all, and the concubine was very worried now. But Yeshua refused to give in, and there was nothing she could do. Maybe he hasn't met enough girls now. Maybe he will get the idea after he goes out and builds his own house. Yeshua has received too many preventive measures in recent years, so the imperial concubine's attitude has gradually softened. She's no longer as picky as before. Speaking of building a mansion, according to palace rules, he should have moved out as early as last year. But the imperial concubine was reluctant to do so, and the emperor was also reluctant to let him go, so the matter was postponed for another year. Regarding the ninth prince's residence, the Ministry of Internal Affairs spent nearly 700,000 taels of silver. The imperial concubine and the Duke of Zhen contributed 300,000 taels, and the emperor allocated 300,000 taels from his own private treasury, totaling 1.3 million taels of silver. Even in the capital city of Shangjing, where every inch of land is valuable, the area occupied by the ninth prince's residence is extremely impressive. Compared with the sixth prince's 200,000 taels, it is like heaven and earth. Even the eldest prince's mansion, plus the expansion after he was conferred the title of prince, cost less than 1 million taels in total. It is no exaggeration to call the ninth prince's mansion luxurious. Since the cost of building this mansion is so high, the workload is naturally much larger. 4 years have passed since Yeshua was 12 years old, and it is only now completed. This time, the imperial concubine and Emperor Jingwen really could not find any reason to keep their son. The ninth prince's palace was completed about a month ago. The Imperial Observatory gave a good date in June, so at most there were only about 10 days left. The imperial concubine couldn't help but sigh, feeling very reluctant. Of course, this was not what made her most angry. What made her most angry was that when this little bastard mentioned moving out of the palace, he was not sad at all. Instead, he was full of anticipation and looked impatient, which made the imperial concubine really want to give him a beating. He is such a heartless person. I gave birth to him in vain. The brother-in-law was really straightforward. He didn't even try to hide such a thing. The sixth princess found it both ridiculous and funny, the other side. Yeshua held the little kid in his arms easily, thinking to himself, these royal children are so easy to raise. Each one is more obedient than the other. If it were an ordinary 1.5-year-old child, he would be so annoying when he makes trouble, but the children here are self-taught and are more well-behaved than babies. But behind this understanding, there is a price to pay. Yeshua couldn't help but ask, Jinner, Uncle Nine wants to ask you, have you listened to Uncle Nine's advice recently and exercised more? The little kid had just started learning to speak, and right after that he started learning to recite poems. I really don't know what Xiao Ming was thinking. The only consolation is that since Xiao Ming discovered that exercise helps with having a baby, his physical fitness has finally improved. He changed his career late, and the results were average, so the little Jinner had to start from childhood. The little bean nodded obediently, yes, uncle. That'll do, it was too intense for him to bear right now. What Yeshua taught was nothing else but the second set of elementary school students' radio gymnastics young Eagle takes off. The little kid takes after his father, his hands and feet are uncoordinated, and the picture of him flapping his arms and legs like a duckling is so funny. But Yeshua didn't dare to laugh. Once he laughed, the little guy, who was just as concerned about his reputation as his father, would have to give up. Jinner is awesome. Yeshua was not stingy with his praise. The little boy's face quickly turned red. When Yeshua brought him to the gate of Qinzheng Palace, they had just caught up with the sixth prince and his men when they finished their business. I guess they're discussing some national affairs today, and a group of people will be gathered soon. The eldest prince, the second prince, the crown prince all the way to the seventh prince are all here. As for the eighth prince, he has not yet become powerful enough, so he is usually not included in meetings like this. Seeing Xiaoju coming over with the child from afar, the eldest prince and the crown prince, who had just been on the verge of a showdown, felt that the scene was weird. Why does he always like to deal with women and children? What kind of hobby is this? As for the sixth prince, he watched helplessly as his son, who looked so lovely when he was singled out, suddenly became much more mediocre in the contrast with his younger brother, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. Even though the princes don't care much about their appearance, they don't like to stand with their younger brother anymore. Due to the limitations of ancient conditions, there were very few tall people. But in terms of height, only the eldest prince could compete with Yeshua. In this case, how could others like him to get close? But God has always been fair. He gave him a good face and an excellent mother family, and he would make up for it in other ways. Thinking about what the emperor had just said, that Zioju would be leaving the palace soon, and that he would be assigned to the Ministry of Works and would only be given a nominal position, everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the emperor is very sensible, and what he said is true. Although he doted on Zioju, he also completely deprived him of the qualification to move forward. If you pamper someone but don't give him power, everything will be like a castle in the air or a bubble in the water, which will shatter at the slightest touch. Looking at it this way, the eldest prince and his companions suddenly felt that everything else was nothing, just some petty profits. Poor Zioju, he still doesn't know what he has lost. This child has never grown up carefully since he was young, and it's the same now. Since he was not a competitor and Zioju himself was not annoying, the eldest prince and the others turned a blind eye and did not bother with him. Noticing the sympathy that flashed in the fifth prince's eyes, Yeshua was a little puzzled. What was going on? Zioju, since you are about to leave the palace, remember to come to Big Brother's house often. Before leaving, the eldest prince reached out and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Then came the second prince. Even though he was the second prince, he was not reluctant to show goodwill to people with whom he had no direct conflict of interest. Finally, there are the fourth prince and the fifth prince. As for the seventh prince, he was merely a vassal of the fifth prince and naturally had no right to sympathize with Yeshua. Yeshua couldn't free his hands because he was holding the child, and one of his shoulders was hurt by the patting. Looking at the backs of several people, Yeshua was confused. Then Yeshua looked at the sixth prince beside him. What's going on? The sixth prince was silent for a moment, then said, "Go ask your father." Yeshua originally wanted to hand the child to him, but then he changed his mind and thought that since he had brought little Yi-Jin here, he should go and pay his respects to his stepfather, so he said, "Then you wait outside. I'll go in and ask father if he wants to come to Kiwu Palace to have dinner with us tonight." What can the sixth prince do? He can only wait. Yeshua went in holding the child. Emperor Jingwen was writing something at that time. When he heard the announcement, he looked up subconsciously and saw his unmarried son taking care of the child. Emperor Jingwen felt a headache every time he saw this skillful posture. Yeshua first greeted his adopted father with the nervous little Yi-Jin, then walked closer and asked, "By the way, Dad, what did you just say to my eldest brother and the others? Why did they look at me like that just now?" Emperor Jingwen sighed. When will the little bastard change his temper of saying whatever he wants? Stop being so blunt all the time. Some things should be treated as if they were not seen even if they were discovered. Although he thought so in his heart, Emperor Jingwen said, "I just mentioned to your brothers that you left the palace to build a mansion. Oh my God, is he finally going to be free? He is not being ungrateful. After all, his mother and Jianjian are still in the palace. Filial piety and staying in the palace and with his mother every day are two completely different things. It is a very natural thing for people to grow up and then go out on their own. When animals grow up, they have to leave their mother's arms and go out on their own to explore the world. After so many years, Yeshua also wanted to breathe the air outside the palace. A hint of anticipation and surprise subconsciously flashed in his eyes, but then Yeshua thought of something and immediately restrained himself. Yeshua still remembered that when his cheap father asked this question last year, he just smiled, and his cheap father was so angry that he immediately locked him up for another year and couldn't stop scolding him for being heartless. Yeshua couldn't make the same mistake again. Just like that, Emperor Jingwen watched the little bastard with a distorted expression, as if he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, pretending to be in pain, but in fact he didn't even notice that his white teeth were exposed. Emperor Jingwen was immediately angered by this unfilial son. "You bastard, you can't even pretend." Emperor Jingwen was angry that he dared to treat him so perfunctorily. Yeshua felt that his stepfather was really hard to please. In his heart, he liked him for being like this, but in his words, he disliked him for being like this. "Oh, Dad, don't be angry, don't be angry. You'll get sick from being angry. Besides, he won't change if you get angry, so it's useless." "Oh, by the way, Father, it's been such a long time, and I haven't been to my own prince's palace to see it. Have you bought all the furniture and ornaments inside? Speaking of which, his son is really something. He asked for leave twice before, saying that he wanted to go and see the progress of the construction of his mansion. If Emperor Jingwen had not been careful and asked the secret guards to follow him, he would have been fooled by him. What the hell did he do to go and check the progress of the construction? As soon as he stepped out of the imperial city gate, he disappeared in a flash and didn't come back until it was dark in the evening. From then on, this excuse was completely invalid for Emperor Jingwen. Compared to Yeshua, who was a hands-off boss, Emperor Jingwen, as an emperor, at least went to see him several times. Emperor Jingwen was not the kind of emperor who was lazy and ignorant. He naturally knew how serious the situation was in the imperial household department, where they deceived their superiors and bullied the weak. But that was human nature, and he could not do anything about it, so Emperor Jingwen had to go there in person to alert them. Just because of the renovation of the ninth prince's palace, the servants of the imperial household department had to deal with 2 batches of people, and finally stopped the servants from having the idea of massive corruption. Therefore, Yeshua's prince's mansion was built to be both large and luxurious, which was considered as compensation from Emperor Jingwen to him. As for what the compensation is, the answer is self-evident. Almost everything has been prepared. Emperor Jingwen answered himself without even needing Wang Ziquan's reminder. Sometimes the difference between caring about someone and not caring about him is so huge, especially for an emperor who has so many sons and cannot devote so much energy to the harem. A child who wins his heart is like a treasure, while a child who dislikes him is just a weed. In addition to the 300,000 taels, Emperor Jingwen also picked out a lot of good things from his private treasury, and now they are all placed in his son's house. Emperor Jingwen didn't even mention it to anyone. After you leave the palace, remember to report to the Ministry of Works every day. The Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Works, with the Ministry of Works being the last. At this point, Emperor Jingwen could not help but pause. This decision had been made before, but when it was actually spoken, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but wonder if this would be too harsh on Xiaoju. Cutting off his path to power was too cruel for a prince. But if we don't do this, the eldest prince and the others probably won't agree. As time goes by, Xiaoju will eventually get hurt. However, Yeshua's first reaction after hearing this was, isn't this completely liberating? You have to know that Xing Yucheng's father is now the Minister of Industry, the highest official in the entire Ministry of Industry. Knowing that Xing Yucheng is his companion, rounding it off, the Minister of Industry is also considered one of his own. Apart from anything else, there is no problem in helping to punch in and sign in. After all, Xing Yucheng has taken over the house. The 5 taels of silver given at the time was really a huge profit. Zhu Wu has now been promoted to the 5th rank of the Ministry of Works with her skills. She's below the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works. Once the Vice Minister retires, she will be able to take over immediately. In this case, Yeshua can go if he wants to, or not go if he doesn't want to. Yeshua almost laughed out loud. This time, he even called out his father. For a moment, Emperor Jingwen suddenly didn't know what to say. His younger brother, the Prince of Jin, knew that he did not have the ability, so he gradually gave up the idea. But his own son, who was born not to love power, tried desperately to run away, as if power was more poisonous than poison. This was the first time that Emperor Jingwen had seen such a thing. In the past, Emperor Jingwen could say that it was because he was young and did not understand these things. But now that he is already 16 years old and is about to leave the palace to set up his own palace, this reason can no longer convince Emperor Jingwen. After a moment, Emperor Jingwen sighed. It's better this way. After all, there is a son with me who has nothing to do with imperial power, only the father-son relationship. Okay, I've finished speaking, you can go out first. Emperor Jingwen waved his hand. Yeshua was about to leave with little Yi Jin in his arms, and then he thought of something and asked casually, by the way, my 6th brother and the 6th royal concubine are here tonight. Dad, do you want to come back for dinner? Emperor Jingwen didn't think much about it and nodded casually. After so many years, he has almost gotten used to it. When Yeshua walked out of the gate of the Qinzheng Palace, the 6th prince's feet were sore and painful. The 6th prince was already very tired after standing for a whole afternoon, and he didn't expect that he would have to wait again. He was even more tired. Seeing this, Yeshua could only say, you deserve it. You said you were not feeling well, why don't you just ask eunuch Wang to move a chair for you? The 6th prince really wanted to beat up this brother who was ignorant of the sufferings of the world. Now, like the eldest prince, the more he looked at his younger brother, the angrier he became. Prince doesn't sit down, how can we sit down first? Yeshua, then tell the prince. If you can't save face, just tell the prince. The prince won't be unwilling to cooperate with such a small matter. Yeshua has always wondered what the purpose of their mouths is. Is there any problem that cannot be solved through communication? The 6th prince was stuck. No matter what, he couldn't say it. No wonder Yeshua felt that most of the time they were just asking for trouble, and the same goes for Jinner. He's still so young, don't push him all the time. The 6th prince was powerless to do anything about this matter. He knew that his son was weak and only learned to walk at the age of 1.5, but the 6th prince could not do anything. He only had this one son, and he could not have as many sons as the eldest prince and the crown prince. This was the only way he could do it. His son must be smarter than all the other imperial grandchildren so that he won't fall behind. Fortunately, even though the 6th prince was anxious, he did not go too extreme and always controlled the situation carefully. However, little Yi Jin seemed to have sensed his father's expectations and learned self-discipline without any instruction. Yeshua wanted to persuade him but didn't know how. The two looked at each other in silence and walked along the way. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed, and Yeshua finally waited for the day to leave the palace. The imperial concubine felt a pang in her heart, and she wanted to cry, but when she heard her son laughing so loudly, the imperial concubine thought for several times and really couldn't cry. All the sadness in her heart turned into anger, and the imperial concubine almost took action. When Emperor Jingwen arrived, Yeshua immediately stopped acting rashly. I have already performed 99 bows, and this one shudder is all that's left. I can't let anything go wrong. However, Emperor Jingwen felt unhappy when he saw his grown-up son. Emperor Jingwen is now old, and he would recall the past from time to time. I still remember that when I first saw the little bastard, he was only that big, staggering, and unable to walk steadily. But now, more than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and he has grown taller than me. A complex emotion flashed across his eyes, and Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but give him a lot of instructions. Yeshua was only concerned with imagining his wonderful future life, and didn't notice the implicit meaning of his words, which told him to remember to visit the palace more often when he had time. But Emperor Jingwen was a man who cared a lot about his reputation. He would never say much, let alone speak directly. His words could usually only be understood by listening in a roundabout way. When he met someone like Yeshua, it was really useless. It's not that Yeshua really didn't understand, he was just too lazy to guess. Emperor Jingwen was so angry that he almost died when he saw his son saying him and ah so much. How could I have given birth to such a thing? Get out of here. Go away and never come back. Everything was fine at the beginning, but now he started scolding again. After so many years, Wang Ziquan had become accustomed to it. Yeshua pretended to be reluctant and said goodbye to his mother, stepfather, and Jian in tears. Seeing his tears, Emperor Jingwen was instinctively startled, but before he could see clearly, he saw Yeshua had turned around. In the end, all that was left of Emperor Jingwen and the imperial concubine was a back view. It has always been like this between parents and children. Although they are the closest people, they cannot accompany each other forever. Wang Zisheng was the emperor's close attendant, and at this moment he subconsciously wanted to comfort him. The prince's leaving the palace to build a mansion proved that the prince had grown up, which was a good thing. But when he looked up inadvertently, he saw that the emperor's eyes were slightly red. One can imagine the shock in Wang Ziquan's heart. This is the emperor who suffered so much back then, without blinking an eye. Although Emperor Jingwen had recovered as normal when they returned to Qiwu Palace, as if the scene just now was just Wang Ziquan's hallucination, Wang Ziquan still remembered it deeply in his heart. The other side, Yeshua was still a little sad at first. After all, after so many years, he had long been accustomed to being his mother's little baby. It was really hard for him to leave suddenly, but soon he adjusted his mentality. They were almost at the palace gate, and Yeshua became happy again. This scene happened to be seen by the commander-in-chief who was on patrol. As a close minister to the emperor, the commander-in-chief was naturally very good at guessing the emperor's intentions, and he knew that the emperor had never been willing to let the ninth prince leave his side. The emperor loves his son so much that he even made an exception and kept the ninth prince for another year. However, the ninth prince did not seem to share the emperor's wishes. Looking at the overjoyed ninth prince, the commander-in-chief was silent for a moment, hesitating whether to report the matter to the emperor. Finally, the commander-in-chief sighed and decided to let it go so as not to add more trouble to the emperor. Having no idea what the commander-in-chief was thinking, Yeshua habitually greeted him when he passed by. Although he didn't know what the so-called come on meant, the commander-in-chief could guess it from the ninth prince's performance. For some reason, the commander-in-chief suddenly felt a subtle sense of blockage in his heart. Before he could lead others to pay their respects, only the back of the ninth prince was left. When Yeshua walked out of the gate of the imperial city, he felt like a fish entering water, and he became a completely different person. Seeing him walking towards the small stalls in front of the imperial city, Zhao Luzi subconsciously asked, "Your Highness, didn't you say you were going to the prince's palace? Why did it stop now? Why are you in such a hurry so early in the morning?" Yeshua also asked for a bowl of noodle tea for Zhao Luzi, and while cleaning the chopsticks carefully, he said, "That house won't run away again." Zhao Luzi opened his mouth, but suddenly couldn't say anything to refute. To be honest, this noodle tea is quite delicious, and Zhao Luzi gradually shut his mouth. After eating the noodle tea, Yeshua felt even fuller. He didn't take the carriage today specifically because he wanted to have some fun. As usual, Yeshua found a tea house and sat down. It would be fine if Yeshua didn't come here often, but now that he has moved out, he will naturally be a frequent visitor here in the future. In ancient times, there was a lack of entertainment, and few people were literate, so most of the compiled storybooks were not to Yeshua's taste. It's okay to listen to it occasionally, but Yeshua can't stand it for a long time. Yeshua had money. Over the past few years, he had taken advantage of Beiting. Apart from sharing the profits with his eldest cousin and his men, Yeshua had already accumulated a huge amount of wealth. Not to mention comparing it with the national treasury. One person certainly cannot compare with a country, but he is definitely much richer than his cheap father. Money makes money in Lu City, and even if Yeshua tries his best to squander it, he can never keep up with the speed of making money. In this case, Yeshua will naturally never lack money to spend. The people of Baiting are not stupid. They have noticed this over the years, but there is nothing they can do. The imperial court cannot prohibit it at all. Once the hole is opened, it will be difficult to close it again. Even though they added new laws, many people would still take a sip every winter, even at the risk of having their hands chopped off. Compared to the extreme cold, the pain is still bearable. Faced with repeated bans, Baiting had thought about directly killing the people who produced distilled liquor, but unfortunately, the people who produced this kind of liquor were not in Baiting's territory. The production place of distilled liquor was in Lucheng, and there was the Chen state in between, so Baiting was really out of reach. All they could kill were innocent merchants who brought goods to sell, but Baiting wanted to trade with Chen and Dezhou, and merchants were really indispensable. If too many were killed, other merchants would be unwilling to come, and Baiting would be the one who would suffer in the end. Then, Baiting adopted the method of self-production. After all, distilled liquor was not a very confidential thing, and it was not surprising that the method of making distilled liquor was leaked. But unfortunately, Baiting simply did not have that much grain to consume. Food and recipes are indispensable. Nowadays, none of the three countries can sustain such consumption, so Baiting can only watch helplessly. The power of Lucheng is being nurtured with Baiting's money, and it is growing stronger and stronger. Now, unless there is a large-scale invasion, a small force going to spy will have no way back. Soon, small-scale invasions will no longer be a concern. Not to mention that my grandfather has very mature methods of training soldiers. The modern military training methods that Yeshua brought out are definitely a dimensionality reduction attack at the moment. With food, money, and land, the soldiers trained in this way will naturally be much stronger than those of Baiting, Chen State, and Dezhou. On the contrary, the number of people gathered in the force is less, and the number of people has now become a burden. When Yeshua brought out the method of training special forces, for a moment, the cousins seriously suspected that he was going to rebel. After all, if we continue to expand at this rate, it may not be impossible to achieve success in a few years or even decades. Didn't you say you should leave yourself a way out? This road is too wide and too smooth. Self-protection is self-protection. Killing those who want to hurt them is also called self-protection. It's like lurking. As long as all the enemies are killed, wouldn't it be considered a success? What the cousin didn't know was that until now, Yeshua still hadn't done everything. This is just the beginning, it's just distilled liquor. He hasn't yet brought out his other killer weapon. If this thing was brought out and placed in ancient times, Yeshua didn't know what would happen. The packaging is small and convenient for transportation. No matter whether you are a commoner or a noble, you can have some after dinner. The one who can make money is really good. But Yeshua really has no shortage of money now, and smoking is harmful to health, so he thinks about it and decides to give up. In this case, it would be easy for Yeshua to listen to a book that suits his taste. Anyway, he didn't feel bad about spending Baiting's money. He just regarded it as a contribution to the GDP of Dezhou and a relief for the working people. Thinking of this, Yeshua took out a silver note from his purse. Yeshua had been here a few times before. When the owner of the tea house saw his demeanor, he knew that this young man must be rich or noble, but he didn't expect that he would be so generous. The owner of the tea house subconsciously took a look and was shocked to find that they were all large denomination silver notes, with a total of at least 17 or 18 notes of 1,500 taels. The smallest denomination among them was the 100 taels note in his hand. The shopkeeper almost bent over to take it. Yeshua didn't say much, just said, "Find a few people who are good at writing stories. I've been bored lately. I want to ask them to write a few books for me." Yeshua was too lazy to follow the crowd, so he planned to spend money to get a customized version. Since it is custom-made, Yeshua will definitely make it according to his own taste. As the saying goes, a man of courage will always be rewarded with a large sum of money. Moreover, the storybooks themselves are meant to entertain the public. It doesn't matter who you write for. 20 taels per copy, 4 copies first. If you can satisfy me, the remaining 20 taels will be your reward. Judging from the shopkeeper's attitude, he must be sensible and would not dare to default on his debt. Therefore, Yeshua did not hesitate and gave him the 100 taels of silver without even getting a written agreement. This money is so easy to make. The teahouse owner accepted it happily without much hesitation. Zio Luzi on the side wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Oh my God, His Highness, is he crazy? He had only been out of the palace for half an hour, and 100 taels of silver, which is almost 40 of his monthly allowance, had already been spent. At this rate, even with the subsidy from the imperial concubine, it would still be far from enough for His Highness to spend. It's over. If this continues, the 9th prince's mansion will be ruined by his own master sooner or later. Zio Luzi is about to cry. However, Yeshua seemed not to notice and explained his request in detail to the shopkeeper. The literati in ancient times were extremely talented, and their creative works were also quite rich. Not to mention the four great classics, but also works like Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, White Snake and Green Snake, Three Words and Two Pats, etc., which one is not a classic among classics, and they were all written by the ancients. Of course, if it is just the fantasy of a poor scholar, then it will definitely not work. The more money Yeshua gave, the more demands he naturally made. The shopkeeper carefully asked him what he was talking about. Yeshua did not hide anything and casually told him one or two stories. The more the shopkeeper listened, the brighter his eyes became. Since he runs a tea house, the owner naturally has some vision and can tell the value of the stories he tells. Only, if you want a book of the same standard, I'm afraid this silver is not enough. The shopkeeper looked a little embarrassed. Zio Luzi was a little shocked when he heard this. 20 taels of silver was enough for an ordinary family to use for a year, so how come it couldn't buy a book? Back then, he was sold to the palace by his parents for only 6 taels of silver. 20 taels is enough to buy 3 of himself, and he still has plenty. This shopkeeper, is he trying to trick His Highness because he is young? However, Yeshua knew that classics are priceless. If someone could really write a classic like Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, its value would certainly not be measured by mere money. Therefore, Yeshua felt that the shopkeeper's request was very reasonable. If it is written according to my requirements, it would be this price. If it can really be compared with the ones I just mentioned, it will naturally be a different price. Since the other party is willing to take this job, he must be in financial difficulty at home. The only thing Yeshua can give is financial compensation. The shopkeeper was naturally delighted to see that the young man was so reasonable. Since this gentleman is so generous, I won't be stingy. Here is a pot of tea for you. Please enjoy it slowly. The shopkeeper was happy, but Yeshua's remarks, which seemed like he was being taken advantage of, made Zio Luzi extremely agitated. You see, this is the benefit of learning and knowledge. As long as you read more, money is just a trivial benefit. The ninth prince himself does not like reading, but he always encourages people around him to read. After Zio Luzi calmed down, he could no longer hold back and asked, "Your Highness, in this case, then you see I can." Zio Luzi admitted that he was moved. As long as he could write it, Yeshua would certainly not object. After coming out of the tea house in the afternoon, Yeshua went to the most famous opera troupe in Shangjing City. Seeing that there were no seats left, he directly booked a whole theater. He was half lying on a recliner, swaying, feeling very comfortable. Before leaving, Yeshua repeated his previous action spending money. Although Yeshua has not listened to all the songs that are popular nowadays, and those that were popular many years ago, since he has come out, he will definitely listen to all of them sooner or later. If we don't let them create songs early, what if he gets tired of listening to them and can't catch up? How can that work? In the evening, when they went to Zuixinglu for dinner, Yeshua still did the same old thing. Spend money and ask the chef here to research new recipes. Dim sum, snacks, cold dishes, hot dishes, meat, or vegetarian are all fine. Yeshua just wants to try something he has never tried before. Who wouldn't want the research funds that fell from the sky? In order to get the money, the chef's eldest apprentice immediately packed his bags and prepared to find new ingredients for him. When he returned home in the evening, Yeshua made another detour and got a few musicians to stay in his house. Now that he has just opened his mansion, it is naturally very deserted. It is a good opportunity for him to listen to some music to warm up the atmosphere. There are also horses. They should be raised as soon as possible so that they can go fishing and hunting everywhere in the future. How can they do without a decent means of transportation? After all, the ninth prince is also a prince. In addition, Emperor Jingwen intends to let the ninth prince cultivate brotherly feelings with his other sons, so basically several princes live on the same street. Even if they are not on the same street, they are not far away. When the eldest prince finally came back after traveling day and night to appease his men, he saw his younger brother being surrounded by several musicians when he returned with heavy steps. Are these all going to be brought into the palace? He had no recollection of any musicians assigned to him by his father, so the eldest prince could not help but point at the group of musicians holding zithers and pipa and ask. Yeshua nodded, as if it was a matter of course. There are no mobile phones or speakers these days. If you want to listen to some music, don't you have to rely on manual labor? The eldest prince paused and said, "Ninth brother, as princes, you and I should set an example for the people and not be so arrogant and extravagant." This sentence always sounds familiar. Yeshua pondered for a moment, then turned his head and said in confusion, "Brother, are you jealous? Thinking back to the time when my stepfather and the prince were just like this, they were exactly the same." "Huh, am I jealous of you, my ninth brother?" the eldest prince retorted almost instantly. He, a prince, commands a large army, while Zioju is just an oligarch prince, so there is nothing to be jealous of. Yeshua couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard that. That look made the eldest prince feel uncomfortable. "Forget it, let's not talk about this." Yeshua was worried about not being able to find a good horse, and now a good horse is delivered to his door. Brother, do you have any extra horses? Can you give me one? Yeshua scratched his chin and looked at him expectantly. As everyone knows, the eldest prince is a military officer, so the horses in his camp will naturally not be bad. The eldest prince, this brother, is so shameless. The eldest prince, who had never been asked for anything so directly, didn't react for a long time, but this is really not a big deal. Horses are extremely expensive to ordinary people, but they are nothing to the eldest prince. But the eldest prince didn't know what he wanted the horse for, so he asked. Yeshua said without hesitation, of course, to go out and play. He has already moved out, so staying in Beijing won't be enough to keep him there. Yeshua had specifically asked his grandfather before, and the old Duke Zhen admitted it himself, that with his current skills, he could run anywhere without any problem. As long as it is not the enemy's base camp, he can go anywhere. So Yeshua didn't even need guards. He could just leave whenever he wanted. I plan to ride horses to climb mountains, go fishing, and then travel to several nearby cities. It would definitely be boring to stay in one place all the time. Yeshua counted on his fingers one by one, but planned in his mind where to go first. Yeshua thought he had plenty of time, so he didn't plan to be in a hurry. He would stop and go as he pleased, staying in an inn for 10 days or half a month in each place he arrived at. If the local scenery was good and the people were friendly, then staying there for a year or two would not be a problem. At this rate, he would be able to travel to all the famous cities in the Great Zhou within 10 years. This is the kind of life Yeshua has always wanted to live. The eldest prince was very worried when he heard this. How could he be so relaxed when he was also a prince? Didn't the emperor assign you a job? Even if it was an honorary position, it didn't matter whether you went or not. Generally speaking, everyone would go. Otherwise, if there was a commotion during court, it would be embarrassing. Then the eldest prince suddenly remembered that his younger brother was very shameless. Of course, I have my own way. Yeshua cleared his throat and then blinked. To tell you the truth, brother, my study partner is Xing Yucheng. Do you know him? His father is the current minister of industry, so there is no need to investigate this matter. If you ask more, you will know. There is no point in Yeshua hiding it, so it is better to say it directly. The eldest prince's eyes changed again and again. This should be the first time he saw his younger brother take the initiative to confess his power. But the Minister of Works is a shitty power. Although he is one of the 6 ministers, he is far from comparable to the other ministers. Only he thinks this is a good thing. Although it is indeed a good thing for him. Didn't you see that his brother was so happy that he almost flew up in the air? Brother, I see you must be tired after coming back so late. This is the musician I hired at a high price. Why don't you just come to my house and have a seat? Yeshua pointed to the 9th prince's house not far away, with a polite and enthusiastic attitude. However, the eldest prince was so upset that he was in no mood to argue with him anymore. No need. You should keep this extravagant thing to yourself. After saying this, the eldest prince flicked his sleeves and left. This was the son of the imperial concubine, and he had a noble status. As long as he hadn't made a big mistake, no one could treat him badly. A rare brother who has no ulterior motives. But when you think about it, it's really infuriating. Thinking of this, the eldest prince suddenly became even angrier. The eldest prince secretly swore that if such a day really came, he would never spoil him like his father did. As long as we cut off his subsidies, we will see how he can live freely. Thinking of this, the eldest prince suddenly felt much more relieved. Tusk, these people are so stingy. Yeshua waved to the musicians, signaling them to follow. Yeshua quickly arrived at the gate of the 9th prince's mansion, where a group of maids and servants had been waiting for a long time. The news from the palace said that he would come out in the morning, but now it was dark and the 9th prince had not come yet. Just when everyone thought that the 9th prince would not come today, he was suddenly seen outside the door. Greetings to the 9th prince. The butler was the first to react and then saluted. Others followed closely behind. Greetings to His Majesty the 9th prince. No need to be polite. Everyone please stand up. By the way, you're the housekeeper, right? Have someone settle these people first, and then go shopping with me. Speaking of which, Yeshua hasn't seen what his new home looks like yet. When the butler saw the musicians, he was stunned at first, and then he immediately asked someone to arrange them. It was so efficient that it was obvious that they were carefully selected. Although the light at night is not very good, under the reflection of lanterns and moonlight, one can still vaguely see the appearance of the entire mansion. Every house, corridor, pavilion, tower, brick and tile were all carefully selected. Even the bricks and stones inside the mansion were exceptionally smooth. They were all chiseled from the mountains and transported here piece by piece. The decoration of any room is extremely exquisite, grand but not vulgar. Especially the crane screen in Yeshua's room was extremely delicate. At first, Yeshua thought it was the work of some famous artist, but when he walked closer, he found out it was embroidery. The total length is over 3 meters. It is so big and there is not a single mistake. The embroiderer must have put a lot of effort into it. Yeshua's bed was covered with a brand new ivory mat, which Yeshua had previously left for Giant to sleep on. Emperor Jingwen then took out the one that the late emperor had rewarded him with from his private treasury and gave it to his son. Look at the paintings hanging on the wall. They are all works by famous artists throughout the ages. They are all authentic. Even one painting alone is priceless. Emperor Jingwen was of an elegant nature and was fond of calligraphy and painting, so he naturally collected quite a few works, and now most of them had arrived at Yeshua's house. What's more, Yeshua's entire bed is made of golden nanmu wood, which is extremely luxurious. Even Yeshua couldn't help but take a deep breath at the generosity of his stepfather. The other rooms, though inferior, were also extraordinary. There are nearly 20 such rooms in the entire prince's mansion. Further back is a vast garden with a martial arts field and a mountain. There is a small pavilion on the mountain, and in the courtyard at the foot of the mountain is the hot spring water that was specially brought in. As soon as he got close, a faint smell of sulfur rushed into Yeshua's nostrils. After finishing the tour and returning, Yeshua took a bath on the first night and only came out after soaking until his whole body was wet. The wet robe was a little loose and stuck to Yeshua's body. Wearing wooden clogs, Yeshua walked through the corridor and returned to his room. The mattresses had been dried in the sun in advance and were full of the smell of sunshine. Yeshua didn't choose any bed and fell asleep after lying on it for a while. The first night at the prince's mansion passed quickly. The next morning, the eldest prince and his entourage came out of the prince's mansion one after another and rushed to attend the morning court. When they passed by here, they couldn't help but pause. I saw that the door of Zioju's house was closed. Not only the door, but even the 2 lanterns at the door were not lit. It was obvious that he was not going to get up anytime soon. Now Yeshua doesn't even have to do homework or read books, so naturally he is more indulgent than before. As expected, Yeshua didn't go to court at all. Emperor Jingwen was sitting at the top. He looked down and couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was not surprised at all. The censor standing by quickly noticed the absence of the 9th prince and subconsciously began to criticize him. However, not to mention Emperor Jingwen, even the eldest prince and others had to speak for him. It's better to be lazy than to suddenly fall in love with power without realizing it. No matter how powerful the censor is, he will find it difficult to achieve anything if he is besieged by so many people. The Minister of Works, who had received the notice in advance, was in tears. His son had taken a house from the 9th prince, and now he, as his father, was also implicated. So why did his son accept the house given by the 9th prince? The Minister of Industry couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. When the eldest prince and his companions left court, it was almost time for Yeshua to get up. After slowly washing and getting dressed, Yeshua faced the rising sun, leisurely walked down the street with Zio Luzi, and started a new round of play. When the eldest prince and other ministers came out of the imperial city hungry, they happened to run into the 9th prince, who was eating a bowl of fried liver at a small stall at the foot of the imperial city with a gusto. The smile on the 2nd prince's face froze. Wow, what a large group of migrant workers know. They are the pillars of the country. You haven't eaten yet? Seeing that his brothers looked strange, Yeshua asked tentatively, can we have some together? Now that he has seen it, Yeshua wouldn't want to eat alone, right? In order to prevent improper conduct in front of the palace, ministers and princes usually did not eat during the morning court session, so as to avoid wanting to go to the toilet after staying there for too long or eating the wrong food. They would generally eat after returning home. The eldest prince and the others snorted in their hearts at the same time. Who would want to eat something so shameful? The eldest prince and the others were about to refuse when they heard him say, I'll treat you. The eldest prince and others paused for a moment. It's not that they are short of money for this meal. How much does a bowl of fried liver cost? The main reason is that the emperor gave them too much money and they felt uncomfortable. Even if the emperor only gave them a minor job, they still felt uncomfortable. Zioju finally showed his generosity, so how could he not take advantage of it? The eldest prince and the others finally sat down next to Yeshua in silence. The Teifu, who also came out with the crowd, took the opportunity to get on the carriage, but was afraid of being discovered and caught by him, so he left without looking back. The man selling fried liver nearby was so happy when he saw this that he farted with joy. He watched as several nobles in dragon robes walked out of the palace gate, chatted with the young man at the stall, and then went straight to his stall. Oh my God, even the princes and the nobles came to eat the food I made. My ancestors had done good deeds. They really had done good deeds. The hawker placed several servings of fried liver in front of the distinguished guests with an extremely pious attitude. After only one glance, the 5th prince subconsciously became picky. This color is it for human consumption. Yeshua rolled his eyes at him and said nothing, but just picked up the bowl and took a sip. The eldest prince ignored him and took a sip. Although this thing is not as exquisite as the ones made by the imperial chef in the palace, it tastes good and is enough to fill the stomach. You don't need the chef in the prince's mansion, but come out to eat this. The eldest prince didn't quite understand what his younger brother was thinking. Yeshua shook his head. You don't understand. No matter how delicious something is, there will come a day when you get tired of it. Changing the taste frequently can keep it fresh and last longer. Besides, is it a question of what to eat? Rather than eating, getting up in the morning and breathing fresh air is the most important thing. Brother, you guys are really boring. They have no interest. The eldest prince and the others were almost laughing in anger, but what they were thinking was, Zioju, you can be proud for now. Wait for the order from the emperor and see how long you can be proud. Several people, including the sixth prince, kept cursing. The fifth prince almost finished the entire meal while complaining. The fifth prince complained that the fried liver was not clean nor tasty, but he ate half a bowl of it in one breath. Yeshua had no idea what he was doing. Seeing that the time was almost up, the brothers stood up. Zio Luzi paid the money almost under the gaze of several princes. They had no idea how much their younger brother was worth now. Looking at the copper coins that Zio Luzi took out, they suddenly felt even happier than when they had eaten the fried liver just now. Then the few of them separated at the street corner. The eldest prince was heading to the military camp. The second prince and others were heading to the 6 ministries. And as for Yeshua, it went without saying that he was heading to the tea house. After listening to the book, Yeshua planned to go to the medical clinic in the capital and hire 2 apprentices who were proficient in acupoint massage, and have them come to his home regularly every day to massage him and relax his muscles. Seeing this, the eldest and second princes stopped in their tracks and asked, "Aren't you going to report to the Ministry of Works?" Yeshua didn't even think about it. "I have already asked someone to send a message to the Minister of Works." The Minister of Works knew equal he had punched in. Besides, his position was just an honorary one. It didn't matter whether he went or not. If there was any problem, Zhu Wu would tell him directly. There was no need for Yeshua to go to work every day. Just like that, the eldest prince and his entourage watched their younger brother walk into the tea house in front of them. The eldest prince snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. After the second prince and the fifth prince had walked for some distance, the fifth prince could not help but sighed, "I really envy my ninth brother." Among so many princes, only the fifth prince told the truth. The second prince paused and said, "What is there to envy? Everything he has now is nothing but flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. Sooner or later, he will pay the price for his temporary enjoyment." Ah, will he really pay the price? Looking at Zioju's personality, and with the imperial concubine and the Duke of Zhen behind him, it doesn't seem like he will pay a price. The fifth prince wanted to say more, second brother. Second prince, shut up. Oh, the other side, just like yesterday, Yeshua ate and drank his fill today, then went home in the dark. With money paving the way, the tea house owner is very efficient. Of course, it may also be that there are more poor intellectuals. This afternoon, the tea house owner handed him a stack of bills. If I finish writing everything and show it to him, and if he is not satisfied, the article will be discarded. It is better to let those people write the beginning first. If the boy is satisfied, then let them continue writing. If not, then forget it. In this way, Yeshua actually discovered several articles with great potential. It certainly can't be compared with the classics, but it's also quite interesting. This, and this. Tell them to hurry up and write. If they write well and quickly, they will be rewarded handsomely. As soon as Yeshua said this, the tea house owner became even more excited. Then we went to the opera troupe and the clinic. We strolled around here and there, and the day passed quickly. I didn't feel bored at all, but rather very fulfilled. After all, spending money is a very interesting thing in itself. As expected, Yeshua ran into the same person at the same time and place again. But this time, the eldest prince had an extra black horse in his hands. The black horse had shiny fur and strong limbs. It was obviously a good horse that was carefully raised. When the eldest prince stroked the horse, there was even a hint of pity in his eyes. "This is the offspring of my warhorse, named King Feng. I am giving it to you now. Zioju, you must treat it well in the future." The eldest prince originally used King Feng as a spare horse, but now he is back right. He really can't use it, and it's really pitiful for this horse to stay in the barracks every day, so it's better to give it to Zioju. At least he can go out and have some fresh air often. Feeling the great prince's attention, Yeshua couldn't help but become serious, of course. As everyone knows, the fodder and baiting is the best, and the horses raised there are the strongest. Yeshua happens to have several caravans in baiting, so it should not be difficult to ask them to transport the fodder back. So Yeshua asked, "Does your horse eat the grass in baiting?" The eldest prince was stunned for a moment. After realizing what he meant, the eldest prince couldn't help but sweat. That's not necessary. Although the eldest prince had been taken care of carefully before, it was not to this extent. How much money would it cost to feed it with grass from baiting every day? However, for Yeshua, money was really nothing. Besides, the caravan was his own, so the cost alone was much less. How much money would it cost to cut some grass in baiting's fields? Don't worry, brother. I know what's going on. The eldest prince suddenly began to sympathize with the imperial concubine, the Duke of Zhen's mansion, Andhai's father. Just at this moment, Yi Yan and his brothers, who had just finished their homework, heard a noise outside. When the servant said it was the ninth prince, Yi Yan and his brothers rushed out without much hesitation. It just so happened that Yeshua had just got a new horse and was worried about where to go. When he saw them, he asked casually, "I'm going to the enclosure to hunt tomorrow. Do you want to come?" knowing that his cheap father doesn't like entertainment. He hasn't been to the enclosure for 2 or 3 years, and the other princes are the same. Now the various free-range animals in the royal hunting grounds are giving birth one after another, and the grass is almost eaten bald. Every year, guards have to be sent to clean up a batch to maintain balance. Yeshua thought since he is idle anyway, why not let himself help digest it? Otherwise it will be in vain to spend so much money on maintenance every year. Yan and the others were excited and subconsciously wanted to agree, but when he looked up he saw his father's eyes. Yan and others suddenly woke up. They forgot that they have to report to the study room tomorrow. The study room only gives a few days of leave a year, New Year, birthday, and Tianqing festival, and that's it. No leave is allowed at other times without special circumstances. However, these are not a big deal in Yeshua's eyes. I'll ask someone to tell Lord Sen tomorrow. Yan and the others looked at their father expectantly. The eldest prince did not hesitate and shook his head decisively, saying, "Don't even think about it." Then the eldest prince looked at his younger brother and warned him, "Don't lead Yanner and the others astray." "Okay then." Yeshua shrugged his shoulders, gave them a helpless look, then took King Feng's hand and went back home. Yan and his brothers were almost crying. Yeshua kept his word and rode his horse to the royal hunting ground on the outskirts of the city the next day. It is called a hunting ground, but it is actually very large. You can't even see the end of it at a glance. Not many people hunt in this hunting ground, so naturally no one wants the hunting dogs that are raised all year round. Yeshua was very interested in the group of hunting dogs, especially those fine dogs with long limbs and bright eyes. It was obvious that they were good hunters. Yeshua waved at them. The hounds were slow to react at first, but after being reminded by the trainer, they came over with their tails wagging. Adult dogs have already recognized their trainers as their masters after a long time, which is probably enough. But the puppies are just born now, so Yeshua had an idea and decided to raise a few of them at home. The house is indeed a little quieter now. The trainer naturally would not refuse. He was already worried because this group of hunting dogs gave birth to another litter 2 months ago, and all the dogs that could be donated from nearby areas had been sent here. If no one wanted this litter, they would have to be given to the nearby villagers. After all, following the villagers is not as good as following the princes and nobles to enjoy life. If possible, the animal trainer would like to let them live a wealthy life. There are 6 in this litter. Apart from this one, I've seen all the other little ones. They all have good qualifications. Looking at the 5 strong puppies and one obviously weak one, Yeshua didn't care if there was one more or one less, so he said, "Leave these 6 to me, I'll take them away at night." The trainer was immediately delighted. Zio Luzi was so excited at the sight of the prey that he couldn't help but reach out and touch it. In this way, Yeshua, with a group of hunting dogs and several guards, spent a whole day in the enclosure. When he left, in addition to the 6 weaned puppies, he also took away 2 hares and a deer. After returning to the mansion, the dusty Yeshua handed the hare and deer to the kitchen, asking them to help cut them and then marinate them with spices. He planned to have a barbecue in the pavilion on the mountain in the evening. By the way, Yeshua sent the servants in his mansion to knock on every door. He couldn't finish all the food by himself, so he asked them to ask his brothers if they were interested in having a barbecue together. However, the eldest prince and his men had worked all day and were exhausted. At night, they had to sleep in the rooms of the prince's wives and concubines. How could they have the leisure time to eat barbecue? Yan and the others wanted to go, but they haven't finished memorizing their books yet. When Yeshua came out of the hot spring wearing a robe, he heard the news that he was rejected. Forget it, if they don't want to eat it, just eat it yourself. So Yeshua brought musicians and a few storybooks with him. They listened to the music, read the storybooks, and grilled meat at the same time. After a short while, the deer legs on the grill were sizzling and oozing with oil. Although the mountain behind the 9th prince's mansion is not very high, only about 100 meters, it is high enough for people around to see clearly. Especially the hanging lanterns swaying in the wind and the distant sound of the piano made the 6th prince's hand that was turning the pages of the book suddenly pause, and the 6th prince almost opened his mouth with gritted teeth. Someone closed the window. The 6th prince was fine, but the people in the 1st prince's mansion, which was the closest to the palace, were suffering. The barbecue itself is not attractive. What is attractive is the leisurely feeling. Smelling the aroma of meat wafting in the air, Yan and the others were drooling in their dreams that night. Yeshua did what he said, and now he is like a bird out of a cage, wandering and flying everywhere. But human nature is inherently mean. The more he behaved like this, the more the eldest prince and the others wanted to know what he did every day, and then they could not help but ask him about it. Then, Yeshua's itinerary slowly unfolded before everyone's eyes. On the first day, we ate fried liver, went to tea house to drink tea and listened to storytelling, and listened to opera in the afternoon. The next day, we went hunting. On the 3rd day, they went fishing, relaxing and having a picnic in the wild, and they ran into Prince Su. In the end, Zioju returned with a full load. The ninth prince's mansion had a fish banquet that night, but as for Prince Su as expected, there was no feast. On the fourth day, Zioju went hiking and stayed overnight in a temple on the mountain. He had a vegetarian meal in the morning and then came back. The fifth day, the sixth day, the seventh day, the eldest prince and others gradually became numb. In just over a month, Yeshua's goal was no longer limited to Shangjing City. He began to ride his horse directly and headed towards several other cities. The nearest city was about 2 days' journey from Shangjing, so it was impossible for Yeshua to return on the same day, and he stayed there for nearly half a month. It can be seen that Zioju's itinerary is gradually expanding. If this continues, it won't be long before he can no longer be found. Half a month later, Yeshua came back. When he passed by the enclosure on the outskirts of the city, he couldn't help but go there again. This time, he gained more than just the 6 puppies. What Yeshua didn't expect was that he actually encountered a little tiger that had albinism, was abandoned in the wild, and was now dying. This tiger is about the same size as a 3-month-old puppy. Yeshua thought about it and finally picked it up and took it back. It's not that he felt pity or anything. It's mainly because this thing looked so cute that he really couldn't help himself. At worst, we can wait until it grows up and send it back to the wild. It is illegal to keep this thing in modern times, but nowadays you can do whatever you want with it. After Yeshua returned home, he specifically asked the kitchen for goat milk. It took him a lot of effort to feed the goat milk to the little white tiger. The arrival of the little tiger made Yan and others unable to sit still anymore. They stopped reciting books, and the first thing they did after school every day was to come and see this little thing. In addition to the little tiger, there were also 6 puppies, barbecued meat and fish to eat, and hot springs to soak in. Oh my God, is this a fairyland? The eldest prince almost watched helplessly as his sons, who he had high hopes for, became less hardworking than before. This is simply outrageous. The eldest prince eventually had an unprecedentedly violent quarrel with Yi Yan and his brothers. The eldest prince was so angry that he seemed a little frustrated. Why are you guys competing with him? Why don't you compete with Yi Zun more? Your 9th uncle has no ambitions. Do you want to be like that too? In fact, Yi Yan and his team aren't not working hard, they're just not working as hard as before. The most important thing is that they also feel that such days seem to be quite good. Thinking of this, Yi Yan said, but I don't have to do anything. I just need to go out and play every day. It's really happy. As for Yi Yan's 3 younger brothers, they couldn't help nodding when they heard this. When the eldest prince heard this, his eyes went dark. It's over. My sons have been led astray by Zioju. After sending Yi Yan and the others to the study room to kneel as punishment, the eldest prince took a deep breath and decided that he could not go on like this. Coincidentally, other people thought so too. Zioju has only been here for a few days, and their house is already in turmoil on the other side. In the first 5 days, Emperor Jingwen was able to keep his composure and resisted the urge to check what his son was doing. On the 10th day, Emperor Jingwen began to frown. On the 15th day, Emperor Jingwen finally couldn't help it and started cursing. Ignorant wolf, I really raised an ungrateful wolf. It's quite blatant. I'm still healthy, but he is like this. Wang Ziquan, tell me, can I still count on him in the future? Wang Ziquan didn't dare to speak, thinking, Your Majesty, you can't count on the 9th prince anyway. In the end, Emperor Jingwen failed to fulfill the promise he had made in his heart. Emperor Jingwen initially thought that the little bastard had grown up, and it was time to let him go. It was pointless to keep holding on to him. As a result, now. Bullshit, let him go. He shouldn't have let him leave the palace in the first place. Freedom. That little bastard doesn't deserve this word. This thought reached its peak after he asked the secret guards to investigate what he had been doing recently. Every day outside the palace, he either listened to operas or storytelling, or went fishing and hunting. He even went to the capital city and stayed there for half a month before returning. When Emperor Jingwen received the news from the commander-in-chief, he was in disbelief for a moment. Are you sure he went out alone? After receiving the affirmative answer from the commander-in-chief, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but take a breath. Then why are you still standing there? Why don't you bring him back to me? Zioju has never traveled far since he was a child. The only time he went far was to the temporary palace. He was with so many people. Could he know the way? If he didn't know the way, what if he accidentally went into the deep mountains and forests and couldn't find his way back? Although the official road was relatively safe, it was not without its problems. If he really encountered danger, would he want to bite the enemy's ear to escape? He had grown up so much, why was he still so ignorant? Emperor Jingwen was almost furious. However, it was too late for the commander-in-chief to chase him. King Feng was the eldest prince's precious warhorse. How could ordinary horses catch up with him when he really ran? By the evening of the 3rd day, Emperor Jingwen received news that his son was staying at an inn in Yuncheng near Shangjing. And the following half-month, when he spent lavishly in Yuncheng. If Emperor Jingwen didn't realize that the little bastard was enjoying himself here, then his reign would have been in vain. It seems that after the little bastard was left alone outside, he had completely forgotten about his father, the emperor, and his mother. He doesn't want to come back at all. Emperor Jingwen waited and waited, and finally Yeshua came back. He thought that he would finally come back to the palace this time, right? As a result, a little tiger cub once again held him back. Just when Emperor Jingwen was planning to capture him regardless of the consequences, the eldest prince, the second prince and the fourth prince, who had children and whose children were old enough to remember, came almost together. What's more, Prince Su and Prince Jin were also among them. How could Prince Su not come? There were only so many good places for fishing in the suburbs of Beijing, and he and his nephew would bump into them almost every time. Prince Su was busy helping Emperor Jingwen with his work on weekdays, and he could not stand being deprived of such a hobby. As for Prince Jin, before Yeshua came out, he was the most comfortable person in the capital. But Yeshua spent a lot of money, and all the good things came to him first. The storyteller that Prince Jin was used to listening to would always tell stories that his nephew would like to hear every time he went to the tea house. The Prince of Jin is not inferior to him, but the key is that the Prince of Jin has no money. The shop under the name of King Jin is certainly profitable compared to that of ordinary people, but it is far from enough compared to Yeshua. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Wasn't Prince Jin coming to the palace to complain? Soon, several people started to complain to each other in the Qinzheng Hall. Soon Emperor Jingwen understood the demands of the eldest prince and his two brothers. No matter what method, we must get Zioju back. Emperor Jingwen, the little bastard, is really capable of angering so many people at the same time. Emperor Jingwen was very angry at first, but now he is not angry at all. Instead, he is worried that his son will be eaten by his brothers and uncles. Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to clear his throat and quickly call the secret guards over. About an incense stick later, Yeshua was lying comfortably on a recliner, enjoying the apprentice's massage service while stroking his little white tiger and listening to songs. When he saw his cheap master Wu Yi, Yeshua was stunned. Why is he here? What happened? Before Yeshua could react, Wu Yi spoke, "Your Highness, I am sorry for your wrongdoing." Then Yeshua was taken back to the palace. Wow. Yeshua and Wu Yi exchanged 2 moves, and Yeshua was controlled by Wu Yi. Although Yeshua didn't use his full strength, it was obvious that Wu Yi didn't do that either, so there was still a certain gap between the two. It hurts, master, please spare my life." The captured Yeshua felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and couldn't help but scream. Wu Yi was stunned for a moment and subconsciously let go. Yeshua had no choice but to be forced to obey. Along the way, Yeshua tried to find out what had happened. Suddenly, his cheap father called him back and sent his cheap master over. But Wu Yi was a secret guard after all, and he kept his mouth shut. He didn't reveal any information at all. Yeshua had no choice but to give up. Yeshua thought that he had behaved well recently and had not committed any crime. In the palace, his mother Concubine, Jianjian, and his grandfather's family were doing well. So when Yeshua saw the brothers and uncles in the palace, his first reaction was, "Hey, it's so lively today. Are you planning to have some kind of party?" Yeshua quickly filtered through all the important dates, and then froze. Okay, it seems there isn't one. Emperor Jingwen felt a headache when he saw his son, who was totally unaware that he had offended the public. Then Emperor Jingwen spoke in front of the expectant eyes of the eldest prince, Prince Su, and Prince Jin. "From now on, you should not go out again. Stay in the palace. When your stubborn nature is worn away, I will let you leave the palace." Caught off guard, Yeshua, so why is this happening? Yeshua racked his brains but couldn't figure out the reason. He just felt that he was extremely innocent. Yeshua, who had only played for 2 months before being forced to return to Qiwu Palace, looked completely depressed. He lay on the table, feeling weak and wanting to cry but unable to. Jian, who was practicing calligraphy nearby, could not help but sneer when she heard this. "You deserve it. Bad brother, stinky brother, he went out to play for so long and didn't even call her." After listening to the whole process, Jian didn't feel pity for him at all. He was simply hateful. She would not be fooled by his pitiful face. For the first time ever, the imperial concubine held the same attitude as her daughter and was also critical of her son. After all, Yeshua had been away for 2 months and had not thought about coming back, so the imperial concubine was naturally unhappy. After being caught and scolded by 2 people, one big and one small, Yeshua could only run away in fear. "I don't want to do that either, but it's really fun outside. I've lived for 16 years and have only been out a few times. It's understandable that I couldn't control my emotions for a while. This palace looks big, but no matter how big a place is, you will get bored if you stay there for too long." When Yeshua was in modern times, he would fly here or there every day, whether it was domestic or foreign. He would drive away when he felt like it. It was quite good that he could be patient for so long without going crazy. He was quite restrained. "Okay, Mom, my son is so uncomfortable, woo 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 woo." The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Yeshua lay on the imperial concubine's lap and began to sob. They don't play by themselves, and they don't let their son play either. They are too much. It was not that Yeshua was careless. He was so happy that he forgot about his trip. On the other hand, Yeshua would never have thought that he could continue to live in the palace after he became an adult. Apart from the prince, who else could have such treatment? No wonder Yeshua indulged himself a little. Well, now the impossible has come true. It turns out that he can't predict every situation. Yeshua became more and more sad. Even though she knew he was pretending and wasn't really crying, the imperial concubine still couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Indeed, staying in this square palace is not as free as being outside. Before the imperial concubine married Emperor Jingwen, she was the daughter of a duke. Coming from a military family, she did not have so many concerns. She often played polo, climbed mountains, and had parties with a group of young sisters. Naturally, she knew how happy the outside world was. The imperial concubine could still understand her son's current mood, but she couldn't do anything about it. It was all the emperor's will. Sure, don't cry, sure, don't cry, just bear with it a little longer, alas. The eldest prince and his brothers are such fools. How could they do this? The imperial concubine suddenly felt that the eldest prince and his brothers were going too far. They were bullying him by relying on his age. Jianjian, seeing her mother's attitude change so quickly, Jianjian was stunned. Put yourself in her shoes. If your brother was hunting, fishing, or listening to books while you were studying, you would also be angry. But your eldest brother and his brothers have good tempers and didn't even beat him up. Mother, please don't spoil my brother too much. Jianjian couldn't help but say. But obviously the current imperial concubine won't listen. As expected, my brother's current state is closely related to my father and mother. At the beginning, Jianjian's attitude was very firm. Just because Yeshua didn't come back to see her and her mother for 2 months, Jianjian would not easily forgive him. But soon the little white tiger cub and 6 puppies were sent to the palace. How could Jianjian resist the attacks of the animal cubs, especially the little white tiger? With its cute appearance, big paw pads, and fierce roar, almost no one can refuse it. Call me brother, and I'll let you touch it. Seeing Yeshua holding the little tiger by the scruff of the neck, Jian could no longer sit still. Jian, who didn't know the habits of cats, subconsciously felt that the little tiger must be in pain when she saw this scene. This is not Yeshua's first time. He is already considered a veteran. Jian almost pounced on the little white tiger and snatched it back from his brother's clutches. The brother and sister were playing and fighting. When it was time for dinner, Emperor Jingwen came almost on time. When he saw the little white tiger, he couldn't help but frown. You have been so busy recently that you can't even go to the tea house. Is it because of this little thing? Of course. Tigers are not easy to raise, especially a dying little tiger like this. In modern times, it would take professionals to rescue it. As a non-professional, you can imagine how much effort Yeshua would have to put in to revive it. Emperor Jingwen listened to what he was chattering on, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, Emperor Jingwen had only hunted tigers in his life and had never raised tigers, and he had no interest in such furry things. Emperor Jingwen simply reminded him, just raise it for a few months, and when it grows up a bit, put it back in the hunting grounds. A tiger is a tiger after all, and even a cub of a few months old is already capable of hurting people. Be careful with its claws, or it will scratch you and hurt you. Emperor Jingwen said with a hint of warning in his tone. Perhaps it was the instinct of a wild animal. The little white tiger sensed something, and then huddled in a corner and began to sniff at people. The more he looked at this thing, the more dangerous it seemed. Emperor Jingwen frowned more and more. If you really want to keep it, you can simply let the trainers in the palace train you for a few months, and then have them send it back to you when the time comes. They have forgotten that they are now members of the ruling class of the evil feudal society. How do animal trainers train? Cats are different from canines, especially wolves and dogs. No matter how much they're trained, their obedience is not high. In ancient times, there were not all kinds of methods to train big cats, right? Just when Yeshua was puzzled, he heard Emperor Jingwen say, of course, grind off the claws and teeth of the little thing. Without teeth and claws, no matter how big it is, it can't hurt people. He can keep it as long as he wants. Yeshua immediately shook his head upon hearing this. Forget it then. He really couldn't do this. As he said that, Yeshua picked up the little white tiger again, and then he didn't know how he did it, but after a few seconds, the little white tiger miraculously calmed down. When Emperor Jingwen saw the scabbed scratches on his son's hands, a Chinese letter character appeared between his brows. Dad, you scared it. Seeing that the little tiger he had coaxed with great difficulty was struggling again, Yeshua spoke helplessly. Emperor Jingwen was furious. I kindly reminded you, but he still didn't appreciate it. Seeing that his cheap father was about to lose his temper, Yeshua quickly changed the subject. By the way, father, why didn't you protect your son when you were in the Qinzheng Palace this afternoon? Thinking of how he had been scolded by so many people, Yeshua couldn't help but look resentful. You even sent someone to bring this son back from the mansion. Please, he has only been out for a short time. Do you still have any humanity? How dare you say that? Emperor Jingwen was almost amused by his shamelessness. Don't you think about what you have done outside? Can your elder brother and others feel comfortable? Not to mention the eldest prince and others, Emperor Jingwen didn't feel happy at all. The emperor is the supreme ruler and should be the freest person in the world, but he ends up living worse than his own son every day. For a moment, Emperor Jingwen even felt that their roles were reversed. It would be fine if it was just your eldest brother, but you actually led your nephews astray, asking Yanner and the others every day if they want to eat barbecue, or asking them to go fishing. This is just now. If it was before your eldest brother, he would have lost his temper long ago. Do you think everyone has as much free time as you? Yeshua curled the corner of his mouth. Aren't I kind-hearted? If a child is locked up at home every day, he will probably get suffocated after a long time. Let's not talk about this. This time the tiger was no match for the wolves, so Yeshua accepted it. Dad, when are you going to let me out? I'm an adult prince and I'm living in the palace all day. It's ridiculous. The censors will gossip about me. Emperor Jingwen realized that if he was released, he would really not want to go home at all. Therefore, Emperor Jingwen did not give a direct answer, but only asked, don't you want to spend more time with your father, your mother, and Jian in this palace? Under normal circumstances, almost everyone would answer yes. But the problem is that Yeshua dared to bet that as long as he said that word, his stepfather would definitely go with the flow and would definitely not let him leave. So Yeshua thought about it, and despite his mother's sharp, murderous gaze, he shook his head firmly no. Since you want to, then you should be more Emperor Jingwen was stunned. 4 people, including Wang Ziquan, looked over almost immediately. Yeshua spoke the truth. I'm sorry, Dad, Mom, and Jian. Now I want to go out of the palace and have fun. Emperor Jingwen was stunned at first, and then he became furious. After that, Yeshua couldn't get out at all. If he wants to get out again, he will probably have to wait until next life. In addition, he even had to continue studying with Lord Sen and the Grand Tutor. This time, Emperor Jingwen insisted that he learn what filial piety meant. This was probably the first prince since the founding of the great Zhou who left the palace to set up his own residence and then was sent back to go back to school. After hearing the news and what he had said to his father, the eldest prince and others fell silent. If he had said a few nice words, things wouldn't have turned out like this. When his not guilty sentence turned into life imprisonment, Yeshua felt that it was time for him to escape from prison, no, to run away completely. There is no way. Who told the people here they can't play? These days, people are not allowed to tell the truth. Yeshua was walking on the road, kicking pebbles for fun. The peach blossoms around him fell down and fluttered in front of his eyes, which made his eyebrows and eyes look stunning. I don't know how many people were stunned by him, but what Yeshua was thinking about at the moment was the desperate expression on Lord Sen's face when he saw him just now. I thought that after the 9th prince left the palace, I would finally be able to get rid of him. If I wasn't afraid of the emperor's anger, I would have wanted to buy 2 strings of firecrackers to set off, but he was not happy for long. The 9th prince came back after a walk. From what the emperor said, he would not be able to get out for a while. Lord Sen felt that the road ahead was bleak and he wished he could resign on the spot so that he could live 2 more years. As he thought about it, Yeshua's thoughts gradually shifted. Just when he was thinking about whether to run away, he saw a familiar figure walking hurriedly not far away. That person was none other than the always low-key 7th prince. The 7th prince looked extremely anxious and was accompanied by the imperial physician. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be willing to meddle in such trivial matters, but Yeshua was famous for being there wherever there was excitement, and no matter who it was, he would go up and ask questions whenever he saw them. Just when the 7th prince was getting anxious, he suddenly heard a voice, 7th brother. The 7th prince turned around and saw Yeshua walking towards him. What happened? Seeing the 7th prince open his mouth, Yeshua said, let's talk while we walk. Perhaps it was because his attitude was too natural, and the 7th prince was now somewhat confused, so he subconsciously agreed. After walking for a long time, he gradually reacted. Then Yeshua learned that the 7th prince's biological mother, Su Girong, was ill. Yeshua frowned upon hearing this. Is it serious? Do you need any medicine? If Yeshua has a situation where he can help with something that is easy to do, like this one, he will generally help. But his subconscious reaction made the 7th prince stunned. Although his mother had been living in Concubine Shu's palace, and he had been serving the 5th prince at all times, Concubine Shu did not even care as much about his mother's illness as his 9th brother did. It's really funny. The 7th prince calmed himself down and did not show off. He just said, if there is any need, I will ask my 9th brother for help. Yeshua nodded. Okay, let's go see Concubine Girong first. This was probably Yeshua's 2nd time coming to Concubine Shu's palace. It could be said that he had a connection with Concubine Shu, as Yeshua saw her as soon as he came in. Greetings to the Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu first looked at him, then looked at the 7th prince and the imperial physician behind him, and she had a rough idea in her mind. This 7th prince is so capable that she doesn't know when he got in touch with the son of the woman in Kiwu Palace. Concubine Shu didn't say much, and Yeshua didn't delay any longer. He followed the 7th prince into Su Girong's room in the side hall. Yeshua took a look from a distance through the gap in the screen and was then startled. Yeshua remembered when he was just 1 month old. At that time, Sugirong was still young and a low-key person like the seventh prince. Even when he was punished, he kept his head down and remained silent. But now, perhaps because of her illness, Sugirong has become extremely thin and there is no trace of her former beauty. About half an incense stick of time later, the imperial physician and the seventh prince came out together. Both of them looked bad and the situation was not optimistic. The imperial physician sighed, Guirong's illness has been delayed for too long, at least a month, I'm afraid. Seventh prince subconsciously tightened his grip upon hearing this. When he entered the palace more than a month ago, he noticed that something seemed wrong with his mother's complexion, but he did not take it to heart at the time. Now thinking about it, he really regretted it. What's more, Empress Girong's foundation was damaged when she was young. If she uses good ginseng to replenish her vitality, it would be better. When Yeshua heard the first half of the sentence, his heart couldn't help but pause slightly. When the imperial physician finished speaking, the seventh prince looked over and Yeshua nodded. No problem, my mother has some wild ginseng, I'll have someone bring it to you later. Ginseng is something that is extremely difficult to pick and grow. 1 or 2 stalks are fine, but if you want to use them for a long time, it is indeed difficult given the seventh prince's current financial situation. But in fact, although Yeshua said so, his mother didn't have much stock left. The only option now was to buy it outside. This was not a difficult task for Yeshua, so he didn't mention it. The seventh prince said this sincerely. After all this ordeal, the seventh prince's forehead and body were covered in sweat. Yeshua noticed that his lips were a little pale, presumably because of his deep affection for Sugirong. It was the same back then. As soon as Sugirong knelt down, the seventh prince couldn't control his tears and burst into tears. Although it was partly because the seventh prince was still young, it was also because of the bond between mother and son. And Sugirong didn't tell the seventh prince even though she was so ill. She hired an imperial physician and got medicine prescribed for her, but it didn't work. She couldn't hide it any longer, so the seventh prince found out. This made Yeshua think of his mother. While the imperial physician was writing the prescription, he softened his heart and advised, "Seventh brother, don't worry. Concubine Girong will get better." The seventh prince was a very smart man and could naturally understand the meaning of this. Similarly, he finally noticed his own embarrassment at the moment. "You don't know, ninth brother, I have been dependent on my mother since I was born. I am not afraid of being laughed at by you if I tell you this. If something bad happened to my mother, I really don't know what I would do." It can be seen that the seventh prince was very flustered and said things that he would never say under normal circumstances. Yeshua couldn't do anything else but pat his hands and comfort him. "It will be fine. Everything will be fine." Gradually, the seventh prince became less nervous. After Yeshua returned, he asked someone to deliver the ginseng shortly afterwards. A few days later, Yeshua accidentally met the fifth prince, but the fifth prince at this time acted as if nothing had happened and even asked him if he had seen the seventh prince. "Really, this old seven has been gone for so many days. I don't even know if he has finished the task I asked him to do for me." Yeshua was stunned for a moment, then asked, "You still don't know what the seventh brother's situation is now? The fifth prince, what could possibly happen to him?" That shouldn't be the case. Given the relationship between the fifth prince and the seventh prince, it's impossible for him not to know that Sugirong was seriously ill. While Yeshua was stunned, the fifth prince suddenly thought of something. "You mean Sugirong's illness? But what does Sugirong's illness have to do with him? There are so many palace servants and he can't help much. There are still so many things to do in the Ministry of Revenue. No matter what, it can't affect the work, right? I came here today just for this matter. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go find him." Looking at the fifth prince's hurried back, Yeshua's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps because he had known the fifth prince for so long, Yeshua almost forgot that the fifth prince always treated people differently based on their social status, and he was not always friendly to everyone. The fifth prince was arrogant from the beginning, but Yeshua was even more arrogant than him, which forced him to restrain himself when facing Yeshua. The fifth prince had one face when dealing with Yeshua, and another attitude when dealing with the seventh prince. The seventh prince has followed the fifth prince since he was a child. The seventh prince's mother is a person in the palace of Concubine Shu. The identities of both mother and son are suppressed by Concubine Shu and the fifth prince. Over time, the fifth prince naturally regards the seventh prince as a slave, and slaves cannot have their own thoughts. After so many years, the fifth prince has long been accustomed to it. It would be fine if such a balance was not broken, but once it was broken, it would probably lead to a disaster. Yeshua instantly recalled that when he was in the study, he saw that the seventh prince had clearly started writing a poem, and he wrote 2 whole lines before changing to something else. This proved that he actually wanted to express himself in his heart. The reason why the seventh prince was constrained in every way and forced to listen to the fifth prince was that his status was low, and also Sugirong was in the hands of Concubine Shu, so the seventh prince had to obey. There are not so many masochists in this world. What there are only people who have to compromise. In order to let his mother live a good life, the seventh prince was willing to bury his intelligence and talent, be driven by concubine Shu's son, and become a transparent person among the princes. Thinking of this, Yeshua shuddered immediately. Then rare medicinal herbs began to be sent to concubine Shu's palace as if they were free. In Yeshua's opinion, if this matter can be solved with money, then it is not a problem. If not. Just when Yeshua was thinking about something, 37 days later, Sugirong died. Despite being kept alive by so many precious medicinal herbs, Sugirong eventually died. Yeshua's mind went blank at first, and he suddenly remembered what the imperial physician had said before. What's more, Empress Girong's foundation was damaged when she was young. If she uses good ginseng to replenish her vitality, it would be better. She was injured when she was young. Since the fifth prince treats the seventh prince in this way, concubine Shu must not be much better to Sugirong. Yeshua hurriedly asked Zio Luzi to find out how concubine Shu had treated Sugirong over the years. As expected, Sugirong's injury was indeed related to concubine Shu. Sugirong was originally a maid in concubine Shu's palace, but she was favored by her stepfather. Concubine Shu was naturally unhappy, but who could be happy? Soon after Sugirong was favored, concubine Shu made excuses to make things difficult for her, and that was when Sugirong fell ill. As a result, she didn't recover well, and the birth of the seventh prince made her even more injured and even damaged her foundation. An emperor would never care so much. He would just favor whoever he liked. He didn't know or care whether a little palace maid would suffer a catastrophic disaster because of his small action. Emperor Jingwen had the same problems as all other emperors, and he was never lazy. After Sugirong's death, concubine Shu thought it was unlucky and refused to allow anyone to set up a mourning hall in her palace. Even after so many years, concubine Shu had no feelings for Sugirong, so Sugirong was hastily buried according to the palace rules. The second prince didn't care much about his younger brother. After all, the seventh prince had been mediocre since childhood. Besides, how capable could a prince be if he could even be controlled the fifth prince? When Yeshua heard that the seventh prince not only did not make a fuss, but was even calmer than before, it seemed that he knew it was useless and that Sugirong would not come back no matter what, so he gave up struggling. Then, only 3 days after Sugirong was buried, not even the seventh day had passed, the seventh prince went to the Ministry of Revenue to do his work as usual. Calm, too calm, which was totally different from the anxious look on the seventh prince's face when he first heard that his mother was ill. Yeshua just felt that something was wrong. Yeshua thought that this was bad enough, but he didn't expect that even worse news was waiting for him. A few days later, probably less than a month at most, the crown prince had a big fight with his tutor. Considering how much the Grand Tutor values the Crown Prince, the fact that he was so furious must mean something serious. The Teifu is old-fashioned and stubborn, and it is difficult for him to change his mind once he has made up his mind. Under other circumstances, these would all be shortcomings, but his stubborn temper also means that he cannot tolerate any flaws. He won't change when he's young, and even less so when he's old. In addition, Yeshu had expressed concerns before, so he thought that the crime the prince had committed this time must be serious. The more he cared about it, the angrier he became, to the point that the Grand Tutor didn't even care about his manners. There are so many details in front of us that it is difficult to ignore them. Looking at the familiar palace wall, Yeshu suddenly felt a little breathless. Noticing the sadness on his face, the imperial concubine was startled at first, then slowly walked behind him. If you really can't stay here any longer, just leave if you want. Concubine Rong didn't know what her son was thinking at the moment. She just thought that Yeshua was bored of staying in this palace. Since it was so painful, why not leave? Shuar was different from me. As a concubine, I could never leave. He could be free, so why trap him here? Although the imperial concubine was worried and concerned, she also knew the pain of losing freedom. Rather than making herself happy, the imperial concubine hopes that her 2 children will live happily. If her own happiness is built on the suffering of her children, the imperial concubine really would not bother to do it. Yeshua was startled when he heard this, and spoke subconsciously, "Mom." Yeshua's mind was in a mess. He had actually wanted to run away before, and now after these 2 things happened he wanted to run away even more. Yeshua was not a saint. If things go on like this, he is afraid that he will not be able to remain indifferent. Sometimes there are things that you know you can't do, but you still can't help but want to try. But sometimes these attempts often result in death. As the saying goes, those involved in the matter are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things clearly. Even the smartest people will inevitably fall into this vicious circle. After Yeshu joined the game as a person in the game, it was impossible for him to be as rational as he is now. Failure to maintain absolute rationality is the beginning of downfall. People who drown are usually people who know how to swim. Yeshua couldn't guarantee that he would be the exception. Yeshua believed that he was no better than his brothers in playing political games. In terms of playing political games, his brothers were naturally gifted. But in the current situation, Yeshua really didn't dare to leave. After all, his mother and Jian were still in this palace. If they were accidentally injured, it would be too late for him to regret. However, the imperial concubine could not understand why her son wanted to run away but refused. This was really unlike him. Don't give me excuses like you don't really want to go out or anything like that. How can I not understand you? Yeshua was just about to make up an excuse to get away with it, but the imperial concubine didn't give him a chance and exposed him right away. The imperial concubine is very slow in some aspects, but terrifyingly sharp in other aspects. Under the repeated pressure from the imperial concubine, Yeshua had no choice but to tell the truth. If I leave, what will happen to you and Jian? What do you mean? Jian and I can't live without you, right? I thought it was something else. When the imperial concubine heard this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, feeling both angry and amused. My father is the Duke of Zhen, and I am the imperial concubine appointed by the emperor himself. Who dares to touch me? From beginning to end, Concubine Rong was proud of her family, father, and brother. Concubine Rong knew even more that if anything happened to her, her parents and brothers would definitely not abandon her. Even after entering the palace for so many years, the imperial concubine has never doubted this. To tell you the truth, I personally agreed to your entry into the palace. If I hadn't agreed, I don't know what would have happened. Then the imperial concubine snorted, so take care of yourself first. That's true. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. As long as my grandfather is alive, it is unlikely that anyone will set their sights on his mother. If my grandfather gets angry, most people will not be able to handle it. His mother is a royal concubine, and now he is even more loved by his stepfather. Although his stepfather can be truly ruthless when he cares about someone, he can still be considered reliable. After a long pause, Yeshua said, if that's the case, then I'll really leave. When the imperial concubine first saw her son's nagging manner, she felt a little uncomfortable. Just go, really. The imperial concubine was not a weak person from beginning to end. Seeing this, Yeshua couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Although Yeshua had made up his mind, it was impossible for him to be completely unprepared. The first person Yeshua found was his eldest cousin, who had been wronged, and asked him to take care of his mother and Jian more. Yeshua still has great confidence in his cousin's abilities, especially the queen. You must be careful. Wei Wen agreed without much hesitation. The second group of people that Yeshua came to visit were his students. Over the past few years, Yeshua has had more and more students in the court. There are no longer just Zhu Wu and his friends. There are also some in local areas. Yeshua didn't pay much attention to them before. He basically let them roam free and occasionally gave them some guidance. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked. This group of people are quite capable. Putting it all together, even if the teacher was Zheng Mohui, it would still arouse suspicion. As for why my cheap father didn't find out, it was because the population at the border was mixed from all over the country, and as long as they were dispersed and then assigned back to their hometowns, they would not be so conspicuous. It is normal for a few young talents to emerge in local areas every year. Since it is so normal, no one would think of conducting such an in-depth investigation, and concealing the truth would be a piece of cake. After all, who would doubt a person who has risen step by step from the bottom? Then, Zhu Wu and others received orders to protect the imperial concubine and the princess. Zhu Wu and others, they spent the whole day speculating on the teacher's purpose. Some of them were even ready to sacrifice their lives for him in their fanatical worship. But this is it. Suddenly, they felt that the image of the teacher as the wisest person was not so unattainable. Still feeling unsafe, Yeshua called Xing Yucheng into the palace again. Of all the people I know, you are the most capable and the smartest, so I'll leave this matter to you. Xing Yucheng had become numb to it. Ever since he met the ninth prince, he had to help him deal with all those little troubles every day. I used to help him with his homework, and now I help him take care of his mother and sister. I have never done any serious work, but Xing Yucheng really couldn't refuse. After all, there was no one else around him except himself. Xing Yucheng had no choice but to agree. This is what happened openly. As for the harem, Yeshua then found Zhao Chongrong and the others. Although Zhao Chongrong and the others are not as high-ranking as his mother, they are old ladies after all. They have been in the palace for so long, so no matter who they are, they must be capable. Madam Zhao, Madam Su, Madam Li, I am really worried about my mother, so could you please take care of my mother and Jian after I leave? Yeshua didn't force anyone, as long as someone could give him a reminder at the critical moment. Zhao Chongrong and the other two loved the brother and sister the most, and naturally responded to all their requests. I can't guarantee anything else, but if you pay a little attention to the movements of each palace, there will be no problem. Concubines of high status have their own way of living. After settling his mother and Jian, Yeshua started to think about the little white tiger and the 6 small dogs. A little white tiger is fine, but a tiger that is a few months old is no longer something that ordinary people can deal with. Although 6 Chinese greyhounds together are ferocious enough, the worst thing to be afraid of is when they are separated. Yeshua still remembers Su Chang'e's Persian cat. So many years have passed, and I don't know what happened to the person who did such a thing. For fear of hurting his mother and Jianjian, Yeshua planned to take the little tiger away and leave the 6 small dogs behind. Therefore, Yeshua specifically instructed Su Yue to pay more attention to the 6 dogs. After hearing what happened with Su Chang'e, Su Yue couldn't help but shudder. This method is really cruel. Since this was mentioned, Yeshua couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Has anything similar happened in the palace in recent years? Although Yeshua had asked around, he didn't find anything. It's possible that Su Yue knew more. Then Su Yue shook her head. It seems not. Let him think about it. Over the years, except for the Queen Mother, no one else in the palace seemed to have any obvious hostility towards his mother, so the harem was relatively peaceful. Apart from the rivalry in the harem, not counting his mother, there was one person who had a grudge against Yeshua. The Princess Baiting, who came to the Great Zhou to marry. Unfortunately, after becoming a concubine, the other party still seemed to be restless. She ran to the queen's palace every few days. Not long after, just 1 or 2 months, the princess became more and more excessive. Finally, her stepfather couldn't stand it anymore, so he found a random reason to imprison her, and she has not been released yet. Because of this incident, the queen mother was severely reprimanded. Logically speaking, she should not be able to cause any trouble, even if she had some ability. With the people in her cousin's hands, as well as Empress Zhao and the increasingly clever girl Su Yue, they could not reach into the Qiwu palace. It felt like it was about right, but to be on the safe side, Yeshua personally took a brush and wrote a few letters before leaving, and asked someone to send them out. Everything is ready, except running away. Yeshua would definitely not be able to escape by himself. He would be stopped before he even reached the palace gate. After many years, Yeshua got into the Teifu's carriage again. The Grand Tutor was now exhausted both physically and mentally, and was just feeling worried when he heard a slight sound coming from under his butt. This movement seems familiar. The master suddenly dreamt of 10 years ago. Then, as expected, Yeshua once again climbed out of the box in the Teifu's carriage. Teacher, I didn't expect that after so many years, you still haven't changed your old habits. As if he didn't notice the crack in Teifu's expression, Yeshua planned to run away without thinking, but then he thought of something and turned back. The Teifu subconsciously thought that he was going to ask him about the quarrel between him and the Crown Prince. Over the past few days, many people had asked him about it openly or secretly, and the Teifu was tired of making up excuses. Just as the Grand Tutor subconsciously put his full attention, the next moment, he heard him ask, Teacher, I remember you once said that you have many students all over the Great Zhou. The master was stunned, not knowing what he meant. In that case, does our sect have any tokens or something? Give me one. Grand Master, wait, Yeshua suddenly remembered that the tutor seemed to have a ruler that he had used for many years to punish students. Yeshua had noticed when he was beaten before that the ruler was worn out and had a patina on it, so it looked like it was quite old. Yeshua was beaten almost every day before, so the tutor gradually developed the habit of carrying it with him. Let me think, it seems to be here. When Yeshua opened the 3rd drawer, he saw what he was looking for at a glance. That's it. Before the tutor could figure out what he wanted this thing for, the next moment, Yeshua gave him a big bear hug. Teacher, take care. With the character of the Grand Tutor, how could he be so close to others in his life? The old man was embraced and a little embarrassed. He was about to scold him for being a bookworm in a rage, but then he heard this sentence. Then the Teifu watched Yeshua put the ruler into his arms, jumped off the carriage, and ran away like a dog. By the time the Grand Tutor reacted, Yeshua had already rushed into the prince's mansion. Maybe Yeshua was unlucky, because when he came out he happened to run into the eldest prince who finally had half a day off. Hey brother, you're back so early today. The eldest prince couldn't help but frown when he saw this. What are you doing? Yeshua shrugged casually. I have nothing to do, so I plan to go out for a walk. The eldest prince looked suspicious. I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. After a while, the eldest prince finally reacted. Wait, didn't the emperor forbid him to leave the palace? How could he get out? It happened that the eldest prince had just come out of the military camp, also riding a horse. After noticing that Yeshua was heading in the wrong direction, he immediately chased after him. The 2 men were running one after the other at lightning speed. The wind around them was like a knife cutting on Yeshua's face, and in a short while his hair was messed up. Seeing him getting closer and closer to the city gate, the eldest prince couldn't help but yell, "Stop him." Yeshua's heart tightened and he immediately sped up. Almost at the last moment before the city gate closed, Yeshua successfully squeezed out through the gap in the door. The eldest prince, hearing Yeshua's voice from afar, the eldest prince's teeth were about to break. He never thought that his brother would run away so blatantly. He even rode the horse he had given him. Not long after that, the eldest prince received a letter. It said that during the time he was away from home, he was asked to help take care of the imperial concubine and the princess. You don't have to think about who it is. Along with the eldest prince, the 2nd prince, the crown prince, the 4th prince, the 5th prince, the 6th prince, the 7th prince, and the 8th prince all received the same content. Since he was so sensible, these people wouldn't be so shameless, right? This Zioju, the second prince, saw it but didn't say anything. The other side, since Yeshua has been too mysterious in recent days, Emperor Jingwen wants to see what he plans to do. As a result, the man just rode away on horseback. Judging from the situation, he's planning to run far away this time and won't be able to come back in a short time. Emperor Jingwen was so angry that he almost died, but what made him even angrier was that the imperial concubine and the others knew about it in advance but did not try to stop it. Just as Emperor Jingwen was about to open his mouth to curse, he heard the imperial concubine and Zhao Chongrong kneel down in unison and say in unison, "Please forgive me, your majesty." Emperor Jingwen looked at the imperial concubine. He was reluctant to give up something he loved so much. Then he looked at Zhao Chongrong and the others. They were all elderly people living in the palace and had no children. Besides, they were always low-key and tactful, so they had to be given some respect. In the end, Emperor Jingwen turned away and left. A loving mother often spoils her son. Just spoil him. When he gets into big trouble, you will regret it sooner or later. 10 miles away from Shangjing, Yeshua met up with Zio Luzi, who had smuggled out under the pretext of shopping. Leading Zio Luzi and Little White Tiger, they headed south, stopping from time to time until they reached Liangzhu. Perhaps it was because of the little tiger following him, Yeshua and his group attracted a lot of attention along the way. Unlike the ninth prince who had been pampered since childhood, Zio Luzi became alert almost subconsciously. He originally thought that His Highness's ostentatiousness would surely attract someone with ulterior motives, so he was very careful in every aspect. However, he found that, there didn't seem to be anyone so foolish as to target them. But what Zio Luzi didn't know was that it wasn't that no one had bad intentions, but that Yeshu solved it secretly. Just like when they were staying at the inn on the first night, because the next city was still some distance away, they had to settle for the next best thing and choose to complain to the small inn in the town. Then, just after midnight, Yeshu clearly heard the sound of a lock being pried open outside. However, with the little white tiger around, the 5 senses of wild animals are much more sensitive than humans. When Yeshu heard the little white tiger's growl, he woke up immediately. He picked up the chopsticks and threw them out. After that, the people outside fell silent. It was obvious that they understood that this young man was not easy to mess with and they had met a tough guy. When Yeshu opened the door, apart from the chopsticks stuck in the opposite wall, there were only messy footprints. Whether it was Yeshu himself, the little white tiger, or the fat and strong King Feng with shiny fur, they all made people very greedy. Along the way, Yeshu basically encountered all kinds of situations. There were people stealing horses, tigers, and even people, and all kinds of methods were used in an endless stream. After all, Yeshua was not omnipotent, and sometimes he would fall into the trap, but fortunately he reacted in time and was not tricked. It was just that he would be in a very embarrassing situation occasionally. Yeshua had smelled the drug twice. If the little white tiger had not reminded him in time, he would probably have fallen asleep. Later on, Yeshua had evolved to the point where he would stare at the chef cooking, and would not touch the food or water on the table even if he left for a short while. In ancient times, living in peace without anyone to protect you was indeed much more difficult than it is today, and along the way, Yeshua was also growing rapidly. He has a strong learning ability, and his previous disadvantages were due to his lack of experience. Now that he has seen it, he has gradually become proficient. When passing by a certain city, it happened to be the solar term and the city was extremely lively. Yeshua had just entered the city. The black horse, the white tiger, and the dazzlingly handsome young man, this combination was extremely eye-catching. In addition, they were both obviously strangers, so they would naturally be noticed by those who were interested. To be able to raise horses so well, and with this young man's demeanor and bearing, he must have been born into a wealthy family. The young man is so ignorant of the ways of the world that he doesn't even know how to restrain himself. He parades around like this. It's almost as if the word fat sheep was written all over his face. As if he didn't notice the unusual things around him, Yeshua kept comforting the somewhat restless little white tiger. Although the little white tiger has always been hanging out with people, this is the first time it has seen such a lively environment. Due to its nature as a wild beast, it must have subconsciously wanted to be on guard, and its aggressiveness was stronger than usual. Fortunately, it is only 5 months old. If it had grown a little bigger, Yeshua would not have dared to take it out again, at least not to a crowded place. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a man with ordinary appearance passed by Yeshua. Zio Luzi watched helplessly as the other party tried to steal the purse of His Highness the Ninth Prince but failed, and his own purse from his waist was touched by His Highness instead. Oh my God, if His Majesty saw this scene, he would probably faint. Your Highness has only been out for a short time and he has already learned bad things. Yeshua had been robbed once before, but fortunately the thief didn't know kung fu, so he caught up with him and beat him up before he got his money bag back. How could Yeshua make the same mistake again? He used force to intimidate the other party, and he actually learned something from it. Now, it comes in handy. The man walked a long way before he realized something was wrong. He felt like something was missing around his waist. He subconsciously touched it, but as expected, he found nothing. When I looked back again, I saw the young man holding his purse and smiling at me. The man immediately realized that he had fallen into trouble. Just as he was about to slander the other party as usual, Yeshua had already taken the lead and opened the purse in his hand. Maybe because he left in a hurry and didn't have time to deal with it, the purse was only covered with another layer on the outside and another layer inside. Judging from the fabric used for the inner layer, it is obviously not something for men. Then Yeshua asked, "Whose purse is it? Who lost it?" Upon hearing this, the people around immediately started checking their pockets. The man knew that he could not do anything, so he quickly slipped away in shame. Then Yeshua met the first owner who came to claim the lost item. The man thought Yeshua would give it to him immediately because he saw that he was young and dressed like a nobleman. However, he actually asked him what was inside and how much money was in it. The young man's expression immediately became awkward. "Okay, you move aside first. Come on, next one." In this way, Yeshua finally returned the purse to its real owner as he wished. Looking at the ninth prince, who was already feeling very comfortable in his situation, Xiao Luzi's mood was extremely complicated. The two of them hurried along like this, and after almost a month, they finally arrived in Liangzhu. When he first arrived in Liangzhu, Yeshua clearly felt that the humidity of the surrounding air was different from that of Shangjing. It was fine and moist, with water surrounding it. Yeshua led the horse and looked at the small bridge and flowing water in front of him. Compared with Shangjing, it was less solemn and more tender and gentle. Although Liangzhu is not as noble as Shangjing, it is extremely rich. There are many merchants here and the economic level is relatively high, so the safety is naturally better than other places passed by. Yeshua immediately decided to stay here. If you want to settle down here, how can you not have a place to stay? When Xiao Luzi saw that Yeshua spent tens of thousands of taels of silver to buy an old house in Liangzhu City without blinking an eye, Xiao Luzi was heartbroken. Although Xiao Luzi didn't know how much silver the prince had brought out, he knew that if he lived off his savings, he would eventually become penniless. This place is not like the capital. Without the subsidies from the emperor's concubine and the old Duke Zhen, Xiao Luzi has even imagined the scene of himself and his master sleeping on the streets. Although Yeshua would not go hungry because of these mere tens of thousands of taels of silver, after all, Baiting was sending him silver continuously, but he would not really do nothing. As a person, you have to find something to do, otherwise you will be useless, right? Especially along the way, Yeshua saw so many businessmen in fancy clothes, such fat sheep, it would be a pity not to slaughter them. Gradually, several thoughts flashed through Yeshua's mind. The other side. Emperor Jingwen initially thought that his son had never suffered much since he was a child, so how could he get along so easily outside? He probably thought that he would cry and shout to come back soon. Emperor Jingwen had even decided that he must teach him a lesson when the time comes. However, he waited for a month. Emperor Jingwen soon received news that his son had settled in Liangzhu. The little bastard really went alone with one horse, and at most a little eunuch who was of no use other than serving, and they traveled through mountains and rivers and finally reached Liangzhu in the south. Emperor Jingwen didn't know what to say for a moment. If he had put a bit of this energy into serious matters, he probably wouldn't be in this state now. Emperor Jingwen originally wanted to find out what the little bastard was going to do next, but not long after, Emperor Jingwen no longer cared about him. About half a year later, Emperor Jingwen received a secret memorial. It's about the prince. After reading all the content above, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but look pale. Emperor Jingwen could never have imagined that his most beloved son would do such a thing. Selling official positions and titles, exploiting the people, and forming cliques for personal gain, each and every one of them is shocking. Emperor Jingwen suddenly thought of the quarrel between the crown prince and his teacher more than half a year ago. He didn't think much of it at the time, but now thinking about it, it seems that it was a foreshadowing. Emperor Jingwen was not unaware of the open and covert struggles between his eldest son and the crown prince. He just couldn't believe that the crown prince had no confidence in his father. It is really disappointing that you can't keep your cool. For a ruler, judgment is particularly important. He must know what is feasible and what is not. It is really stupid to insist on doing it even though you know it is a dead end. Emperor Jingwen's hands were shaking with anger. However, this was his most beloved son, the crown prince whom he had placed high hopes on since he was young. Emperor Jingwen naturally wanted him to turn back in time before a disaster occurred. So at the morning court session the next day, Emperor Jingwen scolded the prince mercilessly in front of all the civil and military officials in the court. Since the day he was appointed as the crown prince, the prince has never been as embarrassed as he is today. Emperor Jingwen thought that if he did this, the crown prince would change, but he didn't know that this would only make the crown prince, who was already in a precarious situation, even more panicked. After all, for so many years, Emperor Jingwen's favor was only on the crown prince. In the final analysis, the crown prince was just a title. He can be appointed as the crown prince today, and someone else can be appointed as the crown prince tomorrow. The position of crown prince seems to be extremely glorious, but it is ultimately subject to the fate of the monkeys scattering when the tree falls. Now that the destiny is with the eldest prince, and everything goes smoothly for the eldest prince, the crown prince will inevitably become suspicious over time and try desperately to grab something. He could not and dared not trust Emperor Jingwen. Even if his father really only cared about him, even if he really succeeded to the throne smoothly in the future, with the eldest prince's current power, he could easily overthrow him. So many soldiers are loyal to the eldest prince. They have been at the border for 10 years and have lived and died together. How can this be changed by ordinary people? Otherwise, why would my father be so afraid of the Duke of Zhen? The prince was unwilling to watch himself being dethroned, and even more unwilling to be an emperor in name only in the future. My father had an eldest prince back then. What does he have now? Everyone wants to have the initiative in their own hands, and no one wants to sit and wait for death. The emperor's attitude is ambiguous. The eldest prince is aggressive, and his younger brother is ambitious. Even though he knows it is a poison to quench thirst, the prince has to take an extreme approach. But for Emperor Jingwen, it was impossible for him to tell the crown prince everything. As for military affairs, there was no way he would fall in the same place twice. Emperor Jingwen believed that his attitude was extremely clear, and his original intention had never changed from beginning to end. It was precisely because Emperor Jingwen had suffered in the past that he knew what it was like to be a crown prince and walk on thin ice, so he did not want his son to go through all of this. Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to give birth to the eldest and second princes. His position as crown prince was unstable at the time, and he needed sons to consolidate his position. But after the birth of his legitimate son, the crown prince, Emperor Jingwen waited for a full 5 years before the fourth son of the Eastern Palace was born. Such an attitude can be said to be firm. Later, Emperor Jingwen appointed a crown prince at an early age when he was in his prime, which put an end to everyone's thoughts. When Xiaoju was born that year, he was worried that the concubine's son would threaten the crown prince's position, so he tried to kill him. Later, even though he gradually doted on Xiaoju, when Xiaoju was 16 years old, he still restrained himself and did not give him any special honors. He almost fed the prince every mouthful of food. Therefore, Emperor Jingwen could not figure out where the prince's doubts came from. The more a person lacks in his childhood, the more he will want to make up for it when he grows up and compensate in a vengeful way. The emperor is also a human being, and the emperor is the same. Based on Emperor Jingwen's own experience alone, he would not let the prince suffer the same fate as himself. Rather than saying that Emperor Jingwen was doting on the crown prince, it would be more accurate to say that he was looking at his former self through the crown prince. However, the prince disappointed him in the end. Emperor Jingwen didn't understand why the crown prince still felt like he was in prison, even though he had done so much. The crown prince did not understand. His father had obviously always favored him, so why didn't he protect him to the end and instead imposed restrictions on the eldest prince? Such an ambiguous attitude was really suspicious, but unfortunately neither of them is the kind of person who speaks their mind freely, and as they each have their own concerns, they naturally drift apart. Unlike Yeshua, the prince could not stand losing face in public, especially in front of his brothers. And what about Emperor Jingwen? He didn't know how to educate his children from the beginning. It is difficult for a person who has never been loved by his father to know how to love a child and what love really is. The more harsh Emperor Jingwen was, the more the prince became obsessed with power politics. About half a year passed like this. Emperor Jingwen was heartbroken and disappointed. When the prince's power expanded to a critical point, he could not help but take action and secretly dealt with a very key figure under the prince. At this point, the prince's fear reached its peak. Discovered, the more well-behaved and obedient a child is, the more ashamed he is to admit his mistakes, and the more he wants to cover them up. Therefore, the prince's first reaction was not to confess, but fear, shame, and anger. Seeing that the crown prince not only did not repent but became even more crazy, the friction between Emperor Jingwen and the crown prince intensified, and the relationship between the father and son took a sharp turn for the worse and reached freezing point. Looking at the prince who was gradually indulging in sensual pleasures, at this moment, Emperor Jingwen could hardly remember how handsome and bright he looked when he was in his 20s. The other side. Half a year after Yeshua came to Liangzhu City, after he had almost figured out the inside story of Liangzhu City, he decided to open a black shop, a restaurant. This restaurant only accepts extremely treacherous and evil people. Only those who have committed extremely heinous crimes are allowed to enter. Anyone who enters the restaurant is classified according to the level of crime. Primary criminals are paid 1,000 taels of silver a day, mid-level criminals are paid 2,000 taels of silver a day, senior criminals are paid 3,000 taels of silver a day, and special-level criminals are given special treatment, with the pay ranging from 5,000 taels to 10,000 taels, depending on Yeshua's mood. There was a reason why he dared to ask for such a high price. Anyone who entered his restaurant, no matter what crime he had committed, even if the person was guilty of a heinous crime, Yeshua could protect him from death until he had spent all his money. Of course, treason is an exception, and Yeshua doesn't want to rebel against his adopted father. After hearing what the ninth prince said, Zio Luzi's first reaction was that he was crazy. Young master, are you trying to kill yourself? He was shielding a criminal. Even his status as a prince could not protect him. I beg you, sir, please don't be confused. Zio Luzi was about to cry. However, Yeshua was not too worried. Although this idea is absurd, I have to give it a try. What if it works? Many criminals would not reveal the whereabouts of the dirty silver if they knew they would not survive. But what if there was a chance to survive? For a dying person, 1 more hour would be good. When the time comes, the money will be returned to the victim's family. Even if someone is dead, at least they can get some compensation, which is better than losing both. I just don't know whether the government will agree. But the key to this matter is communication. What if it works? It will also be of great benefit to the government. Yeshua quickly took out the ruler he had snatched from the tutor. Yeshua is a man of great integrity. Since he has escaped from the palace, he does not intend to use the title of prince anymore. It doesn't matter. Doesn't he still have the identity of the Teifu student? After relying on your father, you can still rely on your teacher. Why should you work hard when you can rely on others? If the teacher is not bragging. The Teifu has been an official in the court for so many years, and the students he had taught before have already become local tyrants or famous figures. If they did not make it, they would naturally be just like everyone else. After asking around, Yeshua actually found out. The Teifu said that he had many students all over the world, and it turned out that he was not exaggerating. Even after so many years, students still feel scared when they see the familiar ruler. Wu Weiyang, who was considered one of the most powerful men in Liangzhu City, couldn't help but shudder when he saw the thing in Yeshua's hand. It's true. You said you were the teacher's student. Do you have any other evidence? Perhaps because time has passed, the filter has become thicker and Wu Weiyang was really reminded of the past. If you don't believe me, you can write a letter to the teacher. Yeshua is as real as gold and is not afraid of fire. He is not false at all. About 10 days later, Wu Weiyang actually received a reply and had a strange expression on his face. Wu Weiyang knew his teacher's personality, so he could not have imagined that the teacher could be so concerned about a student that he actually asked him to take care of the boy in the letter. Wu Weiyang thought about it and finally made a connection with Yeshua and the prefect of Liangzhu. Liangzhu's economy is already developed, so the officials here are naturally more flexible. The other party was originally a little hesitant, but as soon as Yeshua said that he would be responsible for everything, the governor of Liangzhu no longer had any worries. If it works, it is his political achievement. If it doesn't, it is his youth's problem. He won't lose anyway, so there is no harm in giving it a try. Then Yeshua's Pinyin restaurant opened. There is no shortage of desperate people in this world. If they have lost their lives, what do they need money for? When they are desperate, even if it seems ridiculous, people will still come to them. It didn't take long for Yeshua to make his first business deal. If there is a first, there will be a second. If the first deal is successful, how long will the second and third be? After people discovered that they would not be arrested by the government as long as they stayed in the Pinyin restaurant quickly became famous. There are naturally many people who spend a lot of money in this situation. Later, they found that the owner of this restaurant was really ruthless. He only gave them 1,000 taels of silver to eat this for a day. It was worse than the ordinary restaurants outside. However, Yeshua felt that this kind of food was a bargain for them. After all, they had done evil things, so how could they deserve to eat good food? These people protested, but Yeshua still did what he had to do. He looked like he was saying, come if you want, get out if you don't want to. He was as arrogant as he could be, which made people wonder who was the evil one. Of course, since he is such a vicious criminal with Yeshua's attitude, some people would occasionally want to kill him out of anger. But Yeshua is not a pushover after all. If he spends baiting silver, naturally there will be masters following him. Over time, not only the wanted criminals of the government, but even the gangsters would come here to seek refuge. As long as there is money to be paid, unless it is an extreme situation, people who come to seek revenge will not mind waiting a few more days. Naturally, they will give Yeshua some face and agree with each other not to fight in the restaurant. The people hiding in the restaurant knew clearly in their hearts that they were just being taken advantage of, but they had no choice. When a person is extremely thirsty, even if he knows that the water in front of him is poisoned, he still has to drink it. This is what is meant by drinking poison to quench thirst. In just over half a year, Yeshua's nickname changed from the ninth young master to the current chief boss. His Highness is about to make a name for himself in this world. The path is very messy, but what Zio Luzi didn't understand was, what good would this do to His Highness? He himself didn't make much money. However, Zio Luzi didn't know that fame and fortune are inseparable. If a person has fame, money will naturally come to him. It just depends on whether you want to do it or not. Not long after, Yeshua applied to the governor of Liangzhu for permission to open a gambling house. It is called a gambling house, but in fact it is a place for the wealthy in the city to discuss business and relax. It is similar to the model of a casino, but Yeshua does not cheat ordinary people. Capital must be verified before entering, in order to prevent someone from losing everything they had. When only 30 of the money the gentry brought was left, someone in the gambling house would remind them and force them to log off. However, not many people bought into this model at the beginning. After all, the gentry were not fools. They verified capital and imposed this and that restrictions. Did they think they were made of clay? But they had no choice because Kinglufin had a good environment, good service, and most importantly, many things, many of which were new and novel things they had never heard of before. Even though there were many problems, it seemed that they could not be completely intolerable. 1. Kinglufin = gambling house. As time went by and with the influence of Yeshua's reputation, Kinglufang's business really became booming. Then there is intra-city express delivery. Kung Fu exists in this world, and people who know Kung Fu can run errands much faster than modern delivery guys. As for the official teaching houses in Liangzhu, there were obviously better ways to make money. Most of them were the wives of officials, who were proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Why would they be greedy for the money from selling their bodies? In addition to women, men could also sell their bodies. There were many women doing business in Liangzhu. When it comes to marketing, the ancients were still far behind. After the magistrate of Liangzhu tried to make some changes, he found that it was true. When the people inside were not asked to sell their bodies, the wealthy people in Liangzhu city were more willing to invest money in it. No one knew why. In the past, Liangzhu's economy was developed, but there was not much entertainment, and money was not circulated, so it was just for show. Now that so many new and interesting gadgets have suddenly appeared, everyone's money naturally has a place to go. In just 1 year, seeing the promising growth in tax revenue, the governor of Liangzhu was so excited that he immediately made Yeshua his close friend. Looking at the two people who were talking about brothers all the time, Zio Luzi could only pray for the prefect, hoping that he would never know the truth. In a blink of an eye, 2 years passed. The exhausted Emperor Jingwen finally decided to tour the south and personally eradicate those cancers one by one. It just so happens that when I pass by Liangzhu, I can stop by to see how the little bastard is doing recently. As the relationship between him and the crown prince became strained, and the other princes were fighting openly and secretly, Emperor Jingwen now felt relieved only when he mentioned his youngest son. References 1 Kinglufin = gambling house. Although Emperor Jingwen's goal was to clean up the officialdom in the south, he did not say it explicitly out of consideration for the crown prince's face. On the surface, Emperor Jingwen only said that the 9th prince had been away from home for 2 years, and he wanted to see how he was doing, and to take a look at the latest customs and practices in the south. The emperor has been doting on the 9th prince for a long time. There have been even more exaggerated cases in the past. More than 2 years ago, the emperor wanted to keep the 9th prince in the palace and raise him for the rest of his life. Now he just went to see him. What's so hard to understand? Hearing this news, everyone felt that the emperor seemed to be too doting on the 9th prince, to a level far beyond the ordinary. The 9th prince's favor has not diminished in the 2 years since he left the palace. The emperor still cares about him all the time. Such an honor is rare in ancient and modern times. Only the prince knew that his father's move to look for Zioju was fake, but his intention to take action against him was real. My father took it seriously and showed no mercy at all. The prince looked up with a look of dejection. A few days later, Emperor Jingwen drew up a list of names for the southern tour. Except for the crown prince, he did not bring any powerful princes with him. He only brought his 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th sons. He left the eldest prince, the 2nd prince, and the 6th prince in Shangjing City. After all, my father treats the prince differently. Upon hearing the news, the eldest prince couldn't help but sneer, but there was a hint of anger and sadness in his eyes. Even though the prince has behaved so absurdly, his father still refuses to give up. He still holds out hope for the prince and tries to bring him back on the right track. If I had done what the prince did, I would have died countless times. Children who have never received the love of their parents will never feel complete, no matter how old they are. There will always be something missing, and there will always be regrets. In the eyes of the eldest prince, Emperor Jingwen went to such great lengths to cut off the prince's escape route in order to save him. After all, after eliminating all the dirty and smelly people, after a few years, Emperor Jingwen would assign the prince some decent tasks, and the prince would become the innocent prince he once was. My father really put a lot of thought into this. But in the eyes of the prince, although his father took him with him on the southern tour, he kept him under house arrest in a room on the ship, not allowing him to go out or see anyone, and making him watch helplessly as his own empire was about to collapse. This was really too cruel. The prince didn't know when the sword hanging over his head would fall, and he was in fear every day. As time went by, he couldn't help but feel resentful. When the ship arrived at Bingju, Emperor Jingwen ordered people to place the prince there and sent someone to guard him. Before parting, Emperor Jingwen said, "After this matter is over, I hope you can learn some lessons." The reason why Emperor Jingwen brought the prince here was to make him remember his mistake so that he would not make the same mistake again next time. Emperor Jingwen originally wanted him to see with his own eyes what those people had done and how tragic their end was, but in the end, Emperor Jingwen really couldn't bear to do it, so he let the prince get off the boat early. "Just stay here and reflect on yourself." Concealing the complexity and sigh in his heart, Emperor Jingwen waved his sleeves and left. The strong wind from the riverbank blew the prince's robe, making a rustling sound. The prince lowered his head under the scorching sun, making it impossible to tell his expression at the moment. The usually brave fifth prince stood on the boat and watched this scene. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and didn't dare to make a sound along the way. After the prince left, no one dared to act rashly. The huge ship was eerily quiet. Everyone was very cautious, fearing that they might make a mistake and become a victim of the game between the emperor and the prince. The prince and the emperor no longer looked like father and son. The big ship went downstream, and in such an atmosphere it gradually approached Liangzhu, the other side. He had no idea that the large army was gradually approaching him. After all, Yeshua only cared about his mother and Jian. He was too lazy to ask about other things, nor did he dare to ask, because the answer he might get would definitely be unsatisfactory, so it was better not to know. Although escape is shameful, it is very useful. Yeshua waved to Zio Luzi as usual and asked Zio Luzi for his schedule for today. After 2 years, Yeshua's life in Liangzhu had gradually returned to normal. Every day he only needed to inspect the places under his name and collect rent to make a living. Although Yeshua made a lot of money, he also spent a lot of money, especially for the construction of Liangzhu City. He was very generous in investing, spending a lot of money every day. As a result, the governor of Liangzhu could not help but have the illusion that the young man in front of him cared more about the development of Liangzhu than himself. The ninth young master is building Liangzhu as if it were his own home. No prefect would dislike a person who is willing to spend money without expecting anything in return. Even though the magistrate of Liangzhu was more than 10 years older than Yeshua and was in his 30s and almost 40 when he looked at Yeshua now, it was no different from looking at his own brother. No, that's not right. He looked closer than a brother. Where can you find such a good person? This is the best pie in the sky. In just 2 years, the roads in Liangzhu City were more than doubled. The roads became wider and smoother, making it more convenient for merchants to travel. It is not easy to change the old city area of Liangzhu, but we can still develop new urban areas. Isn't this what urban expansion works like? Large tracts of vacant land in Liangzhu City were utilized. More neatly arranged and uniform houses, better road planning, wider roads, and a more beautiful living environment all attracted the attention of wealthy merchants. Especially the sewage and drainage in the new urban area and various infrastructure in the old urban area are completely incomparable. Needless to say, Yeshua must have participated in the construction of the new urban area, especially the commercial street in the new urban area, which was designed by Yeshua himself and built with his own money. Among them, shops and government offices accounted for 40, and Yeshua accounted for 60. At first, the magistrate of Liangzhu thought that his brother was really kind. Not only did he help them build houses for free, but he also gave up nearly half of the profits in one go. However, after the first quarter's turnover came out, the magistrate realized that he was too happy too early. Even if it was only 60, he would have made a fortune. As expected, there is no business without fraud, so how could a businessman let himself suffer a loss? After the optimization of Liangzhu's infrastructure, whether it was the environment or other aspects, it was abruptly raised a lot. In this case, the wealthy businessmen from other cities would naturally gradually flow to Liangzhu. Who doesn't want to enjoy better resources at the same cost? The streets in Liangzhu were wide and smooth, and it was more convenient for them to use horse-drawn carriages to travel when doing business than in other places. In the past, Liangzhu was rich, but only relatively speaking. Compared with Shenzhou and Yeling and other places, it was still far behind, but now Liangzhu has gradually caught up. The more wealthy merchants came, the more money Yeshua earned. Previous initial investment was nothing, and his business became more and more prosperous. It was a virtuous cycle. Since Liangzhu has become wealthy, tax revenue will naturally rise. With more tax revenue, the resettlement of poor people has been put on the agenda. Coupled with Yeshua's generous donation, resettlement houses have been built in large numbers in the west of the city. Before, Yeshua was short of manpower, so he specifically asked Zheng Mohuai to send a few students over. With these students leading the teams, the construction teams under Yeshua's command were fast and good, not to mention the quality of the projects. With Yeshua personally supervising it, there was really nothing to complain about. In their spare time, even people from other cities would invite these construction teams over, and Yeshua behind the scenes naturally made a fortune. In addition to this, Yeshua also took a lot of money and set up several special awards, which, needless to say, were naturally related to innovation. No matter what kind of innovation it is, Yeshua will accept it all. After all, Yeshua is only one person, and the development of Dezhou requires the joint efforts of everyone. It is not advisable to force things to happen. We should mobilize the enthusiasm of everyone and make progress together. With such a huge reward, Liangzhu City naturally became a place where flowers blossomed. The advancement of science and technology can often promote the development of agriculture. The magistrate of Liangzhu always felt that if he continued to develop like this for a few more years, his path to promotion would be just around the corner, and by then being granted a title of nobility or appointed as prime minister would no longer be a dream. Perhaps it was because Liangzhu was developing too rapidly that other cities around it could no longer sit still. The governors of various places racked their brains and frantically thought of countermeasures. After all, Liangzhu was so outstanding that if they didn't think of a solution, they would soon be outdone. This governor of Liangzhu was really hateful. He was so eye-catching that they had no choice but to move. If one party wants to keep up with others, others have to follow suit. The life of officials becomes difficult, while the lives of the people below are getting better and better. So it's okay for them to sacrifice. Sacrificing one prefect to save millions of families is truly the virtue of a saint and is worthy of praise. Yeshua seemed not to notice that so many people were involved because of him. As the center of the storm, Yeshua felt quite at ease. Ping'an Restaurant hasn't had much business recently, but Yeshua doesn't mind. After all, a decrease in the number of criminals is a good thing. Yeshua took the booklet handed over by Zio Luzi and flipped through it. He found that he had to go to a shop in the east of the city to collect rent today. So he changed his clothes and walked out of the house under the protection of two martial arts masters. Now in Liangzhu City, who would not call him chief boss when seeing him? Even the prefect always used this title to make fun of him. Not to mention, Yeshua really felt like a mountain king in Liangzhu. It was really quite impressive and exciting. After greeting the people he interacted with, Yeshua successfully collected this month's rent from the high-end cloth shop in front of him, and then walked into Qinglufang with the more than 100 taels of silver. Since he had nothing to do, he just came in and played a few games. It just so happened that he felt like playing today. The moment they saw Yeshua, the guests in Qinglufang were stunned at first and then cheered. The ninth young master is here, the ninth young master is here. While the owner of Qinglufang is here, which makes those who lost to him before suddenly excited. Old rules, who will go first? Yeshua rolled up his sleeves, put one foot on the stool, looked around and asked, Me. Soon, Qinglufang became lively, the other side. Emperor Jingwen thought for a long time and finally decided to give the little bastard a surprise, so after he got off the boat, he only brought a few guards and the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th prince with him. However, as soon as he entered the city and saw the scenes before him, Emperor Jingwen was immediately stunned. There is no other reason. The changes in Liangzhu today are really too great. The new and wide street, I don't know what it is paved with, but at first glance, it is extremely flat without any undulations. Coupled with the neatly arranged houses around, and the orange vests coming and going on the street, stopping when waved, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help feeling a little confused. He didn't even remember that there was such a place under his rule. Or maybe it was because I hadn't left Beijing for a long time, so I didn't know the situation outside was like this. Then Emperor Jingwen shook his head and said, no, that's not right. When he passed through Bingzhou and other places before, he didn't see such scenes, and he didn't hear any reports from his subordinates. It must be unique to Liangzhu, and it only appeared recently. After observing for a while, I found that the people here all walked with smiles on their faces, and they looked very prosperous. I guess this is because they are extremely looking forward to and yearning for their future life. Emperor Jingwen had an idea, and then called over a man in an orange vest and asked, Excuse me, young man, what is the meaning of wearing this? In addition to delivering things to customers, the orange vests also do various odd jobs part-time. They can stop at any time, and as long as they know and can do it, there is no problem, not to mention introducing the current situation in Liangzhu to others. These people used to be beggars in Liangzhu City, and there were also refugees who poured in from other places. Yeshua arranged some resettlement houses for them, and then had them registered by the prefect. They also received concentrated training before taking up their posts to improve their professional capabilities. Now they do odd jobs every day. Although they are not rich, they have no problem with eating every day. Beggars and refugees were gathered together, making them easier to manage, and the crime rate in Liangzhu City was reduced a lot. A low crime rate and good public security will attract more people to settle here. The prefect wanted to hug Yeshua, who came up with this idea, and give him a big kiss. This was not the first time that Orange Vest had encountered this situation. He had long been accustomed to it. Anyone who first came to Liangzhu had to go through this experience. A few guests, they must be from other places, right? Hearing this, the princes became nervous for a moment. After all, they did not bring many people with them today. If their identities were discovered, they would be in danger. However, the Orange Vest seemed to have seen through their thoughts and waved his hands, saying, "Don't be nervous, my guests. I'm not trying to find out your identities, but I've encountered this kind of situation quite a lot. If you don't believe me, look over there." Following the line of sight of the man in the orange vest, the fourth prince and his companions realized that they were not the only ones there. There were many other people in gorgeous clothes at the city gate who were acting the same way as them. Those are all businessmen from other places. Judging from the way you are dressed, you are also here to do business in Liangzhu, right? Forgive the orange vest. Although he has received training, with his vision he can only see this much. Emperor Jingwen nodded calmly. That's right. We are new to your place and are a little confused. I wonder if this young man could take us around Liangzhu City. Emperor Jingwen immediately forgot about his son, and the only thing on his mind was the situation in Liangzhu. This is Longsing Street, the most famous commercial street in Liangzhu. This is Apricot Rain Road. If you had come a few months earlier, you would have seen the apricot blossoms on both sides of the river. Now the apricot blossoms have withered, which is a pity. However, if you wait a little longer, you might be able to eat apricots produced in Liangzhu City. Emperor Jingwen subconsciously looked towards both sides of the riverbank, and indeed saw the green apricots on the branches that were almost integrated with the leaves. And here, this is Dinxi Bridge. Legend has it that the immortals from heaven once stayed here. And here, this is the most famous ping and restaurant in Liangzhu. This is our boss's territory. Orange Vest is now Yeshua's employee. He has a job provided by Yeshua, so when he mentions Yeshua, he naturally speaks with enthusiasm. The chief scoop. If Emperor Jingwen remembered correctly, it should be underworld slang, referring to the head of an organization or force. When can such power be brought to the surface? Doesn't the governor of this place care? Seeing the orange vest praising him so much, Emperor Jingwen frowned slightly. Chief boss. The man in the orange vest did not notice Emperor Jingwen's displeasure. Whenever outsiders asked him about it, he would subconsciously start talking endlessly. Seeing the orange vest praising the other party to the sky, with an expression of extreme admiration and the desire to worship him, Emperor Jingwen frowned even more. From what the other party said, it seems that the other party has some connection with the government. In this case, isn't this a real collusion between officials and businessmen? What's more, there is also a dispute between underworld forces. This Liangzhu city seems to be much more complicated than I imagined. Upon seeing this, the fourth prince took out a piece of loose silver and placed it in the hand of the man in the orange vest. Orange Vest never thought that he would get so much reward money just for taking people to tour Liangzhu City for a whole morning. It was as much as 1 or 2 taels of silver, enough for him to eat for a month. But think about it, the luckiest people in the same industry as mine had earned as much as 5 taels of silver, so this 1 tael of silver was nothing. The orange vest left happily. Looking at the other person's back, the fourth prince and others couldn't help but look at Emperor Jingwen. Dad, should we go find Xiaoju next? Or... When walking outside, the fourth prince and his entourage now address Emperor Jingwen by the common people's name. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingwen shook his head and said, "Don't ask about Xiaoju's location first, go see the governor here first." In addition to what the orange vest said, Emperor Jingwen also wanted to find out whether the other party had any connection with the crown prince. After saying this, Emperor Jingwen walked towards the prefectural government office. The fourth prince and others hurriedly followed. Liangzhu magistrate Zhao Jinchuan was out patrolling most of the day today and only returned in the afternoon. When he came back in the sedan chair, he accidentally glanced to the side, and this one glance scared him to death. Zhao Jinchuan had met the emperor once a few years ago. The atmosphere in the Xuan Zheng Hall was solemn and dignified. Due to the rules, one could not look directly at the emperor's face, so Zhao Jinchuan just looked up when he entered the Xuan Zheng Hall. With just one glance, the emperor at the top seemed to be branded in his heart, and he dared not forget it at any time. And now, he actually saw a similar person at the gate of the government office, which made Zhao Jinchuan break out in cold sweat. If it was a mistake, it would be embarrassing at best, but if it was not, who knew what the consequences would be? Almost instantly, Zhao Jinchuan asked someone to stop the sedan. Seeing a stranger lingering at the main entrance of the government office, and the prefect just returning, the runner subconsciously wanted to shout to drive him away. However, before they could speak, they saw the prefect almost jogging over. The yamen runner was stunned, and then, under the pressure of Zhao Jinchuan's eyes, he retreated. Zhao Jinchuan took a deep breath. then pretended to be relaxed and bowed. "Sir, may I ask your names, gentlemen?" Emperor Jingwen raised his eyebrows slightly and uttered the word Yi. "The surname Yi is the royal surname, so my guess must be correct." Zhao Jinchuan hurriedly ordered people to welcome the distinguished guests into the government office, but Zhao Jinchuan didn't dare to believe the other party's one-sided statement. After a pot of good tea, Zhao Jinchuan boldly asked, "This is a serious matter. Apart from these, do you have any other evidence?" Bold, the fifth prince jumped up immediately. Emperor Jingwen was not angry. Instead, he was very satisfied with the prudence of the Liangzhu prefect. He just hoped that the other party would not let him down in the end. When Zhao Jinchuan saw the token in Emperor Jingwen's hand, he no longer had any doubts. He immediately knelt down and shouted, "Long live the emperor" 3 times. "I have been negligent, and I beg your majesty to forgive me." Emperor Jingwen sat at the head of the table and did not call out, but simply asked, "Where does this chief of Liangzhu city come from?" "Here it comes." Hearing this, Zhao Jinchuan immediately became extremely alert. Zhao Jinchuan did not dare to hide anything, but told everything he knew. "A young man, White Tiger, 2 years ago, the 9th master." Upon catching these keywords, Emperor Jingwen was stunned. This combination sounds very familiar. Emperor Jingwen paused and asked, "Since he only arrived in Liangzhu 2 years ago, how can you be sure that the other party has no ill intentions? You know, your actions are really bold now. After all, the other party has helped him so much." In this situation, Zhao Jinchuan naturally has to help the other party to refute a few words, so as to prevent the emperor from misunderstanding that he is a person with ulterior motives and then killing him. After thinking about it, Zhao Jinchuan hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the young man named Gu Shao really has no ill intentions. Your Majesty does not know that he is the student of the Grand Tutor. He is knowledgeable and talented and has good character. Since he came, Liangzhu has developed so much. I hope your Majesty will understand." When Emperor Jingwen heard the words Teifu's student, he was basically certain that it was his son. Emperor Jingwen didn't expect that the little bastard actually had such ability. It seemed that he had grown a lot after being out for 2 years. Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt relieved. Sure enough, the little bastard was just slow in coming to his senses. He wasn't really hopeless. How could his son be mediocre? Emperor Jingwen did not explain anything at the moment, but just said in this case, "Call the man over and let me see him." Zhao Jinchuan naturally didn't dare to refuse, and quickly sent the people around him to invite him. Result: half an incense stick later, the Yamen runner was sweating profusely. "My lord, the 9th young master is currently in Qinglufang busy. He said he would not come." Yeshua had done this before, and since he was now the god of wealth of Liangzhu, Zhao Jinchuan was used to turning a blind eye to it. They are our brothers who would care so much. But this time the situation is clearly different. Zhao Jinchuan couldn't help but look at the Yamen runner. "Didn't you say we had a distinguished guest?" The Yamen runner felt extremely wronged, and he must have said it. The other party's attitude was also very firm. He was busy and had no time, and unless his father came, he could wait until he was done with his work before talking about anything. Zhao Jinchuan didn't even dare to look at the emperor and the princes. Emperor Jingwen was actually interested. "Qinglufang, what a nice name. What does it do?" Zhao Jinchuan, finally under pressure, Zhao Jinchuan had to answer, "Your Majesty, it is a gambling house." Caught off guard, Emperor Jingwen was stunned. "Is this what you call erudite and well-behaved?" When Emperor Jingwen heard the prefect's compliments just now, he was very happy, thinking that his son had made progress. It turns out that they were all deliberately exaggerated. "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Zhao Jinchuan had never expected that his virtuous brother would make such a big mistake at such a critical moment. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Apart from some minor flaws, he's a pretty good person. Emperor Jingwen did not comment. Zhao Jinchuan felt a sudden increase in pressure, so he looked at the Yamen runner beside him and said, "The noble is here, why don't you go and call him again? Just say it's the prefect's order, go now." Zhao Jinchuan was so angry at this Yamen runner that he almost died. How could this be a normal situation? If he didn't come back, he would be tied back even if he had to be tied up. Zhao Jinchuan winked at the Yamen runner, indicating that he should bring more people this time. The Yamen runner was about to take action when he heard Emperor Jingwen say, "Wait." Then Emperor Jingwen came down from his seat at the head of the table and said, "I will go with you." 4, 5, 7, and 8 princes were shocked when they heard this. They also wanted to see what Xiao Jiu looked like now. The 5th prince laughed the most happily. "This isn't this bad." Although Zhao Jinchuan didn't dare to let the emperor and the prince enter such a smoky and foul place, he didn't dare to refute it after all. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, this way please." The other side. Yeshua originally thought of leaving after losing the 100 or so taels of silver today, but he didn't expect that he was so lucky today that up to now, not only has his capital not decreased, but his chips have been increasing. A rough estimate is that the pile of silver in front of him must add up to several thousand taels. I don't even know how many waves of people have just gone down. Yeshua did a good job in preventing addiction. These wealthy merchants from Liangzhu City now only regarded Qinglufang as a den of money. It was a place for them to relax and have fun after returning from business trips or completing a big deal. Therefore, they did not bring much silver every time they came here. They did not expect Yeshua to come today. If they had known this, they would have brought more silver. Qinglufang is Yeshua's territory. Out of the principle of keeping things within the family, Yeshua comes here to play several times a month. This is one of Qinglufang's ways of attracting customers. Over time, he naturally became familiar with this group of wealthy businessmen. It's quite strange to say that this ninth young master is so young, but he has made such a big plate. The key is that most of them are still alive. Such means are really amazing. The most important thing is that he is good at gambling and can basically do anything. No wonder he became the boss at such a young age. Wu Weiyang initially felt sorry for the downfall of his fellow disciple, but as time went by, he actually became a frequent visitor to Qinglufang. Seeing another person defeated, Wu Weiyang, who was well prepared, immediately took over. Junior brother, this is a gambling master specially invited by my senior brother. You'd better be careful. After losing to Yeshua last time, Wu Weiyang felt uncomfortable no matter how he thought about it, tossing and turning, which led to today's scene. Yeshua was not afraid when he heard this, come on. Perhaps because Yeshua made the loudest noise, many people didn't even care about playing and rushed over. When Emperor Jingwen arrived, what he saw was his son sitting in front of the gambling table, rolling up his sleeves, standing on a stool and shouting. Several princes, including the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th, were also deeply shocked by this scene. As princes, when have they ever been to such a dirty place? On the other hand, Zioju is so skilled that he feels more comfortable than at home. Yeshua replaced the poker in his hand with a dice cup and started shaking it almost at the same time as the other party. The dice cups jingled and clanged, dazzling the onlookers. Seeing his son so excited, Emperor Jingwen's face turned pale. With a dong sound, the dice cups fell onto the table at the same time. The bet between the two was simple, just comparing the size. Yeshua did not hesitate and was the first to unveil his dice cup. The 5 chi converged to the origin. I accept your approval. The moment the dice cup was opened, the 5 dice with 6 points on them looked like blooming flowers, making people dizzy. Yeshua looked at the opposite side with a hint of amusement. If he had heard correctly, the opponent should also have 5 sixes, so this was a draw. Obviously, the other party did not expect that the owner of Qinglufang was also a master. This time he had met his match. It seems that some special means are needed. Seeing that the two men wanted to start the next round after failing to win the first round, Emperor Jingwen could no longer sit still. Zhao Jinchuan took a deep breath and hurried forward, Gu Shao. Yeshua turned his head subconsciously, and then his eyes widened. Why do those figures look so familiar? I'm afraid I'm just hallucinating because I rolled the dice too much. He saw Emperor Jingwen standing there with a dark face, and the 4th prince, the 5th prince, the 7th prince, and the 8th prince. The 4 of them stood there like door gods, especially the 4th prince, who was looking at him with disapproval on his face. Zhao Jinchun was totally unaware and was still hinting with his eyes. What are you still standing there for? Come over here quickly. The nobles want him. Why are you running? Stop right there. Without waiting for his adoptive father to speak, Yeshua flicked the dice cup in his hand and ran away. Zhao Jinchun was so frightened that he almost died. Emperor Jingwen made a prompt decision. Come here, capture him. Yeshua was almost about to push open the window and jump out, but when he was about to succeed, someone grabbed his foot at the last moment. Turning around, it turned out to be the 4th prince. 4th brother, please forgive me for once. Seeing the pleading in his brother's eyes, the 4th prince shook his head firmly. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. The sooner he dies, the sooner he will be reborn. Zhao Jinchuan had not expected that he would be so bold, and hurriedly advised, Your Majesty, to be honest. This man is my sworn brother whom I just recognized a few days ago. He is not like this on weekdays. Please understand, Your Majesty. Zhao Jinchun is quite loyal and would not just abandon Yeshua and run away if nothing goes wrong, although he is now ready to sacrifice his own relatives for the sake of justice. There were many people in Qinglufang, and Zhao Jinchuan lowered his voice deliberately for fear of accidentally exposing Emperor Jingwen's identity. However, the 5th, 7th, and 8th princes next to him still heard everything clearly. Zioju actually recognized a brother randomly outside so easily. Aren't there enough brothers in the family? The 5, 7, and 8 princes all moved at the same time. At the side, seeing the chief leader being captured, Yeshua, who had hired 2 martial arts masters at a large price, subconsciously drew the sword at his waist. Seeing this, Yeshua was immediately shocked. No, we are on the same side, don't do anything. Yeshua had no choice but to come before Emperor Jingwen and kneel down with a plop. Father, the 2 martial arts masters were stunned. After they reacted, they put away their swords and bowed their heads to admit their mistake, old master. Emperor Jingwen almost choked back the words that were about to come out of his throat. As for Zhao Jinchuan standing aside, he finally couldn't keep his calm expression anymore. If Gu Shao is the prince, then wouldn't I be? Who was the man who just gambled with you? Why did he seem to call you his junior brother? How many relatives did the little bastard recognize in the outside world? Upon hearing this, Yeshua hurriedly explained, that man's name is Wu Weiyang, and he is the teacher's student. Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt pity for Teifu. He was afraid that the Teifu would never have thought that the bad student he taught was actually leading the good students astray. You even want to borrow the influence of the grand tutor. You are really something. Yeshua couldn't help shrinking his head. The old man, the grand tutor, has many students all over the world. It would be a waste if we don't use him, isn't this? Seeing so many people looking over here, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, "Let's talk outside." Emperor Jingwen did not want to be a monkey for people to see. Yeshua had no choice but to follow. Before leaving, he signaled to the shopkeeper with his eyes to take back the money he won, otherwise it would be gone later. After walking out of Qinglufang, Yeshua lowered his head obediently, ready to listen to the lecture. Emperor Jingwen also thought that it would be quiet outside, but who knew that it would be even worse outside than inside. He's a great boss, the chief. The group of people from Jiangcheng's sect are causing trouble in our area again. Chief, when do you think we can gather our brothers and fight back? In the past, Yeshua didn't think there was anything wrong with these titles, but now that his cheap father and the others were here, Yeshua suddenly felt ashamed. Of course, compared to him, Emperor Jingwen and the fourth prince would only be more embarrassed. Zioju is making a mess outside. What is he doing? Seeing that the other party was completely unaware and was still urging him, Yeshua pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "For the time being, I guess I can't go." The man was stunned. "Ah, why?" Yeshua pointed at Emperor Jingwen and said, "Well, my father is here. That's indeed not good." His face became serious, and he quickly called out, "Hello, old man," and then several people left quickly. Emperor Jingwen thought that the matter was about to end there, but who knew that something even more powerful was waiting for him. When Yeshua saw shopkeeper Yu and his men coming to inspect the shop downstairs, he instinctively felt something was wrong. However, before he could say anything, shopkeeper Yu saw him and immediately came forward to greet him. "Hey, isn't this the ninth young master?" Shopkeeper Yu is now in his early 30s, still at the age of charm, with a rosy face and extremely beautiful appearance. However, Emperor Jingwen on the side frowned subconsciously. For some reason, he always felt that there was something wrong with the way the other person looked at his son. Soon, Emperor Jingwen's premonition came true. "Ninth young master, what do you think of what I told you last time?" Because Yeshua had been to the music academy several times before, Manager Yu thought he was new. With such a stunning appearance, it was hard for Manager Yu not to be attracted. Although the misunderstanding was later clarified, Manager Yu still couldn't stop thinking about him. Shopkeeper Yu dares to guarantee that this young man must be better than he imagined. Shopkeeper Yu does not ask for eternity, but a brief encounter with him would be good enough. What Manager Yu was talking about was nothing else but a one-night stand. Yeshua felt numb all over. In the past, Zhao Jinchuan always teased him about these romantic affairs, but now it was too late to regret. Emperor Jingwen was almost laughing out of anger. "Have you ever been to that kind of place?" Hearing this voice, shopkeeper Yu finally succeeded in noticing the strangers around Yeshua. "They are." Yeshua hurriedly said, "My father, my fourth brother, fifth brother, seventh brother, and eighth brother." Shopkeeper Yu immediately returned to his serious demeanor and said, "Since your father is here, I won't bother you for now." Even Shopkeeper Yu felt embarrassed at this moment. "Tell me, what else are you hiding from me?" After Manager Yu left, it was not known whether Emperor Jingwen was furious or not, but he calmed down instead. Yeshua had no choice but to bring his stepfather and the others to Ping'an Restaurant. The fifth prince didn't think anything of it at first, but when he went up to the second floor and saw the prices of the vegetables above, he couldn't help but let out a strange cry. "You're asking 40 taels for one fish. Are you running a shady business?" Yeshua, sorry, he runs a black shop. And now the way Emperor Jingwen looks at him is no different from the way he looks at the cancer of society. Even if the fifth prince was ignorant of the sufferings of the world, he knew that 40 taels of silver for a fish was definitely not normal. It was so blatant and arrogant, and it further proved that his involvement with the prefect was deeper than imagined. Emperor Jingwen came this time to deal with the crown prince's affairs, but unexpectedly he caught Zioju first. Emperor Jingwen looked at his son, and for a moment he didn't know whether he should continue the investigation. Yeshua suddenly remembered something and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Dad, brother 4, brother 5, brother 7, brother 8, why are you here? Why didn't you let someone know in advance?" If he sent someone to notify them in advance, he would never let his stepfather and the others see that kind of scene. "Isn't it because of you?" the fifth prince said unhappily. "You haven't been back to the capital for 2 years. Father is worried about you, so he wanted to stop by and see you during his southern tour." Yeshua's first reaction when he heard this was, bullshit, this was pure nonsense. No matter what his cheap father did, he would never go so far just to see him. Yeshua subconsciously wanted to refute, but then he changed his mind and thought, why should he refute? Since they said so, then so be it. It would not do him any good to expose them. Real, seeing his brother first startled, and then with a mixture of excitement, disbelief, and shock in his eyes, the fifth prince choked. Wait, did he really believe it? I was just saying it casually. Fourth brother, fifth brother, seventh brother, eighth brother, I thought you were still angry with me. Also, Dad, I haven't seen you for more than 2 years. How come you have white hair? Yeshua actually noticed this from the beginning. Compared to 2 years ago, his stepfather's condition was obviously not as good as before. Although his majesty has increased with age, the traces of time on his face cannot be concealed no matter how hard he takes care of himself. I guess the fighting in the palace is more intense than I imagined. Yeshua couldn't help feeling sad. During the 2 years that Zioju was away, he became more and more unruly. The moment the words fell, the fifth prince and the others were horrified. You know, as an emperor, the most taboo thing is for others to say he is old. The same was true for Emperor Jingwen. His sons were in their prime, but he was aging day by day like the setting sun. Whenever Emperor Jingwen looked in the mirror, he would feel powerless and angry. When Emperor Jingwen heard this, his first reaction was anger. His expression suddenly became a little bad, but just as he was about to speak, he saw the undisguised concern in Yeshua's eyes. Dad, how are you feeling lately? No matter who they are, including his closest friend Wang Ziquan, they are all very secretive about his aging and dare not mention it at all. Whenever they mention it, these people will try every possible means to praise his youth and say that he is more energetic than before. But old is old, that is the fate of man. Even if you are the emperor, you can do nothing about it. Emperor Jingwen was a little uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of someone who spoke the truth. After a while, Emperor Jingwen said, "It is a little older than before. Then, father, please be less angry and less prone to rage. Being angry can easily harm your health." Looking at the father and son arguing with each other, Zhao Jinchuan's eyes almost popped out. It turns out that there is such a scene in royal family. Zhao Jinchuan quickly lowered his head and drank tea to hide his shock. But his sudden change was still seen by the fourth prince and the others, and they all said in their hearts at the same time, no, they are not like this normally. At the very least, they would not dare to mention the fact that their father has white hair, even if they were beaten to death. It was getting dark, and Emperor Jingwen and his entourage were originally going to have dinner in this restaurant, but Yeshu didn't dare to do that. Judging from the chef's cooking skills in this Pinyin restaurant, he could only say that the food would not starve him to death. If his cheap father ate this kind of food, he would probably be killed on the spot by the guards. This is my house in Liangzhu. Although it can't compare to the one you gave me, it's still good enough. About half an hour later, Yeshu brought them to his current residence. The old house that was abandoned 2 years ago has now been renovated into a new one. As Yeshu's wallet has gradually become fatter, he has expanded the house several times, and the area of the house has been expanded again and again. The so-called richest man in Liangzhu is not just talk. Looking around, the fourth prince and the others seriously doubted whether his words, "not as good as going to the capital," were just modesty. It can be seen with the naked eye that this house is larger than the ninth prince's mansion in the capital. Emperor Jingwen wanted him to quit Qinglufang at first. After all, it would be embarrassing for a prince to run a casino. It would be embarrassing for the old ministers and the noble families to know about it. But after arriving at the house, Emperor Jingwen suddenly hesitated. "This casino seems to be more profitable than I thought. Do you have an account book? Bring it here for me to see." Hearing this, Yeshua subconsciously became alert. What a familiar tone. It was so similar to the tone his friend's parents used when they were giving out New Year's money when they were children in his previous life. Emperor Jingwen noticed the vigilance in his son's eyes and was both angry and amused. What's with that expression? Can I still covet your little money? Finished, more like it. However, the emperor's order was hard to disobey, and Yeshu had no choice but to ask the accountant in the mansion to fetch the account book of Qinglufang. Emperor Jingwen sat there and flipped through the book. Then he couldn't help but be a little surprised. So many. Coming. The next moment, Emperor Jingwen said, "What about the others? Bring them up as well. It's okay for me to show it to you." Yeshuo tried to struggle desperately, but Dad, you have to promise not to covet your son's money. Emperor Jingwen said nothing, but just looked at him with a smile. What happened to your promise not to be greedy for money? How can you, my cheap father, go back on his word? Yeshuo gave the order with a sad face. After reading it, Emperor Jingwen was very satisfied. Think about the daily turnover of a modern casino, and then think about the backward productivity in ancient times. It is no wonder that even the emperor would be tempted and would sacrifice his face to snatch his son's things. Okay, the treasury is short of money, so I'll keep these account books with you for now. No way, it's so dark. Yeshu initially thought that his cheap father would only take 40 to 50 of it, but he didn't expect that he would not leave any for himself. Dad, you can't do this. When Yeshu thought about how so many things no longer belonged to him, he couldn't hold back his grief and anger and cried loudly while hugging Emperor Jingwen's legs. You are the emperor. How can you take your son's things? Wouldn't that damage your image as a wise emperor? Emperor Jingwen didn't buy his words at all. Since you are my son, everything you have should belong to me. It turns out that parents in feudal society are unreasonable. patriarchy and imperial power oppress people. Yeshua cried even more sadly, although in most cases he didn't need to do it himself, and he spent a lot of money to have others do it for him. It was still his hard work after all, 2 whole years. Who wouldn't cry? Seeing that he was throwing tantrums like he did when he was a child when they disagreed, Emperor Jingwen almost laughed out loud. "Why are you crying? I didn't take it for nothing." The little bastard is almost 20 years old now, and according to the rules, it is time for him to be promoted to a higher title. First the prince of a county and then the prince. If he wants to be crowned the prince, there must be a reason, something to show for it, right? Otherwise, his brothers would be unhappy. What's more, in the current situation, it's better for the little bastard not to have any extra things in his hands, so as not to attract people's attention. He doesn't have the ability to protect them, so he won't get into trouble later. When Yeshua heard this, he asked, "Then what are you going to exchange for? Since the things are about to be lost, it would be nice to get some compensation." Emperor Jingwen paused and said, "How about a prince's position? 2 years of hard work in exchange for a prince title, it's a huge profit." Yeshua was immediately fine. "Dad, you're so kind. I know that you love your son the most." Emperor Jingwen felt that the little bastard changed his expression faster than turning the pages of a book, and he didn't even try to hide it. Emperor Jingwen didn't know what to say about him. Then Yeshua asked a question that made Emperor Jingwen's smile freeze instantly. "By the way, where is my 3rd brother? Didn't my 4th brother and the others just say that he was here too? Why can't I see him?" Anyone who has a little knowledge of the court's developments would not ask this question. The fact that he asked this question proves that he really knows nothing about it. Seeing that the confusion in his youngest son's eyes did not seem fake, Emperor Jingwen's anger only lasted for a moment. Then he sighed, feeling worried about the little bastard's frankness and stupidity. It would be fine if he were like this to his biological father, but with his temper, he would suffer a great loss sooner or later if his brother took the throne in the future. Emperor Jingwen did not say it directly, but only vaguely said, "When your 3rd brother was in Bingju, I let him get off the ship in advance." Yeshua always felt that his cheap father's expression seemed a little stiff when he mentioned the crown prince. There must be something fishy going on, so he asked, "Then did you tell my 3rd brother the specific reason for not bringing him along?" Yeshua didn't know what happened between them, but his idea was very simple. From the child's point of view, the father took a group of children out to play, but left one of them alone. How could the one who was left alone not think too much? Emperor Jingwen did not care. Even if he was the crown prince, it was impossible for him to explain everything clearly. Seeing that his youngest son kept harping on such trivial matters, Emperor Jingwen became a little annoyed after a long time. "Since you care so much about your 3rd brother, why don't you go to Bingju to accompany him?" Emperor Jingwen couldn't help feeling angry because he had taken so much trouble to help him plan, but his mind was completely on his brother. Even Xiaoju went against him. My cheap dad himself was angry. After not seeing my stepfather for 2 years, his temper has become even weirder. Yeshua hurriedly said, "I am not speaking for 3rd brother, I am speaking for you, right?" Emperor Jingwen sneered at him, wondering what nonsense he could come up with. Seeing this, Yeshua was very helpless. The son that dad values most is 3rd brother. "Dad, you don't think your son can't see it, right? Since you value him so much, how can your son bear to see you sad? If it can be avoided, why not avoid it? If you really feel embarrassed and can't save your face, then let your son convey your message. Someone bring paper and pen." Without giving Emperor Jingwen any chance to refute, Yeshua had already spread out the paper and held the pen in his hand. Then Yeshua raised his head and said seriously, "Okay, Dad, start talking." Yeshua's movements were smooth and flowing, and when Emperor Jingwen reacted, he only saw his son's eyes full of expectation. However, Emperor Jingwen's attitude was very firm. He would not say it. "Yeshua didn't mind. If you don't want to say it, then I'll say it for you." After saying this, Yeshua wrote the first line of words. When he heard the first few words, the veins on Emperor Jingwen's head began to throb wildly. Yeshua seemed not to notice and continued, "I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you so much." "Stop." Emperor Jingwen couldn't bear it any longer and gritted his teeth to call for a stop. "What the hell did you write? A family letter? Isn't that how a family letter should be written?" Yeshua said as if it was a matter of course. "Who writes a letter like this? The words used are so artificial and disgusting." Emperor Jingwen's face turned green, as if he had eaten something indigestible. Seeing that he was about to continue, Emperor Jingwen made a prompt decision. "Give me the pen." Yeshua looked embarrassed. Dad, this is not good, right?" Emperor Jingwen stood up and said, "Bring it here." When Emperor Jingwen sat there instead of Yeshua, he realized that the paper was empty and there was clearly nothing written on it. Looking at the mockery in his youngest son's eyes, what else could Emperor Jingwen not understand? Yeshua took a piece of dessert and put it in his mouth. He said slowly, "Since you care, why don't you say it clearly? Guessing all the time will only hurt others and yourself." Emperor Jingwen tightened his grip on the brush. His face was serious and looked exceptionally handsome. People who care about their reputation are generally like this, which shows that being too shameful is not a good thing. Seeing that he was about to get angry again, Yeshua didn't dare to provoke him again and quickly stepped aside. You keep busy, keep busy. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow, Dad. After saying this, Yeshua immediately ran away. As an emperor, Emperor Jingwen would never bow his head first. The crown prince could not guess what he was thinking, so he was naturally anxious. But in fact, the difference between father and son is just a step. The problem is that no one is willing to give them this step. Everyone knows it, but no one wants to. After a whole stick of incense had passed, Emperor Jingwen finally made his first move. I have a lot of thoughts about the trip to Liangzhu. I will personally remove all the officials in the southern bureaucracy. After this incident, I hope my son will think carefully in the future and not believe in the slander of villains. People with high status can be feared but not relied upon. Those who can be feared should be upright and behave themselves. If you fail to follow the teachings of the past, your crime will be greater than that of others. As the crown prince, you must be even more cautious. You should remember this lesson and never make the same mistake again. After half an hour, Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath, put down the pen, waited for the ink to dry, put it in an envelope, and handed it to the person next to him. Go and deliver this letter to Bingzhu and give it to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The man was startled at first, then said, Yes, I just hope that the Crown Prince can listen to me. Looking at the sky that had already turned dark, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but sigh. At night, before going to bed, Yeshua heard the sound of horse hooves and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's better to talk about it out loud. Only by talking about it out loud can the problem be solved fundamentally. Otherwise, it will just be scratching the surface. In a blink of an eye, a few more days passed. Ever since the people of Liangzhu City knew that they were the 9th prince's brothers, the attention paid to the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th princes when they were active in the city suddenly increased greatly. At the same time, they also saw how comfortable their younger brothers' lives were outside. No wonder he was so unwilling to go back. He is really cool. In Liangzhu City, the prefect was his sworn brother. The people in the underworld recognized him as their leader. The businessmen and wealthy people greeted him with smiles, and even the women who came and went frequently flirted with him. There's no way, not only men like women in the world also like men. Although they cannot express their preferences openly due to etiquette, the frequent glances back cannot deceive people. I don't want to take this kind of beauty home, but it would be nice to be able to take a few more glances at her on the street. It wasn't so obvious in the past when they were in Shangjing. The noble ladies in Shangjing City, firstly, seldom went out, and secondly, they knew clearly his identity. They thought that marrying a prince who only doted on them but had no ability would not be of any benefit to the family. However, despite this, many people were still tempted. After all, even though the 9th prince was notoriously arrogant and debauched, just looking at his face would make people feel much better even if they just put it at home. Unfortunately, before the noble ladies had a chance to act, Yeshua was summoned back to the palace by the emperor, and then he disappeared. It was really a pity. The 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th princes only heard about this after Yeshua left. For a whole month after Yeshua left, he was the only topic of conversation in the capital. Upon inquiry, they found that most of the information was spread by women. Then the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th princes realized that their 9th brother was so popular. Then the 4th prince couldn't help but start worrying about his marriage. If I remember correctly, you will be 20 soon, right? How come you haven't met the girl you like yet? Oops. Upon hearing this, Yeshua was stunned and slammed the fan in his hand. I had forgotten about it. Yeshua had lived such a comfortable life in the past 2 years that he completely forgot to pay attention to other things. Seeing this, the 5th prince couldn't help but say something sarcastic. Be careful, father will just point someone to you when the time comes. Yeshua paused. No, not really. Although he said this, Yeshua was unsure in his heart. Let alone, this could really be possible. Sometimes, the more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. After several days of investigation, Emperor Jingwen finally breathed a sigh of relief after carefully browsing through the things presented by his subordinates. Although his son was indeed involved with the prefect of Liangzhu, it was not what he thought. Most of the money his son earned was invested in the construction of Liangzhu. He used the construction of Liangzhu to drive his business. The two circulated and complemented each other, so he naturally made a fortune. Emperor Jingwen was unable to judge for a moment whether his son was capable or simply good at spending money, because his son did not do much by himself. He basically spent huge sums of money and then asked others to do the work. Such extravagance made Emperor Jingwen feel ashamed of himself. An idea like the Ping An Hotel is not something a normal person can come up with. It is extremely dangerous. It only proves that he is brave and lucky, but nothing else. The only contribution he made was the cement used to pave the roads in Liangzhu City, which he made himself. The little bastard has loved playing in the mud since he was a child, and now he has really become famous for it. Emperor Jingwen wanted to praise him, but the problem was that various gambling methods and rules in his Qinglufeng were emerging one after another. King Lufang would launch a new gambling method every once in a while, such as mahjong and poker. Emperor Jingwen had checked and found that they were also invented by him. Compared with them, cement was nothing. The little bastard is not stupid. On the contrary, he is very smart, but he doesn't use his intelligence in the right way. In addition, when they went to King Lufang to capture him before, Yeshua left such a deep impression on Emperor Jingwen that Emperor Jingwen really couldn't believe that he really had any great abilities. He often goes in and out of gambling houses, and occasionally goes to the music school to hang out with the girls there. He goes hunting, fishing, and flower viewing every 3 to 5 days. Zioju is still the same Zioju. These things that were investigated cannot be called secrets. They can be completely regarded as the little bastard's daily leisurely life. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but feel relieved while sighing. Similarly, Emperor Jingwen also discovered a problem. Until now, his son had not become smart. Although he would occasionally go to the music school, he had never asked the women there to serve him. Usually, except for Zio Luzi, he was surrounded by burly men. In other words, his son still hadn't lost his virginity until now, which made Emperor Jingwen wonder if there was something wrong with him. This discovery made Emperor Jingwen extremely worried. This kind of thing would be inconvenient even for a biological mother to ask, as it concerned the offspring of his youngest son. Emperor Jingwen hesitated for a long time, and finally, suppressing his embarrassment, summoned Zio Luzi and asked him a few questions. But Zio Luzi's answer made Emperor Jingwen feel even more depressed. Even Zio Luzi said that there has never been a woman around him, which proves that there really has never been a woman around him. Emperor Jingwen put his son's marriage on the agenda without hesitation. Even he began to get anxious. The first person Emperor Jingwen visited was Zhao Jinchuan. The prefect is also an important official. Under normal circumstances, his status would not be worthy of that of a prince, but in the current situation, it is just right. When Zhao Jinchuan heard the emperor asking him if he had any unmarried daughters at home, he was stunned. Obviously, he also understood that there must be a deep meaning behind the emperor's question. In addition, the 9th prince had not yet married, so the answer was very clear. But unfortunately, it is a little late to bring up this matter now. After a fierce struggle in his heart, Zhao Jinchuan finally shook his head helplessly. I do have a daughter, who is now 18 years old, but my daughter is already engaged and will be married on the 8th day of the 10th month this autumn. You can't break off the engagement at this critical moment, right? That would be too embarrassing. Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to give up. There is no suitable one on Zhao Jinchuan's side. There is no one in Liangzhu City who is of sufficient status to be a match for the prince. We can't really let Zioju marry the daughter of a merchant. What a disgrace that would be. Yeshua was extremely delighted to hear the news. Yeshua thought that the matter was over, so when Emperor Jingwen decided to set off, he followed him. What are you doing here? Emperor Jingwen frowned. Yeshua was stunned. Why can't I come? Isn't it about the southern tour? In Yeshua's eyes, southern tour equal inspection equal travel, and he also wanted to see what the ancient emperor's southern tour looked like. Dad, you have confiscated all my shops. What am I still doing staying in Liangzhu City? It would be too cruel for him to watch the change of ownership of King Lufeng with his own eyes. Before Emperor Jingwen could finish his words, Yeshua squeezed forward. Normally he wouldn't come when he was called, but now he came even when he was not called. Emperor Jingwen felt a headache looking at his little son who was always so rebellious. But since he was already on the boat, Emperor Jingwen would not chase him off, but only reminded him, you can follow along, but remember not to cause trouble. What does making trouble mean? When has he ever failed to keep his promise? And what's with the cheap dad's coaxing tone? Although he was complaining in his heart, Yeshua nodded hurriedly. Looking at their naive younger brother, several princes couldn't help but shake their heads. At the same time, on the other side, Emperor Jingwen's letter finally arrived in Bingzhou after many twists and turns. When the prince heard the news outside, he was startled and subconsciously took the letter. Then, the inky black words above came into view. I have given a lot of thought to the Liangzhu trip. I will personally remove all the officials in the southern bureaucracy one by one. As the crown prince, you have violated the teachings of your ancestors, and your crime is greater than that of others. I hope you will think carefully. As the crown prince, you have violated the teachings of your ancestors, and your crime is greater than that of others. If he wasn't extremely disappointed, my father would not have used such words. And the purpose of my father's trip was indeed me. If the crown prince still had a glimmer of hope before, now he can no longer deceive himself. After repeatedly confirming that it was undoubtedly Emperor Jingwen's handwriting, the prince's face turned pale. Your Highness. Moshu, who was standing by, was horrified upon seeing this and subconsciously looked at his master. At this moment, the crown prince was already in a state of confusion. It took him a long while to find his voice again. The other side. 2 days later, Yeshu gradually realized that he was on a pirate ship. Although he vaguely felt that his stepfather's trip to the south was definitely not to see him as he said, and he must have other things to do. Yeshua did not expect that this matter would be so complicated. It didn't seem like an ordinary patrol at all. It seemed more like they had a target in mind, and that's why they came here on purpose. As the group walked further away, the atmosphere on the ship became more and more solemn. Except for Yeshua, no one dared to say anything. Yeshua was almost suffocating himself. While the ship was docked, people were coming and going in my cheap father's room. None of them were people Yeshua recognized. Some of them were wearing official robes, some were wearing white clothes, and some were wearing that should be the clothes of military commanders. Right, the crowds were coming and going, and Yeshua was dazzled. As if he had noticed his brother's confusion, the fourth prince happened to be free, so he stood aside and explained casually, "That's the governor of Shanju, the one dressed as a military commander, is the garrison commander of Shanju, and that's that." Stop, stop, stop. Yeshua couldn't stand it after listening for a while. Why are there so many people? There are too many people. That's just the beginning, the fourth prince laughed. As a prince, he should remember some important people clearly. Ninth brother, you have to learn. Yeshua didn't care. Why would he learn this? He didn't plan to work in officialdom. Yeshua just didn't understand what his cheap father was going to investigate. Why was he going through so much trouble? Yeshua was confused, but he couldn't quite figure out the direction. After thinking it over, he finally took advantage of no one's attention and pulled the least trouble-making and most low-key seventh prince into a corner. "Can you tell me what exactly did father come here for?" The more Yeshua looked, the more uneasy he felt. He had a vague feeling that something big was about to happen. Being caught off guard by Yeshua's arm, the seventh prince was silent as he looked at his brother's face so close to him. He said, "Didn't I say before that I would visit you in Liangzhu while on my southern tour?" "Yeshua, forget it, just pretend I didn't ask." Yeshua turned around and was about to leave, but the next moment, he heard the seventh prince add another sentence behind him. "Of course, that's what it looks like on the surface. That's what father told us at the time." Yeshua paused, then turned around and saw the seventh prince silently mouthing words to him. To prevent the guards around from overhearing, he didn't even make a sound in the middle, "Crown Prince." When Yeshua saw these two words, his heart immediately tightened. Although he guessed that the palace would not be as peaceful as before in the next 2 years, he did not expect that things would have come to this point. Having come to this point, Yeshua did not ask any further questions. From now on, it is no longer something he can interfere with. Not long after Yeshua asked this question, the first official, the prefect of Shangju, was dismissed. Emperor Jingwen acted drastically and executed him on the spot after obtaining the evidence. Yeshua did not go to see the governor of Shangju on the day he was being questioned. About half a day later, Yeshua heard the news of the governor's death. Then, when my cheap dad walked in, he could not hide the smell of blood. Although Emperor Jingwen is no longer young, he has not lost his ambition at all. He killed all the people without blinking an eye. The fourth prince, the fifth prince, the seventh prince, and the eighth prince followed Emperor Jingwen respectfully. Only Yeshua seemed so out of place at this moment. When he saw those people, Yeshua suddenly thought of something. The fourth prince knew all about the people summoned by his stepfather before. Perhaps he had an idea of it in his mind from the beginning. There were also the seventh prince and the eighth prince. Even the most arrogant fifth prince was not the least bit surprised when they saw what was happening before their eyes, nor did they have any questions at all. They were totally unlike Yeshua, who asked questions everywhere. Everyone knew that the southern tour was fake, and that the purpose of investigating the crown prince was real, and everyone was cooperating silently. This made Yeshua wonder whether they were the same in the court. Everyone is looking forward to and pushing the crown prince step by step towards the abyss. Among them is not only the eldest prince, but also the second prince, the fifth prince, the sixth prince, the seventh prince, the eighth prince, and even the fourth prince, who seems the most indifferent, may not be without that idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such thorough preparations in advance. Yeshua had said before that the crown prince was like a piece of delicious fat meat, and the others were jackals. When these jackals grew up, once the fat meat fell to the ground, it would be torn into pieces in an instant. After figuring out the key, Yeshua realized that this time the prince must be dug out completely. What we see now is just the beginning. Just as Yeshua thought, as the ship went downstream, the number of officials being punished continued to increase. There are about 2 days left in the voyage, and the ship will arrive at Yelling. That night, for some reason, Yeshua tossed and turned, feeling a little uneasy. He didn't have any seasickness problem, so it had nothing to do with seasickness. Unable to sleep, Yeshua put on a coat and went outside. At that time, the silver moon was like a hook, the river was sparkling, and both banks were pitch black. Only the sound of cicadas was extremely noisy. When Yeshua walked to the bow of the boat, he discovered that his cheap father couldn't sleep either, and was also outside getting some fresh air. Yeshua tiptoed up behind his cheap father and quickly covered his eyes with lightning speed. Emperor Jingwen's thoughts were instantly disrupted. The next moment, he heard the person behind him speak in a rough voice, "Guess who I am?" Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath and said, "Zioju, if you don't let me go, don't blame me for being rude." Who else could it be? Did he think his brothers were as boring as him? Others didn't have the guts to do that. There is no one else in the world who can do such a thing. Tusk, Dad, this is boring. Yeshua didn't want to do it either. The main reason was that when he saw someone with their back to him, he couldn't help it and his hands became particularly itchy. It might be a problem brought by the modern times and he couldn't get rid of it after all this time. As he said that, Yeshua sat down on the deck, and the word dirty that Emperor Jingwen said was stuck in his throat. It was hot and humid in the summer, even though there was water all around. Yeshua waved the folding fan in his hand and said, Dad, why aren't you sleeping so late? Didn't you sleep either? Emperor Jingwen asked the guards to move a chair and then had someone wipe it clean carefully before he sat down. One has noble manners and the other is a playboy. The contrast between the father and son is too obvious. Emperor Jingwen couldn't stand it any longer, so he scolded, You don't stand properly, you don't sit properly, look at you don't look like a prince at all. Yeshua didn't ask him what was bothering him because the anger had already burned on him. Yeshua stood up reluctantly. Just as he was about to say something, he accidentally saw an iron hook flying straight towards his cheap father. Be careful. Yeshua subconsciously stepped forward and pulled his stepfather aside. Then came the sound of breaking air. Although the hook missed this time, it still managed to hook onto the edge of the ship. The guards beside him swung their swords and hastily cut it off. However, even though one was cut off, the next one flew over. Immediately afterwards, iron hooks came like raindrops, almost covering the entire edge of the boat. Then countless black shadows flew out from the water, holding hidden weapons, aiming directly at Emperor Jingwen. Protect the Emperor! With a roar, almost all the guards rushed over. Then came the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th princes. Yeshua closed the folding fan in his hand and was about to move when he saw Emperor Jingwen subconsciously pulling him behind him. Don't make trouble. Although so many years have passed, perhaps because he is too out of touch, Emperor Jingwen still habitually treats him as a child. While Yeshua was stunned, the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th princes had already arrived in front of them. What's worse, the 7th and 8th princes had not even put on their clothes yet, but they rushed out immediately when they heard the noise. Several princes held swords in one hand and escorted Emperor Jingwen to a safe place together with the guards. Almost at the same time as the first wave of attack occurred, a dozen secret guards emerged from an unknown corner. Yeshua glanced at the ground and saw that the dart-type hidden weapon had left a slightly whitish mark on the deck because it was soaked in water. After Yeshua realized what was happening, he quickly said, Be careful, the hidden weapon is poisonous. Upon hearing this, a dozen or so secret guards frowned and became more brutal in their actions. They did not care about leaving any survivors and killed them on the spot. Yeshua made a special observation and found that Master Wu Yi was not there. He guessed that his adoptive father had left him in Beijing to monitor the movements of all parties. When the emperor left the capital city without the emperor naturally attracted more attention than the place where the emperor was. Yeshua's heart sank. Although the ships built for the emperor's southern tour were of considerable size, inland river transportation was not as good as sea transportation. Limited by the river channel, no matter how big they were, they could not be much bigger. Even if the guards and secret guards tried their best to stop them, there would still be some fish that slipped through the net and rushed here on the narrow and long deck. Fortunately, the few ships leading the way in front and the escorting ships in the back have noticed something is wrong and are hoisting sails and rushing over here. Seeing this, several princes also followed suit. Although it has been said before that there are few princes with great martial arts skills, that is only relative. If they are picked out alone, they are still capable of fighting. Emperor Jingwen and Yeshua were protected by the crowd in the center. Emperor Jingwen had a gloomy face and didn't seem to be very worried. That's right, it's impossible for my cheap dad to come here rashly without any preparation. I just don't know who sent these people and who has such courage. Just when Yeshua was thinking about something, he saw from his peripheral vision that the assassin who was fighting with the 4th prince was using a dagger to block the 4th prince's attack while reaching his other hand to his waist. Yeshua didn't even think about it. He turned his wrist and a nail flew out from his sleeve. During these 2 years outside, Yeshua has grown a lot and basically carries small gadgets like hidden weapons with him. This flying nail was none other than the one used by the secret guards in the palace. Yeshua had seen it before at his cheap master's place, and after he came out, he specially ordered someone to make an identical one, without any difference at all. In such a chaotic situation, everyone thought it was the secret guards who did it, and even the throwing technique was exactly the same. A flower of blood exploded from the assassin's wrist almost instantly, and the 4th prince took the opportunity to kill him with a sword. At first Yeshua thought that with these dozen secret guards, although their abilities were not as good as Master Wu Yi's, they were specially trained after all, and they would surely be able to quell the turmoil soon. However, what Yeshua did not expect was that after just one stick of incense had passed, the number of assassins not only did not decrease, but increased instead. Looking at the escort ships in front and behind, The sails of the ships were set on fire at some point, and the raging fire illuminated half of the sky. The timing chosen by the other party was very clever. The river where they were located was much narrower than before. The escort ships on both sides could not sail side by side and could only follow in front or behind. In this way, the distance was immediately widened a lot, and rescue could not be so timely. Yeshua was almost certain that the other party had planned this in advance and had been lying in ambush here early in the morning. These assassins are wearing diving suits made of fish skin and shark skin. There are so many of them that ordinary people cannot afford to do so. Diving suits made of fish skin and shark skin are simply a great help to people who can swim. No wonder the other party was so close but no one noticed. So who is it? After about 1.5 hours, more than half of the dozen secret guards were dead, and the group of assassins were not much better off. They were covered in blood, and their shark skin had long since become tattered. Seeing that victory was imminent, they unexpectedly found that before their reinforcements arrived, the enemy's reinforcements arrived first. There were more people in the second wave than in the first wave, and they were even more crowded. They were also covered in shark skin, but the quality was even better. In less than 3 rounds, one of the secret guards was defeated and killed by the opponent with one blow. The leader of the first wave of assassins was stunned at first, then he thought of something and started to cooperate with the other side. Blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing less than 2 meters away from Yeshua. At this moment, Yeshua's eyes were also a little red. Emperor Jingwen felt a little depressed, and without waiting for the guard next to him to speak, he took the initiative to draw the sword of the dead guard. Yeshua had used up all the flying nails he carried with him just now. Since no one's attention was on him, Yeshua quickly flicked his hand over the assassin's body, and a large wave of flying nails came in. Emperor Jingwen and the fourth prince retreated step by step and did not notice that the people hiding in the dark and planning a sneak attack fell one after another. Between life and death, Yeshua no longer cared to hold back. His targets had long been the opponent's wrists, legs, temples, throat, heart, and other fatal parts. Yeshua was not very good at using a sword and had hardly ever used it. After all, neither his chief master nor his grandfather taught him. His swordsmanship was far inferior to that of hidden weapons. It was enough for normal times, but now the number of opponents was too large. No matter how fast the hidden weapons were, they could only deal with a part of them. One of the assassins quietly went around to the back, and before he could make a move, a flying nail shot into his eye. The assassin screamed and was immediately killed by Emperor Jingwen, who was with Yeshua. Unfortunately, the eyesight of Emperor Jingwen, who was in his 50s, was no longer as good as it used to be. The old man refused to tell anyone about his presbyopia and pretended to be serious every day, but he was eventually exposed by accident. Don't be distracted at a time like this. Emperor Jingwen knew that his son was incapable of killing anyone. Yeshua, Emperor Jingwen, was not young after all, and he had to take care of a son, so he gradually felt a little overwhelmed. While Emperor Jingwen was fighting with one of the assassins, the other assassin was already ready to strike. Yeshua had just rescued one of the guards when he turned around and saw that the assassin had come behind his cheap father. As for Yeshua, you can ask him to help, but you can't ask him to risk his life to help, unless the other party fights for him first. Either it's his mother, his father, or his closest relatives, otherwise forget it. Call him a cheap dad. He doted on him before, but this doting was mixed with too many other things. Yeshua himself was unwilling, but who told him to protect himself just now? Yeshua subconsciously touched his sleeve, only to find that the flying nails had been used up long ago. If the opponent's palm hits him firmly, my cheap dad may not survive. In a flash, Yeshua pushed his cheap father away, and when he wanted to retreat, it was too late. The other party's palm finally hit him. Emperor Jingwen staggered, and then he saw his son spit out a large mouthful of blood with a wow sound. Emperor Jingwen's pupils suddenly shrank, and the hand holding the sword trembled. Damn, who is this guy? So powerful. Yeshua thought that he had been practicing martial arts for nearly 18 years, but it was still a virgin martial art. It shouldn't be so weak, right? Yeshua thought that he could block it, but he didn't expect that he couldn't. For a moment, Yeshua seriously doubted whether his grandfather was lying when he said that he could walk alone and was not afraid of ordinary people. However, what Yeshua didn't know was that the person opposite him was even more frightened than he was. How come he is not dead? Could it be that his skills have regressed? The palm strike just now actually made him feel as if he had slapped the man in black that he had met before. Then the assassin felt a pain in his lower body, and within 2 breaths he was completely silent. Dad, I told you, this trick of mine works, cough, cough, cough. However, at this moment, Emperor Jingwen had no time to care about what moves he had just used, and hurried over to check on him. Sure, are you okay? Yeshua wanted to say that he was fine, but he couldn't stop coughing as soon as he opened his mouth, and all he coughed out was blood foam. Dad, you say, I'm not going to die, right? Feeling severe pain in his chest and blacking out in front of his eyes, Yeshua was completely panicked. It's over, it's over. My internal organs must be broken. When Emperor Jingwen heard him say this, tears were about to fall from his eyes, and his voice was a little choked. No, you won't die, believe me, I won't let you die. At the same time, on the other side, seeing their leader fall, the other assassins immediately lost their composure. Seeing that the Emperor's reinforcements were about to arrive, one of them gritted his teeth and shouted, burn the boat quickly. No matter what, Emperor Jingwen must die here today. All the cooking oil and wine in the cabin were smashed, and soon the smell of fire came from the ship. In addition, when the assassin was at the bottom of the water at the beginning, he had already chiseled more than a dozen large holes in the bottom of the ship. Now the time was almost up, and when everyone came to their senses, they found that the ship was tilting to one side. Then, Yeshua saw someone holding a sword and stabbing his cheap father. He barely got up and pushed the sword away, but he lost control and fell into the river. In the end, what Yeshua saw were his stepfather's eyes filled with shock and anger, and his frantic roars. Emperor Jingwen ultimately failed to maintain his noble image as an emperor. Yeshua thought, this should be the end of the matter, right? He knows how to swim, so it shouldn't be a big problem. As a result, after a short while, his stepfather and his group of brothers fell down like dumplings. This scene made Yeshua dumbfounded, but in the water, those wearing shark skin have a lot of advantages over them. After trying his best to kill a few more underwater, Yeshua felt relieved when he saw that no one was biting him anymore. He was completely exhausted and held on to a piece of wood tightly. He struggled for a few times and then lost consciousness. The big ship sank, causing a huge wave, and for a while the rescue ship could not get close. After waiting for a long time for the wind and waves to subside, they saw that the entire river was filled with corpses, including assassins and guards. The scene was in chaos, and for a moment, no one could tell who was who. The key point is that the Emperor is still on that ship. The commander who was responsible for ensuring the safety of the Emperor and the princes during the southern tour was so frightened that he jumped into the water without caring about anything else, calling on everyone to join in the salvage. Quick, go find His Majesty and the other princes. However, at this time, due to the previous capsizing of the boat, huge waves were created, forming a whirlpool. Some people were caught in the whirlpool and died on the spot, while others had already been pushed away. It was extremely difficult to find them now. Yeshua killed and saved people at the same time, but he didn't know how many people he had killed, let alone how many people he had saved. Anyway, who he saw was his own, he helped him, and now he was exhausted, so he fainted. It was unknown how much time had passed. Yeshua was awakened by the cold. When he opened his eyes, his hand slipped due to weakness, and he fell off the wooden board into the water, almost choking him to death. Yeshua swam to the shore with almost all his might. His chest felt burning with pain, but his internal organs should not be broken, otherwise he would not be alive today. Fortunately. Yeshua couldn't help but feel relieved. He looked up at the sky and found that it was already bright. Judging from the speed of the river, he should have drifted quite far. He had not seen the surrounding scenery, and Yeshua could not tell where he was. There are mountains all around, so it would be difficult to get out. However, before he could catch his breath, he saw a person floating down from upstream. The color of this dress. Yeshua was startled and hurriedly looked for something to fish it out. If it was too late, he would not be able to catch up. Fortunately, Yeshua found a branch in time and stopped the man. Yeshua waded into the water again, gritted his teeth, and fished the man out. As expected, he is indeed his cheap dad. Yeshua remembered that not long after he fell into the water, his stepfather also fell down, and then it was the fourth prince and the others. I guess they saw that the ship was about to sink and there were too many assassins on board, so they had no choice but to jump down. Yeshua also killed many assassins underwater. As long as they are not too unlucky, the fourth prince and the others should still be alive. I just don't know where it's drifting to and whether everyone is on the same route. After pulling the man out of the water, Yeshua quickly checked his cheap father's breath and found that although his cheap father's breath was weak, it was still there. Yeshua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If his stepfather was gone, there would be chaos in the capital, as his mother and Jian are still in the palace. By that time, Yeshua couldn't guarantee that he could protect the safety of his mother and Jian in such a chaotic environment. Carefully avoiding the wounds on his cheap father's body, Yeshua quickly performed chest compressions on him. If this were in modern times, Yeshua would probably have to give his cheap father artificial respiration. Although artificial respiration is for saving lives, it is still difficult to do it. Fortunately, this is ancient times, and there is such a thing like internal strength. Yeshua moved like a swimming dragon, quickly tapping on several acupuncture points on his cheap father's body. Soon the water in his cheap father's trachea and lungs slowly drained out. After a while, probably because Yeshua made a lot of noise, Emperor Jingwen finally opened his eyes with difficulty, and subconsciously he was about to take action. Seeing this, Yeshua hurriedly stopped him. No, father, it is me. My cheap dad's physical fitness is really good. He can hit people as soon as he opens his eyes. Zioju, Emperor Jingwen's voice was a little hoarse. Just as he was about to move, he was immediately held down by Yeshua. Don't move, don't move. Don't bother the wound, I'll help you to the shore. Yeshua himself was still a wounded man. The distance was only about 10 meters. During the whole process, Yeshua grinned uncontrollably. In modern times, except for the last few years of illness, he had never suffered such suffering. Seeing him like this, Emperor Jingwen didn't know whether to say that he was young and healthy, or to scold him for being weak. The most basic requirement for a real man is to remain calm when attacked by swords. No one is like him. He burst into tears when he was injured. He doesn't have the demeanor of a prince at all. After finally helping his stepfather to lean against a big tree, Yeshua saw that his wound was still bleeding, and even his lips were white, but he didn't say a word. Yeshua was shocked. Dad, don't you feel the pain? Forget it. He is just like that. He probably won't be able to let go of his imperial heirs in his lifetime. Yeshua took out his flint and lit a bonfire. After making sure he wouldn't freeze, he took 2 deep breaths and said, Dad, wait here. I'll go get you some herbs. If this blood continues to flow like this, it will eventually run dry. Yeshua pulled open Emperor Jingwen's clothes and saw a huge bloody hole. Yeshua did not dare to delay. Seeing his son's actions, Emperor Jingwen was stunned for a moment. This flint. I've suffered losses before, so I'm specially prepared. Yeshua has learned a lot in the past 2 years. Without waiting for his stepfather to speak, Yeshua put the flint in his pocket, broke a stick, pushed aside the grass, and went up the mountain. Looking at his back, Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt that he had grown up a lot. These 2 years spent outside were not in vain. About half an hour later, Yeshua emerged from the bushes again. In ancient times, the forests were too dangerous in the summer. No one came to develop them, and there were not even any roads. If one had a poor memory, once they walked in, they would probably not be able to get out. Emperor Jingwen was awakened almost instantly and became alert. He was relieved to see it was him. At first, Emperor Jingwen was somewhat pleased with his son's growth, but when Yeshua mashed a handful of green leaves into a paste and lifted up his clothes to paste it on his wound, Emperor Jingwen immediately came to his senses. What is this? Yeshua said as a matter of course. It's the herbal mud that stops bleeding and reduces inflammation. Emperor Jingwen didn't know when he learned the medical skills. After hearing this, Yeshua immediately said, Dad, you forgot. When my mother was pregnant with Jianjian, I went to see the doctor for a while. I can't say that I can cure diseases, but I have no problem identifying medicinal herbs. But how could Emperor Jingwen trust him? After careful recollection, Emperor Jingwen found that it was more than 10 years ago. The most important thing was that he did not learn anything at all. Emperor Jingwen immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Stop, I warn you, don't come over here, and don't use. At this point, Yeshua couldn't listen to him. Taking advantage of his cheap father's inability to resist, he applied the medicinal mud directly without blinking an eye. You know what, some Chinese herbal medicines are really magical. The bleeding stopped in just a short while. Although the bleeding was stopped, Emperor Jingwen never wanted his son to treat him in his lifetime if possible. Then Yeshua took out a bunch of wild fruits from his arms. They were all found with great difficulty. There were wax gourds and wild cherries, which were only available in this season. Emperor Jingwen ate 2 wild cherries with doubt, and his teeth almost became sour. Normally, he would turn his nose up at these things, but now he had no choice at all. Emperor Jingwen was puzzled as to who could have such great power. However, at this moment, the son who was pinching his nose and eating cherries suddenly stood up. Emperor Jingwen was startled and looked over. Before he could react, Yeshua had already picked up the branch skillfully. The one who fished out this time was the 7th prince. The 7th prince's injuries were also serious, even worse than those of his stepfather. Fortunately, Yeshua still had some herbs that he had picked for Emperor Jingwen, so he quickly used them on him. After all this trouble, Yeshua was almost exhausted. However, Yeshua was thinking that this was not a solution. Although the injuries of the 2 people have been temporarily treated, these few herbs alone are far from enough. In addition, they have been soaking in the water for such a long time. It is summer now, and it is hot and humid, so there is no guarantee that inflammation will not occur. In short, we must hurry up and leave here, find a village or a family to settle down as soon as possible. Besides, the deep mountains and old forests are not safe either. Yeshua just discovered traces of wild beasts when he was picking herbs. He was not afraid, but the key was his stepfather and his 7th brother. In their current condition, they would not be able to survive even if a few wild boars came. Yeshua was alone, and even if he could try his best to hold on, he couldn't take the 2 of them away. Just when Yeshua was in a dilemma, he suddenly heard an eagle's cry from the sky above his head. Thinking they were being pursued, the 3 of them immediately felt nervous. Looking up suddenly, Yeshua saw that the eagle was circling above their heads as if observing something. Yeshua subconsciously wanted to bring the eagle down, otherwise their position would be exposed. However, the eagle was flying too high. Yeshua threw several stones, but it was of no use. When the stones flew to a certain height, they no longer had that much force and were easily avoided by the eagle. Seeing the other parties dodging movements so skillfully, Yeshua's heart sank again and again. There is no doubt that this eagle was specially trained by someone. Just as they guessed, someone soon heard the noise and came over. Yeshua hurriedly lay down and pretended to be seriously injured, so that if he met a strong enemy, he could at least catch the opponent by surprise. However, what Yeshua, Emperor Jingwen, and the seventh prince did not expect was that the person who came was actually an old man. The old man was about 70 years old and was dressed like a woodcutter. If you didn't know him, you would think he came to the mountains to chop wood, but if you look closely, you can see that he is different from an ordinary woodcutter. His breathing is long and powerful, and you can tell at first glance that he is a martial artist, and he doesn't feel any worse than his master Wu Ye. Yeshua, who had lost confidence due to the previous battle, didn't think he could beat him. This valley has not been visited by outsiders for many years. When the old man heard Zixeo's call and came to check today, he thought he was some extraordinary person. It turned out that they were just 3 people who had walked in by mistake. Looking at the uninvited guests in front of him, the old man initially had no intention of paying any attention to them, let alone saving them. There are so many dying people in this world, how can he save them all? The old man was heartless, and after making sure the 3 people were not a danger, he planned to leave them here to fend for themselves. As a result, at this moment, a gust of wind blew from the riverside, and the hair blocking Yeshua's eyes was blown away. When he saw this scene, the old man couldn't help but snort. What a handsome face. Just when Yeshua was hesitating whether to ask for help, he saw the old man suddenly stop, turn around, and squat in front of him. However, even at such a close distance, the old man still couldn't find any flaws on his face. Having lived to such an old age, this must be the most beautiful person the old man has ever seen in his life. Not knowing what the other party was going to do, Yeshua tried his best to remain calm. There was silence all around for about half a cup of tea. Just when Yeshua thought the other party had left, he suddenly heard the old man's voice above his head. "Boy, I know you are awake. Open your eyes, I have something to ask you." Yeshua's heart tightened, and he was forced to open his eyes helplessly, Senior. Yeshua was already quite stunning when he closed his eyes. The injured young man leaned against a big tree. The tree canopy was shady, and mottled shadows fell on his face and body. Even though he was dirty, it couldn't hide his nobleness, but added a sense of abject beauty. That scene was really like a god descending to the earth. No wonder the old man was immediately interested. This was the first time the old man used the word beautiful to describe a man. He had never known before that beauty could also be used to describe a man. Thinking about how Concubine R was so stunning and famous in the capital, there is no need to say more. He inherited the beauty of both Concubine R and Emperor Jingwen, plus his own performance. Not to mention anything else, just Yeshua's appearance is so good that it would be hard to find a second person in the world who can compare with him. The old man was just thinking that such a face should only be used for appreciation. It would be a pity if is a vulgar person from inside. It's like a beautiful jade with a flaw. It's suddenly no longer beautiful. After Yeshua opened his eyes, the old man discovered that this man's eyes were also so beautiful. The young man was born with a pair of phoenix eyes with slightly upturned corners, which made him look extremely elegant and noble. His gaze was as clear as water, and for a moment the old man felt that he was the vulgar man, or maybe compared to him, everyone seems tacky. Quickly suppressing the thought in his mind, the old man stared into his eyes and asked, "Boy, let me ask you, are you married?" When asking this question, the old man didn't have much hope at first. After all, there were very few young men and women in the world who were still unmarried at this age. The old man asked this question out of exception because he was so handsome. Yeshua was stunned when he heard this. What the hell is this question? Thinking about the old man's intention in his heart, Yeshua shook his head and said, "No." "Then do you have any concubines, maids, or any lovers outside?" The old man had a sharp eye. He knew from the way he was dressed that he was not from an ordinary family, so he asked this question. The old man was already prepared. If he mentioned any, he would immediately turn around and leave. Even though he is good-looking, you can't accept him even if you already have someone in your heart. Yeshua vaguely heard something, but at this time he could only tell the truth. To reply to your question, no. Impossible. The old man denied it without even thinking. Unless there is something wrong with your body. Either he is a liar, or else how could such a man have never had a woman? The old man had also been young. How could he not understand the bad roots of men in the world? It is useless for a man to be good-looking. It is all just a show. The inner qualities are also very important. After saying this, without giving Yeshua any chance to resist, the old man stretched out his hand like lightning and was about to touch his pulse. How could Yeshua just surrender like that? His stepfather and the seventh prince were both in a coma, so Yeshua fought without reservation. His move made the old man a little frightened. What a profound internal skill. He didn't even notice it just now. If he had attacked me when I was bending over to check, I don't think I would have gotten away with it. I've been in the mountains for too long and I've lost my vigilance. That's the trick. Does it become more and more obscene the more I look at it? Stop, stop, stop. I don't want to fight with you anymore. If they continue fighting like this, it will be difficult to determine the winner for a while. The key is that I have the advantage now, so there is no need to fight him to death. Yeshua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard that. He had suffered internal injuries. After a night of sleep, although he had recovered some strength, his chest still hurt terribly. If possible, he didn't want to fight to the death. Noticing that he seemed to have an injury on his chest, and then looking at the other two seriously injured and dying people on the ground, the old man said, "Whether you have a physical problem or are lying, we will know the truth in a few days. Those people in the valley are not vegetarians either. I just ask you, are you willing to go with me?" Regarding this issue, Yeshua was definitely willing, but it was obvious that the other party did not seem to be so kind. "Senior, what do you want from me?" The brain is still quite flexible. The old man was satisfied and asked, "What do you have?" Yeshua paused and said, "Money, power, or..." "I don't want any of these." Before Yeshua could finish, the old man interrupted him impatiently. "I only want you." Sounds weird. Yeshua shuddered on the spot. His vigilance instantly increased, and he was also prepared to perish together with the old man in front of him. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. I don't agree. Hearing this, the old man was stunned at first and then jumped up on the spot. "What are you thinking?" The old man also felt humiliated. As the mighty Hu Tianyi, how could he be such a dirty and disgusting person? If it weren't for his face, the old man would have taken action long ago if he had had the same temper as before. After taking a deep breath, the old man managed to suppress his anger. "It's not me, it's my disciple. She's 23 years old and still unmarried. Even if you are a man of the world with a dignified sword and claim to be free and easy, it is still difficult for you to break away from the current mainstream thinking." In the ancient times, when it was common for teenagers to get married, the old man's apprentice was now 23 years old. How could he not be anxious? Not only was he anxious, but everyone in the Medicine Valley was anxious. The old man is already 70 years old this year. How many years can he live? He was worried when he thought about leaving his disciple alone in this world. But the problem is that ever since that incident, his disciple has refused to give in, which has made the old man and his group very anxious. Well, there is no other way. The old man can only try other methods. Yeshua's arrival rekindled hope in the old man's long silent heart. The old man didn't believe that his disciple would not be tempted if he brought such a beauty back. Doesn't the young man in front of him look much better than his apprentice's senior brother, who is not even remotely related to her? If this young man is the moon in the sky, then her senior brother is the firefly on the ground, and how can the light of a firefly compete with the brightness of the bright moon? But the problem is that even if she is the old man's apprentice, Yeshua cannot agree. Marriage is about mutual affection between two people. How can it be forced? However, the old man still didn't care, who said this is a forced sale. If his disciple looks down on him, the worst that could happen is that he will just return the goods. My disciple can buy it, but you can't. The old man had never thought that the young man in front of him would refuse, and he never gave him a chance to refuse. The worst that could happen is they can just kidnap him. Even though his kung fu is a little tricky, it's not a problem for them. It was just that the situation had not yet come to that point, so the old man was willing to talk to him a few more words, instead of forcing him to do anything. Yeshua never imagined that he would actually meet someone in ancient times who would just twist the melon off without caring whether it was sweet or not. "Senior, this really can't be done. Stop talking nonsense." The old man glanced at the two people on the ground. "If you agree, I will rescue them. If you don't agree, then the three of you will stay in this deep forest. But I have to remind you that within this 100-mile radius, there is only one family in this valley. If you want to find someone to help, you have to go at least another 100 miles west. You can do it yourself. It is already afternoon and it will be dark soon. The temperature in the mountains will drop sharply after dark, and wild beasts will roam around at night. It is not certain that his cheap father and his seventh brother will be able to survive until tomorrow morning. Should he watch them die or be forced to compromise? Such a dilemma was immediately placed in front of Yeshua. Yeshua used to have infinite dreams for his marriage, but he never expected to encounter such an accident. Yeshua tried to struggle desperately. "Senior, can you please show some leniency for the sake of being a fellow martial artist?" The old man was not a soft-hearted person when he was out there. If he had not raised his apprentice by accident, he probably would never have known what the word emotion was in his life. Want him to show kindness to a stranger? How is that possible? Hearing this, the old man turned and left. Anyway, Zixio is guarding here. Once these two people are dead and the young man's physical strength is almost exhausted, it won't be too late to force him back. If it was someone he knew well, Yeshua could still find the other person's weakness. However, if he suddenly met a stranger, no matter how capable he was, it would be useless without the third eye. Finally, when the old man's figure was about to disappear, Yeshua finally spoke. "Senior, please stay." Yeshua was helpless, I promise you. On the bright side, this old man's apprentice may not necessarily think highly of him, so there might be hope for the situation to turn around. In this world, not all women have to get married. This old man's disciple has been able to fight against the secular world for so long, so she will surely not compromise so easily. Thinking of this, Yeshua felt certain. The old man turned and looked at him, as if trying to determine the truth of his words. Are you serious? What else can Yeshua do now that things have come to this? A gentleman's word is his bond, so the matter is settled. According to the old man, unless his disciple doesn't want him first, Yeshua can only belong to his disciple. For his stepfather and the seventh prince, Yeshua sacrificed too much. Maybe he heard the conversation between the two while he was unconscious, but Emperor Jingwen's brows subconsciously raised and his eyeballs kept moving, as if he was preparing to struggle to wake up. But he had no choice. He had lost too much blood and did not have the strength to do so. After tossing and turning for a while, he could not resist his body's reaction and fell into a deep sleep. Yeshua carried his adoptive father on his back, while the old man carried the seventh prince on his back. It was only then that the old man realized that the person on his back seemed to be quite good-looking, better than his apprentice's senior brother. But because Yeshua had set such a good example before him, the old man didn't even notice him the whole time. Seeing this, Yeshua was about to sell out the seventh prince, but then he suddenly remembered that the seventh prince had already been married and had a lot of concubines in his house, which did not even meet the threshold required by the old man. Yeshua could only give up in disappointment. When they got on the road, the old man asked Yeshua a lot of questions, such as his age, height, weight, etc. The old man asked everything. When he heard that he was only 20 years old, 3 years younger than his apprentice, the old man frowned subconsciously. But soon the old man put the matter aside. He's only 3 years younger than his apprentice, so it doesn't matter. Yeshua thought about it and thought that he couldn't sell himself at a big loss. So when he was halfway there, Yeshua said, "Master, you see, since we're now a family, my fourth brother, fifth brother, and eighth brother are still missing. I don't know where they were washed away by the water. Could you please help find them?" Caught off guard, the old man stopped abruptly. What did you just call me?" "Master, what's wrong?" Yeshua acted as if it was a matter of course, which made the old man start to wonder. This change of words is a bit too quick. The old man has been in the underworld for many years and claims to have seen all kinds of people, but this is the first time he has seen someone like Yeshua. The old man thought that he would make trouble for a while and even made some preparations. Seeing that the other party had not spoken, Yeshua could not help but urge, "Master, why don't you speak? Master, please respond." Judging from what happened just now, this old man's eagle is much more reliable than human eyes. If an eagle can be used to find people, it will surely be much more efficient. The old man's expression changed several times, and finally he said, "You don't have to change your words so early. There must be something wrong when something is abnormal." Seeing that he was so obedient, the old man became alert. "My disciple may not be able to like you. When she comes back, it won't be too late for you to change your mind. Oh, it turns out that person is not here. What is Yeshua worried about? He will take advantage of it first. But since I promised the master from now on, I belong to the valley master." The old man narrowed his eyes when he heard this. "Let me make it clear to you, don't think you can get away with this. I won't buy it. After all, the old man is a man who has experienced many ups and downs, and he is not so easily fooled. Since the master has chosen me, based on the master's understanding of his apprentice, I believe that she must like me. In that case, if we really fall in love with each other in the future, master, if you don't save me now, wouldn't it hurt the relationship between me and the young apprentice?" It's not hard to guess what parents are thinking. They want to consider every aspect of their children. In modern times, there are countless parents who know that some of the school rules are unreasonable, but still dare not resist. Isn't it because they are worried about their children going to school? After the words fell, the old man couldn't help but snorted, "You dare." It's hard to say whether one would dare to do it or not. Just like he said, what if they really fall in love? Although he forced the person to come with his words, the old man also hoped that the two of them could live in harmony. Yeshua looked back with innocent eyes, and their eyes met. Finally, the old man was defeated. Poor parents in the world. The old man blew a whistle, and the eagle seemed to have received some instructions. It circled at a low altitude and landed on the old man's shoulder. Then the old man seemed to give some instructions, and the eagle, having received the order, quickly flapped its wings and flew away. In addition to it, there are 3 other eagles lurking nearby. With these eagles serving as the eyes of Medicine Valley, it is extremely safe. So since you have promised me, don't even think about running away." The old man couldn't help but remind him from the side. Yeshua had no intention of running away. With his father and the 7th prince injured, where could he run? Old man, snort. About half an hour later, the two arrived outside the Medicine Valley. Standing halfway up the mountain and looking down, the entire Medicine Valley is surrounded by water on 3 sides. It looks like a very beautiful place. It's so beautiful. Yeshua turned around and said, "Master, is this where we are going to live from now on?" The old man choked and was too lazy to pay attention to him. He just carried the 7th prince on his back and walked downstairs. Yeshua didn't mind seeing this and was even in the mood to appreciate the scenery along the way. After all, the old man saved him for his body and didn't want his life. As long as he didn't kill anyone, everything could be negotiated. There was always a way to solve the problem. After entering the medicine valley, Yeshua discovered that there were almost no people inside. There were only a few stone houses which looked deserted. Hearing the noise, someone came out quickly. I said, "Hugh Tiani, you." The person who came was also an old man. Although he looked a little younger than the one Yeshua had met before, he was also in his 60s. Seeing a stranger appear in the valley, Mei Yingzhuo frowned subconsciously. However, at this moment, the old man, Hugh Tiani, said, "It's just right. I was just about to look for you. I just saw a few patients here. Come and take a look." Having said that, without giving Mei Yingzhuo any chance to object, Hugh Tiani put the seventh prince on the bed used to treat patients in Mei Yingzhuo's home. Yeshua noticed that there were two people tied up on the other two beds in the room, looking in pain and wailing. Yeshua's heart immediately tightened. I always feel that this place doesn't seem to be a place where hermits and masters live. It looks more like a den of thieves. Medicine Man Valley, Medicine Man Valley, Medicine Man Valley. Yeshua had been in the underworld for 2 years after all. He carefully recalled the rumors he had heard and finally found a few words in a corner. Then Yeshua found that he seemed to have really entered a den of thieves. Rather than calling it the Medicine Man Valley, it was more like the Evil Man Valley. Anyway, according to the version Yeshua heard, the people living here seemed to be evil monsters who kill people without blinking an eye. No wonder he always felt something was weird. When Hugh Tian saw that his eyes widened when he saw the two people next to him, he finally felt relieved. "How about it, are you scared?" "Yes, a little." Yeshua said honestly, "I was a little scared when I first saw them, but after hearing what Master said, I am not afraid anymore." After the words fell, Mei Yingzhuo, who was checking the injuries of Emperor Jingwen and the seventh prince, was stunned. "Master." Mei Yingzhuo was confused. "Don't we only have Jir as our apprentice?" When did this old man accept another disciple outside? When Mei Yingzhuo looked at Huo Tianyi again, his eyes immediately became wrong. Huo Tianyi couldn't help but glared at Yeshuo fiercely. "Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. The thing is." Soon Huo Tianyi repeated what happened before. "I thought this boy was very good looking, so I brought him here. What do you think? Is he much better than Jir's shitty senior brother?" When Mei Yingzhuo first saw Yeshuo, he thought this boy was too handsome. Then after hearing Huo Tianyi's plan, he thought about it and felt that this might really work. Jir is already grown up. Why is she still dragging her feet and refusing to get married? This kid is quite sensible. Obviously, Mei Yingzhuo also felt that the attitude of the young man in front of him was too nice and he didn't seem like a good person. But it doesn't matter. No matter how evil this kid is, how can he be worse than them? There is always a way to deal with him. Since the two lying there were hostages, Mei Yingzhuo's attitude towards Emperor Jingwen and the seventh prince would naturally be slightly better than before. None of those who can be regarded as big demons are good people. After a few silver needles were applied, the fever of Emperor Jingwen and the seventh prince was immediately improved. Soon, Mei Yingzhuo stretched out his hand towards Yeshuo. "Boy, I heard that you are also injured. Give your hand here, let me take a look." Yeshuo did not resist and stretched out his wrist in front of him. As the saying goes, observation, listening, questioning, and palpation are all important. When Mei Yingzhuo probed Yeshuo's danchin, his face changed immediately. Then he looked up at Huo Tianyi. This kid had such a deep inner strength, but Huo Tianyi was not afraid that he would put it into himself in the end. Don't let him fail to force it and end up putting himself in it. Huo Tianyi was not too worried. Although the young man was strong, he was young after all. Besides, he had his father and brother around, so Huo Tianyi was not afraid that he would disobey. After a moment of silence, Mei Yingzhuo said, "You are seriously injured, and you have been on the road for such a long time. I am afraid you will need to rest for a while." Yeshuo naturally agreed to everything the doctor said. Soon Mei Yingzhuo began to prescribe medicine and then went to get the medicine. Not long after, looking at the bowl of black medicine in front of him, Yeshuo fell into deep thought. Then he looked up and asked in confusion, "Masters, I think I have been obedient enough. Is there something I haven't done well enough that you two treat me like this and even tamper with this medicine?" Huo Tianyi felt extremely uncomfortable with his accusing look and was a little annoyed. "What are you talking about?" Yeshuo couldn't help but look at Mei Yingzhuo standing beside him. Mei Yingzhuo was silent for a moment, then asked, "Do you know medicine?" Yeshuo nodded. "I know a thing or two." Mei Yingzhuo couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when he heard this. "Hey, I'll go make you another bowl right away." After Mei Yingzhuo left, Yeshuo couldn't help but sigh, looking disappointed. It was a fair trade, but it's not fair at all. No matter how unreasonable Huo Tianyi was, he would never resort to such despicable means. This time he was implicated by the old poisonous man Mei Yingzhuo. Huo Tianyi suddenly became less tough and couldn't help but curse the other party in his heart. What a waste of time. Can this kid still turn the tables in Medicine Man Valley? And Yeshuo continued, "Master is like this. I am sure that the disciple is not much better. It's a pity that I have a clean name, but in the end I have to fall into the hands of a witch." You're talking nonsense. Now more than 20 years have passed. Hugh Tianyi doesn't care what people say about him, but he absolutely cannot accept someone pointing out his apprentice. If it weren't for Jier's request, do you think you could still stay here now? According to Hugh Tianyi's own personality, if the young man in front of him didn't want to, he would just kidnap him directly. Why would he say so much to him? And he also treated the injuries of his father and brother. When his father and brother died and he was injured and couldn't leave, wouldn't he still have to compromise? Why would he have to go to so much trouble? Also, you are not allowed to call Jier a witch. If you say one more word, be careful or I will chop you to death. If these 6 people were outside, everyone would hate them. But they ended up raising a kind-hearted female apprentice who likes to stand up for the weak. In this case, Huo Tian and his friends didn't want her to be tainted by mud because of them. Yeshua heard this and thought, so the young apprentice is a good person. Yeshua pointed at the 2 people lying on the bed and said, if the young apprentice is a good person, how could these 2 be so miserable? I'm afraid you are not the only one who thinks she is good. Seeing the young man in front of him looking suspicious, as if he didn't believe what he said at all, Huo Tianyi couldn't help himself. I believe that when encountering such a thing, there are very few parents in this world who can bear it. What do you know? One of them is a rapist who has raped countless girls, and the other is a notorious bandit who has killed countless people. They deserve this fate. This old man is overbearing and cold by nature. He can explain so much, so I guess it must be true. Yeshua had a rough idea in his mind. Yes, master is right. It was I who misunderstood. Huo Tianyi was satisfied. This was good enough. When it came to the second bowl of medicine, Mei Yingzhuo didn't tamper with it after all. After all, Yeshua said he understood a little, but he didn't know how much he understood. There was a long time to go, so he could just observe and see. It was only the first day, so there was no need to rush. By the time everything was arranged, it was already early morning. Huo Tianyi originally wanted to find a place for him to sleep, but Yeshua's words, I am a married man now. If I don't get enough rest, it will affect my reputation. What if I offend the young apprentice? Made Huo Tianyi hesitate. He actually looked down on men who were so delicate, but when he thought about it, his face was indeed important at the moment. It's just a room. Yeshua finally got the single room he wished for and was provided with a set of clean bedding. Master, please find a way to buy me a few servants tomorrow. This house has not been lived in for a long time and many places need to be cleaned up. Yeshua was too lazy to do it, so it would be more convenient to hire someone. He really thinks he's somebody. Huo Tianyi was about to get angry when he heard Yeshua say, if we don't clean up this house, young apprentice won't be able to look after it when she comes back. Huo Tianyi, what he said seemed to make some sense. You're sensible. Huo Tianyi was very satisfied with his knowledge and taste, and was even more satisfied that he had already started doing what a husband does before even meeting his disciple. Huo Tianyi tried to find fault with it, but couldn't find any, so he left in disappointment. After he left, Yeshua blew out the light, lay down with peace of mind, and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, the 7th prince woke up first, and Emperor Jingwen did not wake up until the afternoon. When Emperor Jingwen saw the scene around him, his first reaction was that he must have been rescued, and he was still thanking this family in his heart. Seeing this, the 7th prince couldn't help but remain silent, thinking that it was too early for his father to be happy. The 7th prince immediately closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, pretending he knew nothing. Upon hearing the news that his cheap father had woken up, Yeshua, who was busy cutting new clothes, immediately stopped and walked in. Dad, you're finally awake. Emperor Jingwen was lying there. After his mind became a little clearer, he was thinking about how to reward the people here after he recovered. But Yeshua shook his head after hearing his words. No need, Dad. I have already pledged myself to them. You can live here peacefully. Your son has everything. What? After realizing what his son meant, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but almost jumped out of bed. Emperor Jingwen's originally relaxed mood suddenly became cloudy. The second reaction was that this group of people dared to threaten the prince. When he felt better, he would definitely notify the secret guards to kill all of these troublemakers, leaving no one alive. Emperor Jingwen had a gloomy face and was extremely angry, but now he was helpless and could only put up with him for the time being. Emperor Jingwen also knew that this kind of thing was a great humiliation for a man, so he immediately tried to comfort them. I'm sorry for wronging you. In a few days, I will make sure they die a miserable death. In the eyes of Emperor Jingwen, being able to save him and the other princes was a great blessing. These people actually dared to ask for rewards, which was really ungrateful. Even if the other party does not know that his son is the heir to the throne, he still deserves the death penalty. The slight feeling of gratitude disappeared in an instant, and only anger remained in Emperor Jingwen's heart. Emperor Jingwen thought he would see his son's humiliated face, but when he looked up, he found that it was not the case at all. The youngest son did not seem as indignant as he had imagined. At this moment, Huo Tianyi came in cursing, Hey, kid, you still haven't said whether you want Fu Guangduan or Su Jin. He was just measuring the size, but he just ran away as soon as he said so, which made Huo Tianyi very angry. However, after seeing the other party, Emperor Jingwen also became angry. How dare you speak to the prince in such a tone? How presumptuous. Fu Guangduan is graceful and Su Jin is elegant. Each has its own merits. Yeshua thought for a moment and said, I want both. Hu Tianyi took a deep breath. I warn you, don't push your luck. Medicine Valley is not short of money. After all, the most untouchable people in the world are doctors. Mei Yingzhuo alone is enough to run the entire Medicine Valley. Apart from Mei Yingzhuo, the others also have their own means. They stay in this valley all year round and basically have nothing to spend, so they don't value money much. It is one thing to just not take it seriously, but it is another to be taken advantage of. However, Yeshua was somewhat helpless when I was at home. I also had a luxurious life. You have seen what I wore before. Which one of them is not better than Fu Guangduan and Su Jin? My request is not too much, right? Young apprentice, and I haven't even got married yet, and you're treating me so harshly. If you're so stingy about the money, why bother trying to steal a groom for the apprentice? You are all famous seniors, and the young apprentice is a young hero. You shouldn't be so unreasonable, right? Although Hu Tianyi had lived in seclusion here for decades, he still had his old eyesight and knew that what he said was true. His clothes were indeed very expensive. Hu Tianyi really had nothing to say. Yeshua changed the subject and sighed, but there is a saying that goes, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Since the young valley master is so poor, I will have no choice but to live with her like this. Hu Tianyi was a man of reputation and didn't want his disciple to be accused of being stingy. After a while, Hu Tianyi gritted his teeth and said, just wait, it's just 2 sets of clothes, what's the difficulty? Yeshua heard this and looked at his cheap father and his 7th brother. Hu Tianyi felt bad at that time. As expected, the next moment he said, filial piety is the most important virtue. As a son, how can I enjoy it alone? Hu Tianyi understood immediately. To be honest, Hu Tianyi himself is not that great, but he wants to find a husband for his apprentice who is good in every way. At the very least, this person cannot be a heartless and ruthless person. Hu Tianyi's expression changed several times, and finally he turned and left without saying a word. Without objection, Yeshua took it as his agreement. When Yeshua turned his head again, he saw that his cheap father was gasping for breath with his face flushed red. Yeshua was about to withdraw his hand, but unexpectedly his cheap father grabbed it tightly, with emotions surging in his eyes. However, before he could speak, Yeshua could not help but remind him, Dad, 4th brother, and the others haven't been found yet. Emperor Jingwen, not sure if it was an illusion, but Emperor Jingwen just felt a tightness in his chest. After holding it in for a long time, he finally managed to utter a few words, I'm sorry for wronging you. Actually, it's not that bad. So far, Yeshua hasn't felt any discomfort. As for the deal proposed by Hu Tianyi, since he wanted to ask for help, he naturally had to pay a price. I'll go get you and brother 7 something to eat. After Yeshua came out, he ran into Mei Yingzhuo soon after, 4th master. Yeshua greeted the other party very enthusiastically. For a moment, Mei Yingzhuo wondered whether this was the Medicine Man Valley where he had lived for decades, or the home of the young man opposite. There are a total of 6 people living in the Medicine Valley. Mei Yingzhuo doesn't know martial arts, but he is good at poison techniques, so he barely ranks 4th, so Yeshua calls him the 4th master. Mei Yingzhuo was silent for a moment, then asked coldly, what's the matter? There's nothing else, I just want to ask 4th master, how are my father and 7th brother doing? Yeshua was very concerned about their health. Mei Yingzhuo thought for a moment, then spoke without any emotion. The younger one is young and strong. There is no big problem, just rest for a while. As for the old one. Seeing the other party pause, Yeshua hurriedly asked, how is my father? Although your father was only hit by 1 sword, the opponent was angry and stabbed him in the wrong place, almost injuring his heart. Plus, he is not young anymore, so his recovery is a little slow. In the future, remember not to let him get too angry or too sad, and maybe the problem will be solved. Mei Yingzhuo is an extremely skilled doctor. If he had been replaced by a slightly worse doctor this time, with the amount of blood Emperor Jingwen had lost, he might not have been able to be saved. When Yeshua heard this, his expression changed slightly. He thought that everything would be fine as long as the person was saved, but he forgot that there was such a thing as hidden injury. Yeshua knew that a doctor's dedication and his inattention were 2 completely different situations. In this situation, Yeshua had no choice but to rely on the other party. Seeing the pleading look in the young man's eyes, Mei Yingzhuo was somewhat surprised and felt that he seemed to have underestimated the young man's character. But in the end, Mei Yingzhuo didn't say any words of promise. He just nodded and said, indicating that he understood. As for whether to do it or not, that was another matter. Yeshua couldn't force him. Then Yeshua came to the kitchen of Yoren Valley. 1. Yoren equal medical. It's already afternoon, even the big devil still needs to eat. Now there is no servant here, and Yeshua can't rely on anyone else, so he can only do it himself. Fortunately, he was not a lazy person who did not know the difference between grains and vegetables. Even though he had been pampered for so long in ancient times, let alone being a top chef, he should have no problem lighting a fire and cooking a meal. Now that Yeshua needs help from others, his attitude is naturally very proper. You have to ask when you need it, and you have to work when you need to. In addition to his stepfather, seventh brother's share, Yeshua also made some extra, and several other masters also had shares. The demons in the Medicine Valley are also human beings, and as human beings they need to eat. There are both men and women in the Medicine Valley, including two old men, the first master and the fourth master, a charming woman in her 40s, a disfigured woman, a man who looks like a boy but is already 50 years old, and a monster who is neither male nor female and is not tolerated by the world. As usual, several people came to the small kitchen. None of them were good at cooking, and they were too lazy to take care of things. The only purpose of food for them was to fill their stomachs. But today, something seems a little different. Yeshua was carrying a lunch box and ran into a few people head-on. Yeshua greeted everyone skillfully, second master, third master, fifth master. Although they had only met once in the morning, as the saying goes, the first time is strange, the second time is familiar. We would be dealing with each other frequently in the future. Aren't these people familiar with Yeshua? While my cheap father and the others are recovering from their injuries, they will have to rely on these people for help. I left some food on the stove. If you don't mind, just use it. Several people were silent and no one spoke. Yeshua's gaze stayed on his second master, the beautiful woman, for a moment. Don't get me wrong, he didn't have any other intentions. He just felt that the other person looked vaguely familiar, but when Yeshua thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember what she was. Soon, Yeshua put this episode behind him. Seeing that they ignored him, Yeshua didn't feel embarrassed. He said hello to them and left. After he left, they came to the stove, and the beautiful woman was the first to open the lid there, and then the aroma of food wafted out. Go and call Lao Si over to see if there is any poison in here. The answer is obvious. Yeshua is not so stupid as to show off his little tricks in front of Mei Yingzhuo, a professional. Everyone sat down around the table and looked at the food in front of them quietly. No one spoke or picked up their chopsticks. In the past, the disfigured woman, that is, the sixth master, would usually come over after everyone else had left. Today seemed a little special. When everyone came to their senses, they saw a woman wrapped tightly, leaning against the door frame. Although she had not left the house during the past 2 days, she heard everything that happened outside clearly. Us has brought back an incredible person this time. The beautiful woman paused and said, I'm afraid Huo Tianyi may have done something bad with good intentions this time. The boy-like man was puzzled, and the androgynous third master next to him said, we can't let Jir see him. The fifth master finally asked, why? Although Master 5 is old, he has been a child all his life after all. He has never experienced love affairs between men and women, so naturally he does not know how serious it is. The three of them looked at each other, obviously thinking the same thing. Although this young man has a top-notch appearance, he is not fatal alone. If his personality and the way he does things are taken into account, their apprentice will not be able to beat him. If we really meet and get married, my heart will be devoted to him sooner or later. Add to that the handsomeness of the young man. Where had the young girl seen anything like this? How could she resist such a great temptation? Just now, the scene of the young man washing his hands to make soup and standing under the sunset with a smile was enough to make the beautiful woman's heart beat faster, not to mention the young disciple. As expected of an old hand, the beautiful woman saw through Yeshua's true nature at a glance. This kid is definitely not a good person. Just because the two old guys don't understand doesn't mean they don't understand. So the next day, when Huo Tianyi finally came back with 2 servants and a pile of clothes, he heard the news that the beautiful women demanded that Yeshua and his party be driven out of the valley. Why? When Huo Tian heard this, he immediately became angry. I worked so hard to get him back. Why are you letting him go just like that? References 1 Yoran equal medical. He definitely couldn't agree with Huo Tianyi's busy schedule. You two are so good at talking. Huo Tianyi's attitude was extremely firm. If he said he disagreed, he meant he disagreed. The beautiful woman at the side could not help but snort coldly. Then you will lose both your apprentice and your army. Huo Tianyi didn't care. In his opinion, it didn't matter if Yeshua and his party were born rich. Even if they were officials, since they came to Yoran Valley, they could only be the meat and he would be the butcher. That young man is disobedient, so I naturally have plenty of ways to make him obedient. Although this kid is good at martial arts, Arjir is no pushover either. Huo Tianyi was naturally very confident in the disciple he had taught personally. Although Jir is only 23 years old this year, she is even better than her teacher. The thing that Huo Tianyi was most proud of in his life was that he had taught such a talented apprentice and passed on all his martial arts to her. Seeing how outstanding the other party was, Huo Tianyi was filled with satisfaction. But how could the beautiful woman explain this to him? Being good at martial arts didn't mean you would have the upper hand. Was he treating it like a fight? Whoever had the stronger fist would be the winner. He is too naive. Huo Tianyi has always been stubborn. Unless the beautiful woman fights with him and wins, Huo Tianyi will naturally not say anything more. but the problem is that it is difficult for the beautiful woman to win under normal circumstances, otherwise she would not be just the second master. In addition, Mei Yingzhuo stands with him this time, making it even more difficult for the beautiful woman to win. Seeing that she really couldn't convince him, Master Six couldn't bear it any longer, so she turned around and left without saying a word. The beautiful woman also warned, just wait, Hugh Tianyi, sooner or later you will regret it, and by then I'm afraid you won't even have time to cry. Hugh Tianyi snorted and laughed. Soon the crowd dispersed. When Hugh Tianyi arrived at the medicine house with 2 servants and a bunch of clothes, Yeshua had just finished feeding his stepfather. Since his stepfather was in poor health and could hardly get out of bed, Yeshua could only feed him slowly, 1 spoonful at a time. Emperor Jingwen had been served by countless palace servants in his life, and there were many who were more dedicated than Yeshua, but they were not his sons after all, so the feeling was completely different. Emperor Jingwen did not expect that the little bastard, who seemed to be out of touch on weekdays, could be so reliable at the critical moment. Emperor Jingwen drank the porridge smoothly without choking or burning his mouth. This inevitably moved Emperor Jingwen. However, what he didn't know was that Yeshua had acquired this skill when he was with Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu was bedridden for a long time and finally couldn't get up. Yeshua fed him 1 spoonful at a time every day, so sometimes the most ruthless things are the most touching. The little bastard has sacrificed too much this time, and Emperor Jingwen has decided that when he returns, he will directly skip the title of Duke and confer the title of Prince on him. With this in mind, I think his group of brothers should have no objection. I'm sorry for wronging you. While Yeshua was clearing the dishes, he said, it will only take 2 days. When the master returns with his servants, they will serve you. Yeshua always says what he thinks and rarely tries to be sentimental. Emperor Jingwen's emotion did not last long before he choked. Bastard, he didn't even bother to pretend. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would want to show him their loyalty. They would show 10 out of 10 loyalty. However, it was precisely because of this that Emperor Jingwen felt at ease. Dad, if you need anything, I'll go talk to the master. When Yeshua said this, his expression was very natural. Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt very uncomfortable. You don't have to act so deliberately in front of Dad. Heaven and earth are all sincere. What Yeshua said was all true. How could he say it deliberately? Seeing the little bastard in a daze, Emperor Jingwen immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. Xiaoju, you are not really planning to marry this woman, are you? What else? I have already promised them. Yeshua is not so tasteless as to use sweet words when he needs someone and kick them away when he doesn't need them anymore. Since Yeshua has spoken, he will naturally keep his promise. Regardless of Yeshua's own wishes, exchanging 2 lives for a marriage is considered quite fair. Unless the woman doesn't want this son first, then I will have no choice but to accept her as my wife. Emperor Jingwen almost fainted. At this moment, Hugh Tianyi outside finally couldn't help but said, okay. When he looked at Yeshua again, his eyes were filled with satisfaction. It's good that you have such awareness. Hugh Tianyi was very satisfied with the other party's tact, and he didn't take the words of the beautiful woman and others to heart. Emperor Jingwen felt relieved when he saw him. The little bastard said that just now. He must have discovered that the other party was eavesdropping outside, so he must have said it on purpose for the other party to hear. In this way, Emperor Jingwen suppressed his uneasiness. Emperor Jingwen and Hugh Tianyi looked at each other, both of them with anger in their eyes. Emperor Jingwen thought to himself that when his health got a little better, he would make sure that everyone here died a miserable death and would have them torn into pieces by 5 horses. Hugh Tianyi was thinking that this young man was obedient, but he, as his father, was a restless person. After his disciple got married to the young man, if he dared to act like an evil father-in-law, he would definitely teach him a lesson. One is the supreme ruler, the other is a swordsman. They dislike each other so much. Yeshua didn't care about them. There was no way they could fight anyway, so he carried the food box and came to the side of the 7th prince who was pretending to be dead. Okay, stop pretending, I know you're awake. Hearing his brother's voice, the 7th prince looked embarrassed and slowly opened his eyes. It really wasn't that he pretended to be unconscious on purpose, it was just that he didn't dare to speak just now. The 7th prince knew very well how important he was in his father's eyes. If he didn't get what he wanted, the father and son would have a big argument and then take the blame on him. Yeshua took out the food and asked, do you want me to feed you or do you want to eat it yourself? The 7th prince was not so shameless. I will eat it myself, I will eat it myself. Enduring the pain, the 7th prince sat up and slowly scooped up the porridge in front of him and drank it. About an incense stick later, Yeshua closed the door and walked out with Hugh Tianyi. Here, this is the servant you wanted, and these are your clothes. Silk was expensive, and even Hugh Tianyi felt the pain. Master, can you arrange a separate room for my father and my 7th brother? The 2 people in the other 2 beds are so noisy that they can't sleep at night. Yeshua confirmed that those 2 people were indeed thieves. Considering that he was so knowledgeable and tactful just now, Hugh Tianyi naturally didn't care about these trivial matters. Hugh Tianyi was in a good mood. 2 rooms and 2 beds, what did that matter? And my fourth brother and the others, master, please pay more attention to them. As long as you are obedient, we are a family. I will naturally do my best to help you find your fourth brother and others. Tiani thought about it and decided to send out the eagles at night. By daybreak, it would be the third day since the shipwreck. If the fourth prince and his companions could not be found, they would be in great danger. Now that Tiani is satisfied, he will naturally pay more attention to it than before. Later, Yeshua discovered that compared to Tiani, other masters who had never had conflicts with him were more hostile towards him. Yeshua had clearly cooked for them, so why was this happening? Especially the beautiful woman, who directly told him where the exit of Medicine Valley was and asked him to run away quickly. On the surface, it seemed to be for his own good, and she even promised to help send his father and brother away. Yeshua was very happy at first. After all, it was the other party who gave in voluntarily. But after thinking carefully, his adopted father was in such a state now, and he might not be able to get good medical treatment if he was sent away. There were still so many assassins outside, and if they came back again, Yeshua could not guarantee that he and his father could escape again this time. After much thought, he decided that it would be safer to stay in the Medicine Valley, especially with the ghost doctor here. It would be difficult for my cheap dad to die. Yeshua weighed the issue and decisively refused. Second master, my father's injuries are quite serious, and he can't be moved easily. It will take a day and a night to go back and forth from here. If something goes wrong along the way, do you have any plans to deal with it? Or will the fourth master follow us throughout the entire process? The beautiful woman's expression froze when she heard this. She was not very well versed in medicine. She could treat minor injuries, but if an injury to the heart meridian really broke out, the patient would just have to wait for death. Seeing this, Yeshua knew that it was unreliable, so his attitude became more resolute. Seeing that he was not fooled, the beautiful woman gradually became anxious. From sweet words at the beginning to coercion and inducement in the end. Seeing that the other party was determined not to give up until he was driven out, Yeshua had no choice but to turn to Tiani for help. When Tiani saw that there was such a thing, he immediately became angry. This kid is a member of Medicine Valley in life and a ghost of Medicine Valley in death. I wonder who dares to drive him out. Yeshua also nodded repeatedly. I will stay in this Joran Valley and wait for the young valley apprentice to come back. I will not go anywhere else. Beautiful woman, the beautiful woman was so angry that she almost died of anger at him. It's a pity that this old man has so much strength. It's really infuriating. The beautiful woman then looked at Yeshua again. He used these seductive tricks before Jir came back. If Jir came back one day, she would be tortured to death by him sooner or later. After glaring at the two men fiercely, the beautiful woman left in a rage. Just when the second master, the third master, and the sixth master were trying their best and racking their brains to get rid of the person, the fourth prince and his men finally got the news. Facts have proved that Yeshua's choice was right. When human power was beyond their reach, several eagles worked day and night, as tired as dead dogs, patrolling everywhere within a radius of 100 miles without stopping for a moment. Finally, they found traces of the two people more than 30 miles away. Yeshua originally wanted to go there in person, but firstly, his internal injuries had not healed yet. He could still go about his daily life, but he couldn't be too tired. Secondly, although what he said sounded good, what if he ran away during the journey? After much deliberation, Tiani finally decided to go there in person. Tiani personally brought back the fourth prince and the eighth prince. As for the fifth prince, no trace of him was found within 100 miles. It was estimated that he was either dead or ran away. Yeshua was more inclined to the latter. After all, even if a person dies, there must be a corpse, right? After a few days, it should be able to float in the water. When Mei Yingzhuo came out with a tired face, Yeshua hurriedly went to greet him. Fourth master, how are my fourth brother and eighth brother? The little one just fainted from exhaustion and hunger. He just needs to be nursed back to health for a while. As for the big one, it was another familiar pause, but this time the situation was even more grim than last time. The older one hit a rock when he was washed down by the water, and his right leg is probably broken. After he finished speaking, Yeshua was stunned. Mei Yingzhuo had no feelings for them, so he naturally didn't care what they thought, and he didn't deliberately control the volume. When the fourth prince in the room heard this, his hands gripping the quilt silently tightened, and his thoughts instantly became confused. The fourth prince only appears to be non-competitive on the surface, but he is not really non-competitive. Concubine Xian only gave birth to one son, so how could she not have high hopes for him? It was just that compared to the other princes, Concubine Xian and the fourth prince were not so aggressive. The emperor is in his prime, and the position of the crown prince is shaken. It is still unknown who will take the throne in the future. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. It is better to slow down for the time being, and perhaps you will reap miraculous results. Being born in a royal family sometimes, not fighting is fighting, but no one expected such a mistake to happen along the way. whether for his future or for his own face, the fourth prince would not allow himself to become a cripple. Not to mention the civil and military ministers, the fourth prince could not accept even the gazes from his brothers. Even though the fourth prince looked harmless on weekdays, he was a member of the Yi family after all, and had the same paranoia as the other members of the Yi family. Yeshua hadn't figured out what to say yet, but when he looked up, he saw the fourth prince struggling to get up from the bed and walking to the door while enduring the severe pain. Fourth brother, Yeshua hurried to help him. However, the fourth prince's mind was in a mess, and he was in no mood to pay attention to him. He just stared at Mei Yingzhuo and asked, "Is there any way to cure me?" He would rather die than be a cripple for the rest of his life. However, Mei Yingzhuo was too lazy to pay attention to him. After all, it was the another young man who was going to marry into their medicine valley, not him. Yeshua had no choice but to help him ask again. If it could be cured, that would be great. After all, too many lice wouldn't itch, and too many debts wouldn't worry. Since the wound had already been opened, it would be better to just eat this bowl of soft rice to the end, instead of being hesitant and ending up losing both sides. Thinking of this, Yeshua couldn't help but look at Mei Yingzhuo. Mei Yingzhuo, not only him, but his whole family. It is rare to be so thick-skinned. But the problem is that since Mei Yingzhuo has already taken action, if he regrets now, would all his previous efforts be in vain? With such a huge sacrifice on my side, Medicine Valley will soon become Saving People Valley. If this kid dares to treat Jir badly, Mei Yingzhuo swears to heaven that he will poison his entire family. Taking a deep breath, Mei Yingzhuo's tone was unprecedentedly cold. He can be saved. Hearing these words, the fourth prince's eyes suddenly lit up, and infinite hope suddenly surged in his heart. But it's very dangerous. The next moment, Mei Yingzhuo shattered his hopes with his own hands. It would be better to just amputate the right leg and save your life. Extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary measures. Unlike ordinary doctors, Mei Yingzhuo is best at using poison to treat poison. Many people have been saved by him, but many have also been killed by his treatments. That's why Mei Yingzhuo is not tolerated by the secular world and has stayed in these deep mountains and forests for so many years. Normally, when encountering such a difficult patient, Mei Yingzhuo would definitely want to encourage the other party to treat the patient. As for whether the patient was cured or killed, that was the other party's problem, and he didn't care about that. It was only for the sake of his apprentice's future husband that Mei Yingzhuo wanted to be cautious and save his life, but he didn't expect that the other party would not appreciate it at all. Almost the moment the words fell, the fourth prince made a decision. "I want to save my legs. You have no say in this matter." Mei Yingzhuo rejected him mercilessly. The fourth prince had no choice but to look at Yeshua beside him, his eyes full of pleading. This made Yeshua suddenly feel troubled. If it were him, he would definitely save his life rather than his leg. Even if he lost his leg, as long as he was still alive, there was still infinite hope. What was the point of saving the leg but losing the body? But the key is that the fourth prince is not him, and the fourth prince simply cannot accept his own imperfections. As a prince, he should be perfect. Yeshua could only advise fourth brother, since fourth master said so. It must be very dangerous. Otherwise, you should think about it again. It's not too late to make a decision after you think it through. No need. The fourth prince shook his head. If I can't save my right leg, then I would rather die. Now that things have come to this, what else can Yeshua say? The two stood there in silent confrontation. The fourth prince's face turned pale and he was shaky, but he didn't even take a step back. Yeshua really had no choice but to look at Mei Yingzhuo on the side. "Please, Master Fourth, help me and save my fourth brother." Mei Yingzhuo frowned. Obviously, he didn't understand why the young man's brother was so stubborn, but since the other party had spoken, he was happy to study his broken leg. After getting a positive answer, the fourth prince felt relieved and fell down all of a sudden. Fortunately, Yeshua was quick-witted and prevented him from falling to the ground. In the end, he carried him to the bed. The fourth prince was the most seriously injured, so Mei Yingzhuo naturally focused on him. Since it was an unconventional method, the whole process was naturally extremely painful. However, it was not known whether it was because of the presence of his stepfather or the presence of the seventh and eighth princes, but in any case, the fourth prince did not utter a word during the entire process. The sheets and quilt covers were torn by him, and several towels were bitten to pieces by him, but the fourth prince never cried out in pain. Such a performance surprised Mei Yingzhuo. Yeshua really couldn't bear to look at it, so he only stayed in the medicine house for 2 days and never came back again. Now the favor he owed became even bigger. As he, his adoptive father, the fourth prince, the seventh prince, and the eighth prince were walking on the road, Yeshua couldn't help but sigh. "It looks like I have to sell myself to pay off my debts." Zioju. When passing by the seventh prince's residence, Yeshua suddenly heard the other party calling him. The seventh prince did not keep the secret and simply asked, "Fifth brother should have been rescued, right?" Yeshua knew about the conflicts between the seventh prince, the fifth prince, and concubine Shu, and he also knew that his purpose in asking this question must be not simple. Yeshua opened his mouth, wanting to persuade, but he didn't know how. The facts were there, and he couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. Yeshua could only avoid giving a direct answer. Master found no trace of fifth brother. Even the eagles with such good eyesight didn't notice it, and there wasn't even a corpse. It was almost certain that the fifth brother was lucky. As to whether it was just luck or someone was helping him, it's hard to say. The seventh prince's eyes flickered slightly, and when he raised his head again, he had returned to normal. The seventh prince meant what he said. If it weren't for him, he would have been washed away by the water long ago. The seventh prince didn't think he could have the same luck as the fifth prince. Yeshua waved his hands to show that he didn't care. Except for Yeshua, who was still able to move freely, everyone else was injured or lying down, and no one could run or jump. Yeshua was really bored being alone, and the medicine valley in front of him was too simple. When he was in Liangzhu, Yeshua had worked in design and decoration. Due to limited conditions, he couldn't make any big moves, but there was no problem with a small renovation. It just so happened that although the fifth master was small in stature, he was extremely good at carpentry. The third master had a good aesthetic sense and could draw, and with Yeshua as the advisor and the increasing number of servants, it was not difficult to renovate several houses. The second master just glanced away and found that the third master, who had originally stood with her, had betrayed her. The second master could not help questioning the other party, and the third master finally woke up from his dream and told the truth. I have been in the valley for so many years, and he is the only one who appreciates me. The others used to fight and kill, going through wind and rain, and each one was more arrogant than the other, and most of them mocked and ridiculed each other. They all just said that her paintings were shit, and that even shit was better than this. Only Yeshua would praise her and say that her paintings the third master recalled carefully, and then remembered that what the other party was talking about seemed to be abstract art. Although the third master did not know what abstract art was, she was sure that this was not a phrase that the young man had made up to fool her, so I couldn't help myself just. The third master lowered her head slightly in shame. Seeing this, the beautiful woman became even more wary of Yeshua. The young man can praise such ugly things under the third master. He is really a tough guy. In addition to these, Yeshua also has the responsibility of cooking every day. There is no other way. The cooking skills of the several masters are really too poor. My cheap father and the others can't get out of bed now. Even if they get out of bed, it will be useless. They can't be relied on. No matter how you look at it, Yeshua is the only one who can take the leading responsibility. After eating the food he cooked for a few days, even the beautiful woman couldn't help but have a thought in her mind. It would be nice if my disciple could find such a good match. It's just a pity that a man like this is destined to not be able to stay with a woman for his entire life. The beautiful woman had seen too many people like him. He would devote himself to her when he needed her, and discard her like a piece of trash when she wasn't needed. Most men in the world are unfaithful. It's just a matter of time. The beautiful woman soon came to her senses. In addition to 3 meals a day, Yeshua would go out fishing, picking mushrooms, catching rabbits, etc. in his spare time. He lived a carefree life. At first, Hu Tianyi was worried that he would run away, but later he found out that he would not even go away if you chased him with a stick, let alone run away. Hu Tianji only knew that there was such a woman in the world, but he didn't know that there was such a man in the world. Laugh, laugh, sooner or later you will cry. The beautiful woman at the side couldn't help but sneer when she saw this. Fishing, catching rabbits and shrimps, and researching new menus, while Yeshua was busy in the valley. He didn't know that a few days ago, a group of people came here dozens of miles away from him, but they didn't stay long and left, so even the eagle didn't notice them. When the fifth prince woke up, he found himself on a large carved wooden bed. His second brother was sitting beside him. He seemed to be afraid that he would be too hot, so he fanned him intermittently. Seeing him wake up, the second prince also regained consciousness. Without caring about anything else, the fifth prince hurriedly got up and said, "Go and save father and Zioju and the others." The second prince paused while holding the folding fan and then returned to normal in an instant. "I have already given the order." After thinking for a while, the second prince added, "That's why I came here this time. No wonder my second brother, who should have been in Beijing, is here." The fifth prince couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The fifth prince was injured after all, and after he felt relaxed, he soon fell into a deep sleep again. Therefore, the fifth prince didn't know about it. Soon someone came in and reported what happened today. Although the second prince looked worried, he said, "Since there is no harvest today, it must be because the people under us did not search carefully enough. Let them search these 2 places again carefully. Although these 2 places are the most likely, since we can't find them, we can't keep wandering around here, right?" The visitor was about to speak, but he noticed the look in the eyes of the second prince looking back at him, and his objections immediately dissipated. After this person left, the room soon returned to peace. In this way, after a few days, fortunately, the 8th prince, who was the least injured, was finally able to get out of bed and walk. At the same time, a fiery red figure appeared in front of the Medicine Valley. The fiery red figure was none other than Yao Zhai, who had been traveling outside and had not returned home for a long time. Yao Zhai didn't really want to go back. As she grew older, every time she came back, she would be urged to get married by the master and his people. Yao Zhai was simply fed up with it, but there was no way. She had been away for nearly half a year. If she didn't come back, the master and the others would definitely be angry. Also, Yao Zhai missed them too. No matter how good the outside world is, it is not as good as being in front of the master and his people. Yao Zhai just hopes that the master and his people can nag her less this time, and then she will be thankful. Thinking of this, the woman raised her foot and walked towards Medicine Valley. Then, as soon as she stepped into the Medicine Valley, the woman saw the young man with his back to her. The young man seemed to sense something strange behind him and turned around. Yao Zhai was immediately frightened by his appearance and ignored the young man's current condition. Her steps suddenly stopped, and then Yao Zhai heard the other party calling out. "My lord, the young people's voices are clear and pure, pure and elegant." The word lord can refer to the ruler of a country or the head of a family. Caught off guard, after realizing what the other party was calling her, Yao Zhai, who was usually cool and knowledgeable outside, immediately blushed. At that time, Yeshua was processing the fish that had just been caught from the river. He was afraid that his clothes would get dirty when killing the fish. After all, Yao Ren Valley did not look very wealthy, so Yeshua specially changed into a set of coarse cloth clothes. Yeshua had soaked in the water for a night, and many things on his body were washed away by the river. His clothes were deformed by the water and could no longer be worn. The fine jade hairpin on his head had now turned into a branch picked from any tree. But even so, it did not detract from his appearance at all, especially his pair of phoenix eyes, which were slightly smiling and watery, like waves on the river or the sea, so beautiful that staring at his eyes for a long time would give one a thrilling feeling, which would make one's heart tremble violently. The straw hairpin and plain clothes make the young man look even more handsome. As the saying goes, Lang Yan is unique and there is no one like him in the world. This is the case. A young man of similar age appeared in her home and called her master. Even the knowledgeable Yao Zhai had never seen such a scene before. She suddenly stumbled when she spoke. "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" Yeshua just opened his mouth, and before he could say anything, Hu Tianyi and others who heard the noise came out of the house one after another. After seeing the disciple he had personally brought up, even Hu Tianyi, who was naturally cold-hearted, couldn't help but relax his brows. "HMPH, you still remember to come back." But Hu Tianyi has never been good at expressing himself. Even though he misses her in his heart, he still speaks subconsciously with sarcasm. Fortunately, Yao Zhai has gotten used to it over the years. She also felt aggrieved in the past, but later she gradually discovered that the master actually loved her very much. Over the time, Yao Zhai gradually learned to ignore those bad words. Yeshua, who was standing by, knew that these master and disciples had not seen each other for a long time and must have a lot to talk about. It was not convenient for an outsider like him to participate in them, so he whispered, "Young apprentice and the masters, please chat slowly. I will go to prepare dinner for you." After that, he did not say much and sat back on the stool quietly. Yao Zhai's attention was immediately drawn to it. For some reason, Yao Zhai felt that the young man was lonely and pitiful and almost ignored what the masters were saying. The beautiful woman noticed this detail, and when she saw that her disciples' gaze subconsciously followed him, her expression froze. Didn't they just meet? If I had known that Jir would come back today, I would have locked this young man in the room and not let him out. But if Jir knew about that, I'm afraid she would pity him even more. The beautiful woman was so angry that when she turned around and saw Huo Tianyi standing there completely unaware of anything, she became even angrier. Looking at Huo Tianyi again, he didn't feel any sense of crisis at this moment. He was still looking his apprentice up and down. Seeing that his apprentice was not injured, Huo Tianyi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. While talking about something, several people came to the yard where Huo Tianyi lived. At the last moment, Yao Zhai's gaze was still on the young man with his head lowered, processing the fish and shrimp in his hands. About half a minute later, Yao Zhai could no longer hold back, and while the masters were asking questions, she quickly asked, "Who is that young man at the door just now?" At this moment, even the most silent Master Six could not drink the tea in her hand anymore. She just felt very upset. Huo Tianyi heard this. Not only did he not feel ashamed, but he was very proud. "This is something that I found outside the valley with great difficulty, and I specially found a way to get him into the valley to be your husband. How about it? Isn't he much better than your senior brother? If you are satisfied, the master will choose an auspicious day for you two to get married." Yao Zhai had a vague premonition from the beginning. Based on her understanding of the masters, they would not easily let strangers in. Now, after listening to the whole process, Yao Zhai felt a surge of anger rushing to her forehead. In the past, the masters only forced people with words, but now they directly lure people into the Medicine Valley. No wonder the young man looked like that. Now it all makes sense. Yao Zhai was furious. "Master, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't do bad things again?" Huo Tianyi didn't care when he heard this. We both agree. How can it be considered a bad thing? In Huo Tianyi's opinion, it is fair for the young man to marry his apprentice and for him to rescue his father and brother. How can it be considered a bad thing? Indeed, to be honest, Huotiani's behavior cannot be said to be bad, but he is definitely taking advantage of someone in distress. Besides, he himself agreed to it. As for how Yeshua himself felt, Huotiani didn't care. This is probably what Yaozhai cannot understand. Even if the master does not save her, she will not say anything. It is her own business if she wants to save him. Even Yaozhai cannot force the master to have a chivalrous heart, but forcing people to sell their bodies, how is this different from being a bully? A choice with options is a choice, and a choice without options is not a choice at all. There is only one path in front of you, and it is a joke for others to tell you that it is your own choice. This can only be a sacrifice that is forced upon us. I'll send him out of the valley right now. This young man was indeed born with a good-looking appearance, and Yaozhai was indeed bewitched by him just now, but she still couldn't accept it. Yaozhai stood up and was about to leave. Then Huotiani said behind her, "It's useless. His father and brothers are still here. Even if you chase him away now, he won't leave." Upon hearing this, Yaozhai paused, bit her lower lip, and finally wanted to listen to what the young man himself had to say. The beautiful woman was worried about the two of them being alone together, so she followed them immediately. Looking at the old man who looked so calm and composed, sitting there leisurely drinking tea as if he had everything under control, the beautiful woman really wanted to eat him alive. When Yaozhai went out again, she found that Yeshua, who had been there just now, had disappeared at some point, while smoke was rising from the kitchen not far away. Yaozhai walked into the kitchen at a very clever time, just in time to catch Yeshua putting the fish into the pot. With a sizzle sound, as soon as the fish in Yeshua's hand was put into the pot, the big black pot in front of him immediately began to emit billowing smoke. Ancient stoves were like this, good in every way except that the smoke from oil and firewood could not be controlled. Yeshua would be choked every time. In addition, his internal injuries had not healed yet, so when he coughed, it would inevitably affect his injuries. After a while, a thin layer of sweat appeared on the tip of Yeshua's nose. Yeshua took after his mother with naturally fair skin. When he coughed and frowned, he looked even weaker and more pitiable. When the beautiful woman saw this scene, her teeth were about to break. Sure enough, my premonition was right. This young man was indeed a demon. I had never seen him so delicate before, but when my apprentice came back, he immediately became delicate. The beautiful woman hurried to see her disciple, and as expected, all of her disciple's attention was now attracted by him. Yaozhai didn't think much about it, and immediately tried to snatch the spatula from Yeshua's hand. However, Yeshua seemed to have sensed it already. After dodging, he gently pushed her aside with one hand. "Young apprentice, there is a lot of fumes in the kitchen, which is not good for a girl's skin. Young apprentice, please wait outside. The food will be ready soon." Yeshua is a grown man, so naturally he is not worried about this. Since Huotiani had found his fourth brother and eighth brother one after another, and Mei Yingzhuo had tried his best to treat his fourth brother's leg every day, Yeshua returned the favor. Seeing that the disciple that several people had talked about had returned, he specially spent some extra effort and prepared a big meal. In summer, clothes were thin, and Yaozhai only felt a slight heat on her back before he pushed her away. Yaozhai saw that the second master was staring at this place non-stop. Yaozhai had just returned and was unsure of the second master's attitude for a moment. After thinking for a while, Yaozhai finally whispered, "Come here, I want to tell you something. Wait a moment." Yeshua took some boiling water from a stove next to him and stewed the two fish. He then picked up the towel next to him and wiped his hands before walking to Yaozhai's side. It was obviously a cheap coarse cloth, but in his hands it seemed like expensive silk. His every move revealed an indescribable pride. "Young apprentice, what do you want me to do?" When Yeshua came closer, Yaozhai suddenly realized that he was much taller than her. Especially since the kitchen was dim, Yaozhai felt as if she was completely enveloped by this young man. The next moment, a refreshing breath like pine and cypress, which was unique to young people, came. When Yaozhai looked up again, she met his eyes. His pair of auspicious phoenix eyes seemed to be able to speak, revealing a hint of doubt in them. The distance was so close that Yaozhai could even see his tall nose, flawless skin like jade, and two slightly parted lips. If this happened to any other girl, she would probably lose her composure on the spot. Even though Yaozhai had been in the underworld for many years, she could still feel the heat constantly rising to her face. Yaozhai controlled herself and did not retreat, and managed to maintain her composure on the surface. Subconsciously looking away and not daring to look any further, Yaozhai whispered, "Do you want to go out? I can take you out." Yeshua was slightly surprised when he heard this, but then he shook his head. "I can't leave, my father and my brothers are still here." Yaozhai couldn't help feeling a little worried when she heard this. This young man doesn't plan to leave, what should she do? Just when Yaozhai was a little confused, she heard him say, "Young apprentice master, can you help Shuor?" Yaozhai was stunned for a moment. What help? Grand Master and the others value the young apprentice very much, and Shuor must now depend on the young apprentice. If the young apprentice is unwilling, then for Grand Master and the others, Shuor will have no value in existence. In short, the woman in front of him is the key to everything. So Shuar would like to ask the young valley apprentice to stay in this medicine man valley for a while longer. Yaozhai watched the young man in front of her, and it seemed that she found it difficult to speak when he said this. Her eyelashes trembled slightly at first and then quickly drooped. Yaozhai immediately got excited and said, "No problem." Realizing that her voice seemed a little loud, Yaozhai quickly lowered her voice and said, "Don't worry." Even if the young man didn't mention it, Yaozhai couldn't just leave without resolving his problem. The beautiful woman watched the whole process. Although she did not hear what the two people discussed, her heart sank to the bottom. In addition to the two fish, Yeshua also cooked shrimps, grilled mushrooms, roasted lamb, etc., and soon filled the table. In addition to express his gratitude, Yeshua specially steamed the yam, mashed it into a paste, poured wild honey and jam on it, and made a special dessert for Yaozhai. No one else, including several female masters, has this position, only Yaozhai has it. "Young apprentice, masters, I'm going to deliver food to my father and fourth brother." Soon, Yeshua left with the food box. Looking at the other person's back, Yaozhai couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. Such a filial and gentle young man was forcibly abducted by his master. The master was too much this time. The beautiful woman and the disfigured woman looked at each other, and a few words emerged in their minds at the same time. Big momentum already gone, the other side. After handing the other separately packed meals to several servants and asking them to deliver them to his four brothers respectively, Yeshua lifted his clothes and came to his stepfather alone. "After so many days of recuperation, my cheap dad was finally able to sit up. I guess he will be able to get out of bed in 2 days. While eating, Emperor Jingwen thought of something and asked casually, "What happened today? Why is it so lively outside?" Yeshua paused, cleared his throat, and said, "My future wife is back." Unexpectedly, a deafening coughing sound suddenly broke out in the room. Then, as expected, Yeshua was almost beaten out by his stepfather with a stick. Picking up the wooden bowl on the ground and putting it back into the food box, Yeshua couldn't help but imagine the image of the young apprentice in fiery red clothes. "I have to say, this girl is quite cute when she blushes." After a moment, Yeshua chuckled. When Yeshua returned to the kitchen, there was no one there. Only a few servants were dealing with the leftovers. After handing the food box to them, Yeshua left quickly. It was getting dark, and Yeshua went back to his room to sleep. As luck would have it, he ran into Yaozhai at the door. Seeing the lock of the main house in the yard being opened, Yeshua was startled, and then a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. Yaozhai had never expected that the master would arrange for this young man to live in the side room of her courtyard before she came back. Yeshua's originally pale face gradually turned a little red, and he looked embarrassed, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Yaozhai's brain exploded with a buzzing sound. At the same time, Yaozhai's sense of guilt instantly reached its peak. Because just now, Yaozhai, who always claimed to be chivalrous, actually had evil thoughts towards this powerless young man in front of her. Yaozhai was immediately frightened by the thought that flashed through her mind. For a moment, Yaozhai actually felt that it would be a good idea to let him stay. Having been out there for so many years, Yaozhai had seen countless despicable people, but this was the first time she had experienced such a thing. Everyone has bad habits. Yaozhai had never come into contact with the dark side deep in her heart before, so it was normal that she couldn't accept it for a while. She didn't dare to stay any longer and just ran away after saying, "I'm tired, I'm going to rest." Looking at the other person's slightly flustered back, Yeshua couldn't help but laugh silently. Before, Yeshua was a little worried about what he would do when the young apprentice came back, but he didn't expect that the young valley apprentice would be such an interesting person. It was especially interesting when the girl's cheeks were red and she was trying to maintain her composure. Yeshua couldn't control his evil thoughts anymore. After returning to the room, closing the door and calming down, Yaozhai suddenly felt annoyed. She felt that she had been in the underworld for so many years and had been a fool. She shouldn't have panicked over such a small matter. Fortunately, the young man was gentle and simple and did not notice it. Otherwise, Yaozhai would really have been unable to live as a human being. Yaozhai was making the bed while thinking about something randomly. When she finished her work, she found the young man still in the yard, apparently sorting out the clothes he had washed during the day. Under the moonlight, the young man's figure was tall and slender, like a pine or bamboo, tough and beautiful. Seeing that the other party seemed to be about to turn around, Yaozhai got excited and quickly blew out the candle on the table. The main room in the yard suddenly became dark. When Yaozhai came to her senses, she was shocked to realize what she had done. Really, there was a window between them, and he wouldn't know that I was looking at him through the gap. After realizing this, Yaozhai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Yeshua in the yard seemed not to notice that the candle not far away suddenly went out. He took the dried clothes into the house. Yeshua quickly fetched 2 basins of water from the water tank in the yard. It is September now, the height of summer. Even though it is relatively cool in the mountains, it is inevitable to sweat a lot throughout the day. Due to limited conditions, Yeshua could not take a hot bath, so he usually filled 2 basins of water and wiped his body at night. Usually, Yeshua is the only one in the yard, and he basically does everything in the yard. But isn't Yaozhai here right now? After all, she's a girl, so Yeshua can't go out shirtless. But the problem is, sometimes the more you cover up, the more alluring you are. Half covering your face is actually more tempting than being naked, especially when looking from the dark to the light under the reflection of candlelight. Yeshua's every move was cast on the paper-pasted window. He first took off the mosquito-repellent sachet from his waist and placed it on the table, then took off his coat. Then Yaozhai saw every move he made clearly. When he seemed to be starting to take off his innermost underwear, Yaozhai immediately lay down, not daring to continue watching. Lying on the familiar bed, Yaozhai tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her mind filled with the silhouette on the window. After about an incense stick of time, she heard the sound of a door opening in the side room. There was a squeak, followed by the sound of splashing water. It seemed that his evening wash was over. By the time Yaozhai fell asleep again, it was already the second half of the night. Compared to her, Yeshu slept soundly. I don't know if it was because she had something on her mind or if the shock she received that day was too great, but poor Yaozhai had dreamt all night. The dream was full of strange things and everything. In the end, Yaozhai woke up half an hour earlier than before. It was still dark, and after Yaozhai opened her eyes, she couldn't fall asleep. There was no choice but for Yaozhai to get up. At this time, as expected, Yeshua's room door was still closed. Unlike Yaozhai and other standard martial artists, although Yeshua also practices martial arts, he still has to sleep until dawn before getting up. After all, this yard belongs to Yaozhai. In the past, Yaozhai was used to putting her toiletries in the side room. Some things needed for martial arts practice, such as sandbags, were also placed in the side room. However, now another person has moved into the side room. Yaozhai feels a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she should have taken out those things she needed last night. Yaozhai felt inexplicably awkward, as if she was not the owner of this courtyard, but Yeshua was. Yaozhai hesitated at the door for a long time. Just when she was about to give up and endure for a day, she suddenly heard the voice of a young man coming from inside the house. Who is it? Perhaps because he had just woken up, his voice was a little hoarse, but still very pleasant to hear. Yaozhai subconsciously stopped. Yes, it's me. What was she doing here so early? Yeshua didn't think too much about it and asked. When he learned that she was here to get something, Yeshua couldn't help but say, "Come in." Only then did Yaozhai realize that he didn't even lock the door when he slept. Was he too unguarded towards others? No wonder he was easily lured back by the master. Yaozhai was about to remind him, but when she turned around, she saw that the young man was so sleepy that he could not open his eyes. His soft undergarment made of fine cotton was loose. If he made any big movement at this moment, the undergarment would probably no longer be able to cover it. The young man was about to wake up, looking drowsy. From his defenseless posture, one could tell that he must have lived in an extremely stable and wealthy environment since he was a child. Yaozhai quickly gathered what she needed and left without even looking back. Yeshu opened his eyes a little, but soon he could no longer resist the sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep again. After Yaozhai finished practicing martial arts in the open space outside, she ran around the valley several times and even finished her breakfast, but Yeshua was still not awake. Could something have happened? On the way, Yaozhai even ran into the 8th prince and thought that Yeshua was just like his brother with almost the same schedule. In addition, there were not many entertainment activities in ancient times, so everyone went to bed early and naturally got up early. It's rare to find someone as sleepy as Yeshua. Seeing that her disciple seemed inattentive and looked into her garden from time to time, the beautiful woman could hardly maintain her expression. Because Hu Tianyi brought many servants during this period, although these servants could not cook as well as Yeshua, they had no problem making porridge in the morning. Yeshua did not have to get up early and even had to prepare breakfast himself. Hu Tianyi and his friends finished eating quickly, and Mei Yingzhuo subconsciously ordered the servants to clean up the kitchen. However, just as he finished speaking, Yaozhai next to him said, "Wait." Yaozhai pointed at the steamed buns and porridge and said, "Don't you need to leave some for Mr. Gu? Everyone has eaten, but the young man seems to have not eaten yet." The beautiful woman, the 6th master, and the 3rd master put down their bowls and chopsticks almost at the same time, and then all looked at Hu Tianyi, who was in the lead. For some reason, even Hu Tianyi, who never cared about these little things, felt something inexplicably uncomfortable in his heart. But he didn't know why he was so uncomfortable, and his tone became a little bad. Who asked him to get up so late? We are not his servants. Why should we leave food for him? Yaozhai was stunned for a moment, then reacted, so he didn't have breakfast before I came back. That being said, Hu Tianyi always felt something was odd. When Yaozhai looked at the master again, there was a hint of condemnation in her eyes. Forcing people to make such a choice and abducting them is one thing, but not only not giving them enough food, but also asking them to help cook for everyone. The master is really too harsh. However, all this was done for herself. Anyone could say that the master was not good, except Yao Zhai. Yao Zhai could only tell him that what he did was wrong, but she could not force him to do what he thought was right. Yao Zhai was unable to change the master's attitude towards Yeshua, but she could secretly save a portion of her own rations for Yeshua. The beautiful woman noticed this scene and her teeth were about to break. Seeing that the flowers she had raised for so many years would soon belong to someone else, the beautiful woman thought about it and felt that she couldn't go on like this. The beautiful woman made a prompt decision and decided to have a talk with her apprentice and to tell her how sinister the men like the young man were. The beautiful woman only hated that when she let her apprentice go out to explore the world, the man only mentioned how he would use sweet words to deceive the woman, what means he would use to force the woman to obey him, and how unfaithful the man would be, what kind of words he would say and what kind of things he would do, but forgot to tell her that there were such means. Not to mention Yao Zhai, it was the first time for the beautiful woman to see Yeshua like this. However, the young man's methods were much more advanced than those of other men. Feeling pity is a taboo for women. Women are born with soft hearts. If she feels pity for a man, she is not far from falling. Why didn't I think of this? The beautiful woman stopped Yao Zhai just as she walked into the yard. However, before she could say anything, she heard the young man's voice coming from the side room. "Young apprentice, can you give Shuer a favor?" Seeing that his door was open, Yao Zhai was hesitating whether to give him the buns and porridge in her hand, but unexpectedly he spoke first. Yao Zhai immediately stopped caring about her second master. "What's the matter? Can you help me get another branch from outside? I accidentally broke the branch I used to tie my hair this morning because I used too much force." The sound came from far away and Yeshua walked out with his hair loose and a look of slight distress on his face. "Look." As he said this, he spread out his hand, and on the palm of the young man's hand there was a branch that had been broken into two. Perhaps a branch broken scratched his hand, and suddenly a striking red mark appeared on his wrist. The red mark was particularly eye-catching under the sun and hurt people's eyes. The beautiful woman took a breath of cold air almost instantly. Her heart felt cold, and she no longer had any hope. Finished. It's all over now. It was just a branch. There were many of them everywhere in the mountain. Yao Zhai quickly picked one for him. But when Yao Zhai gave him the branch, she quickly regretted it. The branch that was picked at random was too sloppy, and it really didn't match him. It was fine when viewed alone, but when the branch was inserted into his hair, it didn't match at all. She didn't even pick all the buds off the branches, and the creases were very rough. She should have shaved them smoother. Yao Zhai was used to hanging around in the underworld, and she no longer had the carefulness and gentleness of an ordinary girl. In addition, Yao Zhai's temperament was also rough, so why would she care about this? But now, Yao Zhai's mind kept flashing back to the hairpin that the young man used to tie his hair. She always felt that everything about it was not good, and she always felt that she should give him something better. At least, it can't be like it is now. It's a bit too shabby. Jier, Jier. Just when Yao Zhai was distracted, she suddenly heard Huo Tianyi calling her. Yao Zhai suddenly woke up. Huo Tianyi was also a little puzzled. When he taught this child swordsmanship in the past, she was the most focused. Why did she seem a little absent-minded today? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Suddenly, Yao Zhai made a decision in her heart. "Master, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I'm leaving now." After much thought, Yao Zhai finally couldn't bear it anymore. Looking at his disciples hurried back, Huo Tianyi thought that she had made another breakthrough in swordsmanship and was busy gaining insights, and he was immediately relieved. In the entire Medicine Valley, Master Five's carpentry skills were the best, and Yao Zhai naturally learned some skills from him as well. I can't say about big jobs, but making some small things is no problem at all. When Yao Zhai came to her senses, there was already a piece of peach wood in her hand, the other side. Looking at Yeshua, who was leisurely eating buns and drinking porridge, the beautiful woman inhaled and exhaled, and after repeating this several times, she forced herself not to attack him. But she was not so polite when she spoke. Even though she was always charming, she couldn't help but sneer when she treated Yeshua. "You have someone to serve you food. You are living a comfortable life." Yeshua didn't take it seriously. He smiled and said shyly, "Since I am already the young valley apprentice's man, it's just a meal. I think it's still okay." Ever since Jier came back yesterday, this young man has become a different person, revealing the coquettish aura of a vixen everywhere. What's more, he is handsome and his pretentious attitude is very seductive. But after Jier left, he changed into a completely different person, which was really infuriating. If I had even a third of his ability back then, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Suppressing her anger, the beautiful woman couldn't help but sneer. "If I tell you that the food you are eating now was taken from Jier's share, would you still feel at ease eating it?" Yeshua was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that this was what Yao Zhai saved for him. Yeshua couldn't help but feel a slight warmth in his heart. This girl is cute and a little honest. The beautiful woman thought that the young man in front of her would be moved after hearing this, but she didn't expect that after she finished speaking, he not only did not stop, but ate even faster. "Since the young valley apprentice specially left it for me, I should eat more. If I waste it, I will be letting down the other party's kindness. The young man was shameless, and the beautiful woman had no way to deal with him. In the end, she walked out angrily with a cold face. Soon, Yeshua ate up all the porridge and buns in the lunchbox. As usual, after visiting his cheap father and the others, Yeshua prepared to go to the mountains to collect some wild honey. A few days ago, he discovered traces of bees in the forest, but the sudden arrival of the fourth prince and the eighth prince interrupted his search. Now that they have settled down, it is time to look for the beehive. Yeshua went up the mountain carrying a long knife. Master, I'll be back before lunch. Looking at the young man who knocked on the door, walked in, picked up the long sword in his collection and left. Tianyi couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. Isn't he too much of an outsider? Yeshua's attitude was very natural. When Tianyi nodded, he didn't even bother to be polite to him. About an hour later, sitting alone in the corner of the valley, looking at the peachwood hairpin in her hand, Yaozhai felt extremely satisfied. The red mark on Yeshua's wrist unconsciously emerged in her mind, and Yaozhai polished the edges of the wooden hairpin to make it smoother. Yaozhai used all her skills to carve this peachwood hairpin into a delicate and beautiful shape, especially the cloud pattern on it, which is both elegant and noble. In addition to this peachwood hairpin, she also made a peachwood hair crown for Yeshua. When Yaozhai handed the branch to him, she noticed that the young man only had a piece of cloth tied on his head, which looked too shabby. Yaozhai brushed off the sawdust on her body, rubbed her numb calves, and when she stood up, she put the two things into her arms. Although Yaozhai was a girl who lived in the underworld, she knew that things like hairpins and purses could not be given away easily, so she had no intention of giving them to him in her own name from the beginning, so she specifically found a corner where no one was. Yaozhai happened to meet the master on the way. After thinking it over, she decided to ask the master to pass it on. The master is the most tight-lipped and the most aloof. He is the one who is least likely to gossip in the Medicine Valley. When Tianyi saw the hairpin and the crown, his eyes widened. The carvings on these hairpins and crowns are extremely exquisite. The smell of tongue oil has not yet dissipated, and you can tell at a glance that they were freshly carved. Tianyi watched Yaozhai grow up. For so many years, his disciple had never carved a hairpin for him. Tianyi was so excited that he actually said what he was thinking. Yaozhai was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but look at the master's hair, which was also a tattered piece of cloth, but, "Master, you never mentioned it to me." If Yeshua hadn't taken the initiative to ask her for the branch, given Yaozhai's personality, she would definitely not have thought of these things. Tianyi was originally reluctant to give up his old face, but after thinking about it, he felt really depressed, so after a while, Tianyi finally spoke up, "Then you also carve one for me." "No problem, master." Yaozhai was very good-tempered and nodded immediately. It was just a hairpin, and it didn't take much effort for her. One is a handsome young man, the other is an old man in his 70s with a face full of wrinkles. One is gentle and tactful, the other opens his mouth directly to ask for it. Such a contrast is really tragic. Fortunately, Yaozhai didn't mind. If it were someone else, he would probably have cursed. How can an old man compare with a young man in his prime? It's good enough to have a piece of cloth. After handing the hairpin and crown to the master, Yaozhai looked around but did not see Yeshua. She subconsciously asked where his master Gu. Tianyi was happy for just a moment before the anger returned and he felt even more uncomfortable. Go up the mountain. Yaozhai couldn't help but frown when she heard this. The mountain was full of wild animals and it was so dangerous. What was he doing there? Ignoring the master's anger, Yaozhai asked with a little concern, did he say where he was going? When will he be back? Tianyi spoke almost word by word, dig wild honey and be back at noon. Yaozhai stood up in an instant. Judging from the way Yeshua and his companions were dressed and behaved, they must have come from a wealthy family. How could a young man from a wealthy family know the dangers of the mountains? If he wasn't careful, he might be eaten by the tigers and wolves in the mountains. He had just arrived and didn't know the dangers. She even forgot to inform him in advance, not to mention that his injuries hadn't healed yet. Yaozhai felt a little annoyed. Master, why didn't you stop him? Forget it. This was not part of the master's job. Yaozhai walked outside without thinking, intending to go look for him herself. Zixao, come on, take me to find him. Watching his disciples' actions, Tianyi couldn't help but widen his eyes. In Tianyi's opinion, before his apprentice came back, the boy was running around the mountains and fields freely, so how could he be so pampered? How come in the eyes of his apprentice, that boy is like a porcelain doll who can't be touched here or there? I can only say that Tianyi doesn't know what a male demon is. You have seduced his soul away, so what the other party says is what it is. When the beautiful woman next door heard the noise and came out, she saw Tianyi sitting there stupidly. The beautiful woman sneered on the spot. You deserve it. Just when Tianyi was full of confusion, Yaozhai quickly found Yeshua's trace under the guidance of several eagles. Yeshua had been here for some time and was no longer unfamiliar with the movements of eagles. When he heard the eagles cry above his head, he didn't even raise his head. He carefully cut off the beehive and put it into a box. In ancient times, there were no professional protective tools like those in modern times. Although Yeshua had covered himself tightly in advance, he was still stung by the bees several times. Fortunately, these are just ordinary bees. They are not poisonous at all. They just hurt, but there is nothing else to worry about. By the time Yao Zhai arrived, Yeshua had already finished his work. He didn't expect the other party to come over at this time. Yeshua was stunned for a moment, then quickly put the gauze dress wrapped around himself on her, and without waiting for the bee to react, he pulled her hand and ran away. Yao Zhai only felt her vision being blocked by the gauze dress, and then her hand fell into his hand. The young man's hands were big and hot, with distinct joints. Yao Zhai almost forgot that she knew martial arts. When the two of them ran all the way to the river at the foot of the mountain, Yao Zhai looked at the young man who was panting with his hands on his hips, and the sweat on his forehead kept dripping onto the stones under his feet. She didn't know if it was because of tiredness or something else, but her heart was beating so fast that she could not hear any other sound. In the end, Yeshua was the first to speak. Leaning over and gently lifting the gauze covering her body, Yeshua asked, "Are you okay?" "No, it's okay." Yao Zhai dodged and didn't dare to look the young man in the eye. She had none of the heroic spirit she had outside. After she calmed down a little, Yao Zhai quickly realized that something was wrong. "Ah, your neck." Yao Zhai noticed 2 bee stings on his neck. When she thought of the gauze dress he had just given her, she immediately became anxious. But in fact, the bees had already found Yeshua before she came, and it had nothing to do with her. Yeshua told the truth, but Yao Zhai didn't believe it at all. She just thought he said it on purpose to make herself feel better. The timing of her passing was so unfortunate. Yao Zhai didn't know when she became so reckless, messing up even the smallest things. Yao Zhai felt extremely guilty, but now is not the time to talk about this. Yao Zhai said quickly, "Don't touch these 2 places. Wait here. I will find some herbs for you." Yao Zhai is still very intimidating when she is serious. Yeshua thought about it and finally sat down obediently. About an incense stick of time later, Yao Zhai brought back a huge pile of herbs. The number was so large that even Yeshua was shocked. Perhaps because she walked too fast, Yao Zhai was sweating and her peach-like face turned red. Yeshua was about to speak, but he saw her raise her chin without saying a word and then took out a few needles from her waist. Seeing this, Yeshua immediately shut his mouth. Carefully picking out the 2 bee stings, Yao Zhai crushed the dandelion leaves and applied them to the 2 places that were covered by the bees. After everything was done, she breathed a sigh of relief. "I hope it doesn't cause heat poisoning." Yeshua blinked. Yao Zhai then noticed how close the 2 of them were. The young man looked at her with pure kindness in his eyes. She looked at her hand again, which was now placed on his chin. As the young man swallowed, his Adam's apple rolled up and down. Yao Zhai felt as if she was scalded and quickly retracted her hand. Yeshua smacked his lips and actually felt a little moved. Then Yeshua cleared his cough and Yao Zhai immediately woke up. "The wild honey has been collected and it's time for you to return." But Yeshua couldn't help but raise his hand. "I haven't finished preparing the food for today yet." The valley was too far away from the outside world. It would take Huo Tianyi a whole day to go back and forth using his lightness skills, so there was naturally no way for him to get fresh fruits and vegetables. Fortunately, Master 5 is very good at making traps, and the surrounding natural resources are extremely abundant, so the people in the entire Medicine Valley can meet their daily needs by relying on these mountains and rivers. Nowadays, Yeshua is basically in charge of the food ingredients in Yaoran Valley. "I plan to catch some fish and pick some mushrooms and wild vegetables." Before Yeshua finished speaking, he saw Yao Zhai picking up a few stones from the ground. She noticed some movement in the water not far away and immediately threw one of the stones out. Then a fish floated up with its belly turned upside down. Yao Zhai has lived in the Medicine Valley for more than 20 years. She knows everything here very well and is especially familiar with how to hunt. Yeshua had only been outside for 2 years, so he was naturally far inferior to her in this regard. This move by the opponent made Yeshua's eyes light up immediately, and he did not hide his curiosity and amazement. "How did you do it? Young apprentice, can you teach me?" This is actually a very simple skill, but in the eyes of the young man, it seems like something extraordinary. Although Yeshua thought it was indeed amazing, if it were placed in modern times, it would be a unique skill and one would have no problem making a living from it. For some reason under such gazes, Yao Zhai suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. When Yao Zhai woke up, there were 6 fish, a pile of wild vegetables and mushrooms, and a little wild boar lying at her feet. Yeshua and Yao Zhai took great pains and moved all the things back in 3 trips. Previously, in order to treat Yeshua's bee sting, Yao Zhai collected too many herbs. She had no place to process them, and it would be a waste to throw them away, so in the end she gave them all to Mei Yingzhuo. Mei Yingzhuo looked at these herbs that were picked in a rather rough manner and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Didn't he teach his apprentice medical skills a long time ago and even taught her how to prepare medicinal materials? Why did she forget them after growing up? Yeshua lit the fire skillfully. While he was cooking, Huo Tianyi walked in and threw something into Yeshua's arms. Yeshua hurriedly caught it and it almost fell to the ground. Yeshua took a closer look and found that it was actually a hairpin and a hair crown. Although both were made of peach wood, they were extremely delicate, especially the cloud pattern on them, which showed the ingenuity of the person who made these two things. Hugh Tiani didn't want to give it at first, but there were only so many people in Yoran Valley. If he didn't give it, his disciples would soon know about it. Putting the things into Yeshua's hands, Hugh Tiani couldn't help but said angrily, "Here, these two things are for you." After all, it was his disciples' good intention. Hugh Tiani felt uneasy and emphasized, "Protect it well. If it is damaged or broken, I will hold you accountable." Yeshua didn't expect that the girl would specially make these two things just because of his words. As for why Yeshua knew that these two items were from Yao Zhai, he had just finished talking about the hairpin when he got up in the morning, and the hairpin was in his hand at noon. Who else could it be if not her? The master didn't have the leisure to do that. Yeshua pondered for a moment and temporarily handed the work at hand to the servant beside him. Then, under the gaze of Hugh Tiani, he untied his hair that he had tied up with great difficulty and put on the peachwood hair crown and peachwood hairpin. Hugh Tiani always felt weird when he heard this. "Just take it. Why are you talking so intimately?" Yeshua smiled but did not answer. Seeing her disciple suddenly becoming uneasy, the beautiful woman's hands under the table creaked. When his adoptive father and the others were around, Yeshua usually didn't eat with the people in Yoran Valley. The eighth prince was able to move freely now, and his injuries were almost healed, so Yeshua was not as careful with him as he was with his adoptive father. "Look at this crown and hairpin on my head. What do you think?" The eighth prince was caught off guard and was stunned. After he realized what was happening, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Zioju, it seems that you have been doing well these days." None of his other brothers, including his father, lived as freely as he did. Even in these deep mountains and forests, Zioju feels like a fish in water. At first, the eighth prince was a little worried that carrying such a heavy burden on him would make him depressed, but now he is relieved. However, the eighth prince still has to remind him what needs to be reminded. "Okay, Zioju, stop playing." The eighth prince and others were not used to dealing with these people from the underworld, so they basically just stayed at the other end of the Medicine Valley. But even so, it doesn't mean that the eighth prince knows nothing about what's happening outside. Be careful not to overdo it or you'll lose yourself. Hearing this, Yeshua couldn't help but frown. "Who said I was playing?" Yeshua is not like this to everyone, and not everyone is worth his attention. The eighth prince laughed otherwise. "Can you really marry that girl into our family? This Medicine Valley might be very impressive in the eyes of the people in the martial arts world, but it is nothing in the eyes of the royal family. Any team can annihilate them all here. And how could a mere chivalrous woman be a match for the prince? A woman like Yao Zhai could be played with outside, but how could she be brought home? Wouldn't that make people laugh? Play is play, but don't make it too ugly. It's best not to have children, otherwise it will be very troublesome." The eighth prince rarely reminded someone like this, and this was considered earnest advice. In an instant, the dream was shattered. Yeshua returned to reality almost instantly. "Perhaps to my cheap dad and the others, everything that happened in the Medicine Valley was just a dream, and they might even regard it as a shame. Yeshua alone may never be able to change their minds." Yeshua said word by word, 8 bearers in a grand sedan chair, with a formal matchmaker. What's wrong with that? "Zioju, Yichen." Yeshua took a deep breath and said, "If you say this, you only say it once, and I only listened to it once." Over the years, except for the time with the diplomatic corps, the eighth prince had never seen him really get angry with anyone. At first, the eighth prince thought he was playing tricks again and wanted to laugh, but he unexpectedly met his eyes. There was not a trace of frivolity in those Rukfang eyes, which were always bright and cunning, but a terrifying depth. The eighth prince couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Are you crazy? If he really married a woman from the underworld as his principal wife, he would basically have no chance of becoming the emperor, and there might even be other punishments. Only a madman in this world would cut off his own path so easily. Zioju, don't be willful. Father won't agree. As for this, there is always a way." Seeing this signal in his brother's eyes, the eighth prince couldn't help but gasp. Seeing this, Yeshua didn't say much and left quickly. Yao Zhai soon found out that Yeshua was showing off his hair crown and hairpins everywhere. For a moment, Yao Zhai really wanted to give him the best things in the world. Yao Zhai felt a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she would have been more careful when traveling around to see if there were any good jade materials. After all, peach wood is not as precious as jade. In addition, all the work that originally belonged to Yeshua was taken over by Yao Zhai, such as going up the mountain to hunt and going to the river to catch fish every day. These were no problem at all. Yeshua was a late riser, and sometimes Yao Zhai had already prepared food for the next 2 days by the time he got up. When Emperor Jingwen was able to move around normally again, what he saw was a girl in a bright red dress, piling all kinds of things in front of her son as if they were free. Today Yao Zhai brought back a basket of crabs. September is the season for eating crabs. Seeing that the weather was getting cooler, Yeshua mentioned it inadvertently. As a result, when Yaozhai left the valley this time, she bought a basket of crabs. In the deep mountains and forests here, the crabs are basically wild and rarely artificially raised, so the sizes vary greatly. Some crabs looked to weigh less than 1 or 2 pounds, while others were more than half the size of a palm. In addition to hairy crabs, there were also some blue crabs mixed in. All of them were lively and looked particularly pleasing to the eye. Crabs don't need any special seasonings or complicated cooking methods. Simply steaming them is delicious enough. About a quarter of an hour later, the lid of the big iron pot was opened, and the rich aroma of crabs immediately spread out. Yaozhai didn't hesitate much and gave the largest ones from her share to Yeshua. The masters who saw this scene couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Yeshua was still dividing and packing crabs, but when he looked up, he saw his cheap father standing not far away, looking at him from afar. Obviously, Emperor Jingwen also saw Yaozhai's actions just now. How could he have the nerve to ask a girl to accommodate him? However, Yeshua was not only embarrassed, but also extremely shameless. Dad, I just happened to be looking for you. Since you came by yourself, why don't we have something to eat together? Although Hu Tianyi and others were also prominent figures, people in the martial arts world were not that particular after all. Just as Emperor Jingwen was about to refuse, Yeshua pulled him to the table without any explanation. Then a big hot crab was stuffed into his hand. After asking the fourth master, he was told that it was okay to eat 1 or 2 less, so Yeshua felt relieved. Yaozhai looked at the young man's father curiously. Although Emperor Jingwen was already in his 50s, he was an emperor after all. He had an aura of majesty without even getting angry, which was really out of place in this countryside. Hu Tianyi, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel a little frightened. When the young man's father was injured before, he didn't pay much attention to him at all. All his attention was on Yeshua. In addition, Emperor Jingwen couldn't get out of bed before, so Hu Tianyi hardly saw him. Now looking at it, it is not so ordinary. Hu Tian had seen many dignitaries while traveling around the world, but none of them could be compared with the middle-aged man in front of him. Hu Tianyi finally began to guess the identities of this group of people. Not knowing what the old man in front of him was thinking, Emperor Jingwen paused, said sorry for bothering you, and finally lifted up his clothes and sat down. Then Emperor Jingwen began to search around. Everyone was confused and didn't know what he was looking for, but Yeshua reacted and leaned close to his cheap father's ear and said, Dad, the conditions are simple right now, and we don't have the crab meat, so you have to make do with this. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help glaring at him. How could he eat without the crab meat? What would it look like if it was all over his hands and body? Yeshua almost forgot that his cheap father was a misophobe, but since he has already stopped the person, he naturally has to take responsibility to the end. It's okay, Dad, you don't have to get involved. I'll peel it for you. As he said that, Yeshua took the initiative to open a crab. The young man's hands were extremely deft. He easily shaved out the crab roe and a few crab legs with just 1 chopstick. As for the crab body, Emperor Jingwen would not eat much of the rest except for the part at the thigh root. Yeshua didn't hesitate and ate the rest of the crab body. Emperor Jingwen always felt that the little bastard was too obedient, which made him feel uncomfortable. But after all, in front of so many outsiders, he couldn't ask directly, so he could only ask with his eyes. What did you do? Yeshua looked back innocently. Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath and turned to look at the girl who was sitting face to face with his son. To be honest, although this girl is not stunningly beautiful, she is very smart and pretty, the kind of smart and pretty that has never been seen in the palace without any impurities. No wonder the little bastard fell in love with her. However, such a woman could be favored, but was far from qualified to become the prince's consort. Emperor Jingwen still hoped that his son could find a well-educated and well-mannered lady from a noble family. Emperor Jingwen was the emperor after all, and not showing his emotions on his face was a basic skill, so no one noticed what he was thinking at the moment. During the meal, Emperor Jingwen's every move revealed an indescribable nobleness, which made Hu Tianyi and the others feel uncomfortable. Yeshua on the side couldn't help but hold his forehead. Even at this time, his stepfather still couldn't let go of his pride. Yeshua finally gave up completely. After Emperor Jingwen left, Yeshua wanted to get some crabs, but found that there was only a mess on the table. Where were the crabs? Although the young man in front of him was the son of the man just now, for some reason, it was extremely easy to get along with him. Hu Tianyi couldn't help feeling a little proud when he saw this. He was so slow and still wanted to eat crabs. He must be dreaming, don't leave him any. Yeshua was silent for a moment, then looked at Yaozhai who was standing beside him. This was something Yaozhai bought specially for him from the market outside, but he ended up only eating the crab bodies that his cheap father wouldn't eat. No matter how he thought about it, he felt like he had lost out. My lord. As soon as these 2 words came out, Hu Tianyi immediately jumped up from his seat, and several other masters also looked over. Only Yaozhai's face was as red as an apple. Hu Tianyi was so angry that he yelled, What are you yelling about? Yeshua was stunned. Didn't you say that I should marry the young apprentice? Why did this old man go back on his word? We have already agreed, you can't go back on your word at the last minute. Yeshua suddenly became alert. It is true that I want you to marry my disciple, but he did not ask the young man to shout like that. Huo Tianyi is a man after all, and he naturally knows how humiliating it is to force another man to marry his disciple. Huo Tianyi did leave some room for himself out of fear that there would be hidden dangers 100 years later. But this young man in front of me never mentioned the matter of marrying into the wife's family from beginning to end, but he called me master first. His intention was so sinister. However, Yeshua really didn't care what he was called. After all, he no longer needed to rely on titles to declare his status. In short, you are not allowed to scream anymore. Huo Tianyi finally reacted. Unfortunately, it's too late. I am warning you, do not use these seductive tricks on Jir in the future otherwise. Before Huo Tianyi could finish his words, Yao Zhai had already brought over a plate of crabs. This was something Yao Zhai had secretly left for him when she saw that the situation was not good. Master, second master, third master, fourth master, fifth master, sixth master, you're such a fool, why do you waste food? Yao Zhai felt helpless. It was obvious that the masters couldn't eat any more and would rather waste the food than leave any for him. If Yao Zhai hadn't discovered it in time, the last few crabs would have been spoiled by them. Really, why did it come to this? 6 people ganged up to bully him. What would happen if Yao Zhai didn't help? The beautiful woman immediately realized that the more they acted like this, the more pitiful this young man looked. But what else could she do? Just watch. Yeshua didn't care what they were thinking and started eating happily. He opened the crab shell, picked up the crab roe with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The delicious taste made Yeshua forget everything else. In Yao Zhai's opinion, the young man in front of her was too easy to feed. A little bit of delicious food could make him so happy. Yao Zhai unconsciously focused all her attention on him. She just watched Yeshua for as long as he ate. She didn't even notice that several masters had left one after another. But even though he liked it, Yeshua was not the kind of person who would make a fuss for no reason. It was fine if crabs could be bought at the market, but he could forget about other more rare things. In particular, Yeshua discovered that in the past 2 days, she had been staying in the mountains for longer and longer periods of time. In the past, Yao Zhai would basically come back when he got up, but now she would not come back until noon, and when she came back, she would even bring back some fresh wild fruits. You know, it's already the end of September and it's almost October. Autumn is here, where can we get so many fresh wild fruits? The first day was fine, but the second day was still like this. Yeshua couldn't help but feel suspicious. Then when it was night, he couldn't help but stop Yao Zhai. Have you gone deeper into the mountains in the past 2 days? Yao Zhai was stunned. How did he know? Under Yeshua's gaze, Yao Zhai nodded gently, yes. Is it because of those fruits? Yeshua asked again. For some reason, Yao Zhai felt a little embarrassed when he looked at her. She originally wanted to just get away with it, but when she met his eyes, she suddenly couldn't say anything. Seeing this, what else did Yeshua not understand? Is it for me? Yao Zhai opened her mouth and said, I saw that you liked to eat it, so. It turned out to be because of me. Yeshua couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. This girl is silly, isn't this what happened? Well, actually, I don't really like eating that fruit that much. Liar. When Yao Zhai heard this, she subconsciously refuted it. The look in his eyes is clearly different when he treats things he likes and things he dislikes. Yeshua didn't know that Yao Zhai had seen through his lie yet, so he continued, so, can you please not go into the deep mountains to pick fruits for me? Okay, Yao Zhai wanted to refute it first, but when the last word okay came out, she couldn't resist anymore. Although Yao Zhai agreed, Yeshua still felt uneasy and suddenly had trouble sleeping. The next day, Yeshua got up early for the first time and secretly followed Yao Zhai up the mountain. If Emperor Jingwen saw this scene, his eyes would probably pop out. Yao Zhai is a trustworthy person. Since she promised Yeshua not to go deeper into the mountains, she naturally won't go there again. But unexpectedly today, she actually found traces of wild fruits on the outskirts of the mountain. However, the location of the fruit tree was not very good. It did not grow vertically but horizontally, sticking out from the middle of the mountain. Although the location of the fruit trees is relatively steep, it is nothing for Yao Zhai, who has been growing freely in the mountains for more than 20 years. In addition, Yao Zhai's lightness skills were outstanding, so she was able to succeed easily. So she didn't think too much about it and immediately flipped over and jumped onto the fruit tree. When she jumped down again, she saw the young man's angry eyes. Of course, Yeshua was not angry with her, but with himself. He ignored the impact that his words would have on the silly girl in front of him. Despite this, Yao Zhai was still very panicked. Yeshua tried his best to restrain himself, but he didn't know that the slight abnormality still caught Yao Zhai's eyes. Yeshua was still the same, and Huo Tianyi and his group didn't notice anything different. Mei Yingzhuo noticed that his disciple was absent-minded and asked Jir, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so unhappy? Yao Zhai didn't know what to say and her heart was in a mess. Master 4, I don't know either. But Yao Zhai soon organized her words. It's just that I can't control myself when I'm with Master Gu. My heart beats very fast. Today he got angry, and I felt uneasy for no reason. I'm a little scared. I'm afraid he will ignore me in the future. Yao Zhai kept on talking. What's going on, fourth master? Am I sick? Yao Zhai had studied medicine with Mei Yingzhuo for so many years, but had not found the corresponding symptoms, so she could only turn to her master for help. However, as soon as Yao Zhai said this, Mei Yingzhuo's yard instantly became quiet. Looking at his disciple's furrowed brow and slightly distressed expression, Hu Tianyi finally understood at this moment what it meant to regret something. Hu Tianyi never thought that things would turn out like this. According to his expectation, the young man was under his control and should be completely dominated by him. He held his father and brothers in his hands, and he would not dare to go west if he was told to go east. But the current situation is completely reversed. How come he ended up losing his own apprentice? Hu Tianyi couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Meanwhile, Yao Zhai kept asking questions, and with every question she asked, the beautiful woman and the others became uglier. Feeling something vaguely, Yao Zhai walked away dejectedly. It was she who said she would let him go at the beginning, and now she is the one who goes back on her word. Yao Zhai feels that she is really despicable. After the yard returned to silence, the beautiful woman could no longer hold back. Hu Tianyi, look at what you have done. Let alone them, Hu Tianyi is also very annoyed now. How could I know that things would turn out like this? It's only been a few days and I can't eat or sleep because of him. But the beautiful woman knew that with the young man's tricks, it would be strange for Jir not to be tempted. The sixth master at the side said coldly, that's why you shouldn't pick up a man who lives in the mountains. He might be a vixen. But there is no way, things have come to this point. It is too late to regret. Hu Tianyi would rather suffer a loss than not want to drive Yeshua and the others out. But the problem is that they have to be willing to leave. Hu Tianyi took a deep breath, so what should we do now? Now Hu Tianyi finally became humble. The 6 people thought about it, and finally a person emerged in their minds. My disciple's bastard senior brother Lin Zhan. If Lin Zhan showed up, he might be able to compete with this young man. But then the 6 of them gave up the idea. Forget it, they would rather have this male demon than their apprentice's senior brother. Although neither of them is a good person, there are differences in severity. So far, apart from the fact that the young man has bewitched Jir, he is pretty good in other aspects. The 6 masters did not plan to inform Yao Zhai's senior brother, but they did not know that Yao Zhai's senior brother was already on the way and heading towards Yoran Valley. After all, Yao Zhai came back without saying hello to him, and Lin Zhan really couldn't bear to give up his swordsmanship learned from Hu Tianyi, Meng Chunhan's disguise skills, Lu Fangqing's hidden weapons, Mei Yingzhuo's medical and poison skills, as well as Zhuang Wuhan and Han Xianyu's Kaiman Dunjia and Gu Yushu. These are all good things. Marrying Yao Zhai is equivalent to possessing all the unique skills of the 6 people. How can Lin Zhan give up? I should have known that I shouldn't have made her angry, but it doesn't matter. Women can be coaxed and they will be fine. Walking on the road, Lin Zhan didn't care at all about his junior sister who was particularly naive when it came to matters between men and women. Lin Zhan was an old hand at this and naturally didn't worry about failing, and the other side. After Yeshua calmed down, he was hesitating about how to tell her. He told her not to go to such a dangerous place, it was not worth it, and the fruit was really not that important. As a result, Yeshua waited and waited until dark, but she didn't come back. She was much later today than before. When it was almost midnight, Yeshua could no longer hold it in and was about to walk out of the house. As luck would have it, he ran into Yao Zhai, who had just returned. Yao Zhai didn't expect that she had been wandering outside for so long just to avoid him, but ended up running into him. According to his usual habit, he should have finished washing up and was ready for bed. Yao Zhai had practiced martial arts before, so her footsteps were as light as a feather, so it was difficult for Yeshua to find her. Yao Zhai's thoughts were also rather confused, so the 2 of them accidentally bumped into each other. Careful, Yao Zhai was about to steady herself, but Yeshua got there first and grabbed her arm. Yeshua wanted to speak, but his eyes accidentally met hers. What kind of look does she have now? Panic, confusion, and a little bit of trepidation. Yeshua was stunned, and then the 2 of them spoke almost at the same time. I'm sorry, Are you still angry? She knew he was angry. Yeshua was inevitably shocked. He had concealed it very well and no one else had noticed. How could she? Then Yeshua knew why she was so nervous. I kind of want to hug you, okay? Yeshua inevitably said this, and then he remembered that the ancient feudal ethics were so strict, I'm afraid. However, before he could react, he fell into a warm embrace. At this moment, Yao Zhai was as fiery and hot as her clothes. Yeshua vaguely felt that he was about to be burned by her heat, but soon the 2 separated. For Yao Zhai, it was unbelievable that she could do such an outrageous thing, but at the same time, she felt extremely guilty. It was pitiful that he was taken captive to the valley, but he actually. Yao Zhai felt extremely guilty. Yao Zhai couldn't help but explain, those fruits are really nothing to me. It is no exaggeration to say that it is within easy reach. But Yeshua was still worried and expressed his concerns very seriously. I don't know why, but Yao Zhai not only didn't feel like she was being disciplined, but instead felt very sweet inside. It was really strange. Seeing that the two people not only had no bad impact after their quarrel, but became even closer, Huo Tianyi and others felt so uncomfortable in their hearts. Don't even mention it. It's bad enough that the flowers you grow are picked, but the pots they grow are also taken away. That's probably how it feels, but there is no way. You can only bear the consequences of your own sins. However, Huo Tianyi was not completely deceived. He still remembered his doubts about the identity of the young man's family when he saw the young man's father. Huo Tianyi thought about it and finally decided to find out the identities of these people. The other side. A month has passed since the emperor disappeared, and the capital city is now in chaos. Wu Yi's original order was to stay in Shangjing and monitor the movements of all parties, but now a month has passed and the emperor has not returned yet, and Wu Yi can no longer sit still. Compared with the current chaos, the safety of the emperor is more important to the secret guards. They didn't care about the rise and fall of the great Zhou, they only ensured that the emperor was alive. Once Emperor Jingwen died, this group of secret guards would be buried with him. After waiting for another 2 days, there was still no news from the front. Wu Yi immediately put down all the tasks at hand, led all the secret guards, left Shangjing, and headed towards the place where Emperor Jingwen fell into the water. The secretly trained secret guards left one by one, causing turmoil in the entire Shangjing. Now that the secret guards have come out in full force, I'm afraid something bad has happened to His Majesty. For a time, all the nobles in Shangjing were in a state of panic. Everyone felt threatened and was fully prepared to face the great changes that were about to happen. The second prince, who was far away, had ordered people to expand the search area 3 days before the secret guards set out. Such a long time has passed. If something happened to my father and his entourage, there should have been a result long ago. If not, then I can only say that my father is blessed by God, and this is God's will. The second prince was such a smart man, how could he be caught by others? When the time was almost up, he immediately started to act. Just when the second prince had vaguely grasped the clue, he received news that the secret guards in Shangjing City had come out in full force, and the second prince immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I took action in advance, otherwise I would have been caught and criticized. The second prince quickened his pace, trying to find the trace of Emperor Jingwen and his entourage before the secret guards arrived. Medicine Man Valley. Knowing that Yao Zhai's birthday was coming soon, and considering that she had given him a hair crown and hairpin before, Yeshua also wanted to make one for her himself. Yeshua had no problem with design, as he was used to seeing all kinds of novelty tricks in modern times, but when it came to putting his hands on it, Yeshua immediately ran into trouble. He had never done this kind of handicraft before, so no matter how good his brain was, it was useless as his hands simply couldn't keep up. Master Wu took a look as he passed by and couldn't help but sneer. A novice dares to do such complicated things. It seems that he lacks the most basic understanding of himself. Yeshua was not the kind of person who couldn't open his mouth. He begged Master Wu to teach him, but the problem was that Master Wu was lucky enough not to beat him up when he saw him. How could he be so kind? In this way, Yeshua scraped several pieces of material and didn't even make a fart. Master Wu, who was standing by, was so happy. But soon, Master Five could no longer laugh. When 2 wooden splinters stuck in Yeshua's hand, Yao Zhai discovered it and refused to let him do it again. Such a person should be well taken care of and should not be asked to do such rough work. Besides, she is not without hairpins to use. Seeing the young man looking like he was dying just because he had 2 thorns stuck in his body, Master Wu, who often did carpentry work and treated bumps and bruises as commonplace, was so angry that he jumped to his feet. What kind of man is like him? What's even more infuriating is that his disciple just fell for it. Master Wu had never had much contact with women in his life, so he naturally didn't know that a girl like Yao Zhai, who was so powerful outside, liked someone like Yeshua. Yeshua failed in his challenge of the high difficulty and could only settle for the next best option and choose the simple one. After sharpening the peach wood, grinding it flat, and applying tung oil, a simple hairpin was ready. After much thought, he finally carved a mark that belonged to him in a very secret corner of the hairpin. Yeshua carefully wrapped up the best wooden hairpin, intending to keep it and give it to her on her birthday. After such a period of contact, Yeshua gradually discovered that she knew more than he thought. She is good at medicine and poison, the art of Kaiman Dunjia, etc. Among them, her best skill is the swordsmanship, which she completely inherited from Huo Tianyi. After truly seeing her, Yeshua finally realized how talented she was in martial arts. No wonder Huo Tianyi and the others regarded her as a treasure. He also understood why the arrogant Huo Tianyi treated the little orphan girl differently and even raised her together with other people. Yeshua just casually mentioned that his swordsmanship was so poor that he always suffered losses when fighting against people with weapons. Then Yao Zhai thought about it and immediately handed him an iron sword that she used to practice martial arts when she was a child. Under the white oak tree, the sword lights all over the sky set off the woman's sharp eyebrows and eyes, which made Yeshua stunned on the spot. The half-green and half-yellow leaves fell down rustlingly, and a gust of wind blew as if it was scattering fluttering rain of flowers. Before Yeshua's heart could start beating wildly, Yao Zhai had already spoken. Wrong. While Yeshua was stunned, Yao Zhai took the initiative to put her hand on Yeshua's wrist. That's the right amount of force. Once Yao Zhai gets serious, she easily ignores other things around her. Yeshua, on the other hand, felt a little nervous when she approached him so actively. What he did before, he didn't expect to be retaliated so quickly. But after all, Yeshua was a very thick-skinned man. He suppressed the throbbing in his heart and quickly entangled with him. I don't know this move either. Young Valley apprentice, please teach me this one. Yao Zhai just hugged him from behind, and when she came to her senses and met the young man's eyes, she felt her face getting hot and immediately let go of her hands. Practice well. Otherwise, with his current state, what would he do if he faced a strong opponent next time? Yao Zhai couldn't help but worry about him. Afraid of angering her, Yeshua quickly stopped while he was ahead. Just like that, Yao Zhai quickly practiced the Tianyi sword technique taught to her by Huo Tianyi. The scene was extremely dazzling and murderous. Looking at Yeshua again, he was still repeating the basic movements of chopping, cutting, and picking. The 7th and 8th princes took a look when they passed by. When they saw their younger brother learning something from a woman, they felt ashamed. Yeshua didn't blush or feel nervous, but the 7th and 8th princes were terribly embarrassed. As for Huo Tianyi, there is no need to mention him. Fortunately, his disciple had some sense and only laid the foundation for him, and did not teach him the Tianyi swordsmanship. Otherwise, Huo Tianyi would be so angry that he would die. Just as Yeshua was gradually immersed in the quiet and peaceful life in the mountains, the second prince, Wu Yi, and others were gradually approaching here. After thousands of people searched day and night, someone soon found the path leading to the Medicine Valley. However, compared to them, the other person was much faster. The next morning, when Yeshua was about to go to the mountains, he arrived at the gate of Yeoran Valley and coincidentally ran into an uninvited guest. Then Yeshua saw the jade ring hanging around the young man's waist. Yeshua was obviously stunned for a moment. This thing seems familiar. At the same time, Lin Zhan couldn't help but look up and down at the strange young man in front of him. When he saw his face, Lin Zhan immediately felt a sense of crisis. How could there be a strange man in this Medicine Valley that has never seen outsiders for many years? Although Lin Zhan is not from Yaoren Valley, Yao Zhai still has to call him senior brother. It has nothing to do with Yaoren Valley, but because the other party is the son of her biological father's senior brother. More than 20 years ago, before her death, Yao Zhai's mother entrusted her newborn daughter to a beautiful woman, Meng Chunhin. Yao Zhai's mother and Meng Chunhin are close friends. They have been friends since they can remember. Yao Zhai's mother watched her good friend go from being full of vigor and vitality at the beginning to meeting the wrong person and becoming hated by everyone in the end. Even though Meng Chunhin was not tolerated by the world, Yao Zhai's mother did not cut off contact with her. Yao Zhai's mother believed in her own eyes, the handkerchief friend she grew up with, rather than the rumors outside. In this situation, even though the beautiful woman had become disheartened by the cold eyes of everyone, she still accepted the entrustment of Yao Zhai's mother, and even promised Yao Zhai's mother that she would raise her friend's daughter to adulthood and ensure her lifelong peace. At that time, Yao Zhai's mother was already at the end of her strength. Not long after receiving the beautiful woman's affirmative answer, she passed away. Before her death, Yao Zhai did not leave much to her daughter, only a few things, among which was the jade pendant with double spirit fish. Because the beautiful woman had been out of touch with worldly affairs for a long time and lived in a daze all day, she did not know the current situation of Yao Zhai's mother, nor did she know when she got married. She only knew that the jade pendant belonged to Yao Zhai's father. At first, the beautiful woman thought that her best friend was just like her, having met a scumbag who was not even by her side when her wife gave birth. After investigation, it was discovered that Yao Zhai's father did not deliberately abandon her and her daughter. A few months ago, when he learned that his wife was pregnant, Yao Zhai's father picked up a sword and died together with his enemies. In this way, Yao Zhai's mother could live a peaceful life for the next few months. However, what Yao Zhai's father didn't know was that his death had caused his wife great grief. After desperately giving birth to a daughter, she also followed him, and so Yao Zhai became an orphan. Although Yao Zhai's mother was unable to raise Yao Zhai herself and was unable to take full responsibility for her, in the end, she did find a reliable master for her. Although her disciple's father was not very capable, he was still a man, so the beautiful woman did not have much prejudice against him, and she was not so averse to the disciple's father's school. In addition, as she was the only child who had stayed in the Medicine Valley, she was bound to feel lonely after a long time. So when Yao Zhai grew up a little, the beautiful woman took her to recognize her father and mother's home. It was not a big deal to go there, but after knowing what happened afterwards, the beautiful woman regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. At first, the beautiful woman thought that she and her brother were of similar age, so they could play together and practice martial arts together. It would always make her less lonely to have someone to keep her company. Who knew that bastard looked like a decent person, but in fact he had all sorts of tricks in his mind. When Jir was beginning to fall in love, the beautiful woman even wanted to bring them together, but in the end. As a result, this bastard kept wavering between Jir and his junior sister and was never willing to give a definite answer. After a while, the beautiful woman realized something was wrong. Well, it turns out that this young man looks decent, but he is actually a dishonest person. The beautiful woman immediately gave up the idea of marrying her to him, but Jir and him grew up together, so they had feelings for each other. Lin Jian has not married yet, and Yao Zhai has no intention of getting married either. However, Yao Zhai did not show any rejection of her senior brother. Over time, the beautiful woman and the others misunderstood and thought that Yao Zhai had been waiting for him. Although Yeshua didn't know the hidden truth, he had a photographic memory after all. Basically, he would not forget anything he had seen. Especially the pair of jade pendants with spirit fish had a very unique shape, and Yeshua naturally remembered them clearly. He remembered that when he was 7 years old and went out of the palace to be a beggar, he was rescued by a little girl and picked up an identical piece. In addition, Yeshua felt that the beautiful woman's figure was somewhat familiar from the beginning, and the little girl back then loved to wear red clothes, and now Yao Zhai also likes to wear red clothes, and the ages of the two seem to match. Could Yao Zhai be the little girl who saved him in the dark alley that year? If this is true, then the young man who has a jade pendant with the same pattern as Yao Zhai must have a very deep connection with her. The fact that the two people do not have any common genetic characteristics means that the possibility of their blood relationship is low. Young men and women of similar age who are not related by blood. Yeshua immediately became displeased with the young man in front of him. However, before Yeshua could say anything, Lin Jian spoke first. "Who are you and why are you here?" Listening to the tone, those who didn't know would think that Yoran Valley was the young man's home. "I was just about to ask you, what is your relationship with Yao Zhai?" When facing Lin Jian, Yeshua had a completely different face. Yeshua's tone was much more natural than Lin Jian's. Plus, Yeshua was born tall, 9 feet tall, almost 1.9 meters tall. Although he didn't show any bad expression for some reason, Lin Jian still felt angry when he was looked at by him. Lin Jian was not actually close to Yeshua. He was also 8 feet tall, a full 1.8 meters, and if he stood outside, he could be said to be able to kill anyone in seconds, but if he stood face to face with Yeshua, he was not even close enough. Just as the two were sizing each other up, Yao Zhai vaguely heard some noise outside. She heard that Yeshua seemed to be talking to someone, so she subconsciously walked out. When she saw Lin Jian, Yao Zhai couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Brother Lin, why are you here?" "Senior brother Lin." "Lin Jian, did he run into that young man?" Now, even Hu Tianyi didn't bother to wipe the sword in his hand. The 6 masters almost pricked up their ears in the garden at the same time. Emperor Jingwen was silent for a moment, then quietly opened the window a crack. The moment he saw Yao Zhai, Lin Jian quickly smiled, as if he was bathed in spring breeze and was a gentleman. "Junior sister Jir." Lin Jian pulled something out of his sleeve and said, "It's junior sister's birthday, and I specially ordered someone to make this for her. I came all the way here to give it to her. I hope she won't dislike it. This shape could it also be a hairpin?" Yao Zhai opened it subconsciously, and inside was indeed a jewel hairpin. Yeshua's expression suddenly fell, and he said in a dark tone, "Hairpins are women's personal belongings and cannot be given away easily." Yao Zhai naturally knew this truth, but before she could speak, Lin Jian said, "Junior sister Jir and I have been childhood sweethearts, so we are not considered outsiders. Green, plum, bamboo, and horse." These 4 words flashed through his mind, and Yeshua couldn't help but laugh at himself. Brother Lin is right. The friendship between childhood sweethearts is naturally incomparable to others. Compared with Brother Lin, Shuor, who just met Yao Zhai, is naturally an outsider. The latter sentence was spoken in a very light voice, but for some reason, it made Yao Zhai's heart suddenly tight. "You two can chat slowly. Shuor has something else to do, so I won't bother you anymore." Seeing that he was about to leave, Lin Jian didn't have time to feel proud before he saw him first look at junior sister Yao steadily, and then turn around and leave. Yao Zhai was immediately flustered by the various emotions in the young man's eyes. Yao Zhai made her choice without hesitation. "I'm sorry, senior brother Lin, please find a place to sit first. I'll talk to him and I'll be back soon." Yao Zhai said this, but she never came back. Lin Jian kept waiting and waiting, but in the end he only got a few servants. Although the servants had a good attitude and served very attentively, they quickly found a room for Lin Jian and brought him lunch. However, these were not what Lin Jian wanted. Lin Jian's nose was almost crooked with anger. This one-sided situation was really boring, and the six masters soon felt bored. As for Emperor Jingwen, he always felt that his son's behavior looked familiar. Just pay attention to him, why do you care about me? When Yeshua returned to the room, he deliberately closed the door a little late. Yaozhai was so quick-eyed and quick-handed that she immediately seized the opportunity and blocked the door with her hands. Then Yaozhai heard these words. Perhaps the jealousy on Yeshua's face was too obvious. Even Yaozhai could sense it. For some reason, seeing him like this, Yaozhai felt inexplicably happy. After all, in this world, who doesn't want to be extremely important in front of the person they like? Therefore, Yaozhai subconsciously explained, listen to me, there is really nothing between me and senior brother Lin. Senior brother Lin likes junior sister Yue. He and junior sister Yue are a perfect match. If senior brother Lin didn't have someone in his heart, and they were the same age, Yaozhai wouldn't be able to communicate with him so naturally. But the behavior of the other senior brother didn't seem like he only had feelings for the junior sister Yue she mentioned. Yeshua did not doubt Yaozhai's words, but since he could see it, senior brother Lin must have been very obvious in his expression. He is clearly committed to his lifelong love with his junior sister, but he wants to give Yaozhai a hairpin. The most likely possibility is that this senior brother is playing two-timing. Well, this kind of scum is also worthy of competing with me for someone. Yeshu sneered in his heart but said on the surface, but he is obviously interested in you too. Impossible. Yaozhai refuted without thinking. However, Yeshu didn't give her this chance at all. Just now when you were not here, he asked me why someone like me was here. He also gave you a hairpin. He also told me that he was your childhood sweetheart. With every word Yeshu spoke, Yaozhai's doubts grew deeper. In the end, Yaozhai herself was not sure, but what finally made Yaozhai waver was Yeshu's next words. If you don't believe me, go ask your masters and see what they say. Yeshu understood it in an instant. If this senior brother was really a good person, Huo Tianyi would not be so anxious to pick up people randomly on the street, so Yeshu did not panic at all. Yaozhai followed his words and soon realized that second master seemed to have said that senior brother Lin was not a good person, but she did not pay attention to it at the time, so second master did not say it again. Yeshu continued, think about it carefully. When he was alone with you, did he really not do anything out of line? Indeed, whenever junior sister Yue was not around, senior brother Lin would become much more casual. His behavior would not be so particular. He would deliberately become gentle when speaking, and his words of concern would be much more than usual. In the past, Yaozhai just thought it was her illusion, but now that Yeshu had pointed it out, Yaozhai gradually realized that something was wrong. When so many coincidences come together, they are no longer coincidences. Seeing that the situation was getting heated, Yeshu immediately raised his voice. Since you two love each other, why bother to provoke me? The young man's brows were filled with pain, and for a moment he looked a little miserable. However, before Yaozhai could take a closer look, Yeshu quickly drove her out. I was planning to give you this hairpin on your birthday, but now that you have something better, I guess you don't need it anymore. So just throw it away. He actually made a hairpin for himself. Yaozhai was excited, and then a parabola passed by. Without thinking, Yaozhai immediately raised her hand to take it. With Yaozhai's skills, it was no problem for her to catch a hidden weapon with her bare hands, so catching a small wooden hairpin was naturally a piece of cake for her. Although the peachwood hairpin in his hand was simple in style, it was polished to be extremely smooth and flat without a single burr on it. One could tell at a glance that it was carefully made. Looking at the closed door in front of her, Yaozhai's heart immediately became empty. After pacing for a while, Yaozhai first clenched the wooden hairpin which still had residual warmth in her hand, then placed it solemnly in her arms, and finally Yaozhai walked towards the second master's yard. It was obvious that she had made up her mind at this moment and wanted to ask the second master for clarification. The beautiful woman soon learned the purpose of her visit, and almost instantly, she had a deeper understanding of the young man's methods. But what could the beautiful woman do? She wished her disciple could see the true face of her shitty senior brother as soon as possible. With the idea of killing as many people as possible, the beautiful woman had no choice but to follow Yeshua's wishes and told her disciple everything she had seen and heard over the years. No matter what, the masters would definitely not harm her. After the second master's analysis and Yaozhai's own thinking, Yaozhai gradually discovered that senior brother Lin seemed to be trying to have his feet on both sides. No wonder he was so angry. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to tolerate such a thing. The beautiful woman was almost worried to death when she saw this. Although Lin Zhan had been found to be a scumbag, the other one didn't seem to be much better than him. What is this called? Both out of the dragon's den and into the tiger's den. The other side. Just when Yeshua was hesitating whether to add fuel to the fire and drive that man out of the valley completely, the seventh prince suddenly knocked on the door of his room. At first Yeshua thought it was Yaozhai who had returned, and immediately said, if you don't settle your two affairs, don't even think about coming to see me again. The moment the words fell, there was a sudden silence outside the door. Just when Yeshua was wondering if he had gone too far, the person outside finally spoke. "Ninth brother, it's me." Oh, it turned out to be the seventh brother. Only then did Yeshua open the door. "Why are you looking for me?" Yeshua looked suspicious. The seventh prince couldn't understand how he could remain calm after saying such shameful words. This younger brother always surprises and shocks him. The seventh prince had a strange look in his eyes, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, and yet wanted to say something but was still reluctant. Then he pointed to the yard not far away and said, "It's not me, it's our father who's looking for you." Emperor Jingwen had never taken the current petty quarrel seriously, but now he really couldn't hold it in any longer. Thinking of his father's expression just now, the seventh prince couldn't help but kindly remind him, "Be careful." "No problem, watch me." Yeshua made an okay gesture, then walked in under the seventh prince's admiring gaze. The moment the door closed, Emperor Jingwen could be heard gritting his teeth. "What the hell are you doing?" Before Emperor Jingwen finished speaking, he heard his son crying out, "Dad, you have to make the decision for me. Those people teamed up to bully this son." Yeshua was crying and looked so miserable. Emperor Jingwen swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Emperor Jingwen was so angry that he laughed. "They bullied you." Emperor Jingwen was not blind. Look at those masters he always called masters. After such a long time, look at how angry they were all because of him. Not only did he lose money, he also lost things, and he almost lost himself. If you think about it carefully, those people didn't actually gain anything. Yeshua paused and said, "And Yao Zhai, she also bullied your son. This is even more nonsense." During these days, Emperor Jingwen watched helplessly how his son had bewitched the girl. He served her with delicious food and drinks every day and tried every means to get some new and interesting toys for his son. The girl almost took out her heart to show him. Whenever her son turned his face away, the girl would be flustered for a long time. In this situation, it was unclear where the bullying came from. Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath and suddenly calmed down a bit. "Get up first and talk later." Seeing his stepfather's firm attitude, Yeshua had to stand up reluctantly. This time Emperor Jingwen called him over not for anything else but to ask him where he learned this act. The imperial concubine had an extremely hot temper and was rarely gentle and scheming, so it could be basically concluded that it was not the imperial concubine's fault. Yeshua said without hesitation, "Of course I learned it from the ladies in the palace." "Your son has been in the palace for so long, he can't just stay there for nothing, right? I saw that you were quite fond of this trick, so I thought I would try it myself. But you don't know, Dad, this trick is so effective." Seeing his son's excited face, Emperor Jingwen felt his temples throbbing. No wonder it looked so familiar. There are so many good things in the palace, but he doesn't learn them, and he doesn't memorize books, but just learns these messy things, right? Have you ever seen a man like this in the whole world? For a moment, Emperor Jingwen thought he had raised a princess, but the problem was that even Jianjian didn't behave like this. When Yeshua heard this, he felt innocent, but this son has never chased a girl. How can he know how to chase a girl? Suddenly, Yeshua had an idea. "Why don't you teach your son a lesson? When we were at home, my mother and the other ladies loved you very much. Dad is so powerful, he must have a way. Indeed, with so many women in the harem, which one of them didn't try to please him? If my son continues to be like this for a long time, it will not be a big deal. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. If it was discovered later, the embarrassment would have been brought to my family." Emperor Jingwen thought about it and then spoke. "For men, the words bravery and courage are the most important. Men need to rely on their own abilities, not on the pity of women, let alone these inferior means." Emperor Jingwen said a lot, and Yeshua listened very carefully. About a quarter of an hour later, Yeshua stood up. Yeshua spoke seriously, and Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but feel relieved to see that he was so obedient. After Yeshua left, Emperor Jingwen took a while to figure out what was going on. "I always feel like something is wrong." But before Emperor Jingwen could investigate further, Yeshua seemed to have become a different person, and his whole aura suddenly changed. Compared with him, Lin Zhan himself could not compete with him. Now Yeshua's noble aura suddenly appeared, which made Lin Zhan look even more unbearable. Lin Zhan's demeanor was almost crushed to pieces under Yeshua's half-smile. If the young man picked up from the riverside is the phoenix in the sky, then Lin Zhan is not even a chicken on the ground. Seeing the two people coming almost at the same time, the beautiful woman and others couldn't help but wonder why they had regarded Lin Zhan as a major concern in the first place. Lin Zhan is not stupid, so he can see it. He also wants to work hard, but the final result is in vain. After all, the hardware conditions are there, and Lin Zhan cannot do it alone. There is no need to say much about his height and figure. Yeshua is almost half a head taller than him, which immediately pulls down Lin Zhan's momentum. Yeshua was born into a noble family in both of his lives. Although he was a casual person, his manners would definitely be good if he wanted to. Even if he relied on money and power, Yeshua had already built up his foundation. His every move and gesture was filled with confidence and composure that ordinary people did not have. If Lin Zhan deliberately dressed himself up, then Yeshua was born that way. People like him don't need to follow any rules. Whatever he does is the rule itself. Whether standing, sitting, or even walking, he was completely different from Lin Jian. The beautiful woman and others suddenly discovered that Lin Jian, who used to be so handsome, had such short legs. Yeshua was only half a head taller than him, but the difference in the position of their belts was more than just that. Although Lin Jian also practices martial arts, even if he is not as good as Yao Zhai, he is also one of the most talented young people in the martial arts world. But why is his waist so asymmetrical? It is not as thin and flexible as Yeshua's. Yeshua's waist is so tight that you can see it even through his clothes. His waistline is very obvious, and you can faintly see the outline of his waist and abdomen. In comparison, maybe it's because he used too much force, but the lines of Lin Jian's waist are not that smooth. Although Lin Jian's waist is much rounder than Yeshua's, his back is narrower than Yeshua's. I don't know how he can hook up with so many girls. As for appearance, forget it, there's no need to mention it. Yeshua has deep facial features and clear lines. If the two of them were compared to a painting, then God must have used thick ink when he drew the picture. The Yeshua in the painting is sharp and extremely aggressive, which makes people feel thrilled when they see it. Looking at Lin Jian again, his was painted bland and tasteless. The few small moles not only did not detract from his appearance, but instead made him more mysterious and alluring. But Lin Jian doesn't have such capital. To be honest, his skin is not bad, but there is no way to deal with acne marks, acne pits, pores, and blackheads. When the two of them came together, Yeshua was almost glowing under the sun. Looking at Lin Jian again, he suddenly seemed so ordinary. Even someone like Huo Tianyi, who didn't pay much attention to other people's appearance, subconsciously turned his eyes to Yeshua and suddenly had a clearer understanding of Yeshua's good looks. Lin Jian's face turned green when he noticed the strange atmosphere. Yeshua was very satisfied when he saw this. It was worth it that he specially changed into a set of clothes made of floating light forging today. Well, no matter how good-looking a person is, sometimes he needs something to set him off, right? With the floating light forging reflecting the sunlight, Yeshua looked as if he was illuminated, and he was radiant. Yeshua has lived for so many years and rarely bullies others by taking advantage of his power, but now that the situation is special and needs special treatment, he doesn't mind attacking the other party from all sides. After the two sat down in order to ease the awkwardness, Lin Jian subconsciously took a fruit from the table. Seeing this, Yeshua also picked one up. The skin of the fruit bought from outside was a little rough and slightly red. When it fell into Yeshua's hands, it immediately made his fingers look even whiter and longer. Looking at Lin Jian again, his hands were perfectly integrated with the rough fruit. As if he had thought of something funny, Yeshua sneered softly. Although he didn't say anything and didn't even look at him, it was more powerful than if he had said or looked at him. Lin Jian's face immediately turned from blue to red. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, the beautiful woman would almost laugh out loud. In the past, she only knew that women would make such comparisons, but now she finds that the competition between men is even more interesting. Thinking that it has been almost 2 days since I arrived here, and junior sister Jir has not said a single word to me. If this continues, the cooked duck will fly away. Lin Jian had already regarded Yao Zhai's unique skills as his own, so how could he allow others to interfere? This young man, it seems that he is also a martial artist. For a man, what's the use of being good-looking? You must have real kung fu. Once junior sister Jir sees his useless side, she will naturally change her mind. How could Yeshuo not understand his thoughts? But Yeshuo could be afraid of anyone but him. Nature, Lin Jian was obviously very confident in his kung fu. Seeing that he actually responded, he was immediately delighted. Since Mr. Gu is so confident, I think his kung fu is not bad. It's a good time to be free in the mountains. Why don't we practice together? Then we can ask a few seniors to take a look and give us some pointers. Lin Jian not only wanted to embarrass Yeshuo, but also wanted to embarrass him in front of Yao Zhai's masters. Yeshuo agreed very readily, but Yao Zhai became anxious. No way, Yao Zhai looked at Yeshuo. Your injury is not healed yet. Yeshuo then remembered that he seemed to have been slapped by the assassin before and suffered internal injuries. Almost a month has passed, and the pain in his chest has gone away in the past few days. But Yeshua is afraid of having any sequels. He has always attached great importance to his health since he was a child, so he still takes care of himself as before. Yao Zhai thought that his injury had not healed yet. Lin Jian thought his plan was going to fail, and his face looked a little ugly. Unexpectedly, the young man had no intention of shirking his responsibility at all. It doesn't matter. It won't affect my fight with senior brother Lin. The subtext is that he doesn't take this guy seriously. This really pissed off Lin Jian. He had wanted to say something polite, but now it seemed unnecessary. Huo Tianyi and others looked at each other and shook their heads. This young man's internal strength is comparable to Jir's. Although his moves are slightly lacking, Lin Jian will not be his opponent. Soon Yeshua went to bring lunch to Emperor Jingwen, and then Emperor Jingwen learned that his son was going to fight with others for a woman. Dad, what do you think of my learning? Am I brave enough? As a result, when Emperor Jingwen heard this, he couldn't eat anymore. which prince would fight to snatch women? Only people of low status would do that. You are not an uncivilized barbarian who needs to show off your fists to win a woman's heart. Emperor Jingwen was about to curse, but then he changed his mind and thought that even using fists would be better than using tricks on the concubines in the harem. Ignoring his cheap father's extremely depressed look, Yeshua walked out with the lunchbox in a good mood. Almost immediately after he left, Emperor Jingwen called the 7th and 8th princes over and said, "Go and keep an eye on him. Don't let anything happen to him. The 7th prince, the 8th prince forget it, since it is the order from their father. They naturally dare not disobey." In the afternoon, seeing that Yeshua did not have a sword in his hand, Lin Jian also threw away his sword. In a situation like the current one, if Yeshua wants to win beautifully, he certainly can't just attack the opponent's lower body as he thinks it's dirty, but it doesn't matter. Without those special moves, doesn't he still have the boxing and palm techniques he learned from his grandfather? The 7th and 8th princes were not surprised at all that their younger brother could use these moves. After all, the old Duke Zhengguo had to teach his grandson some decent things to rely on, right? Yeshua had already prepared for a tough battle, but he didn't expect that Lin Jian would be so vulnerable. After 2 palms, he could hardly hold on. Yeshua suddenly felt confused as to whether his kung fu was too high or too low. Why is it so strenuous at times and so easy at other times? Or is Lin Jian just a show-off? But in fact, Lin Jian's kung fu is not bad, and he is considered a leader in the martial arts world. However, he is completely incomparable to a one-in-a-million genius like Yao Zhai, and naturally he is not Yeshua's opponent. Just when Lin Jian was retreating step by step, he accidentally saw Huo Tianyi and others. Although Huo Tianyi and others did not show any mockery, their eyes were extremely indifferent. From the very beginning, they didn't take Lin Jian seriously. If he wasn't Jier's senior brother, they wouldn't even look at him. This made Lin Jian, who was trying hard to show off in front of several people, suddenly feel angry and embarrassed. Seeing that Lin Jian was about to be defeated, his expression suddenly changed, and then all his ordinary moves turned into killing moves. Lin Jian actually had the will to kill. Yao Zhai grew up with him. How could she not tell whether he was fighting or killing? Yao Zhai's face changed immediately, and before Yeshua could fight with him, Yao Zhai jumped down from a big rock nearby and rushed towards Lin Jian with sword lights all over the sky. Before the 7th prince and the 8th prince had time to admire their brother's excellent palm skills, they saw him being rescued by the woman again. "Lin Jian, what are you doing?" Yao Zhai protected Yeshua behind her, her eyes as sharp as knives. It was clearly me who had just received 2 palm strikes from him, and my junior sister didn't say anything at that time. But now, before I even touched the corner of his clothes, my junior sister couldn't sit still. Lin Jian's chest was already aching, and now he wanted to spit out blood. Seeing that the other party was protecting the man outside like this, Lin Jian suddenly felt like he was wearing a cuckold and felt that Yao Zhai had betrayed him. After finally waiting for Huo Tianyi and the others to leave, Lin Jian could no longer bear it and pulled Yao Zhai aside. The pain and humiliation made Lin Jian blurt out his true feelings. "Junior sister, can you wake up a little? Do you know what you are doing now?" It was obviously him who started it first. Yao Zhai was about to retort, but she heard Lin Jian say, "Who do you think you are? Junior sister, you are already 23 years old. Do you know what this age means to a woman? You are not that pretty. Do you think a normal man would marry you? Do you think the man in front of you really likes you? He's lying to you, he's lying to you, do you know that? Lin Jian is probably such a person. He judges others by himself." In his mind, Yeshua was also trying to steal the unique skills of Medicine Valley. "I'm telling you the truth. There is no man in this world who would allow a woman to be stronger than him. You are better at martial arts than him, but do you think he really likes staying under your protection? Once he's done using you, he'll just throw you away. Junior sister, you don't expect that a person like this will stay with you forever, right? Don't dream." Yao Zhai was confused by the other party's series of words. "Impossible." Lin Jian smiled. "Otherwise, tell me, why do you make him like you? From childhood to adulthood, besides me, have there been other men who have liked you?" Yao Zhai suddenly clenched the sword in her hand. Lin Jian took a deep breath, and his tone gradually softened. "Junior sister, listen to me. Don't expect things that don't belong to you. You are not gentle, you have no interest, you don't understand men's minds, and you hang out with men all day. Junior sister, in this world, no one will want you except me." Lin Jian had a good idea. He wanted to marry Yao Zhai first, and then after 2 or 3 years, find a way to take junior sister Yue as his concubine. From the very beginning, as their senior brother, Lin Jian had the intention of enjoying the benefits of having 2 women, and he even regarded them as his forbidden delicacies. And Lin Jian really did as he said, and he believed from the bottom of his heart that a girl like Yao Zhai, who was already over the age of marriage, would not be attracted to any other man. Lin Jian had been pretending to be a gentleman for so many years, and when his true face was suddenly exposed, Yao Zhai was a little confused. When Yao Zhai reacted and was about to strike him with a sword in anger, she suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves coming from outside the valley. this movement. There are so many people. Huo Tianyi and others' faces suddenly changed. At that time, Yeshua was talking to the seventh prince and the eighth prince. Both of them had a teasing look on their faces, vaguely wanting to laugh at him. Although Yeshua was chatting with them, his thoughts had long since flown away. I don't know what that bastard senior brother Yao Zhai is talking to her. They haven't finished talking even after such a long time. It's over, it's over. It looks like Zioju is really screwed this time. He can't leave that girl even for a moment. Hearing this, Yeshua was about to speak when he heard the sound of horse hooves like thunder. The three of them changed their expressions, no longer caring about joking, and immediately turned their heads to look over. As for Emperor Jingwen in the yard, he also raised his head after hearing the noise. Looking at Huo Tianyi and the others, they all picked up their weapons and suddenly became alert. With so many people here, and if they come with bad intentions, this small valley may not be able to bear it. The second prince received news this morning that there was a family here. He immediately set off in the afternoon, trying to find his father's whereabouts before everyone else. Looking at the rows of houses in front of him that looked like a peaceful mountain village, the second prince's heart paused. When he approached, he ignored the stone with the words Medicine Man Valley carved on it. He thought for a moment, then dismounted and walked forward. "Excuse me, is there anyone here?" After seeing the other party dismount, the group of people following him also rolled down in unison. Their movements were so uniform that the faces of everyone in Yoren Valley changed. Suppressing her vigilance, the beautiful woman smiled and greeted him. "Excuse me, sir, what brings you to this little Medicine Man Valley? I wonder if you have ever seen a middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing and several young men. A month has passed." If the younger brothers could have escaped, they should have done so long ago. No bodies have been salvaged from downstream, so the second prince judged that the men were most likely together. The second prince was polite and had the demeanor of a noble young man, middle-aged young man. I'm afraid the other party wasn't talking about Gu Shu and his group. Just when the beautiful woman was feeling confused and uncertain, Yishu heard a familiar voice and immediately wanted to go over. However, the seventh prince and the eighth prince on the side were quick to react. The seventh prince covered his mouth with his hand, while the eighth prince shook his head slightly at him. I think these two people also know the second prince's style. It is not certain whether the second prince came before everyone else for a good or bad thing. The ninth brother has not been to the capital for a long time, so naturally he doesn't know what has happened in the capital over the past 2 years. It is not a good thing that he trusts every one of his brothers so much. The eighth prince and the seventh prince looked at each other and immediately saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. However, Yeshua was not too worried. There were so many people here, and all of them were masters. It would be extremely difficult to ensure their complete annihilation. If any of the second prince ran away, there would be a risk of being exposed. The second prince had always been cautious and would not do anything so straightforward. Just as the seventh and eighth princes were preparing to observe how the situation developed, the beautiful woman quickly figured it out in her mind. If the other party has good intentions, then it won't be a problem if you lie, as the other party will naturally know that you are doing good for the young people. If it was malicious, then this lie could save their lives. In a flash, the beautiful woman immediately came up with an idea in her mind. What young man? There are no outsiders here. Lai, the second prince, had just looked from a high place and saw that there were clothes and quilts drying in each of these courtyards, but only a few of them came out. There must be something fishy going on. The second prince made a prompt decision. Someone come here. Check every room for me. Seeing that the other party was coming with such a fierce momentum, Lin Zhan thought that the other party was coming to seek revenge. After all, he had been here for a day and had figured out that these people were injured, and that was why they ended up here. Coupled with the beautiful woman's concealing attitude, Lin Zhan immediately misunderstood. Although Huo Tianyi and his men are strong, they are old after all, and are no longer as notorious as the Tianyi sword in the past. If a real conflict breaks out between the two sides, it is still unknown who will win and who will lose. Lin Zhan does not want to be implicated by Yao Zhai's mistress. If I can't do it, then the two of them can't do it either. Seeing Yao Zhai's incredible expression, Lin Zhan immediately jumped out. Sir, the person you are looking for is here. Caught off guard, Yishu and the other two exposed their position in an instant. When the second prince looked in the direction of the voice, he saw the seventh prince and the eighth prince, one covering his mouth and the other pressing someone. Although he had some guesses in his mind before coming, when he saw that several people were full of life, the second prince couldn't help feeling disappointed. It's not that I have any problem with these three people, but as long as they are alive, the probability of anything happening to my father is not high. When Lin Zhan said this, the seventh and eighth princes could no longer hide their anger. They immediately started to hate Lin Zhan. Afterwards, the two of them were no longer embarrassed. They stood up and bowed to the second prince, second brother. The second prince knew why the two of them came here, and said with a half smile, I haven't seen you for a month, and I didn't know when you two brothers turned into mice. Yeshua also got up from the ground, cleared his throat, and called out, "Second brother." Anyway, he doesn't care about anything, so compared to others, the second prince naturally likes him much more. The second prince's expression softened slightly. "Ninth brother, long time no see, how are you these days?" Yeshua thought for a moment and said, "It's not bad. It's freer than at home, but I have to worry about many things myself. You are very honest." The second prince laughed. Seeing the two of them chatting like this, Lin Jian on the side was immediately dumbfounded. How could the two of them, be brothers? Yao Zhai heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and when she looked at her senior brother who had grown up with her, in addition to disappointment, there was also undisguised disgust in her eyes. She had never known before that senior brother Lin was such a person. The second prince only spoke a few words to the three people and quickly got straight to the point. "Where is father now? I'll take you there right away." Yeshua and the other two led the way. When they arrived at the courtyard where Emperor Jingwen was, the door was not even opened yet, but the second prince knelt down with a thud. "I am late in coming to your rescue. Please forgive me, father." The seventh prince paused when he saw this, but then quickly returned to normal. Although the other party called him father, the words like rescue are worthy of people's deep thought. Huo Tianyi suddenly thought of the news he had heard in the past few days, which said that the current emperor was attacked on his way to the south, and his whereabouts are unknown. No normal person would have thought that the person they pulled out of the water was the emperor, and the same goes for Huo Tianyi. Huo Tianyi didn't know the list of people on the emperor's southern tour. He was still guessing whether it would be the officials accompanying him. The result. The door opened with a creaky sound. Before Emperor Jingwen could open his mouth, a loud whistle was heard in the valley at the same time. It turned out that when Wu Yi and his men arrived near Yiling, they heard from people outside that the second prince had brought the local elite troops to rescue people. Wu Yi didn't dare to delay at all and followed him over. The secret guard was very skilled, and with a few quick jumps, he was moving quickly towards Yoran Valley. A group of black dots were seen from a distance, and in a short while they were already in front of him. What's more, Wu Yi and his two men were each holding a struggling and miserable eagle. The eagle's claws and wings were tied tightly with ropes, and its mouth was entangled with something. Yeshua then realized that it was no wonder that Zixio did not return to the valley to report the news today. It turned out that he was captured by his cheap master. Only after seeing Wu Yi and the others did Emperor Jingwen feel completely relieved. When he saw Emperor Jingwen, Wu Yi knelt on one knee without hesitation and said, "I am late in coming to your rescue, your majesty. I hope you will forgive me." Emperor Jingwen called for people to get up without much hesitation. Emperor Jingwen originally wanted to ask what was going on outside, but when he turned around, he saw his son standing there stupidly. Looking at Yao Zhai and Lin Jian again, Emperor Jingwen suddenly remembered the martial arts competition between the two. Judging from the time, the two people should have finished their fight. To be honest, Emperor Jingwen had little confidence in his son's abilities, so naturally he thought that he had lost. It was one thing that Emperor Jingwen looked down on Yao Zhai, but it was another thing entirely if the girl his son liked was snatched away by someone else. Emperor Jingwen thought for a moment, then waved at Wu Yi and whispered something to him. The second prince's heart tightened suddenly upon seeing this. He thought that his father was so mysterious and must have something important to tell Wu Yi. The second prince almost instantly became extremely alert. However, he didn't expect that when his father finished speaking, he saw Wu Yi coming straight to the ninth prince, Yeshua. Yeshua was confused, and then he saw his cheap master kneeling on one knee like he had just done to his cheap father, shouting greetings to the ninth prince. As Wu Yi moved, the other secret guards followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, a large group of them knelt in front of him. "Your servant pays respects to the ninth prince. Yeshua, help." Yeshua's mind went blank for a moment. After he realized what had happened, he looked at the huge group of people in front of him and half of his body went numb. "I really want to pretend I never existed." Yeshua felt that he should not have believed his words in the first place. His cheap father's words sounded nice, but if he thought about it carefully, how could he, an emperor, know how to chase girls? Almost in an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Yeshua. The second prince was wondering why his father suddenly asked this group of secret guards to pay their respects to his ninth brother. As for the seventh and eighth princes, after a rough thought, they roughly knew the reason, so they watched the fun from the sidelines. However, things have come to this point. Yeshua has no choice but to bite the bullet and raise his hand pretending to be calm while everyone get up. Wu Yi then stood up with a group of secret guards. The moment Wu Yi stood up, Huo Tianyi and others almost subconsciously stared at him. Although Wu didn't reveal any of his aura, a thought flashed through Huo Tianyi's mind quickly. Unfathomable. Similarly, Wu Yi also noticed Huo Tianyi, who was old and introverted but had an extraordinary feeling, and the woman in fiery red clothes not far away. Out of instinct, Wu Yi almost instantly locked onto these two targets in his mind. When Emperor Jingwen was present, Wu Yi was only at the disposal of Emperor Jingwen, so naturally all the attention was on him. Seeing so many strangers around, who seemed to be people from the martial arts world, Wu couldn't help but look at Emperor Jingwen, asking his master with his eyes how to deal with these people. Emperor Jingwen obviously understood what he meant. As he was hesitating, he saw his youngest son looking at him pleadingly. Emperor Jingwen's brows suddenly frowned, and after considering for a moment, he finally shook his head slightly at Wu Yi. Forget it, considering that they are still diligent later, I will forgive their previous offense. Seeing this, Yeshua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had no idea that in just a few breaths they had been to the gates of hell. Now Huo Tianyi and others have not yet reacted to the change of these people's identities. As for Lin Jian, who was standing aside, his eyes widened. He never imagined that the young man in front of him who was posing coquettishly would actually be the prince. This is impossible, Lin Jian almost shouted out. However, almost instantly he closed his mouth, lowered his head and tried his best to reduce his presence. Lin Jian was flustered, and all kinds of emotions flashed through his mind. In the eyes of the second prince and others, Lin Jian was just a small character after all, so no one paid attention to this place for a while. Now that Emperor Jingwen has been found, the secret guards will naturally escort Emperor Jingwen and others back to the capital. Soon, the Medicine Valley became the territory of Emperor Jingwen and several princes. The secret guards were well trained, with a guard every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. Any one of them was as good as anyone except Huo Tianyi in terms of kung fu. If they started fighting without any special means, they would be wiped out in less than half an incense stick of time. They claim to be masters in the martial arts world, but it turns out they are just so-so. No wonder the word Jianghu has existed for so many years, but no force has been able to gain popularity. It turns out that the root cause lies here. During his lifetime, Huo Tianyi had a good understanding of the royal majesty. You have really good taste. The beautiful woman couldn't help but tease when no one was around. Huo Tianyi smiled bitterly, feeling that God was playing a trick on him. How could he have imagined that the person he picked up casually by the river would be a prince? No wonder this young man is so handsome. Ordinary families can't raise such a guy. Even though these people are from the underworld and are evildoers that everyone wants to kill, they are not fools after all, and they will not rush to seek death for no reason, so they naturally remain silent when facing so many secret guards. The beautiful woman didn't know whether she should be happy or sad at this moment. It seems that his marriage with Jir will not be successful. It was a blessing in disguise. The beautiful woman was not stupid. Given the young man's identity, it was absolutely impossible for him to marry a woman from the underworld. Huo Tianyi felt very complicated when he heard this. It won't work out. It won't work out. As for the agreement, the 6 of them were very tactful and never mentioned it again. Including Mei Yingzhuo, they just thought that their hard work was wasted, which was better than being targeted by the royal family. Since Huo Tianyi and others would think so, Lin Jian would naturally think so too. Although he was very unwilling and jealous of Prince Yeshua's identity, when Lin Jian reacted, he couldn't help but feel happy. If you think about it carefully, this is actually a good thing. Given the young man's identity, he will definitely not marry her, so he still has a chance. While no one was paying attention to him, Lin Jian quickly made another small move. Yao Zhai's mind was in a mess because of this sudden news. She didn't care about being angry with Lin Jian at all. When she finally noticed someone in front of her, she heard Lin Jian say how his junior sister was what senior brother said before true. It was impossible for the young man to marry her before, and it was even more impossible for him to do so now. Do you think that for someone like him, he will miss his days here after he gets out? No, he won't. He will only feel humiliated. It must be said that Lin Jian had a very accurate grasp of the psychology of Emperor Jingwen and several princes. Emperor Jingwen did think of killing them after he got out. Think about it, a prince has to live in the hands of a woman. Can he be really happy? Junior sister, you should know yourself and not aim too high. If he were a prince, with mountains of gold and silver and endless beauties to enjoy, how could he really be attracted to a country woman? He was just forced by the situation and endured it for a while. Although Lin Jian had never witnessed the extravagant scenes of the royal family with his own eyes, he had seen high-ranking officials taking concubines. Lin Jian had once taken a look at the concubine and found her so beautiful. If this is the case even for officials' backyards, let alone the royal family, Lin Jian felt drooling just thinking about it, so he was certain in his heart that the young man would definitely not admit it. I just don't know if these two people who are so close have ever had sex. Thinking of this, Lin Jian's expression couldn't help but freeze, but for the good things about Yao Zhai, Lin Jian finally decided to hold his nose and endure it. The worst that could happen is that after he has coaxed those things into his hands, he will kick her out. An unclean woman is naturally not worthy of him, so Lin Jian feels at ease. However, just as Lin Jian finished speaking, he heard the sound of gnashing teeth not far away. Well, I knew you had bad intentions. Yeshua had vaguely felt that Yao Zhai was not in a good state before, and guessed that this person probably didn't say anything nice, so he was deliberately on guard. This time, Lin Jian was caught red-handed by Yeshua. When Lin Zhan heard the young man's voice behind him, he was immediately startled. Before he could react, Yeshua waved to the people brought by the second prince. "Someone take him down for me." He couldn't control the secret guards, but the people brought by the second prince were always obedient. Lin Zhan wanted to resist, but Wu Yi, who was always paying attention to the surrounding movements, shot him in the leg with a stone. Lin Zhan's right leg went numb and his knee went weak. Seeing this, the people next to him immediately grabbed him. "Who told you that I'm unhappy? She treats me well, and I'm so happy." Yeshua squatted down, and under the other party's incredulous gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, "Also, I'm telling you clearly, don't use your standards to measure others. This prince likes her like this, and this prince wants to marry her. 3 letters and 6 ceremonies and 8 sedan chairs, nothing is missing." The moment the words fell, almost everyone was shocked, and the second prince finally understood what had just happened. Huo Tianyi and others were all in disbelief. When the news reached Emperor Jingwen's ears soon, he suddenly stopped. "Bastard, how dare you say anything?" But after knowing what Lin Zhan said to Yao Zhai, Emperor Jingwen thought, no wonder the little bastard couldn't help it. Lin Zhan's eyes widened immediately. "Impossible. You are lying. As a prince, how could you possibly be interested in a girl from the martial arts world? What's more, this girl is already 23 years old." In his eyes, what exactly did he think of Yao Zhai? Yeshua was so angry. First of all, she is good at kung fu. How many people in this world have better kung fu than her? Secondly, she is kind. Kindness itself is an extremely precious quality which not everyone possesses. Kindness with strength is simply a powerful weapon. Besides, she is very clear about right and wrong, and she doesn't bully others even if she has the ability. She is also very careful and considerate, and she knows so many things that others don't know. The more he counted, the more Yeshua looked at Lin Zhan as if he was looking at a bedbug. "Look at yourself again. How can you compare to her? You have the nerve to belittle her. Who do you think you are?" Yeshua took a deep breath and pulled Yao Zhai's hand. "Let's not waste time talking to this kind of person. Let's go." Looking at the backs of the two people, Huo Tianyi was stunned. The beautiful woman was also shocked. "Wait, he's not really going to marry Jir, is he?" If he really asked, I think his disciple would not refuse. Thinking of this, the 6 masters were not happy at all. Instead, their hearts sank and their eyes went dark. After walking a long way, they arrived under a familiar big tree. Looking at the angry Yeshua, for some reason, Yao Zhai, the person involved, was not so angry anymore and even laughed. "He scolded me, not you. Why are you so angry?" "I just can't bear to see others mistreat you. I didn't expect that Lin Zhan, who looks like a decent person, is actually such a person behind the scenes. It's really hateful. No, I just forgot to ask someone to beat him up. I have to go back again. However, if Yao Zhai doesn't let go, Yeshua will definitely not be able to go back. By the way, are you really a prince? What is supposed to come will eventually come." For some reason, Yeshua's heart suddenly trembled. He didn't dare to look her in the eye. Yeshua pretended not to care and sat down on the big rock next to him. "Ah. It's been like this since I was born. From the outside, you couldn't tell at all." Even now, Yao Zhai still felt like she was dreaming. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Yeshua couldn't bear it. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "So will you come with me?" If it were a normal time, Yeshua wouldn't mind staying with her. But after leaving the valley, his stepfather would definitely investigate the assassination. The eldest prince didn't come, the crown prince didn't come, but the second prince was so active in running. This gave Yeshua a very bad premonition, and he didn't know who he would investigate in the end. "There is also my cheap father's body, and my mother and Jianjian in the palace. Once you get out of the valley, it's 2 completely different worlds." Yeshua looked at Yao Zhai hopefully. Yao Zhai was silent for a long time, and then she just let go of his hand. The answer she gave at this moment was very obvious. The chivalrous women in the martial arts world are like birds flying in the sky. Even if they indulge themselves for a while, they are still unwilling to be canaries in a cage. Although she liked him, she didn't want to break her wings because of him. After a fierce struggle, the girl in red finally decided to give up. Yao Zhai opened her mouth and was about to say something, but when she looked up, she saw the young man in front of her, his eyes turning red. Even so, Yao Zhai still had no intention of wavering. When she likes someone, she will naturally be like a moth to a flame and treat that person with all her heart. But when she has made a decision in her heart, she will act decisively without any hesitation. Life in a large mansion may not be suitable for me. After all, Yao Zhai is not a child anymore. She can afford an ordinary man, but if it is a prince, it is really beyond her ability. Yao Zhai simply couldn't imagine what it would be like for her to become one of the women in the harem begging for her husband's mercy. The thought was terrifying. This is not good, so forget it. It would be nice if this relationship could stay at its best moment. Just think of it as a beautiful dream. At this moment, Yeshua still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Is it because of what Lin Zhan said? I can assure you that there will be no backyard. Although I am a prince, I am not the kind of prince you imagine. Until now, I have no wives or concubines in my family, nor have I had other girls. If you don't believe me, you can ask my seventh and eighth brothers. Yeshua didn't care much when he first met her, but now he suddenly wanted to fight for himself. How could it be because of Lin Jian? Yao Zhai wanted to refute, but after hearing his next words, she was stunned. Never had a girl before, how is this possible? At first, Yao Zhai instinctively felt a flash of anger in her heart, and suddenly she felt a little cold, thinking that the other men outside that he and Second Master had talked about were no different. They were all lies. But after seeing the sincerity and seriousness in Yeshua's eyes, Yao Zhai couldn't help but feel shaken. Even if he was lying, he wouldn't tell such a low-level lie, so it seems more like the truth. But what does this have to do with her? Perhaps the word prince is extremely noble to others, but it is troublesome to Yao Zhai. Yao Zhai was used to being free, and the birds flying in the sky could not behave like house sparrows. Honestly, he was a good person, but not good enough for her to make her give upon her freedom. Seeing that Yao Zhai was still shaking her head for a moment, Yeshua suddenly had the urge to force her to stay by his side. Yeshua is also a human being, and he also has his own bad qualities. He never considers himself a saint, so when he is forced into a corner, he also wants to control and manipulate others. But in the end, looking at the girl in red who was unaware of anything in front of him, Yeshua still endured it. After waiting until the turbulent emotions in his heart gradually calmed down, Yeshua half compromised, half pleaded, if that's the case, then you can stay with me for the last 2 months, just 2 months, okay? Before Yao Zhai could refuse, he continued, my fourth brother's leg injury has not healed yet. It takes 100 days for a broken bone to heal. It's only the first month now, and there are still 2 months left. The fourth master used some unconventional methods before. Father estimates that he will let fourth master accompany him for a while before letting him go. Fourth master is old, and it's not good to ask him to travel back and forth. It has to be said that Yeshua really understands his adoptive father, and Emperor Jingwen really thinks so. Since it concerns the fourth prince's leg, Emperor Jingwen doesn't care whether Mei Yingzhuo agrees or refuses. He always finds a way to make him nod. Most of the imperial physicians in the palace were from aristocratic families and had a fairly complete inheritance of medical skills. Their abilities were no worse than Mei Yingzhuo's. After all, there was a saying that went, learn both civil and martial arts and serve the emperor. The top talents in the entire Great Zhou were concentrated in the royal family, but skills are skills alone, and most of the doctors in the palace prefer the golden mean. If something happens to the noble, the whole family will die, so they are not as brave as Mei Yingzhuo. In this case, if you want to cure the fourth prince's injured leg, you still need Mei Yingzhuo's help. But in fact, Yao Zhai, who inherited Mei Yingzhuo's medical skills, can also do the job. Now that the fourth prince's leg has been almost healed, all that's left is for it to slowly recover. There's actually no need to put in any more effort later on, so the 2 months that Yeshua mentioned really just meant that he wanted Yao Zhai to stay with him for the last 2 months. Even if Yeshua didn't say it, Yao Zhi would not let her elderly master work so hard. And this excuse of his was much better than Emperor Jingwen directly giving orders and forcing him to do so. Yao Zhai didn't know the twists and turns. After thinking about it, she didn't give a direct answer, but just said, if your father really said so, then let's talk about it. Yeshua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. Based on Yeshua's understanding of his stepfather, he estimated that there was a high probability that something like this would happen. Sure enough, when everything was ready, Emperor Jingwen quickly gave an order that Mei Yingzhuo must accompany him throughout the journey, leaving no room for Mei Yingzhuo to refuse. Just when Mei Yingzhuo was about to grit his teeth and admit it, Yao Zhai stepped forward in time and resolved a possible conflict. Your Majesty, my teacher is old, and it is not suitable for him to travel far. I beg your Majesty to allow me to accompany him. Emperor Jingwen looked at her for a long time, and seeing his son clinging to her, he finally turned a blind eye, raised his hand, and let Mei Yingzhuo go. Mei Yingzhuo felt very complicated when he saw this. As the saying goes, serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. It was the past, but now Mei Yingzhuo is very worried about his disciple following the emperor and a group of princes. Seeing this, Yeshua assured him, don't worry, fourth master, I am here to protect her. Mei Yingzhuo was silent for a moment, then said, it's hard for you to still call me fourth master. Hearing the call of fourth master, Mei Yingzhuo gradually felt at ease. Wu Yi, who was standing by, had sharp ears and eyes. When he heard the word fourth master, his brows beneath the mask couldn't help but frown slightly. Result. Soon Wu Yi discovered that the ninth prince now had not only the fourth master, but also the first master, the second master, the third master, the fifth master, and the sixth master. For some reason, the secret guards on the side always felt that their leader seemed a little unhappy, but after a closer look, it seemed like a simple illusion. How strange. The other side. When she learned that her disciple had rejected the young man's invitation, even the beautiful woman was shocked. She thought that as long as the young man opened his mouth, her disciple would nod without hesitation. After all, her disciple's obsessed look these days did not seem fake. Don't you like him anymore? The beautiful woman couldn't help but ask while her disciple was packing his luggage. Yao Zhai paused as she sorted out her clothes. Like, how could I not like him? I believe no one would reject such a person, and the same goes for Yao Zhai. Even now, when Yao Zhai looked at him, she would still feel her face blushing and her heart beating uncontrollably. But I know better what I want most. If he were just an ordinary man, I would definitely treat him like a treasure. I would give him whatever he wants and give him a pair of children. Unfortunately, he is not. Yao Zhai was a little dazed, but soon returned to normal. Hearing these words, the beautiful woman seemed to have recognized the child she had raised. After a while, the beautiful woman smiled bitterly. Master is not as good as you. If she had made this decision back then, she wouldn't have ended up like this. The secret guards around urged her to do her job, and after about an incense stick of time, Yao Zhai had finished packing. After a month of treatment, the fourth prince's complexion looked much better than before, and his injured right leg could gradually move, but he could not use any strength, so he could no longer ride a horse and could only take a carriage. When it was time to say goodbye, Yeshua, sitting on the horse, couldn't help but wave to the masters. Don't worry, I will come back to visit you when I have time. Huotiani's old face immediately fell, and his expression almost said the words, "You'd better not come." Huotiani didn't expect that he had picked up a piece of toffee and couldn't get rid of it. For a moment, he even thought of moving to another valley. Or maybe we should just stop staying here. Ignoring Huotiani's depressed look, Yeshua had to tighten the reins after his cheap father gave him the order, go. Compared to Yeshua, who kept looking back with a look of nostalgia, Yao Zhai was even better. After all, she had been traveling frequently for so many years and had gotten used to it. If someone didn't know, they would think this was Yeshua's home. From that time on, Emperor Jingwen only knew that the princess was extroverted, but he didn't know that the prince was also like that. Emperor Jingwen endured for a while before he barely managed to suppress the urge to scold him. Of course, Yeshua did not forget to beat Lin Zhan up before leaving. It was a bargain for this bastard to be beaten up. However, what Yeshua didn't know was that after he left, the group of people following him did not leave with him. Under Lin Zhan's horrified gaze, the leader drew his sword and, without even frowning, ended his life without hesitation. Until his death, Lin Zhan never figured out why he suddenly suffered such a misfortune. Obviously, the ninth prince had already said that he would let him go, right? Before Lin Zhan could figure out the problem, he lost consciousness forever in just a few breaths. What Lin Zhan didn't know was that he was already doomed when he made the sound and exposed the locations of the seventh and eighth princes. The reason why he was not killed in public was that the seventh and eighth princes left Lin Zhan behind for the sake of their younger brother. As the saying goes, the majesty of heaven is such that if you are not careful, you will suffer a catastrophic disaster. I'm really sorry for dirtying a few of you guys' places. Thinking of the ninth prince, the leaders were naturally polite to Huo Tianyi and the others, but their actions were not as gentle as they said. After confirming that Lin Zhan was no longer breathing and could not be deader, several people casually threw him into the woods. They didn't care at all whether they would provoke revenge from Lin Zhan's family. After completing the task, they quickly rode away. Dust rolled up, and in a short while, the figures of several people disappeared from sight. Even Huo Tianyi and his gang, who were considered big villains by the people in the martial arts world, felt horrified when they saw the other party behaving like this. After spending a long time with Yeshua, Huo Tianyi and the others began to develop illusions that they shouldn't have. At this moment, they finally understood what it meant that the royal family was ruthless. Around dusk, the group left the valley, and the main force was already waiting outside. The moment they saw Emperor Jingwen, they immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live the Emperor," 3 times, especially the commander who was responsible for the safety of the ship, who was now trembling with fear. Fortunately, he was the Emperor's man, otherwise he would have been killed by the second prince long ago. Now that Emperor Jingwen has escaped from trouble, it is time for his final judgment. I am incompetent and failed to detect the assassin's arrival in time, causing damage to the Emperor's body. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. To be honest, the assassins came so fiercely and silently that it was understandable that the commander failed to notice them in time. But there was no way the result was like this. Since he was given the task in the first place, he had to do it well, no matter whether it was beyond his ability or not. Therefore, Emperor Jingwen did not hesitate and immediately dismissed him from his official position and replaced him with another person. This is the best outcome for the commander. The emperor was injured, several princes were injured, and he was lucky enough to be able to save his family. The rest of his life was saved for nothing. Except for the commander, no one else in charge of this area could escape. They all knelt in front of Emperor Jingwen, waiting for his decision with anxiety or nervousness. Yao Zhai, who was in the team, was immediately frightened when she saw such a scene. When she was in Yoran Valley before, she only knew that the young man's father was extraordinary and not like an ordinary person. Now she has truly seen his side as an emperor. The same was true for the others. Almost the moment they left the valley, they stopped all their ease and joking and suddenly became cautious and tense. These are referring to the seventh prince and the eighth prince. Yao Zhai instinctively looked at the young man beside her and saw that he was still the same. For some reason, she felt inexplicably relieved. As if he could see her emotions, Yeshua whispered to comfort her, "Don't be nervous." Yao Zhai was used to storms after all, so she nodded quickly. It just so happened that the secret guards were all here. Seeing his cheap father whispering a few words to Wu Yi, and then 7 or 8 secret guards disappeared into the crowd one by one, he vaguely felt that these people should be going to investigate the assassin. Yeshua couldn't help but say, "Stay with me more in the next few days. If you have any problems, tell me. I will accompany you then." Yao Zhai opened her mouth, and after a moment she uttered a soft hum. "The fourth prince in the carriage nearby, they can talk, but can they not say it in front of me?" After reorganizing the team, Emperor Jingwen and his entourage quickly set off again. Having learned from the last lesson, this time, in addition to the people brought on the southern tour and the secret guards, the newly appointed prefect of Shengzhou heard that the emperor was now in his territory and immediately sent garrison troops over. When Emperor Jingwen came, he was only accompanied by 1,000 men, but when he returned, he was accompanied by a large group of 4,000 or 5,000 men. Looking at the young man in the team, Yao Zhai had previously thought that he did not come from a good background, so he could so casually say that he wanted to marry her. But 2 days later, from the information revealed by people around, it seems that this is not the case at all. The son of the imperial concubine, the emperor's favorite son, the grandson of the Duke of Zhen. He was the former richest man in Liangzhu, and also the chief leader who has become famous in the underworld in the past 2 years. Apart from the crown prince, the 9th prince is the most noble one. In the entire team, everyone was respectful to him, including the other princes who were all polite to him. Yao Zhai gradually gained a better understanding of his identity, but when she was with him, she couldn't tell at all. "Why are you looking at me like that? It makes me feel embarrassed and I can't even talk to people properly." Her eyes were too focused, and Yeshua was a very perceptive person. After a while, he felt his back starting to get hot. Unexpectedly, Yeshua's charming face came closer, making Yao Zhai blush. "Ninth prince, please respect yourself." She pretended to be calm, but the red tips of the girl's ears still betrayed her. "There is no relationship between the two of us now. What's the big deal? There's no outsider here." Yeshua is not the kind of person who doesn't know his limits. He is definitely not like this when he is outside. The 4th prince at the side couldn't help but cough heavily, cough, cough. When the two looked over, the 4th prince was somewhat helpless. "I'm still here." The 4th prince's desire to stand up again became stronger and stronger. Otherwise, if he met these two people, he would not be able to escape and would be forced to listen to their sour words. Ever since Yao Zhai took over the job of treating Mei Yingzhuo's injuries, 9th brother has been visiting her more frequently. Seeing this, Yishu did not seem panicked at all. "What's the big deal?" "4th brother, you are not an outsider. None of the brothers like to gossip outside, and each one of them is more strict than the other, so Yishu is more outrageous." The 4th prince said that he would definitely not tell anyone, but the problem was that even if that was the case, he was too confident in himself. The 4th prince was speechless and could only make arrangements later, asking the people around him to pay more attention to the movements around them when the 9th prince came, in order to avoid being noticed by someone with ulterior motives without his knowledge. Today is already the 3rd day since leaving the valley. According to the cycle, it is time to give acupuncture to the 4th prince, but the problem is that the 4th prince's injury is in his right leg. As a girl, Yao Zhai naturally cannot do it herself, but this is not a difficult thing. It's just acupuncture. Any doctor with some skills can do it. It's not a big problem. Let me do it. Yeshua on the side suddenly spoke up, looking eager to try. Apart from anything else, Yeshua was absolutely great at identifying acupoints. However, just these 3 short words made the 4th prince's hair stand on end. "If I let the 9th prince take action, will I still have a chance to survive?" However, Yeshua's subsequent words made the 4th prince even more desperate. "But you have to teach me how to give acupuncture first." The 4th prince lost all his composure and shouted without even thinking, "I don't want you to come. Where is the imperial physician in the team? Send him over." The 4th prince was ready to crawl out even if he had to. Perhaps because he screamed too miserably, the imperial physician rushed over soon. After Yao Zhai explained the acupuncture points, sequence, and strength, the imperial physician quickly had an idea. "4th brother, can't you trust your brother just once?" Yeshu looked disappointed. The 4th prince was so afraid that he would attack directly if he was late that he wished his neck would be broken. Oh well. Seeing that the young man was in a low mood, Yao Zhai hesitated for a while but finally spoke. "Come here, I'll teach you. It's just acupuncture techniques, some basic stuff," so Yao Zhai didn't care that much about it. In the past, when encountering something like this, Yao Zhai would usually teach him step by step, but now it is different. She just gave guidance from the side and didn't even touch him. Zioju also has this day. The fourth prince smiled unconsciously, but his expression soon twisted because of the sudden pain in his leg. Compared with Yeshua and the fourth prince, the atmosphere on Emperor Jingwen's side was much more tense. Emperor Jingwen would be unable to sleep or eat well if he could not find the source of such a large number of assassins. By now, the main force had already arrived in Shengzhou. 2 days later, news came from Bingzhou that the crown prince had learned that they had escaped and was determined to come no matter what. Seeing that the crown prince was no longer as lifeless as before, Emperor Jingwen's mood finally improved a little. At this time, Emperor Jingwen also remembered the letter he had sent to the prince when he was in Liangzhu. He believed that after reading the letter, the prince would not be the same as before. When the second prince saw this, his eyes suddenly darkened. On the surface, my father seems to favor my ninth brother the most, but this favor is ultimately just superficial. In the end, the one he values most is only the crown prince. For so many years, the second prince could not figure out why the crown prince was so good when they were both his father's sons. The only thing that made the other party better than them was that they could be reborn into the empress' belly. It's a waste that the emperor loves him so much. I'm afraid the prince will disappoint the emperor this time. The second prince lowered his head, hiding the resentment and unwillingness that had emerged in his eyes, and raised his lips in a sarcastic smile. Emperor Jingwen's good mood was eventually halted by the news coming from the secret guards. After reviewing the evidence presented by the secret guards, Emperor Jingwen's expression suddenly changed. He never imagined that his legitimate son, whom he had always placed high hopes on, would actually do such a thing as killing his father and brother. The so-called father-son relationship is nothing but a joke. Emperor Jingwen felt a tightness in his chest and had difficulty breathing. What? Third brother is coming. After hearing about this, Yeshua sat up from the bed at once. He hasn't seen the prince for almost 3 years, and he misses him a lot. The next morning, hearing the noise outside, Yeshua got up early on purpose. The moment he saw the prince, Yeshua couldn't help but be stunned. Why have you lost so much weight? In Yeshua's impression, the prince has always been a gentleman, gentle as jade, but now he has lost his charm and looks emaciated, almost unrecognizable. For a moment, Yeshua almost couldn't recognize it. Seeing that it was him, the prince subconsciously smiled, Zioju. For some reason, these 2 short words almost made Yeshua cry. That's good. Seeing that his brother was healthy and seemed to have no serious health problems, the prince couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After observing for a while, the prince couldn't help but say, Zioju seems to have grown a lot taller. The prince remembered that when he left the palace, he was only about the same height as himself, but now he is almost half a head taller than him. Third brother is now completely incomparable to you. There's no way. If you play outside every day and get a lot of exercise, you'll grow fast. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the other party's teasing gaze, Yeshua was about to say something when he heard a voice of notification coming from not far away. The emperor has arrived. Greetings to the emperor, long live the emperor. The prince knelt down subconsciously, but he didn't know that when Emperor Jingwen looked at him again, his eyes were first filled with anger, then resentment, and the Buddhist beads in his hand kept tightening. His expression was extremely unfamiliar, as if he had just met him for the first time. I was extremely worried when I heard that my father was in danger. I wonder if he is doing well now. The prince was silent for a moment when he saw that there was no sound from above for a long time, and then he spoke. However, before he finished speaking, Emperor Jingwen was already extremely angry. When he heard the word "and," Emperor Jingwen could no longer restrain himself and kicked him. You bastard. The prince only felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. As he fell to the ground gasping for breath, the last glimmer of light in his eyes finally turned into complete numbness. This day finally arrived. From the scolding in the beginning to the surveillance later, every word was heart-wrenching. Now the emperor started to beat him in public as soon as they met, treating his reputation as nothing and stomping on him hard to the ground. What happened next? I'm afraid the crown prince will be deposed soon. It was not known whether it was pain or despair, but veins bulged on the back of the prince's hands. All the panic and helplessness he felt when he learned that Emperor Jingwen had been assassinated disappeared, leaving only a blank expression. No one expected that the emperor would suddenly become furious. Everyone around was stunned at first, and then they all knelt down. As for Yeshua, he was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? What happened? Why are you so desperate the moment you meet? After all, my stepfather is the emperor. Thunder, lightning, rain, and dew are all grace from the emperor and cannot be resisted. Seeing that he was about to attack again, Yeshua on the side gritted his teeth, protected the prince behind him, and took the blow for him. Shit, this hurts so much. How could the prince endure this anymore? Yeshua's back felt burning, and he felt like his shoulder blades were about to be broken by the kick. Father, why do we have to use force if we want to talk? With so many people here, how could the prince bear it? Emperor Jingwen was already furious after seeing the crown prince, and now seeing his youngest son grimacing in pain and about to cough out his lungs, Emperor Jingwen subconsciously hesitated. Yeshua took this opportunity, completely disregarding his face, and immediately hugged his stepfather's legs to prevent him from kicking anyone again. Dad, calm down, Dad. Emperor Jingwen was now completely helpless. Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath and said coldly, let go. Yeshua said with a bitter face, Dad, please don't do it again. Look at my third brother's body now. How can he withstand this? Emperor Jingwen then noticed that the prince now seemed extremely haggard. He was hunched over with the spine on his back protruding. Emperor Jingwen failed to kick the second time. Yeshua hurriedly said, we are all family, why can't we talk it out, communicate? Yeshua was almost tired of saying this. However, it would have been better if Yeshua had not said it. As soon as he said this, especially the word family, Emperor Jingwen felt like someone had stabbed his lungs and became even angrier. And within this anger, there is also a hint of unspoken sorrow. You treat him as your own brother. Ask him if he treats you as his own brother. Has he ever been a real son to this emperor? Chengzuo, ask yourself, are you worthy of your brother risking his life to protect you? Xiao Jiu, take a look at what your brother, the prince, has done. As he spoke, Emperor Jingwen took a stack of papers from the secret guard and threw them in front of the two men without saying anything. Yeshua didn't know what was written on it, but since it concerned the crown prince, he definitely couldn't let anyone else know. Therefore, Yeshua quickly picked up all the papers before anyone else looked over. Soon, he was attracted by the contents on them. The assassination was arranged by the governors of Yelling and Xianghu, and the governors of Yelling and Xianghu were the prince's men. This is impossible. Yeshua's first reaction was disbelief. Father, there must be something wrong here. Yeshua believed that the prince might make a wrong choice because of his younger brothers who were eyeing him covetously, but he absolutely did not believe that the prince would kill his father and brothers. Emperor Jingwen did not believe it at first, but now all the clues pointed to the prince, and he had no choice but to believe it. None of the other princes made any unusual moves, and who else could have such great power except the crown prince? How could the governor of Shan Yelling Xianghu have such ability? The more expectations Emperor Jingwen had before, the more disappointed he is now. Prince, now that the evidence is irrefutable, do you have anything else to say? The prince remained motionless and silent. Yeshua suddenly became anxious. Third brother, say something. If my father has doubts in his heart, what difference does it make whether he says it or not? In the past 2 years, the prince has said too much. He is really tired of it. Every time he explains, he gets no response, and gradually, the prince no longer has any extra expectations in his heart. The emperor's suspicion has reached this point, and the prince really has nothing to say. However, just when the prince was about to give up completely, he heard Yeshua next to him shout again, third brother, please. Suddenly meeting his brother's pleading eyes, the prince's already numb heart couldn't help but tremble. Now I believe everything third brother says, so this must not have been done by third brother, right? After these words were spoken, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Just when Yeshua thought that the prince would not speak, he saw him shaking his head slightly and imperceptibly. Yeshua's heart suddenly came back to life, and he hurriedly looked at his adoptive father. Father, did you see it? It really wasn't done by my third brother. Father, please check again. Emperor Jingwen was silent for a while and finally waved to the person next to him. The prince is not feeling well. Someone help him down to rest. This means that he will be put under house arrest again. Without waiting for others to approach, the prince stood up first. If it was anyone else, the prince would definitely not want them to see him in such a state of embarrassment, but if it was Xiao Jiu. In the end, the prince did not refuse. Following the instructions to the gate of the courtyard, Yeshua saw that the atmosphere was too depressing, so he pretended to be relaxed and said, third brother, don't worry too much. With the secret guards here, you will be cleared of all charges sooner or later. But in fact, innocent or not is no longer important to the prince today. The prince had already become disheartened. Xiao Jiu, you still believe in me, but my father doesn't. It's really boring for me to be the crown prince, third brother. Before he could finish, the prince walked in. With a creaky sound, the door closed, completely isolating the prince. Yeshua watched helplessly but felt powerless. Yao Zhai watched this scene from afar, unable to tell what she felt. Before today, she thought that the princes were as glamorous and proud as they appeared on the surface, but it turned out that they also had hardships that others never knew about. It was hard because he was smiling all the time before, which made Yao Zhai mistakenly believe that he was always as carefree as he appeared to be. Yeshua also saw her, and their eyes met. After hesitating for a while, Yao Zhai finally walked over. When Yeshua returned to his yard, before he could say anything, Yao Zhai said, lift up your shirt and let me see your injury. This is not good. The injury was on the back, and it seemed a little strange for a girl to see it. Seeing that he became reserved at this time, Yao Zhai pursed her lips and pulled his collar off without saying anything. Yeshua almost cried out in pain. The back of the young man's neck was very delicate and smooth, just as beautiful as his face, except that his shoulder blades were now dark blue, making him look particularly scary. Yao Zhai stretched out her hand to check and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that no bones were injured. It's not serious, but once today is over, I'm afraid it will be swollen by tomorrow, which may affect the movement of this arm. Don't touch it or scratch it, it will be healed in a few days. Yeshua nodded obediently. Compared to Yeshua, the second prince was extremely angry after learning about this. Even at this time, the emperor was still tolerant. Even though the prince had committed such a heinous mistake, the emperor only put him under house arrest. Time and again, the second prince felt heartbroken. Father was so tolerant of the crown prince, but had he ever shown any mercy to his sons? Even Yeshua, who had pleaded for the crown prince, was now hated by the second prince. But the second prince has more methods than just these. Now that he has appeared here, the second prince has made all the preparations, and this time he must bring down the crown prince. Others may not know, but the second prince knows a shocking secret. Even though the eldest prince is now in the limelight, no matter how powerful he is, it is useless because his father will never choose him as the heir. My father has already suffered once as the Duke of Zhen, so how could he let himself repeat the same mistake? If the eldest prince can be quiet and stay as the Prince Ding for the rest of his life, it will be fine. But if he dares to show any sign of disloyalty, my father will definitely take drastic measures. It's ridiculous that the eldest prince is still kept in the dark until now and is still dreaming of ascending to the throne. Without the crown prince and the eldest prince, he, the second in command, naturally would be counted among the last. Otherwise, with the two of them in front and behind, when will the second prince be able to make a breakthrough? His younger brothers are growing up one by one, and if he doesn't take action now, it might be too late. That's why the second prince acted decisively this time. So the second prince came before Emperor Jingwen with what he had found out. Your Majesty, I have something to report. The secret guards moved quickly, but the second prince was not slow either. The secret guards had only been here for a short time, but the second prince had arrived half a month earlier than them. Emperor Jingwen ordered his men to present what the second prince had prepared. Emperor Jingwen looked at it while the second prince spoke below him. Since this concerns the crown prince, I shouldn't have said much, but this is a matter of great importance, so I have to speak. My son learned that half a year ago, in the spring, a small locust plague occurred in Yelling and Xianghu. Natural disasters are not serious, and they should be reported to the higher authorities truthfully. However, for some reason, the two prefects seemed to be bewitched, or they were afraid of losing their official positions, so they kept the disaster secret. My son has been to Yelling. The people in the two places had no harvest in the spring and had to rely on old grain to survive. In addition, the two prefects did nothing. Now people have started to die in Yelling and Xianghu, father. The crown prince's subordinates had made such a big mistake. No matter how much Emperor Jingwen favored the crown prince, he could not protect him. It was not until this point that the second prince dealt the crown prince the fatal blow. In this case, even the ninth prince would not be able to help him. As it turned out, the second prince guessed correctly. Even Yeshua had no way to plead for the prince. The prince had never imagined that his indulgence would lead to such a horrific disaster. As the crown prince, you have violated the teachings of your ancestors. Your crime is greater than that of others. Perhaps my father is right, and I, as the crown prince, am the culprit. How can I have the dignity to continue being the crown prince? In the autumn of the 25th year of Jingwen's reign, Crown Prince Yi Chengzuo angered the emperor because of treason and corruption. On October 3, the emperor issued an edict to demote Crown Prince Yi Chengzuo to a commoner. On October 7, a wealthy businessman named Hu in the Zhou dynasty donated 200,000 dan of grain, and a wealthy businessman named Gu donated 100,000 dan of grain to help the victims. On October 10, the deposed Crown Prince Yi Chengzuo committed suicide in Qingfeng courtyard. The emperor was deeply saddened and did not implicate him afterwards, retaining the title of his legitimate son. How could things turn out like this? In the early morning, Yeshua looked at the prince lying there quietly. His mind was blank. He didn't even know how all this happened. Ever since the second prince reported the crown prince for forming a clique and engaging in private activities 10 days ago, and his officials kept the locust plague a secret in order to protect their positions, causing the people in Yelling and Xianghu to be starving and living in misery, Yeshua has been busy ever since. Just as the second prince thought, after something like this happened, Yeshua naturally could not continue to protect the crown prince. Otherwise, where would he put those suffering people? Yeshua couldn't do such a thing. The only thing he could do was to help the prince to remedy the situation. Yeshua went to great lengths to order his men to transport grain from Lucheng at full speed, regardless of cost, to relieve the urgent needs of Yelling and Xianghu. The businessmen surnamed Hu and Gu were naturally Yeshua's subordinates. Yeshua has been selling so much liquor to Beijing for many years, so he naturally has a lot of caravans under him. The merchants named Hu and Gu are two of them. Fearing that the target would arouse suspicion if it was too large, Yeshua went through a lot of trouble to get these 300,000 dan of grain over. This was enough to feed the disaster-stricken people in Yelling and Xianghu for 2 months. With these 2 months, the grain from the imperial court would naturally be delivered, and the crisis in the two places would be resolved smoothly. Since October 3rd, the day the Crown Prince was deposed, Yeshua has been trying to contact people and has come to see the Crown Prince every day. At that time, the prince's condition was already very wrong. Yeshua saw it and was anxious. He kept persuading him to wait a little longer. Maybe things would turn around. Yeshua just thought that after making up for the mistakes, everything would be fine. He never thought that the prince would take such a step. Yeshua still remembered that when he came last night, the prince was still fine. How come he was gone when he woke up this morning? What Yeshua didn't know was that the reason why the prince was so calm was not because the crises in Yelling and Xianghu were resolved, but because he had already made up his mind to die. A dying person's heart is naturally extremely calm, and nothing can stir up waves in his heart anymore. Even after eating the last barbecue with Yeshua, when Yeshua was leaving, the prince specifically reminded him, "It's getting cold, remember to put on more clothes." Who would have thought that our meeting yesterday would be our final farewell? Yeshua raised his trembling hands and tried to check the prince's breathing. No, no, still no. Yeshua only felt a bone-chilling chill rising from the soles of his feet. For a moment he froze there, unable to move, his mind filled with the scene of the first time he saw the prince. The boy was as gentle as jade at that time. Yeshua still remembered how helpless he looked when he hugged him. "Third brother, please don't do this." When the imperial physician and Yao Zhai heard the noise and rushed over, they also gasped when they saw this scene. When Yao Zhai's gaze met Yeshua's panic-stricken eyes, her heart trembled. After seeing her, Yeshua almost didn't hesitate and spoke instinctively, "Please save him." At this moment, Yeshua seemed to have grasped the last straw. Yao Zhai naturally didn't want to disappoint him, but the prince had been dead for a long time, his body was cold, and even if a great immortal came, he would be powerless. Wrapped in his expectant eyes, Yao Zhai felt powerless. "I'm sorry." The string that was tense in Yeshua's heart finally broke, but he couldn't fall down now. Yeshua's body swayed slightly, and the next moment he grabbed the bedpost next to him in time. When the slight dizziness in front of his eyes subsided, he gritted his teeth and let go. "There is still the level of cheap dad that I haven't passed yet. Although my stepfather demoted the prince to a commoner, besides being disappointed, he was also worried that this incident had caused too much trouble. If he didn't do this, he would not be able to stop the people from gossiping about it. That's why we say that the second prince's move was truly amazing, making it impossible for Emperor Jingwen to be partial to him." Yeshua couldn't help but think of what Mei Yingzhuo had said before. The last time the assassin came for his cheap father, the assassins kept coming and finally stabbed his cheap father in the lower part of his heart and successfully injured his heart meridian. Although the external injuries have healed now, I still cannot be too sad or angry, otherwise it will hurt my body. If he knew. Yeshua couldn't help but look at Yao Zhai, who was standing beside him. "Do you still have the heart protection pill? This matter is already unavoidable. Yeshua can only make preparations in advance." Upon hearing this, Yao Zhai hurriedly took out 2 pills from her sleeves. This medicine was brought out by Yao Zhai from the valley. Afraid that she would be implicated if something bad happened, Yeshua opened the box. After the imperial physician checked it, he took the imperial physician to his stepfather's residence. On the way, Yeshua's mind was in a mess, and he really didn't know how to talk to his cheap father. Just as he was about to step into the courtyard where Emperor Jingwen was, the prince's attendant, Mo Shu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stopped him and handed him a letter in his arms. "This is what His Royal Highness the Crown Prince left for you, the 9th Prince." Yeshua couldn't help but stop. He quickly opened the letter, and then the prince's handwriting came into view. Yeshua had no idea how many times he had seen it when he was in the East Palace. The Grand Tutor always compared his handwriting with the prince's, but now the prince's handwriting was just like him, no longer vigorous and green, but full of gloom. This majestic palace is indeed the most murderous place. "My 9th brother, I am writing to you personally. As for the matter of Xiang Hu Yiling, I know that I have committed a grave sin. I am ashamed to face the world. I feel ashamed of the teachings of the Grand Tutor and the grace of the Emperor. The only way I can thank the world is to die. What if the 2 merchants Hu and Gu later donated grain to make up for the shortfall? Could the dead people be resurrected?" The prince had never thought that his small action could cause such a big storm. What he had done in the past few years, every time he thought about it at night, even he felt disgusted. "I'm afraid that in the eyes of others, he has long been filthy, covered in mud, and can't be washed clean. Where is the attitude of the Crown Prince?" But despite this, he still couldn't keep his position as the Crown Prince. "I'm afraid that in the eyes of others, he, the Crown Prince, has long been a joke. What's the difference between his behavior and that of a clown?" From the glorious Crown Prince to the useless person now, the Crown Prince is really unbearable. Just thinking about it makes him feel disgusted. In addition, at this point, the prince felt that he had no hope of turning things around, and only death could protect the many children and concubines in the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince knew that he was no longer able to resist, and his father extremely disliked him. The prince had no choice but to risk his life to win the last bit of sympathy from Emperor Jingwen. Perhaps only by taking this life can I reawaken the remaining kindness in my father's heart. To this day, the prince no longer has any bargaining chips in his hands. No matter from which perspective, only when he dies can everyone live comfortably. Yes, the child is innocent. Before the prince died, he was particularly reluctant to let go of the crown princess of the Eastern Palace, who also had several children. Daughters would be fine, and no one would make things difficult for the princesses, but the same could not be said for the emperor's grandsons. Everyone is eyeing the Eastern Palace, and the crown prince has no one to trust, so before he dies he can only leave his orphan to Yeshua. I hope that my ninth brother will help me take care of Yizun for the sake of our brotherhood. What the prince is most worried about is his own legitimate son. Yizun has just turned 16. The situation of the Eastern Palace has been bad in the past 2 years, and Yizun's marriage has not been decided yet, but the prince will never see that day. With a plop sound, a drop of water finally fell on the letter paper. You really know how to cause trouble for others. You can't let people rest in peace even after death. Touching his face randomly, Yeshua couldn't help but curse. After folding the letter and putting it back in his arms, Yeshua took a deep breath and said, I received the letter. There is no need for him to remind me. I will protect Yizun after returning to Shangjing. After all, Yizun was raised by Yeshua, so naturally he would not let him be bullied. After hearing the ninth prince's assurance, Moshu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the ninth prince behaves in an absurd manner, he is the one whose words count the most among all the princes. I, the servant, would like to thank the ninth prince on behalf of my master. No need. Yeshua paused for a moment and asked again, besides this, third brother, did he say anything else before? This naturally exists. Moshu lowered his eyes. The master said that he was sorry for you, for letting you see his unbearable side. Among the people in the world that the prince was ashamed to face, one was Yeshua. The prince felt a little sorry that he knew all this. Yeshua tried hard to hold back his tears. What else? Moshu added also, the master said that he once wanted to be a gentleman, but it is difficult to be a gentleman. In the end, he took the wrong path and ended up like this. Moshu will never forget the sad and resentful expression on His Highness's face under the bleak moonlight. The prince was unwilling to accept his fate, but no matter how unwilling he was, it had now disappeared with his death. The moment the words fell, the atmosphere around them suddenly became quiet. Moshu had to remind him, Your Highness, the Emperor is about to get up, and I should leave. I have said everything I need to say, and I will take my leave. Yeshua opened his mouth and asked out of the blue, Can I not leave? Yeshua added, Yizun hasn't grown up yet. It was Moshu who suddenly spoke that year, causing the red pill in the midwife's hand to fall by accident. After so many years, Yeshua still remembers it vividly. The other person's face was exactly the same calm as the prince's last night. What else did Yeshua not understand? As long as you want, I will guarantee your innocence. Moshu was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and said, The little grandson of the emperor has his own servants, and he was just a servant of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Because of his relationship with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Moshu kowtowed 3 times and bowed 9 times. Then Yeshua watched him leave. Although 20 years have passed, Yeshua can still vaguely see the other person's appearance back then. After a while, Yeshua walked into the courtyard where Emperor Jingwen was, waiting to face his next fate. But obviously, because of his subordinates, Emperor Jingwen had already received the news before Yeshua could speak. Emperor Jingwen felt a headache when he woke up early in the morning. He was inexplicably irritated, and everything he saw was unpleasant to the eye. Therefore, when he heard the noise outside, Emperor Jingwen immediately got angry. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? The servant next to him was frightened when he saw the emperor getting angry. I'll go ask right away. A moment later, when the servant came back, his face was pale. Seeing his pale face, Emperor Jingwen felt even worse and said coldly, Speak. The servant finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell to his knees with a plop. Your Majesty, the deposed crown prince committed suicide by swallowing gold last night. With a bang, the teacup in Emperor Jingwen's hand fell to the ground and broke into countless pieces. For a moment, Emperor Jingwen couldn't even react to what the people in front of him were saying. That was the prince, how could he die? And in such an undignified way as swallowing gold. How dare you? Emperor Jingwen stood up suddenly. Even if the crown prince is deposed, he is still my son. How dare you maliciously curse my son? Come, drag him away and beat him to death. No matter who you are at this moment, you will inevitably be implicated. The servant was horrified and said, Your Majesty, please spare my life. Everything I said is true. Please spare my life, Your Majesty. However, the more he did this, the more he had to die. When Yeshua heard such noise when he entered the room, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Without thinking too much, he knew that his stepfather must have known the news of the prince's suicide. When he saw Yeshua, Emperor Jingwen was filled with anger and had nowhere to vent. He cursed Yeshua fiercely for the first time. Zioju, you came at the right time. These bastards saw that the prince had lost his power and treated him so badly. These cunning slaves are really hateful. Zioju, weren't you eating meat and drinking wine with the prince in the courtyard last night? Go tell those people that the prince is still alive and well, and tell them to watch their heads. Although the crown prince had been deposed, this statement showed that Emperor Jingwen was still paying attention to him and even knew that he ate meat and drank wine with others. Yeshua's heart suddenly felt very blocked. Under the expectant gaze of Emperor Jingwen, Yeshua gritted his teeth, lifted his clothes, and knelt down. Silence is better than words at this time. Only when the death is announced will the visitors kneel as soon as they see them. Emperor Jingwen's head buzzed, and he was even a little unsteady for a moment. Yeshu knelt silently, almost choking with sobs, and finished what he wanted to say. My third brother committed suicide in Qingfeng courtyard last night. I hope that father will mourn for him. Then Yeshu only felt the sound of wind passing by his ears, and when he turned around again, he only saw a dark figure. Not caring that his adoptive father hadn't called him yet, Yeshu hurriedly followed. Emperor Jingwen walked very fast. The wound on his chest was very stuffy and uncomfortable. Ignoring the suffocating feeling from his heart, Emperor Jingwen arrived at the gate of Qingfeng courtyard in a short while. However, when they really arrived at the place, Emperor Jingwen began to hesitate. Until now, he still didn't think the prince would do such a thing. How could a proud prince choose to leave in such a way? However, Emperor Jingwen did not know that the prouder a person is, the less likely he is to allow others to see his miserable appearance, even his own father. That's why the prince avoided other methods such as hanging and committing suicide, and finally chose the most painful and least noticeable way to commit suicide. Even though his intestines were pierced and he was in excruciating pain, he didn't even blink. So when Emperor Jingwen saw the prince's body, he just saw him lying there with a calm expression, as if he was just asleep. Emperor Jingwen breathed heavily and reached out with trembling hands to check the prince's breathing. Yeshu had just done something like this once, so the answer Emperor Jingwen came up with could only be the same as Yeshu's. The prince is dead and his body is cold. When touching the prince's cold body, the emperor, who was over 50 years old, felt his legs go weak for a moment. Losing one's father in childhood, losing one's wife in middle age, and losing one's son in old age from ancient times to the present, these three great sorrows in life are the most painful for anyone, even for an emperor. After all, the emperor is also a human being, and as a human being, he has a heart and emotions. How could Emperor Jingwen not feel pain when he watched his most beloved son die in front of him, under his nose? But for Emperor Jingwen, the extreme pain was hatred and anger. As an emperor, he could not allow things beyond his control to happen, and the prince's suicide meant he had lost control of the situation. According to Emperor Jingwen's idea, the prince should take a brighter and smoother path than his own. He should be appointed as the crown prince in his childhood, and when he is old, he should inherit his position smoothly. Even if there are occasional setbacks in the process, it doesn't matter, as they are all insignificant trifles. But now the prince's ending is even more miserable than his own. He managed to survive those dark and difficult years and finally ascended the throne, but his son, whom he had high hopes for, died early. The prince has really let me down a lot. The prince is only 35 years old this year. He is still young. Emperor Jingwen hated him for giving up on him so easily, and was even more annoyed that he had been the crown prince for so many years, but was still so vulnerable. Seeing his adoptive father staring at the prince's body for a long time without saying a word, Yeshu, who was standing by, subconsciously reached for the small box in his arms. Yeshua thought his stepfather would collapse like this, but unexpectedly, instead of crying, he laughed softly. Yeshua's heart tightened immediately. At first, Emperor Jingwen's voice was not loud, but later he actually laughed out of pain and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, good death, good death. When he was the crown prince, he colluded with his clique, which was disloyalty. As a son, he didn't know that his body and hair were given by his parents, and he easily harmed them, which was unfilial. How can such an unfaithful and unfilial person be worthy of being my son? Come here, burn the body of the deposed crown prince in this house for me. Come here, come. When Yeshua heard the first few words, he was shocked. When he was anxiously thinking about how to respond, he saw his stepfather's hand pointing at the prince stiffen. He took a few quick breaths and then fell down holding his chest. Yeshua was quick-witted and quick-handed, pulling his cheap father up before he fell to the ground. At this moment, Emperor Jingwen's face was ashen, his teeth were clenched, and his lips were slightly purple. Yeshua acted quickly and hurriedly pried open his cheap father's teeth with his hands, and then fed him the heart-protecting pill. Then Yeshua carried his stepfather on his back and ran to his stepfather's residence. As for those who stayed behind, they were now in trouble, and then they heard the ninth prince speak. Until father wakes up, none of you are allowed to move. Do you hear me? However, His Majesty had just said something. If he didn't follow His Majesty's instructions, I'm afraid. The leader was about to speak when he met Yeshua's eyes. The sharpness in his eyes was like a knife, causing his heartbeat to accelerate. As expected of a prince, even though the ninth prince is a playboy, he still has great aura. Seeing that the other party was shocked, Yeshua disappeared without waiting for the other party to answer. Yeshua put his stepfather on his bed as quickly as possible, not caring that he was sweating profusely, and hurried to call Yao Zhai and the imperial physician beside him. Come and see how father is doing now. At this time, the other princes in the team also heard the news of the crown prince's suicide. The fourth prince, the seventh prince, and the eighth prince were immediately shocked. The death of the prince is a big deal. Once the news comes out, it will probably cause a shock. As for the second prince, his eyes were full of disbelief. The second prince didn't believe that the crown prince died so easily. He was the crown prince. The eldest son of the empress, who had been like a mountain pressing down on his brothers since childhood, couldn't be so weak. For some reason, the second prince felt inexplicably panicked, as if something beyond his control was about to happen. The second prince took a deep breath, and when his panic calmed down, he didn't care about anything else. He immediately stood up, put on a robe, and walked towards the courtyard where Emperor Jingwen was staying. After they realized what was happening, the other princes also started to move. Even the fourth prince, who was recovering from his injuries, asked people to carry his sedan chair here. The other side. Fortunately, Yeshua fed the emperor the heart-protecting pill in time, and with the help of the imperial physician and Yao Zhai, Emperor Jingwen woke up after a short while. The first thing Emperor Jingwen did when he opened his eyes was to look at the bed curtain above his head. He spoke in a hoarse voice, word by word, "Come here, draft an edict and convey my decree to depose the crown prince for being disobedient and unfilial. From today on, his name will be removed from the imperial book of documents. The crown princess, the crown princesses, and all the emperor's grandchildren will also be removed. Since the prince doesn't even care about his own wives, concubines, and children, then let these people follow him. There is no room for them in the royal family or the imperial palace anymore." Yeshua had never expected his adopted father to be so impulsive and heartless. He was going to punish everyone involved. The prince probably never expected that his suicide would not only fail to arouse the Emperor Jingwen's sympathy, but instead make him hate him to the core. However, before Emperor Jingwen could finish, Yeshua hurriedly interrupted him. "No, Dad. This was all my third brother wanted before he died. Although my third brother was wrong, the crown princess and the others did not deserve this, Dad. Obligations are forgiven when one dies. If third brother knew that his actions would implicate his wife and children, he would probably not be able to rest in peace in the underworld. After so many years, third brother has become so exhausted. If you really did this, how could father and son meet again 100 years later?" Yeshua actually doesn't really believe in reincarnation, but since the ancients believed in it, he can only say this. "Could it be that, Dad, you really want third brother to become a lonely ghost? Is this really what you want? How outrageous." Emperor Jingwen was indeed furious. Hearing a roar from inside, the second prince and his men outside suddenly stopped and thought carefully, and decided that it would be better to wait until the storm subsided before going. Emperor Jingwen would vent his anger on others, and naturally he would also vent his anger on his youngest son. "Are you going to disobey me too, Dad, son?" However, before Yeshua could finish his words, Emperor Jingwen's fists and feet had already landed. Under normal circumstances, Yeshua would have run away long ago, but there was no way now. His stepfather was angry, so Yeshua could only wait until he calmed down. Now Yeshua can't retreat at all. Seeing his youngest son kneeling there without saying a word, Emperor Jingwen became even angrier. Finally, Yeshua couldn't bear it anymore. His face turned pale, he groaned and fell down. His back and shoulders were in so much pain that Yeshua curled up like a shrimp. Emperor Jingwen froze, and looking at his little son who was gasping for breath, he finally couldn't hold back his tears. Seeing this, Yeshua knew that no matter what, the crown princess and the others were saved. As for the prince's body, it is estimated that it cannot be entered into the imperial mausoleum, and it is not realistic to open a separate tomb for him. The prince can only be wronged and live in the place prepared for him first. Yeshua had been working hard in recent days and was already exhausted physically and mentally. He was shocked by the prince in the morning and then became the target of Emperor Jingwen's venting in anger. When everything calmed down, Yeshua could no longer hold on as soon as he walked out of the yard. As if she saw that he was having trouble going on, Yao Zhai walked forward silently, finally put her arms around his waist, rested her shoulders against his armpits, and gently lifted him up. Then there was news that Emperor Jingwen issued an edict to retain Yi Zun's title. Although the prince is dead now, the stigma on him cannot be let go. Whether it is clear or turbid, you will only know after checking. The one who is supposed to be the prince cannot escape, and Yeshua will not cover up for him. The one who is not supposed to be the prince cannot have everything good or bad thrown on him. Yeshua has some roots in Liangzhu after all, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to find out the specific situation of Xiang Hu and Yi Ling. While Yeshua was lost in thought, Yao Zhai had already taken off his shirt. The young man's originally smooth and beautiful skin was now covered with blue-black scars, which looked extremely scary. The shoulder blade on his back had not yet healed fully, and now it was even more injured. It was almost swollen higher than a steamed bun. Yaozhai felt a pang in her heart, and her eyes couldn't help but feel hot. She couldn't imagine that this always cheerful and active young man would now have to endure this. When her eyes met the tiredness on his face, Yaozhai felt mixed emotions, and it was quite complicated. In Yaozhai's opinion, he should have lived happily forever, but his life was not as happy as he imagined. He basically hasn't laughed since he left the Medicine Valley. This grand palace is not as comfortable as being in a remote valley. He lives in fear all day long. If Yaozhai hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Fortunately, Yaozhai still had some bruises and sprains medicine that she used when traveling around the world, and now she could use them for him. When the ointment was applied to his body, Yeshua's back muscles began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. It hurt so much, Yeshua, who had lived a life of luxury and had basically never suffered any hardship in his 2 lifetimes, was sweating profusely on his forehead. Only then did Yaozhai realize that the young man in front of her seemed to be particularly afraid of pain and could not stand even the slightest pain. Even in this situation, he not only had to face the death of his brother, but also had to take care of his father who had lost his son in middle age, become the object of his father's venting, and take care of the prince's funeral. Does he have pain in his heart that others don't know about? He tried hard not to shout out. After Yaozhai applied the medicine to him, Yeshu rested for about an incense stick of time. After he had recovered a little, he quickly got up from the chair. "What are you going to do?" The moment the words came out of her mouth, Yaozhai realized that she seemed to be meddling too much. "I promised to draw a clear line with him, but I kept breaking my promise. When did I become the kind of person who doesn't keep her word?" However, Yeshua's attitude was very natural. He walked out with a grin and didn't forget to explain to her, "I have to quickly notify someone to get ice." Although it is already autumn, the prince's body cannot be exposed to the air for a long time, as it will easily breed a foul smell over time. My cheap father is in that state now. He is angry and I can't rely on him. I dare not mention the prince in front of him. What if my cheap father gets angry and yells that he wants to burn the prince? As for the second prince and others, the prince is a time bomb now. There is no benefit in helping him. It may even implicate them. I guess no one wants to get involved. Not to mention the people under my cheap father, they all follow orders. What if they fall down without orders? After thinking about it, I can only lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Yaozhai couldn't help but fall silent for a while, but when he walked out, she finally followed him. When they returned to Qingfeng courtyard, Yeshu gave an order. In addition, the emperor did not mention the use of fire after waking up, so the people in charge of guarding immediately notified everyone to go to the ice storage places in Shengzhou to get ice. Then, before the prince was put into the coffin, Yeshu personally helped the prince change into new clothes from head to toe. But despite this, the moment the coffin was closed, Yeshu still felt his heart tremble violently. Just like his father in his previous life, after this separation, he will never see him again. The voices, smiles, and appearances of the dead are all lost in the dust of time. Yeshu was obviously very tired, but after lying down, the prince's every word and action flashed before his eyes uncontrollably. "Please stay with me." Yaozhai turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly heard these words coming from behind her. Yaozhai thought about it and finally moved a chair and sat at the head of his bed. Yeshu tossed and turned due to fatigue in his heart and pain in his body. Yaozhai couldn't bear to see it anymore, so she decisively pressed a few acupoints on him. Yeshu felt relieved and gradually fell asleep. It was 2 days later when Emperor Jingwen managed to escape from his frenzy. Emperor Jingwen still had hatred in his heart, so it was naturally impossible for him to take the initiative to ask about the prince's affairs after his death. However, deep in his heart, he did have other emotions. Emperor Jingwen was stunned when he learned later that all matters had been taken care of by his youngest son. Emperor Jingwen suddenly remembered the scene when he went crazy 2 days ago. As the person involved, Emperor Jingwen naturally knew how hard he had hit his son. According to his original expectation, his youngest son would probably be unable to get out of bed for several days, but he did not expect that he had not stopped for a moment in the past 2 days. Emperor Jingwen had always hoped that his youngest son would grow up and become sensible, but he never expected that it would end up like this. What's more, even the prince's clothes were changed by the youngest son himself. Hearing this, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but ask, didn't the second prince and the others think of lending a hand? The secret guard paused, and Emperor Jingwen immediately understood something. The prince has just lost his power, and these brothers are just standing by and watching. They are truly a bunch of heartless people. Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Emperor Jingwen was angry with the second prince and others, but that didn't mean that Emperor Jingwen was not angry with Yeshuo. Emperor Jingwen is now in a very complicated mood. He refuses to admit that he still has feelings for the prince and hates that the prince abandoned him so easily, but he will not tolerate others humiliating the prince. After experiencing the pain of losing his son, Emperor Jingwen's temper became more and more strange. On the one hand, he felt comforted by his youngest son's affection, but on the other hand, he felt that his youngest son had betrayed him, so he was very angry. Although the prince is no longer with us, the suspicion of treason has not yet been cleared from him. It was just a coincidence that Yeshua came at the wrong time and happened to run into the muzzle of the gun. Upon seeing his figure, Emperor Jingwen immediately lost his temper, and even his eyes became fierce. Since you care so much about your third brother, and you want to bury him in your own tomb, why don't you go and keep him company? Ever since the death of the crown prince, my stepfather's temper has become more extreme. His stepfather wouldn't sentence him to death outright. If he was just going to guard the mausoleum, Yeshua wasn't too worried. It didn't matter where he stayed. Hearing this, Yeshua couldn't help but sigh. Dad, don't say these angry words. Even if I hear them too much, I will take them seriously. Yeshua can now understand his stepfather's feelings at the moment, but some things would hurt feelings if said too much. Seeing that he had the courage to threaten him, Emperor Jingwen immediately became angry, and his eyes became even more vicious. However, before Emperor Jingwen could speak, Yeshua opened the food box in his hand and placed the food on the table one by one. Yeshua said, "You haven't eaten properly for 2 days. If you continue like this, you will be hurt. These are all cooked by me. They are all appetizing and easy to digest. Dad, please consider it as a favor and use some of them." Seeing that he was still ignoring his anger, Emperor Jingwen was just about to overturn the table and the dishes together, but he slowly raised his head after he finished speaking. "Dad, I feel so tired these past few days." Yeshua's tired voice was not fake. After such a busy schedule, he was almost exhausted. Emperor Jingwen then noticed the dark circles under his eyes and the visible haggardness, and he could no longer lower his raised hand. Yeshua moved a stool for him. Emperor Jingwen looked at him for a long time with a serious look. Yeshua seemed completely unaware. He tested the food in front of him for poison one by one before carefully placing the bowl and chopsticks in front of Emperor Jingwen. "Please, father, please open your mouth and have some food." As a son, he could do this, so even the current Emperor Jingwen could not find any fault with him. Emperor Jingwen finally sat down. During the entire lunchtime, neither the father nor the son spoke. Although they didn't speak, the atmosphere was much better than before. Perhaps he finally realized how sad his youngest son was, and Emperor Jingwen stopped venting his anger on him or finding fault with him. However, his appetite was still poor. He barely ate half a bowl of porridge and took 2 chopsticks of the refreshing side dishes, and then he couldn't eat anymore. "That's fine, it's better than not eating anything." Hearing his youngest son mumbling there, Emperor Jingwen remained silent and did not say anything. It was not until Yeshua was carrying his lunch box and preparing to leave that he suddenly said, "I'll ask Hanjai to come find you later." Hanjai is the commander-in-chief who was just promoted by his stepfather. What did his cheap father mean by saying this for no reason? What could Hanjai do by coming to him? After thinking about it for a while, Yeshua realized that his cheap father couldn't save face and saw that he was too tired to directly ask for help, so he beat around the bush and did this. Yeshua added casually, "Okay, I'll come over in the evening. Cold cabbage and chicken leg pine mushroom porridge, right? This son remembers it." The cold cabbage and chicken leg and matsutake porridge were the only 2 things that Emperor Jingwen had picked up his chopsticks just now. Before Emperor Jingwen could open his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just moved his lips but didn't say anything. Yeshua was already used to this and didn't care and left soon. Yeshua did not hide anything when he investigated the assassination later. He wanted to investigate the prince's affairs, but he could not hide it from his adoptive father no matter what, not to mention there was no need to do so. Seeing this, Yao Zhai at the side couldn't help but say, "Maybe I can help with this matter." Yao Zhai has been in the underworld for so long, so naturally she has 2 or 3 close friends. It would be no problem for her to help him get some information. However, in the eyes of Emperor Jingwen, the actions of the 2 people were no different from playing house. What could they find out with the help of those people? Emperor Jingwen thought about it and finally summoned Wu Yi. The reason why the prince was deposed was not because of the regicide, but because the locust plague was exposed later, forcing Emperor Jingwen to give an explanation to the people of the world. The crown prince had already been deposed. The matter was a foregone conclusion and could no longer be reversed. There was no need to pursue the issue of whether it was regicide or not, and Emperor Jingwen was also afraid of getting a bad answer. Now that the prince is dead, the situation is completely different. If the assassination was really done by the prince, then it would be fine. But if it wasn't done by the prince? Suddenly, Emperor Jingwen slowly closed his eyes. Around the 4th day, Yizun received the news and rushed over on horseback, with the news that Moshu had died for his master. Yeshu had no way of giving Moshu the same treatment, so he could only have him burned, collect his remains, put them in a jar, and have someone place it next to the prince's coffin. This was what Yeshua had promised him, and Moshu was very satisfied with this plan. At first, Moshu thought that he would follow the prince to death, but he didn't expect that he would be buried in the tomb with the prince. It was really a great surprise. From this perspective, the master's end was not so miserable. At least the ninth prince saw him off for the last time. Yeshua had just gotten up. When he heard the news of Moshu's suicide, he sat there quietly for a while, then waved his hand and asked someone to handle it according to the previous agreement. As early as a day ago, Zio Luzi also came back. Because he had to stay in Liangzhu to handle the handover matters, Yeshua did not take him on board. Zio Luzi was very lucky to miss the assassination. Then came the news that Yeshua and his group were stabbed and disappeared. Now more than a month has passed, and everything has changed. When Zio Luzi hurried over from Liangzhu, he was heartbroken when he saw the current ninth prince. Moshu treated the crown prince like this, so why not Zio Luzi? After helping Yeshua wash and dress like before, he heard the announcement from the front, put down the half-eaten breakfast, wiped his mouth, and went to meet people. It's been more than 2 years, almost 3 years since I last saw him. Yizun has grown into a handsome young man. Looking closely, he actually looks a bit like the prince back then. Yeshua's heart suddenly skipped a beat. But Yizun was only 16 years old, still a little immature. It goes without saying that he was completely panicked when he heard such bad news. If he hadn't been influenced by the palace for so many years, he would not have been able to stay calm like he is now. However, the confusion in his eyes after losing his father's protection could not be concealed no matter what. The incident happened suddenly. As the eldest son, his brothers were young, and it was impossible for him to have servants follow him as usual. He could only come here alone on a fast horse. Children who have not yet grown up have to face the storms early. Perhaps because of the long journey, Yizun was exhausted and felt helpless as to what to do. When he saw Yeshua appear, Yizun felt inexplicably relieved. It stands to reason that when the grandson of the emperor comes, he should go to see Emperor Jingwen as soon as possible. But in this situation, how can Yeshua let his nephew go to see his stepfather? With the nephew's current appearance, if he goes, it will only make his stepfather's already unstable emotions even more out of control. So Yeshua said, "Don't rush to see your grandfather. Come and meet your father first." Yizun remained silent, nodded, and then followed his ninth uncle in a daze. Fortunately, Yeshua had already taken care of everything before he came, otherwise he would not be able to count on the little grandson of the emperor. 4 days had passed since the prince committed suicide. Even though Yeshua had people add more ice every day, it still couldn't last long. It was only enough for Yizun to see the prince for one last time. "You stay here with your father for a while. The coffin will probably be completely sealed by evening." Yeshua knew how much Yizun admired his father. Thinking of this, Yeshua couldn't help feeling distressed. The father and son must have a lot to say, and Yizun has been like everyone else since he was a child. He likes to keep everything to himself. At this time, Yeshua really didn't have the heart to tease him, and he rarely left space for the two of them. He was just worried that something might happen to Yizun, so Yeshua didn't actually go too far. Yeshua had just walked out of the yard when he heard the suppressed crying of a young man behind him. Hearing this noise, Yeshua's heart also felt sad. Yeshua quickly looked up at the sky, thinking in his heart, third brother, your death will be the end of everything, but how will your wife and children cope with their lives?" The other sighed. Emperor Jingwen also learned that Yizun had traveled thousands of miles from Shangjing to come here to attend the prince's funeral. After secretly glancing at His Majesty, the people below asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, do you want to summon the Emperor's grandson to see you?" After a while, Emperor Jingwen shook his head. "No need. What's the use of seeing him? It will only cause you sorrow." On the 8th day, the group finally returned to Shangjing. As for the prince's coffin, it parted ways with the main group a few dozen miles away and went to the mausoleum prepared for Yeshua by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The emperor's words were his bond, and he would not take them back, so the prince was still deposed, and his burial was naturally extremely shabby. Compared with Yizun, who was panicked and helpless, Yeshua had sent someone to inform the crown princess in advance a day ago. The crown princess and the crown prince have been married for many years, and they are deeply in love. She must be allowed to meet the crown prince again, otherwise she will feel regret every time she thinks of it in the future. The crown princess is in good spirits at the moment. Although she looks a little haggard, she does not seem as heartbroken and unable to control herself as imagined. Although the crown princess is weak, she is also flexible. Now that the crown prince is gone, she naturally has to help take care of this large family. Except for a few people, the rest still depend on her for their livelihood. But at the same time, the crown princess certainly could not stay in Shangjing any longer. It was no secret that Emperor Jingwen had even wanted to bury them all with the crown prince. If they continued to stay in Shangjing, it would be a disaster for them if they displeased Emperor Jingwen one day. Because of the incident with the crown prince, his father would probably no longer be the grand tutor soon, but his previous foundation was there, so it would not be too bad. except that life would be much more difficult than in the Eastern Palace. There would still be a way out. What's more, the atmosphere in the East Palace in recent years is actually not much better than the outside world. At least I have some reputation in Liangzhu. My previous house is still empty. How about I send my third sister-in-law to Liangzhu? Yeshua had some roots in Liangzhu, which was better than other places. The crown princess was not very worried about her situation. As she was just a woman, even if there were party struggles in the future, she would not be affected. Everything would be fine if the crown princess took people to other places, but what about Zunner? Zunner had inherited the title in advance, so he had to stay in Shangjing. If he didn't stay, his descendants would be forever excluded from the upper circle. The crown princess actually didn't care that much, but she had no choice. With Zunner's personality, he would definitely not be willing to do so. The crown princess wanted to use her mother's status to force him to submit. She only wanted him to be safe and nothing else. But think about it, how can she control her child's life like this? Since Yeshua had spoken, he would naturally help him to the end. No matter if it was the prince's life-saving grace or the friendship between Yizun and him growing up together, Yeshua would not sit idly by. The reason why he ran away in the first place was because he couldn't stand seeing these things. Now that he saw them, he naturally couldn't run away. If Zunner doesn't mind, I will take him to my house until he can stand on his own feet. With Yeshua watching nearby, no one could get their hands on the ninth prince's mansion. The crown princess never imagined that the one who would stand up in the end would be this brother-in-law who was always considered out of touch by others. The affairs concerning the crown prince's death, the placement of his relatives, and finding his son in the entire royal family, he is the only one who truly regards the crown prince as his own brother. They often laugh and joke every day, as if they don't care about the people and things around them, but they are the most affectionate. But people like him are probably the hardest hit. The crown princess was silent for a while, and then in front of everyone, she couldn't help but bow deeply to Yeshua. Yeshua was shocked and subconsciously wanted to help her up, but as expected, he was rejected by the crown princess. Uncle Jiu is kind and righteous, so you should accept this gift. This gift is not what I want, and I am performing it on behalf of the deposed crown prince. Yeshua had no choice but to sit there on pins and needles and endure it. When it was time to say goodbye, Yeshua walked fast on purpose to leave space for them. Then the crown princess looked at her son. Her eyes changed several times, from loving and compassionate at the beginning to firmness in the end. Zunner, from now on your mother won't be around, and everything will depend on you. And then there is. When you go to the capital, remember to listen to your ninth uncle and never forget the great kindness he has shown you today. A good family was shattered in an instant, and Yi Zun couldn't help but choke up. But in the end, he listened carefully to the end, and then nodded solemnly, of course. My son will definitely listen to the ninth uncle. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay this favor. After so many years, Yizun is no longer the little kid who would only scream when frightened. Just as the crown princess was packing up her things as quickly as possible and planning to leave the East Palace overnight, Yishu also returned to the palace and walked towards the familiar Kiwu Palace. More than 2 years have passed, and Kiwu Palace is still the same, without any change at all. As soon as Yishu approached, he heard a series of dog barking. Yeshua then remembered that when he left, he asked Jian to take care of a few small dogs. It has been almost 3 years now, and the 6 Chinese greyhound puppies have now grown into adults. Jian took good care of them, and they were all in high spirits. If the palace servants hadn't stopped them, these dogs would have rushed out long ago. Judging from the arrogant attitude of these dogs, his mother must still be the most favored person in the harem, and no one can ever let her suffer any injustice. When the palace servants saw Yishu and Zio Luzi, they were startled at first, and then they subconsciously shouted, "The ninth prince is back! The ninth prince is back!" It didn't matter that she shouted like that. The imperial concubine inside soon heard the noise and came out. The moment she saw Yishu, she subconsciously pinched her waist and said, "You bastard, you still remember to come back." Yishu, when did his mother learn to take advantage of his father? What could Yishu do? He could only smile along. Her son hadn't come back for more than 2 years, and there was no news at all. Concubine Rong was so angry that she was about to die. She originally wanted to scold him, but when her eyes fell on the young man's now haggard eyebrows, somehow, the concubine's eyes suddenly turned red. By this time, the news that the prince had died on his way to the southern tour had already spread. After dragging Yishu into the house, the handkerchief in the imperial concubine's hand was almost twisted to pieces. After struggling for a long time, she couldn't help but ask, "Does it hurt?" By now, Yishu couldn't hold it in any longer. "It hurts, mother. It hurts so much for my son." The imperial concubine's tears suddenly fell. For the imperial concubine, the life or death of the prince had nothing to do with her, and she was not that close to the prince. But the imperial concubine knew that her son had a particularly deep affection for the prince, and after hearing these words, she couldn't stand it. This child is usually careless and seems to care about nothing, but his mind is more delicate than others. If it wasn't so painful, he wouldn't have shouted out like that. In a short while, the imperial concubine shed all the tears that Yeshua had not had time to shed in the past few days. Don't worry, Mom is here. Regardless of the fact that Su Yue and the others were still there, the imperial concubine hugged him in her arms like she did when they were little, and patted his back continuously. Only the familiar scent of the imperial concubine made Yeshua feel at ease. After a short while, a large area of the imperial concubine's shoulders was wet. When Jianjian came back from the study, what she saw was the scene of mother and son hugging each other and crying. To Jianjian, her brother was too weak to be a prince. In her life, she had never seen a prince like him who could cry at any time. He was not worth anything at all. I don't know why Jianjian looked disgusted on the surface, but she felt sour and uncomfortable in her heart. Jianjian. After not seeing her for more than 2 years, Jianjian has grown much taller than before. The 12-and-a-half-year-old girl has already begun to show her beautiful appearance. Princess Jianjian's eyebrows and eyes are bright, not as gentle as those of ordinary girls. In addition, she habitually has a cold face, which gives people a feeling of coldness and arrogance that is difficult to approach. Jianjian was quite favored by Emperor Jingwen in the palace. She was the only one among the princesses. Therefore, her aura and her cold eyes made people dare not look directly at her after looking at her for a long time. Looking at Yeshua and the imperial concubine again, their eyes were as red as rabbits, which made Princess Jianjian look even more majestic. I didn't notice it at normal times, but now it seems that the brother and sister were born with the wrong gender. As Jianjian grew up, her temperament became increasingly cold, hard, and resolute. She hated seeing other people crying the most, but now her brother was looking at her from afar with his red eyes as if he had just cried. When she heard him calling her, his voice was hoarse, and he looked as if he had suffered a great injustice. Jianjian's expression suddenly froze, and her heart began to weaken uncontrollably. She could hardly maintain her cold face. Seeing her attitude softening, without waiting for Jianjian to put down her pencil case and the book in her hand, Yeshua still felt it was not enough and turned around and hugged his sister and cried. Yeshua cried bitterly and said, "Jianjian, I feel bad." The news of the prince's death was no longer a secret, but because Jianjian was young before, she could not remember many things. In addition, there had been constant disputes in the court in recent years. Since Yeshua left, Jianjian seldom went to the East Palace. Therefore, although Jianjian was very sad, she was far from being heartbroken. Jianjian has reached puberty and doesn't like to be close to people. When she saw Yeshua approaching, she instinctively wanted to push him away, but when she heard him crying, she really couldn't do it. Jianjian just stood there stiffly, letting his tears and snot rub all over her body. "Can you calm down? Look at yourself, you don't even look like a prince anymore." Jianjian took out a handkerchief and wiped his tears as usual, like she did when they were children, with a look of disgust on her face. It is said that women are made of water, but now it seems that her brother is more likely to be made of water. It was not until the evening that Yeshua's emotions gradually calmed down. It's been such a long time since we last met. Jianjian seems to have grown a lot taller. Yeshua hiccuped and sobbed as he looked at his graceful sister in front of him, gesturing with his hands. It was only this small before, but now it's this tall. Jian had almost finished the homework that Master Sen had assigned her. When she heard this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You just saw it, that's right. You've been living a carefree life outside, and I'm afraid you've completely forgotten about me and my mother. It's already very rare that you know I'm taller than before." After not seeing her for 2 years, the little girl has become even more talkative. Looking up inadvertently, Jianjian saw that Yeshua's eyes, which had finally calmed down, began to turn red again, and Jianjian's smiling expression instantly froze. Oops, she's pissed him off again. Jianjian hurriedly stumbled as she tried to change the subject, no longer daring to use her usual tactics to deal with her brother. "That's about right." Yeshua quickly sucked back his tears. Yeshua hasn't been back for a long time. Today, the small kitchen cooked all his favorite dishes, and Jianjian had no objection to this. As long as her brother doesn't cry, she can do anything. It's just a few dishes, it's really a small matter that can't be any smaller. What's more, after finishing dinner, Jianjian kept accompanying Yeshua to the palace gate. When Yeshua's figure gradually disappeared, a trace of worry flashed across Jianjian's eyes. Jianjian is a very intelligent girl. Although she doesn't know what exactly happened in the court, she can vaguely feel that a storm is coming. Now the third brother is gone and he is crying like this. If something happens to someone else, how will his brothers be able to bear it? Jianjian now only regrets that she was born too late and that she is a princess. Even though she has the will, she is powerless. The other side. Compared to the gloom and sadness in Kiwu Palace, the queen could not contain herself and started to feel happy as early as the day when the news of the crown prince's death came. Once the crown prince dies, won't her son be the only legitimate son? He will naturally have more followers. Wu Jai, after so many years, the good days for us mother and son are finally coming. The 13th prince is now 13 years old and has gradually become like a teenager. He has already learned to obey, and no matter how the queen treats him, he will no longer resist. Although the 13th prince looks like a teenager, he is not as energetic as the other princes, and there is a hint of gloom between his brows. Seeing her son so obedient, the queen was naturally very happy, but soon, thinking of her son's academic problems, the queen's face immediately fell again. There was no other reason. Although his son was now a legitimate son, his intelligence was not satisfactory. He was not even as good as the little girl in Kiwu Palace. In fact, the 13th prince's performance in the study was not bad, but because he was not the best, he was useless in the eyes of the queen. How could he not be like the previous prince, who was excellent in every way? Why couldn't such a smart child be born in her belly? Even if it meant losing her body, the queen was willing. When the time came, the queen drank a bowl of bitter medicine as usual. Bitterness and pain are two things that people will never get used to even after a long time. Today, the queen's tongue is numb from all the medicine she takes, and she falls ill every few days. She cannot taste the original flavor of anything she eats, not even candied fruits covered with molasses. After eating 7 or 8 candied fruits, the bitter taste of the medicine could no longer be suppressed. Looking at her son's submissive and cowardly appearance, the queen was no longer happy and suddenly became very angry. Useless thing, it's a waste of my hard work to cultivate you for so many years. She scolded him a few more times and waited until it was completely dark outside before letting him go back. She also gave some instructions to the palace maids around the 13th prince. Change him into that like blue outfit tomorrow. I don't know how you guys are serving him. This cyan outfit doesn't suit him at all. Didn't all of you notice that? But the 13th prince likes cyan the best and hates blue the most. The palace maid hesitated for a moment and said this, but the queen didn't care at all. She just thought that the 13th prince was only 13 years old and he didn't understand anything, so what he said naturally didn't count. Seeing this, the palace maids dared not mention it anymore. The other side. When Yeshua arrived at the palace gate, Yizun was already waiting there. In just one day, the crown princess had ordered people to pack the luggage and find a carriage. Half an hour ago, she left the palace and left Shangjing. Sighing in his heart, Yeshua couldn't help but pat Yizun on the shoulder. Don't be dejected. There are still many days to come. Cheer up. Yizun pulled the corners of his mouth and forced a smile. As luck would have it, when the two of them were walking side by side towards the 9th prince's mansion, they once again ran into the first prince who was returning from work at the door. When the eldest prince saw Yizun, a complex emotion flashed across his eyes. The eldest prince could never have imagined that the once glorious prince would die like this. It felt like a dream. The eldest prince thought that he would be ecstatic after learning the news of the death of his greatest rival, but in fact, he was not. Instead, he felt bored and uninterested. It's really boring. In comparison, Yizun was still young. The moment he saw his great-uncle, although he did not show anything on his face, his hands were secretly clenched under his sleeves. Compared to the crown prince, his son is too young. With a sneer in his heart, the eldest prince did not take the young man seriously at all. He just set his sights on Yeshua. 9th brother has been very busy these days. In the past, his younger brother never cared much about things, so the eldest prince didn't bother with him. But now that he brought the prince's son to his house, the eldest prince couldn't help but wonder if the prince had other thoughts, and he couldn't help but want to get involved. If he really had any ulterior motives, the eldest prince would no longer be able to treat him as a brother. Seeing that the great-uncle had a dangerous look in his eyes, Yizun immediately became alert. Yeshua was not panicked at all. No matter what, Yizun is my nephew. I can't just sit there and watch. Big brother, don't put on such an expression. My brother is no longer the same as before. You can't afford to offend me now. The eldest prince was stunned. I haven't seen him for more than 2 years. How come this guy has become so arrogant? Is this still him? The eldest prince almost didn't react. In a short moment, the eldest prince thought a lot. When he came to his senses, he was furious. Since you said so, then I have to see what you can do. Things have gotten out of hand. Yeshua hurriedly began to shout, Miss Yao. Miss Yao, help me. As early as in the morning, Yao Zhai was arranged by Yeshua to live in his house. At that time, his stepfather did not say much, and others did not dare to gossip about her. And with the 4th prince been taken care of by her, no one dared to say anything. Yao Zhai, who was doing nothing in the yard, heard the young man's shout. She didn't even have time to go through the main gate. She just jumped lightly and jumped onto the wall. The bright red dress was like a raging fire, lighting up half of the alley. The eldest prince, ignoring the slightly confused expression of the other party. After Yao Zhai came over, Yeshua couldn't help but ask in a low voice, what do you think of this person in front of you? If it really doesn't work, it should be okay to add him, right? Yao Zhai looked the eldest prince up and down, then nodded, okay. He can't beat me without help. After so many years in the underworld, Yao Zhai still has this kind of vision. Upon hearing this, Yeshua immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He has been waiting for this day for so many years. Then Yeshua raised his eyebrows and looked over. How is it, big brother? The eldest prince, at the same time, the 6th prince also returned exhausted. Originally, the sixth prince wanted to walk to the other side, but unexpectedly he heard a noise not far away. The sixth prince did not want to pay attention to it, but after careful listening, he found that it was the voice of his ninth brother whom he had not seen for a long time, and the figure of the eldest prince. The sixth prince thought about it and finally changed direction. There were lanterns hanging in a row on the street, and under the light of the candles, the figure of the sixth prince gradually became clear. The moment he saw the other person, Yeshua couldn't help but shout, "Zio Ming." The sixth prince could hardly maintain his expression. Looking at the eldest prince again, why did the eldest brother's expression become so ugly? This embarrassment is not directed at him, but the sixth prince across from him. Yeshua was stunned for a moment. The sixth prince paused, then bowed to the first prince, big brother. Seeing this, the eldest prince could not help but sneer, "I don't deserve your courtesy." The sixth prince said calmly, "Big brother, you are too kind. I am really scared." The eldest prince humphed. He kept saying he was terrified, but in his heart he was thinking about how to kill himself. Then the eldest prince looked at Yeshua, who was standing beside him. "The imperial concubine has found a good brother for you." Hearing that he and Zioju were in trouble, he came over. "He is loyal. Yeshua, I just don't know if the sixth prince had the ability he has now when he was with the imperial concubine." Just as Yeshua was stunned, the eldest prince flicked his sleeves and left. After a while, Yeshua couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "What does he mean?" Also, Zio Ming is now quite capable. He dares to challenge the eldest prince openly, which is totally different from his previous style. Under Yeshua's surprised eyes, the sixth prince couldn't hold it in any longer and couldn't help but clear his cough. Then Yeshua understood why the eldest prince was deeply resentful of the sixth prince, but did not take any unnecessary action. During the month when his stepfather was missing, the eldest prince had his own army and was in a position of power, so it was naturally impossible for him to just sit there and wait. It was fine in the first few days after the news came, but later on, the eldest prince's small actions became more frequent, and the atmosphere in Shangjing City became even more subtle. The eldest prince wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to control Shangjing and ascend to that position. The sixth prince who stayed behind naturally saw this, and joined forces with He Xiong and other civil officials to resist the attack of the first prince. Almost all the civil officials united together, and even the eldest prince did not dare to face his edge, so there is peace now. When the eldest prince sees him again, how can he not be annoyed? How can he not hate him? In short, the sixth prince has made great progress. If it hadn't been for this incident, the eldest prince wouldn't have known that his younger brother was hiding so deeply. After hearing this, Yeshu couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. When he looked up again, the look he gave the sixth prince could not be described as pure surprise, but rather shock. Is this still the poor little Zio Ming he knows? The sixth prince was such a calm person, but he felt a little embarrassed when he was looked at by him. Yeshuo touched his chin unconsciously and said, "Doesn't this mean that I can walk around freely in Shangjing City in the future? From now on you can't call him Zio Ming anymore. I guess you have to call him sixth brother." The sixth prince was speechless when he heard this. It was as if he could not walk around the capital city without him. It was just that Zioju was happy for himself sincerely without any impurities, which made the sixth prince feel comforted. Over the years, there is a reason why my father would choose to go to Kiwu Palace whenever he was tired. After so many years, the sixth prince finally became as high-spirited and vigorous as the other princes. When they were about to part, the sixth prince's eyes inadvertently passed over Yaozhai, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Zioju is probably the most casual one among all the brothers. He is really out of tune. It's better this way. After all, Zioju and I will never be completely opposed to each other like I and my other brothers. Similarly, Yeshua was also very moved that the sixth prince came to rescue him after hearing the sound. As for whether there are other factors behind it, I can only say that people can't live too clearly. Sometimes it's enough to be almost clear. It's not a bad thing to be a little confused. Soon, Yeshua separated from the sixth prince. Yeshua arranged for Yizun to live in the yard next to his own. "Just live here peacefully. If you have any problems, just come to me or the housekeeper." The boy who had just lost his father was the most vulnerable and needed guidance from others. Yeshua patiently gave him advice. Under the warm orange light, the young man's eyebrows were unusually gentle at the moment. How could anyone who witnessed this scene not be moved? Yaozhai's eyes were confused, and she didn't dare to stay any longer and left almost as if she was escaping. The next morning, Yeshua went into the palace without much hesitation. He returned in a hurry yesterday and only visited his mother in Jianjian. He hasn't been back for more than 2 years, so he must go and see Zhao Chongrong and the others, and by the way, thank the 3 of them for taking care of Kiwu Palace. When Su Changyi saw Yeshuo, Dhe immediately shouted in surprise, "Ah, why did you come back? When did you come back? Come in, come in." After examining it carefully, Su Changyi couldn't help but say, "It's thinner than before. Maybe it's because I have a lot of things to worry about recently, so I've lost some weight." Yeshuo paused, then answered vaguely, Soon Li Changyuan also came over after hearing the news. The two of them observed Yeshua over and over again. They entered the palace much earlier than Concubine R, and their age was similar to that of Emperor Jingwen. They were not as young as they were before, so naturally they became more talkative. Yeshua was sandwiched between the two people, like a puppet that was powerless to resist. After finally breaking free, Yeshua looked around, but did not see Zhao Chongrong, so he subconsciously asked, "Where is Empress Zhao? Why can't I see her?" The moment the words fell, Su Changyi and Li Changyuan suddenly became quiet. Yeshua suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Under the urging of the young man's eyes, Su Changyi couldn't help but sigh. Sister Zhao has been ill since the beginning of autumn, and she hasn't recovered until now. Being healthy and successful is extremely rare. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the norm in life. When you reach a certain age, all kinds of illnesses will follow, and it is difficult to avoid them. Besides, Zhao Chongren herself was not a very open-minded person. If she had not had these two children by her side to accompany her and ease the depression a little, the problems hidden in her heart would have erupted long ago and would not have waited until today. Yeshua's heart tightened, and he stood up immediately. "I'll go see Empress Zhao." Su Changyi thought about it and finally nodded. When Yeshua knocked on the door of Shilanjai and entered the main hall of Shilanjai, the person who came into his sight was Zhao Chongrong, who looked sick. Zhao Chongrong's face was pale. She leaned on the edge of the bed and forced herself to drink the medicine brought by the palace maid. The originally pretty and pleasant woman was no longer as beautiful as she used to be and looked a little withered and dying. Sometimes, time can be really cruel. Seeing this scene, Yeshua couldn't help feeling a little sad. Noticing the movement at the door, Zhao Chongrong initially thought it was two good friends. At this time, Jianjin was still studying in the study room, and she had no contact with other concubines, so they were the only ones who could come here. "Didn't I say to stop coming here to avoid getting sick?" Ahem. Zhao Chongrong couldn't help coughing twice, and when she looked up, she saw a tall and graceful figure. Over the past 2 years, Yeshua had gradually lost his original immaturity. For a moment, Zhao Chongrong almost didn't recognize him. When she recognized it was him, Zhao Chongrong suddenly became happy. "When did you come back?" After reacting, Zhao Chongrong waved his hands hurriedly. "Quick, quick, quick, get out. What if the disease is past?" She was very happy that Yeshua came to see her for the first time after he came back. "Don't worry, I'm in good health." After saying this, he sat down without caring about Zhao Chongrong's refusal. Zhao Chongrong couldn't help but look at Su Changyi and Li Changyuan, only to find that they were in the same situation, chatting with her as usual. "If I can find a few people like this, my life in this palace will be worthwhile." There were tears in Zhao Chongrong's eyes, but she was afraid that they would worry, so she pretended to lower her head to eat candied fruit while no one was paying attention, and quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve. But how could Yeshua and the others not see it? They just pretended not to know. Around noon, Jianjian also came over. Jianjian first habitually glanced at the flower pot next to her and saw that there was no medicine soup in it. Then she heard that Empress Su and the others saw Empress Zhao drink the medicine with their own eyes, and only then did she feel relieved. Zhao Chongrong felt a little embarrassed as she was already old and had to be taken care of by a little kid. Jian said, "So what if you are old? Won't you still act like a child?" It turned out that Zhao Chongrong felt that these decoctions were useless. She hadn't seen any improvement after drinking so many of them. Plus, the medicine was bitter, so she poured the whole bowl into the flower pot in a fit of anger. After Jianjian found out, this is what happened. Zhao Chongrong couldn't help but argue it was only that one time, but it didn't work this time. Jianjian couldn't help but sigh. "You have to take the medicine on time, then the disease can be cured." Zhao Chongrong had no hope at first. Over the years, she had seen too many people in the palace, many of whom died of a cold. Zhao Chongrong didn't think she would be the lucky one, but looking at the undisguised worry in so many people's eyes, Zhao Chongrong gradually felt a sense of energy in her heart. When Yeshua and others left, Zhao Chongrong was obviously in much better spirits than before. Yeshua specifically asked Jian and found out that Empress Zhao had caught a cold in the early autumn, which caused evil wind to enter her body. In addition, she had accidentally lost her daughter that year, which injured her body, so it took so long for her to recover. Yeshua was anxious here but couldn't do anything. He could only try his best to help find some precious medicinal herbs and spend more time with her. After what happened, Yeshua's mood was naturally not very good. Even though he has lived 2 lives and knows that with the passage of time, people will gradually begin to lose things after reaching a certain age, but he still prays that this day will come later and later. After returning home, before Yeshua could calm down, he heard that the matter he had been investigating for so many days had finally made some progress. The assassination was indeed not instigated by the crown prince. Rather, the prefects of Yeling and Xianghu saw that Emperor Jingwen was coming with great force and was killing and beheading people wherever he went. They knew that when the emperor arrived, it would be their own death. Even the crown prince could not save them, so the 2 prefects were desperate and actually came up with the idea of treason. Since there is no doubt that I will die, I might as well give it a try. There might be a chance of a turning point. There is no other reason, and it is not instructed by others. The answer is that simple. But what Yeshua didn't understand was, when his stepfather was well prepared, how could the two prefects have such great abilities, and how did they collude with such a large group of assassins? It is precisely because the number and quality of the assassins are completely beyond the ability of a mere prefect that he suspects the Crown Prince's involvement. Now it has been confirmed that it was not done by the Crown Prince. When the Crown Prince was in Bingju, he did not move at all, so who else could it be? However, before Yeshua could think about it carefully, during the morning court session the next day, another piece of news that shocked countless people came. In front of all the civil and military officials, the seventh prince revealed how the second prince had someone conceal the truth and replaced a letter. No, it's not a swap, but the order of the words in the original letter was changed, so that two different meanings are presented. I hope your majesty will understand. As he spoke, the seventh prince lowered his head and respectfully raised above his head the thing he had obtained with all his strength. When the second prince received the news of the crown prince's death, he felt extremely uneasy. Others didn't know how the emperor felt about the prince, but he and the eldest prince, who were about the same age as the prince, knew it best. Even though the emperor had reprimanded the prince in the past 2 years, as the saying goes, the deeper the love, the more severe the criticism. The emperor had never been so harsh on him, the eldest prince and the other princes. Because I value you, I feel very sorry for you. It was precisely because he saw it so clearly that the second prince felt even more desperate, and so he wanted to get rid of the crown prince even more, and things went smoothly as he expected. But the second prince never expected that the crown prince would commit suicide in despair. When a person dies, all things are gone. Even if the prince had many faults in the past, as time goes by, all the emperor can think of is his good side. What the second prince had not expected was that the assassination was not arranged by the crown prince. When the second prince learned the result, he broke out in a cold sweat. How is it possible? With such a big scene, who else could have done it if not the crown prince? If the prince was not dead, and if he was the one who ordered the assassination, then the letter would no longer be important. By then, the prince would have no way of making a defense, and he would be able to conceal the truth easily. Unfortunately, the development of the two events went against his inference. When the second prince learned the results of the investigation into the assassination, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he knew that something bad had happened. But the second prince could never have imagined that it would be the seventh prince who would finally expose this matter, and it happened so quickly and so unexpectedly. How could it be him? A seventh prince who had been following the fifth prince since he was a child, and whose presence was not even as strong as that of the servants around him. The second prince stared at the letter in the seventh prince's hand as if he wanted to make a hole in the letter. His heart was instantly filled with turbulent waves. How could it be? How could he have this letter in his hand? I had clearly found a way to destroy it after the death of the deposed crown prince. The second prince had always been cautious and naturally would not make such a mistake, so the seventh prince simply asked someone to find out what method could be used to produce exactly the same handwriting, and then used the same method to make another letter. As long as the second prince really did such a thing, even if the letter was not true, it would eventually become true. It's like if the prince really attempted assassination, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. As long as he did it, he would be guilty of patricide and treason. The process is not important. What is important is the result. It's not that the seventh prince didn't have other options. He ultimately chose the second prince's own method to send the second prince to hell completely. It can be seen from this how ruthless his methods were and how vicious his intentions were. The only difficulty in this matter is how to put all the words on the letter together. Although the seventh prince was not favored, it was not difficult for him to get the authentic work of Emperor Jingwen. With the authentic work, he could use a special method to soak it in water and peel it off, so that every word on it could be arranged and combined at will. Because it was written by Emperor Jingwen himself, the prince was unable to recognize it at first. The seventh prince does not have the ability to produce conclusive evidence, and the second prince is unlikely to leave such an obvious flaw, but it doesn't matter. As long as we can guess what methods the second prince used, I believe that my father will investigate every detail clearly. The seventh prince has been patient for so many years, waiting for this day. The second prince's eyes were red with anger as he watched Emperor Jingwen finish reading the letter. Emperor Jingwen remembered that what he had written originally was clearly to tell the prince to admit his mistakes and correct them and not to make the same mistake again, but this letter turned out to be a heart-piercing reprimand. Even Emperor Jingwen himself could not tell whether these words were real or fake, so how could the prince know clearly? If the prince had seen such content at the beginning, Emperor Jingwen could not imagine what the prince felt at that time. The death of the crown prince was closely related to the interference of some people with ulterior motives. This is what we see openly. How much more are there that we cannot see behind the scenes? These people will do anything to get that position, and they can even think of such a sinister method. The prince was lax in governing his subordinates, which resulted in countless deaths and injuries among the people in Yelling and Xianghu. It was not unfair for him to commit suicide to apologize. The prince sold official positions and exploited the people, which deserved death. The prefects of Yelling and Xianghu plotted treason, and the prince, as their backer, was also guilty. These were all the crimes the prince deserved. All of the above could not be cleansed up no matter what, and it could even be considered a mercy that only the prince died. There is just one thing: the prince can die, but he cannot die due to a misunderstanding with Emperor Jingwen. The prince and Emperor Jingwen, father and son, harbored resentment until their death. Even at the last moment, the prince did not even know that he was not rejected by his biological father. The second prince who did this act caught the attention of Emperor Jingwen and suddenly gave Emperor Jingwen a place to vent his resentment. The second prince watched as Emperor Jingwen's eyes gradually turned cold and disgusted. The second prince immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Emperor Jingwen was in a state of anxiety, and in the end he could only squeeze out one word from between his teeth: investigate. Whenever the secret guards under my father's command take action, no matter how covert they are, they will be thoroughly investigated in the end. Over the years, there have been very few exceptions. No matter how the second prince tried to remain calm, his slightly pale face could not be misled, and there was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, slowly rolling down to his temples. The seventh prince suddenly felt relieved. When the second prince finally waited until the court session was over, he saw the seventh prince also coming out of the palace. He couldn't help but say, "Seventh brother, you are really good at this. I usually underestimated you. It's true that the barking dog bites." The second prince was obviously confused, otherwise, how could he have ever stopped someone in public like this before? The seventh prince used to be afraid of his mother Su Girong's safety, so he naturally didn't dare to confront the second prince and the fifth prince. But now his mother Su Girong is gone, and the seventh prince is all alone. What is there to be afraid of? Therefore, the seventh prince didn't even move his eyelids, but just said, "Second brother, you are too kind." Su Girong was just a maid beside Concubine Shu back then, but later she became the emperor's woman like Concubine Shu herself. It was natural that Concubine Shu was unhappy, and it was understandable that she repeatedly made things difficult for her. But what does this have to do with the seventh prince? The seventh prince is not so magnanimous. He is narrow-minded and naturally cannot learn to think from others' perspective. The seventh prince only knew that his only warmth in the palace, his mother who cared about his food and clothing, who would compromise for him and even worry about him when she was sick, was gone. Now that his mother was gone, he had nothing to worry about. It doesn't matter anymore. However, the second prince did not understand why he was the one among him, his mother, and the fifth prince. To be honest, the second prince was a smooth person and seldom offended anyone. Even if he looked down on the seventh prince and did not take him seriously, he would not bully him openly. This was completely different from the fifth prince who bullied him everywhere. After all, the second prince at least gave him some face. Even if he wanted to go crazy, he should target his fifth brother. In response to the second prince's question, the seventh prince's answer was also very simple. At this point, it seemed that there was nothing he couldn't say. "You are so amazing. You are the most amazing among the three. Regardless of whether it is conspiracy or overt conspiracy, or big or small ways, it is undeniable that the second prince has this ability." As long as the second prince is eliminated, neither the remaining concubine Shu nor the fifth prince will be a match for the seventh prince. Die together with these people. No, the seventh prince would not do such a stupid thing. Even if he wanted revenge, he would not sacrifice himself. Besides, it was too easy for them to deal with three people at once. The seventh prince had been the fifth prince's little follower for so many years, so he naturally knew that concubine Shu's greatest wish in life was to watch her son sit on the supreme throne. If you want to take revenge on someone, the best way is not to let him die, but to take away all his hope bit by bit. Whatever the other party wants, you must destroy it. What's more, the seventh prince will not touch the fifth prince. He will only leave concubine Shu with a glimmer of hope while giving her endless despair. With the second prince around, they might be able to turn the tide in time. Without the second prince, with the fifth prince's temperament and intelligence, he would have to be slaughtered like a chicken or a pig by the seventh prince for the rest of his life. The seventh prince has been the fifth prince's dog for more than 20 years. It is time for the fifth prince to be his dog. After understanding the hidden meaning behind his words, even the second prince felt a chill. What a madman. The second prince quickly reacted. "Don't forget, if you overthrow us, you won't get any good either. No matter what happens between the three of them in the eyes of outsiders, the three of them are tied together." Although the seventh prince was capable, he had been suppressed by the second prince and the fifth prince for so many years. How could he still compete with those brothers? Without the second prince and the fifth prince, the seventh prince was nothing because of his low status. Even if he wanted to build up his own power, it was too late now. The The second prince suppressed his anger and said softly, "If you stop now, I swear that I will not hold it against you later." Not to mention that the second prince was not trustworthy. The seventh prince had no idea if there was still a chance and how much chance there was. Just the matter of Sugirong was something that the seventh prince would never be able to let go of in his life. Even if he hurt 1,000 enemies and lost 800 of his own, he would not let the second prince die. "My brother has something else to do, so I'll take my leave now." Looking at the seventh prince's back, the second prince could no longer conceal the hatred in his heart. "I treated you like a brother, but you actually betrayed me." Compared to the second prince, the fifth prince had a much more irritable temper. The moment he saw the seventh prince, he immediately raised his hand and punched him. Just like in all the years before, he didn't care about the seventh prince's face at all. Brothers, upon hearing this, the seventh prince could not help but sneer. "Would you hit your brother or anyone else? In your eyes, I am just a dog. But if a dog acts like this for too long, it will bite people. Where have we come to now?" Since the seventh prince was planning to kill the second prince, how could he only have such a small amount of things in his hands? A few days later, the secret guards found out that the second prince had indeed planted people around the crown prince, and he was also the one who swapped the family letter. Emperor Jingwen's chest heaved violently. Seeing that the time was almost right, the seventh prince once again stood up in front of everyone. "Your Majesty, I have something to report to you." When he heard this voice, the second prince, who was already frightened, felt even more nervous. Emperor Jingwen took a breath and said, "Announce." The seventh prince lowered his head and took out another memorial. "I want to report my second brother for forming a clique for personal gain, privately giving and receiving things, and selling official positions and titles. Just as the second prince overthrew the crown prince, the seventh prince is now trying to overthrow the second prince." The crown prince was not clean, so was the second prince clean. Except for Zioju, none of his brothers could withstand the investigation. As for the exaggerated part, is it important? The seventh prince saw clearly that his father now lacked an excuse to vent, so the seventh prince gave him such an excuse. The second prince himself is not clean, so the scene where he sued the crown prince suddenly seemed funny and ridiculous, and the second prince's face looked even more hateful. When the second prince sued the crown prince, it was out of righteousness, but now it has suddenly become a deliberate frame-up. Emperor Jingwen couldn't tolerate the crown prince back then, so how could he tolerate him now, even if the second prince had committed less than half of what the crown prince had done before? "Second brother, what else do you have to say now?" With a bang, Emperor Jingwen was so angry that he could no longer bear it and threw the memorial in his hand to the ground. The second prince originally wanted to argue, but when he saw the name list on the memorial, he knew that it was meaningless to refute or not. It was written very clearly above, with the names, number of people, official positions, and the amount of money that had been exchanged. It's not that the second prince is greedy. No matter what, he is not so short-sighted. What he wants is not just money, but they are not gods and cannot expect to live on wind and dew. Even if they do that, the people below them still have to live. When they manage things, there will naturally be money circulating, but the amount is not high. If it were in the past, it would be just a small matter. Now, because of the crown prince, it has been magnified all of a sudden. The memorial was written in great detail. It was obvious that the person who wrote it knew that hiding things would do no good and that they would be discovered sooner or later. If the emperor could accept it, then that was fine. If not, then the second prince would naturally have no way to defend himself, and it would be useless to say anything. But it was obvious that Emperor Jingwen could not accept it at the moment. Not only did he not accept it, he was extremely angry. The second prince is usually eloquent, but now he can't utter a word. The second prince knew clearly that there was no benefit in resisting now. If it was discovered later that what he said was untrue, the consequences would be even more serious. He could only obey as much as possible, hoping to win a little sympathy from his father. This memorial was obviously wrong in every way, but no one could find out what was wrong. One could only say that the seventh prince had a very accurate grasp of Emperor Jingwen's current mood and knew what to do in order to evoke the greatest pain in Emperor Jingwen's heart. What did Emperor Jingwen not understand when he saw this scene? "Come here, fetch my whip." Emperor Jingwen had never beaten his son except when he was facing Yeshua. Moreover, the second prince's current situation was very different from Yeshua's. For a moment, all the civil and military officials in the court didn't know how to react. Strictly speaking, the emperor's educating his children can only be regarded as a family affair. Moreover, most of the civil servants are in the same faction as Prime Minister He and the Minister of the Chancellery. Behind Prime Minister He is the sixth prince. Unless the sixth prince gives the order, they are happy to pretend not to see it and are unwilling to get involved. As for the military officer, the eldest prince didn't like the second prince's behavior. He was so happy to see him in trouble that he didn't have time to plead for him. Soon, Wang Ziquan brought the whip. Wang Ziquan followed orders and naturally presented the whip immediately. Even though he knew that the seventh prince did it on purpose and that this was the result he wanted, the second prince felt that the deposed crown prince was too fragile. If it were him, he would definitely climb back to a higher position, even if he had to crawl, and make those who laughed at him die one by one. But for some things, you only realize how difficult they are when they happen to you. The crown prince cares about his face, but does the second prince really not care about his face? Especially in public, in front of civil and military officials, even if he ascended to the throne in the future, he would probably not be able to face them without any grudges. What's more, so many brothers are watching him. Even the second prince couldn't control himself. Father, please forgive me this time. This was the first time in his life that the second prince begged for mercy. After all, he was his own son, so Emperor Jingwen naturally could not remain calm. But soon, the hesitation in Emperor Jingwen's heart was replaced by raging anger. You know, the crown prince at that time didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. How cruel was the second prince when he had someone steal the letter. It would be better not to have such a mean and vicious son. Seeing Emperor Jingwen hesitate, the second prince couldn't help but feel hopeful. However, before he could be happy, he heard the whistling sound of a whip. The whip was just about to hit the second prince's face. You know, it is better not to hit someone in the face, especially for the princes. Emperor Jingwen's action was undoubtedly full of hatred. If the whip really fell on the second prince's face, the second prince would be disfigured, and a disfigured prince would not be able to become emperor. Before the second prince could react, the whip in Emperor Jingwen's hand fell on him with a swish. This whip is to punish you for deceiving your superiors and subordinates. This whip is for your disrespect for your brother. This whip is for you to tamper with my will and commit treason. Today he altered his family letter to the crown prince. Will he tamper with the imperial edict tomorrow? Swish, 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 swish. The sound of the whip whistling was endless. In a short while, the second prince's body was torn into pieces. The second prince wanted to scream to gain Emperor Jingwen's pity, but he was helpless. He couldn't do such a thing in front of so many people. The familiar dull pain in his chest finally forced Emperor Jingwen to stop. He gasped and looked at his second son in front of him. The second prince thought that his punishment was over, but he didn't know that in Emperor Jingwen's heart, he had already made a decision in just half an incense stick of time. Emperor Jingwen naturally knew why he did such a thing, and precisely because he knew this, he did not want him to succeed even more. Since he also wants that position, I might as well stop him from thinking about it completely. Under the horrified gaze of the second prince, Emperor Jingwen's voice was extremely cold and cruel. I have issued my decree. The second prince is unfilial and unfraternal. He has framed the crown prince and privately tampered with my will. I am afraid he has the intention of treason and is narrow-minded and vicious. He is really not fit for important tasks. From today on, his status as a prince is revoked, and he is demoted to a commoner. Within 3 days, he will be expelled from the capital and will never be allowed to set foot in Shangjing again. His name will also be removed from the Imperial Jade Book. Emperor Jingwen paused, then became firm again. I will just pretend that I don't have a son like him. Just like the crown prince in the past, the second prince is the same now, except that the second prince is scolded even more harshly. Emperor Jingwen even said that he would not allow the second prince to be his son. The second prince's face turned completely pale. However, this was not the end. Emperor Jingwen continued, Concubine Shu has no way of educating her son and has indulged her son. She will be demoted to Xiaoi immediately. If there were not the fifth prince, even being demoted to Xiaoi would not be enough, and Emperor Jingwen would have definitely demoted her to the lowest position. Now that the crown princess has taken the crown prince's many children and concubines to Liangzhu, how can the second prince's wives, concubines and children continue to stay here? Then, Emperor Jingwen said something that even the seventh prince was shocked. Also, the second prince's title of second eldest son will be revoked, and all his wives, concubines, and children will be expelled from the capital. If this were true, not only the second prince, but also his descendants would forever become commoners and be forever expelled from the power center of the Great Zhou. For the second prince, this was even more painful than killing him directly. Even a tiger couldn't bear to attack its own children, so even the second prince had a loving and caring heart towards his own children. It was not until this moment that the second prince finally understood how ruthless his father was. The second prince had long known about his father's deep affection for the crown prince. What he could not accept at this moment was that he was so insignificant. All we can say is that the crown prince died at the best age, and Emperor Jingwen was not yet completely disappointed in him. When the second prince saw the emotionless eyes of Emperor Jingwen, his heart suddenly turned cold. The second prince had no choice but to shamelessly plead for his son, Father. It doesn't matter how you punish me, but Langer and the others are innocent, Father. Emperor Jingwen treated the crown prince in the same way, but Yeshua pleaded for him at the time, and finally Emperor Jingwen rescinded his order. What does the second prince have now? Even if his brother, the fifth prince, broke his head, it would be useless. The more the second prince behaved like this, the more the emotions in Emperor Jingwen's heart surged. You are so good to your son. Why couldn't you think more about me when you attacked the crown prince? He would feel pain if he lost his child, but wouldn't he feel pain if he lost his own child? If the second prince hadn't interfered, the crown prince might not have ended up like this. That's the prince on whom I pin all my hopes. I have also put a lot of effort into planning for him. Thinking of this, Emperor Jingwen felt heartbroken, and his heart gradually hardened. Come here, drag Yehejai out. When the guards lifted up the second prince, he could no longer restrain himself and asked, Father, have you ever considered us as your own sons? Have you ever cared about us in the slightest? Now that things have come to this, the seventh prince's wish has finally been fulfilled, and the second prince no longer has any concerns. Without the identity and title of a prince, life or death is no longer that important. Even if he is the ninth prince, how sincere are you to him? Is it even 1/10 of what you have for the crown prince? I want to know if the ninth prince knew, would he feel sad about the favoritism of the emperor? The old Duke Zhen, who was pretending to be dead, paused for a moment when he heard this. The second prince looked at the eldest prince and said, Brother, you can still be so proud. Do you think your fate will be any better than mine? I am waiting for the day when you will be as miserable as I am. The second prince only reminded him of and was unwilling to say more. The second prince could not become emperor himself, so he would not want to see anyone else become emperor, especially the eldest prince. Fight, fight, the harder you fight in the end, the better. Eldest prince suddenly raised his head with a look of surprise and doubt, but the second prince, seeing this, burst into laughter for no reason, with a look of triumph in his eyes. The eldest prince's face suddenly turned pale. Even at this point, the second brother still refused to behave himself and continued to stir up trouble everywhere. But the eldest prince also knew that the second prince would not be so aimless. He must know something. The expression of Emperor Jingwen on the side kept changing. He had never expected that his second son would know so much. The second prince's sudden outburst caught Emperor Jingwen off guard. Emperor Jingwen had no intention of taking the second prince's life. Even though he was very angry, he had never thought of taking the second prince's life. After all, there are only a few emperors who are willing to take action against their grown-up sons. But the second prince's current attitude seems like he is seeking death, and the fact is indeed so. The second prince knew that after being driven out of Shangjing, the seventh prince would not give him a chance to live. It would be better for him to die at the hands of Emperor Jingwen than to die at the hands of the seventh prince. The second prince wanted to force Emperor Jingwen to kill his son with his own hands. Even if their lives are cheap and not as valuable as the crown prince's, at most they can use their lives to fill the gap, which should be enough, right? I just don't know how many sons my father still has to kill. Brother, what's the difference between you and me? Or maybe the eldest prince is not even as good as himself. The second prince was quickly taken away by the guards, but the words he had just said and the meaningful look in his eyes made the eldest prince feel very uneasy. Regarding the matter concerning the second prince, do you have any objections? Compared to him, Emperor Jingwen was much calmer. The second prince had no military power and was not a legitimate son, so he did not have that much influence, and naturally, there were few people who spoke for him. This was the first time in the fifth prince's life that he felt despair. The faces and brothers before him were all terrifyingly indifferent. No matter how the second prince treated others, he was very kind to his brother, who was born to the same mother. On the day when everyone fell into the water, they had to rescue the fifth prince from the water, even at the risk of being discovered. Everyone else could be rude to the second prince, or even look down on him, but not the fifth prince. However, the more painful the fifth prince was, the happier the seventh prince was. I'm sure Concubine Shu no now Lu Zaioi felt it even more deeply. What the three of them, mother and sons, owed me over the years must eventually be repaid. Seeing the seventh prince not far away looking relaxed, the fifth prince was filled with hatred, wishing to kill him as soon as possible. Emperor Jingwen seemed to have been reminded and also looked in the direction of the fifth prince. As I said, the second prince is certainly not clean, but is his other son really so selfless and without any selfish motives? Those who pursue personal gain under the banner of justice are also despicable. For so many years, the seventh prince had been hanging out with the second prince and the fifth prince, and the three of them grew up together. Now, he suddenly stabbed the second prince, and Emperor Jingwen's impression of him also plummeted. A person of Emperor Jingwen's status was most wary of any quarrel between brothers. The seventh prince's heart tightened, but he did not back down in the end. Even if he followed the second prince and the fifth prince, he would never be able to make a breakthrough. It would be the same result. Why not be more decisive? The seventh prince only hated himself for not being decisive enough. He naively thought that as long as he was tolerant and obedient, he could let his mother live a good life. But the reality is that the more cautious you are, the less others will take you seriously. Who would care about a pig or dog that doesn't bite people? Look at them now, they are all starting to get scared, aren't they? Apart from his father's annoyance, at this moment, the seventh prince felt extremely happy. This is nothing, there are still many days to come. Without the second prince, the remaining two, mother and son, the seventh princes will definitely prevent them from causing any trouble in his hands. Resign. After taking a steady look at his sons, Emperor Jingwen slowly closed his eyes. The sixth prince seemed not to have heard it and did not stop walking. Sometimes people not only need strength, but also the means. The sixth prince never did anything to hurt others, he just went with the flow. He just found out a few people who were disloyal to his father, and as for the list being leaked, what does it have to do with him? Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of dealing with him further, the seventh prince was startled, and then after he understood, he smiled bitterly in his heart. I'm afraid that after today, my reputation will be ruined. After a long while, the seventh prince regained his composure and walked into the harem alone. Now that so much time has passed, I believe Lu Xiaoi has heard about this matter and has received the imperial edict. The seventh prince was still waiting to see Lu Xiaoi make a fool of herself. When the seventh prince arrived, he happened to meet eunuch Wang, who came to deliver the imperial edict. After all, she was one of the 3 concubines, so Wang Ziquan had to be present in person. Upon hearing the sad news, concubine Shu, who was casually applying nail polish, suddenly stood up. How could this happen? Eunuch Wang, did you convey the wrong order? However, the imperial edict was right before our eyes and could not be faked. The first-rank Shufei is the master of a palace, while the fifth-rank Xiaoi is just an inconspicuous woman in the harem and naturally cannot live in such a magnificent palace. Wang Ziquan hardened his heart and said, "Madam, please go in." Concubine Shu then reacted, "Where is the second prince? Where is he now? I want to see him." However, the second prince is now disliked by the emperor and has even been demoted to a commoner. Who would have the courage to do this? Wang Ziquan sighed, "My queen, you know the rules of the palace. Please don't embarrass me anymore." 3 days later, the second prince and his wives and concubines will be driven out of the capital, never to return. Unless something unexpected happens, concubine Shu will never see the second prince again in this life. The mother and son had been together for 36 years, but one day something unexpected happened, and they were separated. When concubine Shu saw the culprit, the seventh prince, standing there, she went crazy. "I will kill you." But how could concubine Shu be a match for the seventh prince who was in his prime? The seventh prince turned slightly and dodged easily. It hurts, it hurts. After his mother passed away, concubine Shu did not allow the body to be kept in her palace, so he did the same when his mother was hastily buried. Things change over time, and concubine Shu deserves this. After appreciating enough, the seventh prince left with satisfaction. The other side. The second prince thought that after he returned home, Emperor Jingwen would soon send someone to give him poisoned wine, a white silk dagger, and other items. However, he waited and waited until he was forcibly expelled from Shangjing, and still those people did not arrive. If you want to say something, go ahead and say it. If you want to sue, go ahead and sue. Does he think he can turn the tables? What is more terrifying than partiality is indifference and indifference. The emperor, his father, even disdained to order his own death. How could the second prince not go crazy? They and the crown prince are all the emperor's sons. Why is this happening? The emperor is so unfair. The second prince couldn't even take action without the seventh prince taking action. After the court session, Emperor Jingwen wandered around aimlessly. When he came to his senses, what appeared before him was the prince's eastern palace. The prince lived in this palace for 35 years, and he himself lived in it for 30 years. Most of the memories of both father and son were left here. This was Chengzuo's favorite place to stay in the past. When the prince was young, he would even take a brush dipped in water at night and draw the shadows of bamboo and trees on the wall. This small pond is also the prince's favorite. What's more, the fish inside were all picked by Emperor Jingwen himself when the prince was named crown prince at the age of 10. The fish in the eastern palace and the fish in the pond outside his bedroom were even from the same batch of tribute. These fish have now reproduced several times over and over again, but there is no one left to feed them from time to time when they are free. The East Palace, which was once bustling with people, is now deserted, with only desolation in sight. In a trance, Emperor Jingwen seemed to see the crown prince standing in the sun, looking here quietly. Emperor Jingwen could not help but take 2 quick steps, but when he got closer, he realized it was just an illusion. Emperor Jingwen didn't understand why the relationship between father and son had come to this point. Emperor Jingwen was in his 50s and no longer young, but he had never felt so overwhelmed as he did now. Maybe I really am old. The eunuchs and palace maids standing by were so frightened when they saw the emperor covering his chest that they wanted to call for the imperial physician immediately. But in the end, Emperor Jingwen just waved at them and recovered after a long time. When the people around you just leave, it may not be so obvious, but as time goes by, you will find that air is leaking all around your body. Emperor Jingwen sat on the stone bench in the courtyard of the East Palace until dark before leaving. Afterwards, he ordered the palace to be completely sealed off. No matter how many times he comes or how long he waits, the prince will never come back. At the 9th prince's mansion, when Yeshua heard that the letter was indeed altered by the second prince, he felt as if struck by lightning and fell to the ground exhausted. How so? He clearly had good intentions at the time, thinking that it would be fine if his adoptive father and the prince could talk it out. However, he never expected that his suggestion would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yeshua slowly closed his eyes. It was my fault. Yao Zhai on the side wanted to comfort him, but didn't know where to start. She wanted to say that this matter had nothing to do with him, but she knew in her heart that he was also involved. All Yao Zhai could do was give him a hug when he was in pain. This matter is more about your second brother's problem. Yao Zhai couldn't help but say this. Yeshua did not deny it. If we divide the responsibility for the crown prince's death, he accounts for 2, the crown prince accounts for 2, the second prince accounts for 3, and the stepfather accounts for 3. Each and every one of them is responsible. Yeshua never imagined that the letter could be replaced in the middle of delivery. Just when Yeshua was in agony, the next piece of news cheered him up. It was none other than the second prince's last question, asking whether his stepfather had ever been sincere to him. If this question had been asked more than 10 years ago, Yeshua would have chosen 0 without hesitation. His cheap dad has no feelings for him at all, but now Yeshua felt that it would be better for him to ask clearly to avoid trouble. The second prince's words not only made the eldest prince confused, but also made the relationship between Yeshua and Emperor Jingwen suddenly awkward. Everyone knows that these words should not be taken to heart, but no one can avoid taking them to heart. Yeshua was soon summoned to the palace by Emperor Jingwen. No matter what his adoptive father meant, this move was exactly what Yeshua wanted. Yeshua knew that the prince's suicide was related to him, and Emperor Jingwen always thought of his youngest son's proposal. Emperor Jingwen knew that he had good intentions, and he was also aware of his youngest son's feelings for the crown prince. After learning about this, it was very painful, but Emperor Jingwen could not help but think about it. But after losing the crown prince, the other princes were in that state, and Emperor Jingwen inexplicably developed a strange emotion. Emperor Jingwen didn't know that this was called fear. Emperor Jingwen could not help but wonder how his youngest son viewed his second brother's words, whether he also felt that he was biased like the second prince said, and whether he would feel resentful because of this and eventually become like the second prince. Under the impact of various emotions, Emperor Jingwen's mind was in a mess, and even his expression changed from hot to cold, which was a bit scary upon closer inspection. Just when Emperor Jingwen was hesitating about how to test the waters, Yeshua had already asked the question directly and crisply. Dad, if love is divided into 10 points, how much do you give to your son? Emperor Jingwen opened his mouth, as if he was about to speak, and Yeshua hurriedly said, Dad, I'm serious, don't fool me. Under Yeshua's gaze, Emperor Jingwen soon became annoyed. You are a prince and you keep talking about love all day long. How can you be so immature? Doesn't he feel ashamed? Emperor Jingwen was somewhat angry and humiliated. Seeing this, Yeshua felt more confident. He took this opportunity to press on. Dad, no matter what, you have to give your son an explanation today. Although Emperor Jingwen was not the rare emperor who could only be seen once in a few hundred or 1,000 years, he could still be ranked among the top emperors in history. He had experience in this aspect, but in terms of feelings, 10 Emperor Jingwens could not compare to one Yeshua. Cheap Dad doesn't know how to be a father to others, but Yeshua knows very well how to be a son to others. But how could Emperor Jingwen say the word love so easily? The ancients were very reserved, especially the emperor. In his entire life, he never mentioned this word to anyone, not even to Empress Yuan. Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt itchy and wanted to slap him on the spot to make him shut up, so that he wouldn't have to face such an embarrassing scene. You disrespectful bastard. He was just a prince, how dare he ask his father for an explanation? Talking about the word love was like asking for his stepfather's life, and his stepfather refused to say it no matter what. Yeshua couldn't help but say, but I heard that my second brother Yeshua finally said it. 3 points, 3 points. Stop asking. Hearing the word second brother, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but say through gritted teeth. Compared with 10 points, 3 points is not even the basics. Yeshua was not angry when he heard this, but instead felt relieved. Based on his understanding of his stepfather, sometimes he has to listen to his words in reverse. If he says 70, then he can only believe 30. If he only says 30, then he can believe 70. It may be a habit he has developed since childhood, or it may be that the emperor is always on guard. My cheap dad is used to hiding himself no matter what the matter is. He hates others seeing through him the most, and he hates showing his unguarded side to others even more. Even when facing the crown prince, he was still like this. Subconsciously, he erected a high wall in his heart. He was the only one inside the city wall, and no one else could get in. After getting the answer, Yeshua stopped pestering and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Dad, why did you summon me to the palace today? He didn't mention it, but Emperor Jingwen was in a trance and felt very uncomfortable. He had only said 3/10 of the answer, but there was no reaction from his side. Emperor Jingwen didn't know why, but instead of feeling happy, he suddenly became angry. The dark cloud in Emperor Jingwen's heart due to the family letter gradually dissipated without him even noticing. In fact, Emperor Jingwen felt a little regretful the moment he said this. He should have said more so that he could not let him pry into his heart and at the same time express his love appropriately. 5 points, I should have said 5 points just now. This way, he wouldn't be too close to the number in his mind, nor would he be too disappointed. He wouldn't be too arrogant, but he wouldn't be so restrained as his brothers. But in fact, no one knew that after hearing his youngest son ask that question, the answer that automatically popped up in Emperor Jingwen's mind shocked himself. If the little bastard hadn't asked, Emperor Jingwen might never have discovered in his lifetime that his feelings for his youngest son seemed to be deeper than he had imagined. But unfortunately, the opportunity had already been missed. Someone like Emperor Jingwen would never take the initiative to bring up such a topic, so once it was missed, it would never come back. Yeshua seemed not to notice his cheap father's dilemma and asked again why he was called here. He was clearly asking a question even though he knew the answer. Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to suppress what happened in his heart, but he was really anxious, so he couldn't help but become sarcastic. Why is it so difficult to ask you to come back for a meal? Do you take me seriously? But in fact, it was not like that at all. Emperor Jingwen was mainly worried that his naive younger son would believe what his second son said, and then people around him would exaggerate the situation, causing the father and son to become estranged. The younger son was too easy to fool and had no brains, so Emperor Jingwen had to be on guard. But the result was that the younger son was too naive and actually questioned him so directly, which made Emperor Jingwen extremely embarrassed. Sure enough, even the emperor has menopause. My cheap dad's condition can't be considered menopause. He is in his 50s, but his temper is getting more and more weird. Now that his stepfather was not in good health, Yeshua did not dare to provoke him again. After accompanying him for lunch, Yeshua wanted to find his mother. Looking at his youngest son, who was sitting there with a thorn on his butt, and looking around from time to time, Emperor Jingwen sighed and did not keep him any longer. He waved his hand and told him to get out. I will be reviewing memorials later and wanted to ask him to read a book or something nearby, but seeing his behavior, I decided not to do it. The younger son is not cut out for this at all. Yeshua didn't even bother to be polite to his cheap father and ran away in a flash. It would be suffocating to stay in the Qinzheng Palace for an entire afternoon, so Yeshua would rather wander around outside, help Jianjian walk the dog, wash the dog's feet. Anything else would be better than this. To be honest, picking my toes is more fun than being here. He is 20 years old, but still the same. Since he was 1 year old, the little bastard hasn't changed at all. He still likes to play, doesn't like to work, and doesn't like to study. Emperor Jingwen was so worried that he was about to die. Although he had a group of doctors in the Imperial Medical Bureau to help him regulate his body, Emperor Jingwen could still feel that his health was not as good as before. In the past, he could still hide the white hair on his head, but now, no matter how skillful Wang Ziquan's hands are, he can no longer hide those clumps of white hair. Especially since the death of the crown prince, in just 1 or 2 months, Emperor Jingwen's hair turned almost half white. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but worry about the little bastard's future, but he didn't know how long he could protect him. Emperor Jingwen held the brush and gradually began to lose his focus. The other side, when the imperial concubine learned about what happened in the Qinzheng Palace, she was furious. How could such a good son of hers be worth only 3 points in the eyes of the emperor? The imperial concubine never thought that the emperor would lie about this matter. In her opinion, she, a concubine, would not deny such a small matter. As an emperor, how could Emperor Jingwen not dare to admit it directly? It's okay, sure. You will always be a perfect score in your mother's eyes. If the full score is 10, the imperial concubine could even give it 12 points. Unlike Emperor Jingwen, the imperial concubine was always straightforward. To her, if she liked something, she liked it, and if she didn't like something, she would feel annoyed at first glance. Sure enough, his mother is the best. Jianjian, who was standing aside, watched the mother and son start to be affectionate with each other again, saying things like good baby and good boy, and the veins on her forehead couldn't help but throb wildly. In the past, my brother was just fragile, and Jianjian thought that he would be fine after he became an adult. But instead of getting better, he got worse. Now he even learned to act like a spoiled child. Is he really a prince? Jianjian sighed deeply, feeling that the burden on her shoulders was getting heavier. Seeing this, Yeshua couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to come over too?" Jianjian shook her head firmly, indicating that she would never associate with the two of them. The young girl doesn't know yet that the more she experiences in the future, the more she will realize how good her mother's arms are. The news that Yeshua went directly to the Qinzheng Hall to question Emperor Jingwen about how much he loved him soon reached the ears of other princes. Zioju is still as reckless and straightforward as ever. He can't hide things in his heart, and sometimes they are not always bad. The second prince's plan is likely to fail. The eldest prince was particularly impressed. He imagined what it would be like if he ran over to ask his father such a question. Just thinking about it made him feel a chill. This is too scary. The most important thing is that my father may not buy into this. The eldest prince couldn't help but take a bronze mirror to look at himself. The man in the mirror was about 30 years old, with bronze skin and a resolute face. The eldest prince decisively put down the bronze mirror and gave up the idea. All the princes were very puzzled as to how their younger brother had done it and why he had to be so thick-skinned. But when they heard their father's answer, that it was only 3 points, all the princes could not help but remain silent. Xiaoju was really nothing. After all, it was only the crown prince who took the lead. Whether alive or dead, he was the number one among all the brothers. Xiaoju must be sad to suddenly learn such a cruel fact. Just as the eldest prince and others were feeling sympathy the next morning, when the court session was about to end, and everyone thought that everything was fine, Wang Ziquan stepped forward and took out an imperial edict. The emperor, in compliance with the will of heaven, proclaims Yeshua, the 9th son of the emperor, is of pure nature and dignified conduct. He made contributions to the construction of Liangzhu and later saved the emperor. He is hereby conferred the title of prince and given the name Rui. I decree this. Wang Ziquan looked around, and as expected, the 9th prince had not come. Wang Ziquan planned to deliver the imperial edict to the 9th prince's home after the court session. Not to mention Emperor Jingwen, after so many years, even Wang Ziquan knew that he was lazy and was used to taking care of the 9th prince more. The moment the words fell, not only the civil and military officials in the court, but even the princes were stunned. Didn't we agree on 3 points? Rui means auspiciousness, and Emperor Jingwen's attitude is very clear. He hopes that the 9th prince will be able to have everything he wants and live in peace and safety until his old age. In addition to the position of a prince, no matter who inherits the throne in the future, as long as the 9th prince does not make a big mistake, no one will touch him because of Emperor Jingwen's reputation. Although there were the Liangzhu and rescue incidents before, and Xiaoju was the son of the imperial concubine and the grandson of the Duke of Zhen, based on his background and his age now, he should indeed be given a higher title. But for some reason, the princes always felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that my father has been in a bad mood since the death of the crown prince. Everyone is afraid of being implicated by saying something wrong or doing something wrong, so they have been behaving themselves to the exclusion of others. Even the court, which had been filled with endless arguments, became unusually quiet. Let's look at the fate of the second prince. After it was discovered that he had attacked the crown prince, his entire family suffered misfortune. As a result, in such a situation, Xiaoju was not only not implicated, but instead went against the tide and was granted the title of prince, which really shocked everyone. The only thing that the eldest prince and the others care about is whether their father is compensating or lying. If it is because he feels that he does not have that much affection for Xiaoju and needs to appease the imperial concubine and the Duke of Zhen, this makes sense. But it would be the same if my father said 3 points, but actually didn't think so at all in his heart. The eldest prince and the others wanted to find some clues from Emperor Jingwen's expression and eyes, but unfortunately, how could they guess what Emperor Jingwen was thinking? The emperor's thoughts were a mixture of true and false and true, as if covered by a layer of mist, making it difficult to see clearly. After a while, everyone gave up trying to figure out Emperor Jingwen's thoughts. Anyway, no matter what the situation is, the emperor has no intention of letting him take power. Although the emperor is old now, he is not confused. Even if he dotes on him, he will not confuse state affairs with his love for him. As long as their father doesn't delegate power to Xiaoju, they won't have to worry about having another competitor. Now that everyone has their own team and due to his father's health, even if Xiaoju wants to develop his own power now, it is too late. So just pamper him. There was just one thing that felt like a thorn in the throat of the eldest prince and the others. The word Rui was obviously carefully chosen. Although all of them were conferred the title of Prince one after another when they reached a certain age, none of their titles were particularly outstanding. It was obvious that they were drafted by others rather than chosen by the emperor himself. Also, kind-hearted, upright, was he really talking about Xiaoju? That arrogant, domineering, playboy-like younger brother. If the 5th, 7th, and 8th princes had not personally visited Liangzhu, they would have really believed what the imperial edict said. Since when did opening a casino, a black shop, and colluding with the local governor count as building Liangzhu? The rescue of the emperor did exist. After all, Xiaoju did sell himself because of his face, and now the creditors are still in the 9th prince's mansion. The beautification in this imperial edict is a bit too serious. The court officials wanted to object at first. After all, it was against the rules to directly confer the title of prince without going through the process of appointing a duke. But they had no choice but to do so as the matter of saving the emperor was still there. Everyone has only heard of being crowned a prince based on ability or political achievements, but this is the first time they have heard of someone being crowned a prince based on money or face. But what others didn't know was that Emperor Jingwen had both the idea of compensation and the idea of lying in his mind. As soon as the word 3 points came out of his mouth, Emperor Jingwen felt a little regretful, but he couldn't bring up the topic again after it was revealed. Now he named him a prince in the hope that his youngest son would understand that he didn't really think that way in his heart at that time. Compared to being subtle, Emperor Jingwen was extremely tactful. Even if he had such thoughts, he would never say them out loud. A 20-year-old prince. Even the eldest prince had to guard the border for 10 years before he could get the title of prince. If we only compare the titles without comparing the actual power, the difference is obvious. In addition to the imperial edict conferring the title of king, Emperor Jingwen also specially bestowed some things on Yeshua. After the morning court session, the imperial edict and rewards flowed into Yeshua's palace like water. As expected, we can't just look at the surface of what my cheap dad said, we have to combine many aspects to make it work. Yeshua knelt down to express his gratitude, and after a while Wang Ziquan personally helped him stand up. Sometimes Wang Ziquan's attitude is enough to reflect Emperor Jingwen's attitude. Looking at the ninth prince who had grown up in front of him, Wang Ziquan couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, Prince Rui. Congratulations, Prince Rui. Yeshua also smiled. After Wang Ziquan left, Yizun beside him couldn't help but say, congratulations, ninth uncle. After such an incident, Yizun has changed a lot. How could the boy call him ninth uncle so politely in the past? Yizun's eyes, which were bright and had flickering flames, are gone. Yizun is now polite, cautious, and quiet. Yizun was already precocious, and now that the crown prince is dead, the only childishness on his face has been taken off. Yeshua knew that it would take time to recover, so he was not in a hurry. He would just change little by little. So he just said, since the family is so happy, I will ask the cook to make 2 more vegetarian dishes today. Since Yizun was in mourning, he was not allowed to eat meat according to the rules of the Great Zhou. Yeshua, who basically ate the same food with him, naturally seldom ate meat. Yizun naturally knew that although the ninth uncle did not say it, he was taking care of him in every way. He loved listening to music so much that he had kept the mansion for 3 years. He even sent away the musicians who he was reluctant to move when he left. As for his hobbies of listening to books and drinking tea in restaurants, he had given them up. Yizun was not allowed to leave the house during the mourning period, and Yeshua also seldom went out to avoid him being lonely in the house. The crown prince was just his elder brother, so he shouldn't be that strict. But Yeshua was afraid that Yizun would feel uncomfortable, so he took the initiative to change out of his brightly colored clothes and put on plain clothes. He also asked the housekeeper to replace all the festive red lanterns in the mansion. When the Eastern Palace was sealed, Yizun had no place to place his father's spirit tablet, so Yeshua had someone clean up a room for worship. He burned 3 incense sticks a day without interruption. Even if Yeshua got up late, he would go to check before breakfast. Occasionally, he would chat with Yizun in front of the prince's spirit tablet. After accompanying Yizun to finish lunch, and waiting until his nephew, who was exhausted by the continuous news and had nightmares at night, fell asleep, Yeshua yawned and walked out of his yard. As he paid close attention, he soon ran into Yao Zhai, who was also in the mansion. It just so happens that the emperor has rewarded us with new tea today. How about we go to the pavilion to drink tea together? Yeshua took the initiative to invite. Today was the big day when he was conferred the title of prince, so Yao Zhai naturally couldn't bear to spoil his fun. The young man's life had been hard enough recently, so Yao Zhai subconsciously wanted to go along with him. As they spent more time together, Yao Zhai felt that he was a very gentle person, and gentle people were the easiest to get hurt. Love and pity for women, love and pity are always inseparable. Love breeds pity, pity breeds love, and gradually she will want to help him share his burdens. It is precisely because Yao Zhai has been through some things with him during this period that she can see clearly that behind his glory of being crowned as a king, there are also pains that others cannot know. After 2 cups of hot tea, just when Yao Zhai was about to add more tea to him, she looked up inadvertently and found that he had fallen asleep on the rattan chair without knowing when. Although early winter is not as cold as midwinter, it is still very easy to catch a cold. Fortunately, the 6 corners of the pavilion are wrapped tightly to keep it out, and there is a stove burning next to it, so it is not too bad. Occasionally a cold wind blew, and the servants passing by could vaguely see 2 figures in the pavilion. A few more days passed like this. 3 months had passed since he fell into the water, and the 4th prince's leg was finally almost healed. Today was the first day he tried to get out of bed. When Yeshua heard Yao Zhai talk about this, he went over to see him, or rather, to visit him. Rehabilitation is not necessarily easier than healing an injury, and the patient's will is particularly important in this matter. The 4th prince is now like a toddler. He has to start all over again. The pain he feels can be imagined, but Yeshua's brothers lacked everything except the spirit of hard work and progress. Each one was more patient than the other. Yeshua felt pain just watching them, but the 4th prince didn't say a word during the whole process. After the 4th prince finished today's work, sweating profusely, he saw his brother grimacing as if he was the one who was hurt. Yeshua couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Awesome. The fourth prince, his brother, was too emotional. He was one of the few who would burst into tears just because of a scratch. The fourth prince couldn't help but feel helpless. After observation, Yao Zhai quickly came up with two solutions. One was a quick fix, but it would be very painful and usually required acupuncture and medication. The other was a slow recuperation, but it would take a little longer, about half a year to a year, before normal use could be fully restored. Yeshua could almost guess which one the fourth prince would choose with his eyes closed, and the fact was exactly as he expected. Before Yao Zhai could finish explaining the latter method, the fourth prince had already made his choice decisively. They are a group of people who can accomplish great things. Yeshua always admires them for their willpower. Another month passed, and Yeshua watched the fourth prince change from staggering at the beginning to walking briskly now. It was so fast that even though Yeshua was not a professional medical student, he knew that being so impatient for success was not a good thing, so he secretly asked Yao Zhai if there would be any sequel. Yao Zhai paused at that moment. Her lack of an answer was the best answer. How could such a high-intensity activity not leave sequelae? According to Yao Zhai's estimation, the disadvantages of not taking good care of oneself would gradually become apparent in at most 10 years, even before one's old age. But the reality is, it's not that the fourth prince doesn't take his right leg seriously, but the current situation does not allow him to wait any longer. The sudden injury of Emperor Jingwen disrupted the fourth prince's plan, forcing him to take action. The method of not fighting is only applicable when his father is in good health. The fourth prince can naturally wait if he has time. But now, if he does not want to be completely left behind by the first prince, the sixth prince and others, the fourth prince can only fight back. Sometimes, man's plans are not as good as God's plans. It really is a matter of time and fate. Fortunately, the fourth prince entered the six ministries earlier than the sixth prince, and with the help of Concubine Xian behind the scenes, the fourth prince also has a strong foundation. When he really starts to take action, he should not be underestimated either. After the aftereffects of the crown prince's death faded, the situation in the court soon began to change again. Peace is only temporary, fighting is the norm. While Yeshua was living quietly with Yao Zhai and Yi Zun in his mansion, Emperor Jingwen was still unable to sleep at night. He often thought of the crown prince's appearance when he was alive and could not calm down. Then, news came that Emperor Jingwen wanted to go to the royal temple, Zilu Peak. The emperor had such an idea, and the people below naturally had to follow him. There had already been chaos when Emperor Jingwen and his companions disappeared, so he naturally did not want to repeat the same mistake. Therefore, the list of people accompanying him this time was particularly complete. Emperor Jingwen basically brought everyone he could, including the empress, as well as the noble concubines, virtuous concubines, and virtuous concubines. Yeshua, as the ninth prince, now the Prince of Rui, was also among them. Even Jian, who was only 12.5 years old, was on the list of accompanying people. It was not uncommon for emperors before the great Zhou dynasty to bring their entire families to worship Buddha, but the reason for mobilizing so many troops this time was because of the deceased crown prince, so everyone was not happy about it. Emperor Jingwen even gave the task of guarding to the eldest prince. There was no other way because the commander-in-chief of the Black Armor Guard fell ill a few days ago. Emperor Jingwen is now over 50, and the commander-in-chief is no longer young. In addition, it is very normal for him to suffer from occasional illness after years of military life. Since Yao Zhai had entered the country and was living in the ninth prince's mansion, as long as she was there, no one else could harm Yi Zun, so Yeshua was very relieved. The fourth prince's legs and feet are now fully recovered. I will leave when you come back this time. After hesitating for a long time, Yao Zhai finally said it. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would be completely reluctant to leave. Even though he knew he couldn't keep her, Yeshua couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he actually heard these words. Seeing the young man hanging his head, Yao Zhai couldn't help feeling a little bit reluctant, but in the end, she still forced herself to harden her heart. When the time came, Yeshua had no choice but to get on the carriage to leave Beijing. Zilu Peak is not far from Shangjing, 50 miles away from the outskirts of Beijing. It is a place where the royal family worships Buddha, so it was much more magnificent than ordinary temples when it was built. After expansion by several generations of emperors, the temple now occupies almost half of the mountain. To show their sincerity, even when Emperor Jingwen came, he did not ride in a sedan chair, and the others were even more so. Fortunately, the mountain was not very high, so it was okay. Because the distance was relatively short, the group set out in the morning and arrived almost at noon. Emperor Jingwen led the way, walking in the front, and the other concubines and princes followed closely behind him. "Are you tired, mother? Do you want your son to carry you?" Yeshua was afraid that his mother would be tired, so he asked secretly. "If you are not allowed to ride in a sedan chair, can you at least let someone carry you on your back?" However, Concubine Rong couldn't help but roll her eyes at him when she heard this. How could she be so embarrassed with so many people watching? Besides, it was just a short distance, and her son was underestimating her. After all, Concubine Rong was born into a military family. Although the imperial concubine refused verbally, she was extremely proud in her heart and couldn't help but glance at the virtuous and virtuous concubines beside her. Although his son is not as capable as the other sons, he is the most considerate. Seeing this, Concubine Xian and Concubine De laughed, but they couldn't help but feel a little envious. As for the queen, she felt that Concubine Rong was deliberately showing off her son's health to her, which immediately touched the queen's heart. The 13th prince is weak and lacks the emperor's favor, which is the queen's greatest pain. Without noticing this, Yeshua looked at Jianjian again. Jianjian moved away from him almost instantly. A young girl in adolescence couldn't afford to lose face like that. If you really have a lot of energy but know where to use it, why not go find your sixth brother? Perhaps because Yeshua had said it too much, Jian gradually felt that the sixth prince was not as strong as his other brothers. Especially during the month when Yeshua and the others disappeared, the sixth prince ran around everywhere to unite everyone to resist the first prince. After such a long period of hard work, the sixth prince naturally couldn't hold on any longer. Fortunately, Emperor Jingwen returned in time, and the sixth prince finally felt relieved. Speaking of the sixth prince, Yeshua subconsciously looked back, only to find that the sixth prince had fallen behind at some point. Of course, the reason why the sixth prince fell behind was not because of himself. With the sixth prince's temperament, even if he could not keep up with the team, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to speed up. The main reason is that the sixth prince is now bringing his own son. Little Yi Jin is only 5 or 6 years old now. How can he walk such a long mountain road in one breath? Xiao Ming, why did you bring Yi Jin with you? After not seeing him for a few years, this child is exactly like his father. They are indeed father and son. Even their expressions are exactly the same when they stand together. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ju would come back to look for him. The sixth prince was stunned for a moment before answering. He is not in good health, so I thought of taking this opportunity to bring him to the temple to pray for blessings. If the father's penis is of poor quality, the child born will inevitably be weaker. As a father, the sixth prince naturally hopes that his children can be healthy. Oh, I forgot to mention that not long after Yeshua left, the sixth prince's concubine gave birth to another son for him, but this time it was a daughter. The little princess was only 2 or 3 years old, and it was not appropriate for her to leave the house, so the sixth prince did not take her with him. In addition to Yi Jin, the sixth prince also plans to offer a perpetual lamp to his daughter later. As the sixth prince was a prince, he naturally favored sons over daughters. However, he had difficulty in having children, so he only had 2 children, so they naturally seemed precious to him. Yeshua looked at Yi Jin's face, which had turned pale from walking too much, and without much hesitation, he carried him on his back. Although the child is young, he still weighs a considerable amount, and most people cannot carry him to the top of the mountain in one breath. Upon seeing this, the sixth prince subconsciously wanted to stop him. In his opinion, although his son was physically weak, his will must not be weak. What others could do, he should also be able to do. However, Yeshua felt that children should be taught, but there was no need to be overly harsh on them. It should be done step by step. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Yi Jin is still young, it's not time for that. You as his father are still here, and I as his uncle are still here. The mountain road is difficult to travel on, and we are still making things difficult for such a young child. Doesn't it prove that we are incompetent? Besides, Yi Jin has already walked so far. No matter what, it is enough. The sixth prince has been extremely strict with himself since he was young. Having grown up this way, it was inevitable that he would apply the same standards to his son. After a while, the sixth prince said helplessly, "This is just the first time, it won't happen again." He was afraid that his son would become slack after getting used to enjoying himself. After hearing this, Yi Jin stopped struggling. 3 years had passed, and the children's memory was not that good. Yi Jin had long forgotten his uncle Yeshua, and naturally he had also forgotten what he had promised him when they parted. Yi Jin only had a vague impression, and felt that this uncle was very kind. The child, who had never had such close contact with others, naturally felt awkward when he suddenly landed on the back of a relative stranger. Just when Yi Jin was a little confused and at a loss, he heard the person under him say, "Hold on tight." While Yi Jin was stunned, Yeshua took a deep breath, exerted force on his feet, and then rushed out as if he had been injected with chicken blood. First came the princes, then the imperial concubine and others, and then Emperor Jingwen. When climbing a mountain, whoever reaches the top first wins. Seeing his youngest son disappearing in a flash without a trace, Emperor Jingwen suddenly stopped in his tracks. The sixth prince regretted that he should not have handed his son over to him. The sixth prince almost forgot how his younger brother had tormented Yi Zun. Emperor Jingwen was also very familiar with this scene. Past memories came flooding back. He sighed and waved to everyone, "Don't worry about him. Let's continue. My son has not made any progress in other serious matters over the years, let alone this. If the little bastard could have refrained from causing trouble along the way, he wouldn't be himself." The other side, Yijin only felt that all the scenes in front of his eyes flashed by quickly. In fear, he subconsciously hugged Yishu's neck tightly. Yishu walked very fast and could climb 3 or 4 steps with one lift, but Yijin now is much calmer than Yizun back then. Even though he was scared, he just kept silent and waited until he reached the top of the mountain. Only then did he feel better. First, Yishu, who once again won first place, felt refreshed. Yijin couldn't hold it in any longer and said tremblingly, ninth uncle, can you put me down? Only then did Yishu remember to let go. When the monks in the temple, especially the abbot, saw the two people, they couldn't help but look at the sundial in front of the temple. It was obvious that Yishu had come too early. When Emperor Jingwen and his party came up, Yishu and Yijin had been waiting in the dining hall for quite some time. Because he had walked for such a long time on the mountain road, Emperor Jingwen's clothes were soaked with sweat, so he went to change his clothes before coming here. Concubine Rong and Jianjian were fine, especially Jianjian. Because she had practiced martial arts for many years, this mountain road was nothing to her. It was just that she was not as lively as Yishu, so she was not very conspicuous. Although Concubine Xian and Concubine De were a little tired, they were still within the normal range. Only the queen was sweating profusely. Looking at the princes again, the eldest prince goes without saying. The 5th prince, the 7th prince and the 8th prince are all calm and not out of breath. The 6th prince is slightly sweating and panting. As for the 4th prince, he just walked such a long way with a leg injury and it is inevitable that he cannot bear it. He almost climbed up with gritted teeth, and now his right leg is trembling. Seeing someone looking at him, the 4th prince hurriedly sat down, then pulled down the hem of his clothes to cover it up. There is also the 13th prince, the current queen's son, who is not much better than the queen. His panting can still be heard from such a long distance away. Upon seeing this, the queen immediately glared at him fiercely. The 13th prince quickly stopped panting, his face quickly turned red, and then he began to cough violently. When Yishu saw this scene, he hesitated for a moment and finally did not step forward. Beilu Temple is worthy of being a royal temple. The vegetarian meals there are more exquisite than those elsewhere. The vegetarian food here is truly unique. That afternoon, Emperor Jingwen took a bath, burned incense, and went to the abbot for advice. Yishu had nothing to do. Jian was now too impatient to play with him, and his mother would not play with him as long as Concubine De, Concubine Xian, and the queen were present, so he soon set his sights on little Yijin. Entertainment is prohibited in Buddhist sacred areas, so there is nothing else to do. It's okay to play with children, right? Guessing his brother's thoughts in an instant, the 6th prince pulled his son behind him without hesitation. Don't even think about it. Hey Xiaoming, don't be so stingy. It's not a big deal if you lend me your son to play with. Yishu would definitely be impatient to take care of an ordinary child who would cry and make noise. Even Yishu would subconsciously want to stay away from him when he saw the child. But the children of the royal family are different. Each one is more obedient and sensible than the other. They don't cry or make a fuss. Even if they are bullied, they will just hold back tears and try their best to hold back their tears. Aren't they more interesting than toys? However, when the 6th prince heard this, he almost laughed out of anger. Look at what he said. Can children just play around with that? If you want to play, go give birth to one yourself. The 6th prince's voice was crisp and decisive. The moment the words fell, Yishu's expression suddenly fell. The 6th prince then remembered that his younger brother had already reached adulthood, but he didn't even have a maid to serve him. Without women, there would naturally be no children. The 6th prince subconsciously protected his son more closely. Thinking that Yao Zhai would leave after returning this time, Yishu felt so hurt that he became furious and wanted to steal the 6th prince's son while he was not paying attention. The 6th prince was well prepared and followed suit immediately. The young Yijin could only see the two people interacting with each other above his head, and he couldn't help but feel dazzled. His father had taught him a lot, but he never taught him what to do if something like this happened. Just when Yijin was at a loss the next moment, he felt his feet were off the ground. After all, the 6th prince was not good at fighting, so how could he be a match for Yishuo? The moment Yishuo succeeded, he quickly picked up the child and put him on his shoulders, letting the child ride on his neck. Yijin subconsciously hugged his head tightly. Yishuo grabbed Yijin's feet, and in the 6th prince's angry eyes, he jumped 3 feet away. Don't worry, I will return it to you in the evening. Fire could almost be spewing from the 6th prince's eyes. He never thought that strength and agility were such important things. The 6th prince could only watch his younger brother take his son away leisurely. Come on, Uncle Nine will take you for a stroll around this mountain. Compared to his strict and well-behaved father, the 9th prince in front of him was obviously much more lively and not so serious. This was the first time Yijin had come into contact with such a person, and he was very uncomfortable with him, but how should he put it? He seemed not annoying. It is the nature of children to love playing, and they need to rely on this nature to constantly explore the world. But unfortunately, the royal family's upbringing always suppresses this nature of children. If the repression is too severe, the child will no longer be like a child. As Yeshua continued to move forward, Yijin passed by the Sutra Library, Dharma Hall, Main Hall, Heavenly King Hall, these quiet places of Buddhism, and Yeshua and Yijin subconsciously kept silent. Then there are the Bell Tower and Drum Tower, as well as the places where male and female guests live respectively in the back mountain. In the past, Yijin had always been standing on the ground. He was short, and when he looked at everyone, he naturally felt that they were insurmountable and unattainable. But now that he had changed his perspective, he felt that the view in front of him had suddenly become much wider. It turns out that this is how the world looks like in the eyes of adults. Just so happened that Yeshua was tall, and Yijin felt that even the air he breathed was much fresher. Watching the sixth prince's son passing by and looking down at him, the eldest prince felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Only Zioju could let a child ride on his neck. However, the so-called condescending attitude was actually the eldest prince's overthinking. Yijin just glanced at him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yeshua quickly slipped away quietly. After a while, Jianjian also saw his brother, who was doing nothing and wandering around with his little nephew. Jianjian felt that if he was not a prince, he would have been regarded as a gangster by the people. Jianjian took a deep breath and finally resisted the urge to call him and ask him to be serious. Walking further back, passing the dining hall, you will see a large vegetable garden. I think the monks in the temple rely on this large vegetable garden to be self-sufficient on this mountain. The vegetarian food they had for lunch today should be taken from here. Yeshua grabbed his nephew's ankle and watched with great interest. At first Yijin thought it was boring, but as time went by, he became fascinated by watching the monks picking cabbages. After the fresh cabbage was picked, it was sent to the back kitchen. The monks first washed the cabbage with mountain spring water, then drained the water, added coarse salt, and rubbed it. Under the gaze of Yeshua and Yijin, the monk, who performed the same movements thousands of times every day, gradually became stiff. Although the monks of Beilu Temple are monks, they are also practitioners. If they can really achieve the state of having no desires and no demands, they will no longer be monks but will become Buddhas. After all, they could not completely escape from the realm of laymen. How could the monks not be nervous when being stared at by two nobles? Fortunately, Yeshua's attention was quickly diverted, seeing that several monks beside him had finished picking cabbages and were carrying baskets. As if they were going out, Yeshua casually asked, "What are you doing?" Amitabha, in reply to His Royal Highness Prince Rui, "I and my companions would like to go to the mountains to pick some fresh mushrooms and bamboo shoots." The monk put his hands together and bowed respectfully. When Yeshua heard this, he immediately became excited and asked the monk for a bamboo basket. The monk was confused by his actions, and when he came to his senses, Yeshua had already joined their team. Yijin also moved from Yeshua's shoulders into the bamboo basket. The bamboo basket was neither too big nor too small, just enough to hold a child like him. Although winter mushrooms and bamboo shoots are delicious and juicy, there are not many of them. Yijin was a little reserved at first, but soon he also started picking up mushrooms. Compared to studying at home, studying in the mountains seems to be a different kind of fun. But the pity was that Yijin had been spoiled since childhood. How could he know so many mountain products? He saw the ninth prince next to him putting the mushrooms he picked into the bamboo basket from time to time and thought that all kinds of mushrooms could be put in it. Children particularly like brightly colored things, and they found the target in a short while. Ninth uncle, look. When Yijin came back with a bunch of mushrooms, he saw the young man in front of him blinking rapidly. Yijin was such a smart kid, he subconsciously asked, "Ninth uncle, what's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just that Uncle Nine forgot to tell you that the brighter the mushrooms, the more likely they are to be poisonous." Poison. Yijin threw the mushroom in his hand to the ground almost instantly. When he looked up again, Yijin looked at him in disbelief. Why didn't the ninth prince tell us such an important thing just now? As if he didn't see the accusing look in the child's eyes, Yeshua touched his chin and said, "It's not a big deal. We have a lot of people. Even if you put all the fruits you picked into the pot, it would only make people feel numb. They will recover after 3 to 5 days of rest. It won't kill anyone." As Yeshua spoke more and more, Yijin's eyes gradually became filled with fear. Isn't this scary enough? If Grandpa Emperor eats it? Yijin couldn't help but shiver. Seeing this, Yeshua couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. Even though Yijin was such a good-tempered kid, he was almost pissed to death by him. "Ninth uncle, okay, at worst Uncle Nine will teach you how to distinguish poisonous mushrooms from normal mushrooms." Looking at his angry little nephew, Yeshua rubbed his head. However, as the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser, so Yijin was not easily fooled by him again. Because of the previous incident, Yijin suffered from a lack of common sense, so he studied very hard when Yeshua taught him to identify the various plants around him. This alone was not enough. Yijin had to verify with the monks around him from time to time. He was so cautious at such a young age, worthy of being taught by Zio Ming. Seeing this, Yeshua couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It was not until the evening that Yeshua brought Yijin out of the mountain. No matter how careful he was, after all, he had to climb up and down, pick mushrooms from wood and mud, and wield a hoe to dig bamboo shoots. Yijin was already in a mess. When Yijin was immersed in happiness at first, he didn't think anything was wrong. He even thought that the ninth prince was not as uneducated as the rumors said. There were so many things and plants in the mountains, and he knew them all. He was obviously a very smart person. But soon as the distance between him and his father got closer and closer, and his father's face became visibly ugly, Yijin woke up instantly. Yijin felt that no matter what, the ninth prince, as the culprit, would always say a few good words for him, but after letting Yijin out of the bamboo basket, Yeshua ran away without hesitation, leaving him behind. The child was left alone and dumbfounded. Looking at his son who looked like he was dug out of the ground, covered in mud, with dull eyes like a beggar, the sixth prince's head instantly heated up. The other side. The eldest prince soon received news from the foot of the mountain that a young man was standing in front of the eldest prince's door. As the servant at the door informed him, the eldest prince saw him for a short while. The eldest prince was not unfamiliar with this face. The young man was a subordinate of General Su. Because he was nimble and reliable, General Su often asked him to deliver messages back and forth. As for General Su, he is a fierce general under the command of the eldest prince. He has been through life and death with the eldest prince for many years. When they attacked Baiting and captured 3 cities in a row, General Su also made an indispensable contribution. He can be said to be one of the most trusted people of the eldest prince. This time when they came to Zilu Peak, the eldest prince brought him along without thinking twice. In addition to General Su, there is another general who is in charge of the guard work and is also the eldest prince's confidant. Seeing the young man suddenly coming up the mountain, the eldest prince was stunned for a moment, and then asked him what happened at the foot of the mountain. It's not a big deal, but General Su's men seem to have discovered traces of outsiders at the foot of the mountain, and General Su asked if we should go check it out. The young man looked respectful and didn't dare to hide anything. Although this is a royal temple, villagers often appear around it, and suddenly remembering what the second prince said, the eldest prince said in an uncanny way, "No need. Then I will go and reply to General Su's words right away." The young man didn't think much about it and quickly went back to report. A moment later, news came from the front that Emperor Jingwen had come out from the host. In the following days, Yeshua would take Yijin for a stroll every day and then send him back when they were tired of playing. This way, Yeshua didn't have to clean up, and he wouldn't be so bored, which was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only bad thing was that the sixth prince's life was harder. He had to help his son clean up almost every day. At most, he had to wash him 2 or 3 times a day. Even though there were palace servants around him and the sixth prince didn't need to do it himself, he was still very worried. The clothes that Zhao Yijin brought with him every day would soon be insufficient. At first, Yijin and the sixth prince slept in separate rooms, but later, in order to protect his son from his younger brother, the sixth prince simply slept with his son himself. However, the more the sixth prince acted like this, the more Yeshua became more outrageous. Life in the temple is really boring. It is also kind of fun to compete with the sixth prince in wits and courage from time to time. Often, the sixth prince would be talking to someone, and in the blink of an eye, his son would disappear. Looking at the figure running away not far away, who else could it be but his younger brother? Zioju seemed to treat his son as a trophy, and stealing him would be considered a success. The sixth prince just felt that his younger brother was extremely childish and had made no progress at all over the years. Yijin was terrified at the beginning, then became trembling with fear, and finally became numb and cold now. "Oh, I'm used to it." Now suddenly a pair of hands came from behind, picked him up and ran away. Little Yijin felt no emotion at all. "Ninth uncle, we have to go back early today. I still have to study." Seeing that he could not resist, Yijin took the initiative to propose conditions and negotiate with him. Yeshua felt that the children of the royal family were really miserable. They finally had a vacation, but they couldn't escape the fate of studying. It's not that studying is bad, reading is definitely a good thing. You should study when you should study and play when you should play. It would be too tiring to think about studying when you can't play. This child doesn't seem to have a childhood. Fortunately, there was a small porcelain kiln behind the temple, which was usually used to make some simple ceramic utensils, such as pottery jars, bowls, and plates. Basically, it was self-sufficient. Seeing an idle windlass, Yeshua took him to make a few small bowls by hand. In the meantime, Yeshua took Yijin to the mountain to pick up some firewood. It is extremely cold in the mountains in winter, but fortunately, once you start exercising, your body will gradually start to heat up, so after walking back and forth, it won't be so cold anymore. Then Yeshua taught Yijin how to make charcoal step by step. Yijin was stunned. He felt that the ninth prince knew so many things that he could even burn charcoal. Then he told this to the sixth prince. The sixth prince looked at his son's eyes, which were slightly surprised, and was silent for a moment before saying, "Except for studying, your ninth prince knows everything." Especially when it comes to having fun, it reaches the pinnacle. The sixth prince had a headache. He never thought that his son would find it interesting to pick up branches to make a fire, even though it was just some simple chores. But that's how children are. When they make something with their own hands, the participation they get in it is incomparable to anything else. Just when Yeshua and Yi Jin were looking forward to opening the kiln, the next day, news came that the queen was celebrating the 1,000 Years Festival. Calculating the time, the queen's birthday is around these few days. When she was in the palace before, it was basically just a routine matter. In the first few years, she would entertain ministers at banquets. But after the 13th prince was born, there were no more such banquets. Basically, they were just held in the backyard, and Yeshua didn't keep track of it. The queen is the mother of a country, but now Emperor Jingwen seemed to have just remembered it and hurriedly had a family banquet set up in Beilu Temple. The emperor was busy grieving for the deceased prince, so how could he remember anything else? How could the queen not be angry? In fact, on the day of the queen's birthday, Emperor Jingwen was still mourning the prince with the abbot, and only came out of the meditation room when the family banquet was about to start in the evening. No matter who it is, I guess no one would be happy celebrating their birthday under such circumstances. Seeing that the atmosphere was not very good, Yeshua was very tactful and did not show up. He took the cleaned Yi Jin and quietly walked around behind the crowd and came to the table. Now that Yeshua has grown up, he naturally can no longer sit with the imperial concubine and Jian. Instead, he sits on the left with the other princes, while the imperial concubine, Jian, the virtuous concubine, and the concubines sit in the row on the right. Buddhism is a quiet place, so naturally there is no sound of decadent music. Fortunately, there are some martial monks in Beilu Temple, so the banquet was not boring. Of course, not boring is only from Yeshua's perspective. He likes these things and is interested in the boxing and stick techniques in the temple, so naturally he would not be unhappy. But looking at the queen, her expression is almost unable to be maintained. The queen was filled with hatred and felt that the emperor was too heartless. Even though he was angry at her for acting on her own, so many years had passed, and wasn't it enough that he had punished and humiliated her like this? The crown prince was dead, the previous empress's legitimate son was dead, yet he still refused to even look at herself and her son. For a moment the queen felt disheartened, and the last bit of concern for Emperor Jingwen in her heart disappeared. However, compared to the empress, Emperor Jingwen's spirit and complexion were better than before. The abbot of Beilu Temple was indeed an accomplished monk. After some persuasion, Emperor Jingwen seemed to relax a little. As the monks were coming and going, the eldest prince, who was sitting at the front, was originally doing nothing. Soon his attendant came in from outside, and while everyone's attention was on the group of monks, the attendant quickly whispered a few words to the eldest prince. "Your Highness, General Su sent a message saying that in the evening on the back of Zilu Peak, there were traces of trampled grass and trees on a small path. There were also some fresh footprints beside the stream. It is estimated that someone came up the mountain. General Su asked if we need to send troops up immediately. This is a temple after all, and most of the soldiers are only stationed at the foot of the mountain. They are not ordinary villagers." The eldest prince was shocked when he heard this, and his eyes changed slightly. The fourth prince beside him looked over subconsciously, and the eldest prince returned to normal almost instantly. "There are many wolves at night. Remember to tell General Su to be alert." Although he said this, the eldest prince shook his head slightly at his servant. The attendant had followed the eldest prince for many years, so how could he not know what his every move meant? Yes, the attendant went out again without much hesitation. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have gone to pass on the message to General Su. The eldest prince did not notice that Emperor Jingwen, who was at the top, glanced over here. Even though he was the eldest prince, he felt his heart pounding at this moment, and he felt inexplicably irritated. Zilu Peak has been sealed off, and there are so many people guarding the foot of the mountain, with the imperial carriage prominently among them. Now an outsider is going up the mountain in the dark. He must have bad intentions. The eldest prince was almost certain that this wave of assassins was targeting his father. At the same time, the words that the second prince said in the Xuanzhang Hall that day once again emerged in the eldest prince's mind. Ever since that day, the eldest prince has been feeling uneasy. He wanted to ask someone, but the seriously ill second prince refused to speak and just looked at the people he sent with a gloomy expression. This made the eldest prince angry and resentful, but he could do nothing about it. The seeds of doubt in his heart gradually sprouted. Of course, this is not the most unsettling thing for the eldest prince. What makes him most uneasy is the actions he took in Shangjing City during the period when his father was missing. At the moment, my father is immersed in the pain of losing the crown prince and has no intention to investigate. Once my father recovers from the pain and knows that I am leading troops to control Shangjing. The eldest prince didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him, his wives, concubines, and children. Now, taking advantage of this opportunity, the eldest prince had to make a choice. It would be too late if he delayed any further. General Su and General Fang at the foot of the mountain were both his confidants who had followed him in battle for many years. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the eldest prince could not help but be tempted. The commander-in-chief of the Black Armor Guards happens to be ill right now. Isn't this God creating an opportunity for him? But the eldest prince really couldn't kill his father and brothers with his own hands, so these assassins came at the right time. Looking at the familiar faces before him, the eldest prince had a fierce struggle in his heart, and soon hot sweat appeared on his forehead. Yeshua, who was standing by, was completely unaware of this and was eating the vegetarian food in front of him with great relish. When the sound of breaking through the air was heard, Yeshua was even stunned for a moment. There's an assassin. Protect the king. Wang Ziquan, standing by, subconsciously stood in front of Emperor Jingwen, and his already shrill voice became even more piercing. Among the princes, the 13th prince sat the lowest, because Emperor Jingwen had never acknowledged his status as the legitimate son, so he could only sit according to seniority. The assassins rushed in from the main gate, and the 13th prince was naturally the first to encounter them. The 13th prince was a coward to begin with. When he first saw this scene, he naturally rolled over and crawled in fear. Help! Someone come and save me. Someone come quickly. Except for the eldest prince, Yeshua had the fastest reaction among almost everyone. Hearing the 13th prince's cry for help, Yeshua paused suddenly, but then he rushed towards the imperial concubine and giant opposite without hesitation. When did the defense around my cheap dad become so lax? The assassinations they have encountered in recent times are more than those in the previous 19 years combined. The last incident just happened, and now. Wait, the last incident is not over yet. They only found out that it was the two prefects who did it, but the two prefects obviously didn't have that much power, so there must be another force behind it. After Yeshua reacted, he looked up at Emperor Jingwen. Seeing that his cheap father didn't seem surprised after seeing the assassin, as if he had expected it, Yeshua suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that my cheap dad is fishing? He is not sad because of the death of the crown prince, but he is really trying to lure the snake out of its hole. In fact, my cheap father had already found out who was behind this, and he kept it a secret until today. But Yeshua didn't understand. With my cheap father's personality, if this was really done by one of his brothers or someone else, my cheap father wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to put on such a show. Ever since my grandfather fell into poverty, no one in the entire Great Joe could threaten him anymore, unless the person behind this is from outside. Following his adoptive father's gaze, Yeshua only saw the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother had long lost her favor, and considering his stepfather's previous attitude, Yeshua didn't believe that there was love between the two of them. But at this time, the first person his stepfather looked at was the Queen, which made Yeshua a little confused. Then Yeshua suddenly remembered that he was once scolded by his adoptive father because the Queen had too close contact with the princess from Beijing, who was married to the princess. No way. This is the Empress of the Central Palace, the other master of the Great Zhou dynasty. Just when Yeshua was shocked, he saw the panic and fear on the Empress's face. It was so real that it didn't seem fake. Yeshua hesitated for a moment, wondering if he had made a wrong judgment. Not to mention Yeshua, even Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but frown. But if it wasn't the Queen, who else could it be? At the same time, the fourth prince also came to the side of the 13th prince. Yeshua was originally the closest to the 13th prince, but he ran away. The only one left was the 8th prince. The 8th prince wanted to rescue him, but was dragged to his side by the 1st prince. As for the 7th prince and the 5th prince, one lost his mother and the other lost his brother. Now their hearts are colder than each other, and they don't bother to care about such things at all. The two of them only care about their own life and don't care about the death of others. Look at the 6th. He is already busy protecting his own son, so how can he spare any extra energy? The 4th prince hesitated for a long time, but in the end he couldn't bear to watch his brother die at the hands of the assassin, so he rescued the 13th prince before the assassin's sword pierced him. Before the 4th prince could finish his words, a dagger pierced his chest. Then the dagger stabbed out. The first one, I thought it would be the 9th prince who would came to save me, as he was the closest to me. But I didn't expect that he just hesitated for a moment and then ran to the other side very quickly. It seems that the 9th prince is not as harmless and enthusiastic as he appears to be, and is also selfish at heart. Similar scenes had been simulated thousands of times in his dreams. The 13th prince did not feel strange at all. Instead, he felt a strange sense of excitement. Without blinking, the 13th prince pulled out the dagger in his hand. What had been envisioned countless times has finally become a reality. This knife was sharp and decisive, hitting the vital point directly. During the whole process, the 13th prince did not hesitate at all. No matter who came, no matter how strong their kung fu was, as long as they were not prepared against him beforehand, they would not be able to avoid the knife. The 4th prince only felt a pain in his chest, and when he saw the tip of the knife sticking out of his heart, his eyes and face were full of disbelief. In the last moment of his consciousness, the 4th prince thought, perhaps he should not have fought. or perhaps the last time he broke his leg was a warning from God. If I had chosen to give up last time, if I had not been so eager for quick success this time, and had chosen to slowly maintain it, I would not have been able to climb the mountain, and naturally would not have made this move. People who are too greedy will be punished. It really proves the saying, what is destined to be yours will eventually come to you, and what is not destined to be yours should not be forced. I just can't bear to die like this. In the end, the fourth prince collapsed completely exhausted, and he was unable to close his eyes until his death. Without the cover of the fourth prince, the true appearance of the 13th prince behind him gradually revealed. Yeshua, who was not far away, was afraid that he would never forget this face that still had a childish look for the rest of his life. How could the 13th prince still have a panic expression on his face at this moment? Although his hands were not stained with blood, it still made people feel terrified. Everyone's impression of the 13th prince was still that he was young and cowardly. The incident happened so suddenly that they were unable to react at all. He is only 13 years old now. Even an adult prince couldn't do it so straightforwardly, so who could have thought that a 13-year-old child could kill his own brother without blinking an eye? The kindness of the fourth prince has now become a death warrant for him. However, in the eyes of the 13th prince, these people were never his brothers. If they were really brothers, then where were they when he was suffering? Coming to save him now would be nothing but hypocrisy. The 13th prince didn't care who they were. He had made a plan from the beginning. He would kill anyone who came to save him. Anyway, all the people in front of him were going to die, so he would kill as many as he could. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the fourth prince for his disgusting and ridiculous kindness. The queen at the top was the first person to scream when she saw this scene. Wu Jai, are you crazy? The queen knew clearly what the crime of killing a prince was. Even if her own son was also a prince, he would not escape severe punishment if he killed his own brother in public. Not only he himself, but also her position as queen and her maternal family behind her will be in trouble. Doesn't her own son know that he and those above him will rise and fall together? However, what the queen did not know was that this was actually what the 13th prince also wanted. In the eyes of the 13th prince, if his biological mother was the mastermind, then everyone else was an accomplice. If he was unable or failed, then they would all die together. The 13th prince was very surprised when he heard this. Didn't you ask your son to fight for that position, mother? You usually despise your son for being cowardly, but now that he has killed the fourth brother with his own hands, shouldn't you be happy, mother? Strange, it's really strange. Upon hearing this, the queen almost vomited blood. The queen had never thought that her son was so naive. How could such a thing succeed? Noticing that Emperor Jingwen was shocked and angry and looked at her as if he was looking at a dead person, the queen felt her whole body tremble. Who on earth is it? Who on earth has bewitched you? Fortunately, the queen was not too stupid. She knew that in the current situation, she could only find ways to shift the blame. The 13th prince avoided answering and just said, "Mother, don't worry, you will be the queen mother soon." Doesn't he realize that the emperor comes well prepared, seeing the people around her secretly on guard, as if the servants would decisively take action as long as she made any unusual moves? What else did the queen not understand? Although Yeshua was worried about the fourth prince, there were many assassins at the moment, and his mother and Jian were still here. He could not leave them for a moment, because he really could not afford the loss. Along with the sounds of fighting and sharp movements, the assassins around Yeshua fell one after another. The virtuous concubine next to him had been screaming heart-wrenchingly since the fourth prince fell down. She ignored the attempts of the maids beside her to stop her and tried her best to get to the fourth prince's side. Yeshua gritted his teeth and tried his best to help concubine Xian eliminate the assassins who threatened her. In the end, even the fifth prince couldn't stand it anymore. The 13th prince was feeling proud when the fifth prince, with a cold face, kicked him in the heart. What a crazy bastard. Look at how many brothers he has. Who does he think he is? The 13th prince had been specially trained in the technique of stabbing with a dagger, but he himself had no martial arts skills and was naturally unable to resist the 5th prince's angry attack. The 13th prince immediately flew out like a kite with a broken string, and after landing, he vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. Seeing that he had temporarily lost the ability to move, the 5th prince lowered his head to check on the 4th prince's current condition, only to discover that the 4th prince had already stopped breathing. The 5th prince suddenly stopped moving. Afterwards, when concubine Xian came over, the 5th prince let go and discovered that the blood flowing from the 4th prince's wound was jet black. The 5th prince reacted quickly. "You bastard, how dare you poison him?" In addition to the assassination technique of killing with one strike, the 13th prince also poisoned the dagger. Even if the 4th prince did not die on the spot, the poison would enter his internal organs and even gods would be unable to save him. From the very beginning, he was aiming to take people's lives. The veins on the arms of Emperor Jingwen above him were bulging. It is true that Emperor Jingwen set a trap, and he knew that the mastermind behind it was baiting. Baiting seemed to know the current trends in the court, and he knew that the princes were ready to make a move, so he wanted to kill him and plunge the great Zhou into civil strife. That was why he spared no effort in these two assassinations. However, no matter how capable the other party is, it is impossible for him to control his movements all the time, unless there is an insider around me and his status is not low. Then Emperor Jingwen traced the blame to the Empress. Emperor Jingwen knew that the queen was resentful towards him because of the matter of his legitimate son. Moreover, the queen once had dealings with Princess Baiting in the palace, and she was the only one who knew his itinerary so well. Therefore, Emperor Jingwen almost believed that it was the queen. Even if Emperor Jingwen disliked the Empress, she was still the Empress and the Queen Mother of the Zhou dynasty. She could not be easily deposed without solid evidence, so this trip to Zilu Peak was planned. However, what Emperor Jingwen never expected was that the person truly hiding behind the scenes was not the queen whom he hated to death, but his own son who seemed timid and incompetent and hid under the queen's wings. The 13th prince is only 13 years old, just a half-grown child. Who would have thought it was him? Whether it was killing his brother with his own hands, attempting to kill his father, or colluding with Baiting, it all made Emperor Jingwen want to kill him. Do you know that the Princess of Baiting is using you? Even if she supports you to be the emperor, you will only be a puppet by then. From the fact that he didn't care who saved him and just killed someone randomly, Emperor Jingwen knew that his purpose was not that simple. He wanted to kill everyone present, so he didn't care who he killed first. Such a mentality is truly vicious and cruel. Emperor Jingwen's chest heaved. Upon hearing this, the 13th prince subconsciously retorted, "Impossible. The princess promised me. Moreover, what about being a puppet? Being a puppet now does not necessarily mean it will remain a puppet in the future. The princess wouldn't lie to me." Seeing that he was very emotional, he knew that he was deeply obsessed with it. Emperor Jingwen did not want to say anything more. Now that the situation was completely clear, there was no need to continue. Take them all down. Following an order from Emperor Jingwen, several more secret guards rushed out, and the originally evenly matched situation immediately changed. No matter how vicious the 13th prince's character is, he does not have enough experience and cannot be truly as still as a mountain. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel panic in his heart. Damn it, how come he had been in the temple for such a long time and hadn't noticed so many secret guards hiding in the dark? Not to mention him, even Yeshua, who was wandering around all day, couldn't find any trace of the secret guards. But soon, the 13th prince forced himself to calm down again. It doesn't matter. Zilu Peak is far away in the suburbs, not in Shangjing, so if the cost is not considered, the princess can mobilize a lot of people. Also, even if Zilu Peak is defended, what can it do? When the princess's troops kill all of Shangjing and occupy it, my father will be powerless to save the situation. In order to plan this matter, they could be said to have made perfect preparations. No wonder the 13th prince dared to act so blatantly. Be patient, reinforcements will be here soon. Under the protection of the assassins, the 13th prince retreated step by step with them. Just when the 13th prince was getting extremely nervous, there were sudden sounds of dense footsteps coming from outside. There were so many of them that just when the 13th prince thought that his reinforcements had arrived, his excited expression did not last long, and soon the smile on his face froze. The people who came were not what he had expected. The two faces in the lead were General Su and General Fang. Who else could they be? After killing the last assassin, General Su and General Fang knelt on one knee without thinking. "Your Majesty, please forgive us for being late to save you." The eldest prince clearly remembered that he had not had time to pass the message down, so why did they bring people up? Could it be that the two of them betrayed him? The eldest prince stared at them intently, noticing the respect and obedience in their eyes, and suddenly an incredible thought popped up in his mind. Maybe it wasn't a betrayal, but rather that they had been the emperor's people from the very beginning. Emperor Jingwen would not make the same mistake as the Duke of Zhen a second time, and would not allow others to threaten him again, even if that person was his own son. Therefore, anyone who holds a large number of troops would never be able to sit in that position. However, when Emperor Jingwen first ascended the throne, there was no one else to choose from. Since one of them was destined to be sacrificed, he had no choice but to give up with great reluctance. Emperor Jingwen had already made a choice between his two sons, the eldest prince and the crown prince, and even paved the way for the crown prince. It's a pity that the crown prince didn't persist to this point and collapsed halfway. It turned out that everything the eldest prince had was nothing but a castle in the air. The seemingly magnificent building actually collapsed in a matter of a moment. From beginning to end, the eldest prince was just a tool used by Emperor Jingwen to fight for military power. What on earth am I? A chess piece to be played by others, or a stepping stone for the crown prince? The eldest prince suddenly felt that everything before his eyes was ridiculous. But in fact, Emperor Jingwen was not completely without love for the eldest prince. After the assassination and the death of the crown prince, Emperor Jingwen's health became worse and worse, and his heart was not as cold and hard as before. Perhaps because of his age, Emperor Jingwen has begun to cherish feelings and feels that he is not as ruthless as he was when he was young. Otherwise, based on what the eldest prince had done during the month when he was missing, Emperor Jingwen would not have stayed until now, and would not have given the eldest prince 2 full chances through this assassination. But unfortunately, the eldest prince disappointed him in the end. If the eldest prince had made the right choice once, Emperor Jingwen would have turned a blind eye to it because he had fought on the battlefield for the Great Zhou for 10 years, and the matter would have been over. Emperor Jingwen allowed his son to have ambitions, but he did not allow such ambitions to be mixed with rebellious intentions. It is naturally impossible for tiger cubs to be vegetarians, but they also cannot compete for food in the tiger's mouth. They must wait until the tiger is full before they can take their turn. General Su and General Fang have been with the eldest prince for more than 10 years. The eldest prince trusts them very much, so he is not on guard. If they are not trustworthy, then the eldest prince will really have no one he can trust. So when Emperor Jingwen asked the eldest prince to serve as the escort for this trip, the eldest prince did not think that this was a trap. Even though the crown prince was dead, Emperor Jingwen never relaxed his vigilance for a moment. He was heartbroken, but he kept silent. Being stared at like this by the eldest prince, General Su and General Fang could not even raise their heads. They felt somewhat guilty towards the eldest prince. After all, they had been at the border for 10 years and their friendship was not fake, but as subjects they are only loyal to His Majesty. If the eldest prince is against someone else, they will definitely help him. But if the eldest prince is against His Majesty, they have no choice. Their power is granted by the emperor, so they are loyal to him. Emperor Jingwen finally gave the eldest prince a last bit of face and did not let his embarrassing side show in front of others. After Emperor Jingwen ordered the secret guards to capture the 13th prince, the queen, and the people around the queen, he quickly drove everyone out, including Yeshua. The handkerchief in Concubine's hand was about to be twisted into pieces, but she dared not make a sound. Although she didn't know what had happened, looking at the expression of the emperor, she was sure that the eldest brother must have committed a serious crime. Concubine was an old lady who had served Emperor Jingwen. She understood the emperor's temper and knew that if she gave him random advice without knowing the situation clearly, it would not only fail to work, but might even add fuel to the fire. No matter how worried she was forced to leave. The 8th prince, who had just been protected by the 1st prince, was still confused. Naturally, he didn't know that the 1st prince had deliberately let the assassins in twice. Father the 8th prince was about to speak when he saw the 1st prince gently shaking his head at him. The 8th prince reacted instantly. He hesitated for a while, but in the end he dared not say another word. In a moment, Emperor Jingwen and the eldest prince were the only 2 people left in the dining hall. Now the eldest prince was doomed and had no strength to struggle. He stood there and struggled violently for a long time. Before Emperor Jingwen looked over, he fell heavily to his knees with a plop. Emperor Jingwen also clenched his hands holding the Buddhist beads. After all, the eldest prince was his first grown-up son, so how could Emperor Jingwen have no fatherly feelings for him? The eldest prince also knew that the 2 things he had done in succession were not tolerated by his father. If he could not come up with a solution, he would definitely end up like the 2nd prince. Not only will he lose his throne as a prince, but even his children, wives and concubines will be demoted to commoners, and his descendants will never be able to enter the center of power again. And now the only thing he can show off is his ability to fight. It's ridiculous to say that I have been targeted for this reason for a long time, but now I have to rely on this ability to find a way to survive for my wife, concubines, and children. Trying hard to suppress the sadness in his heart, the eldest prince knelt at the feet of Emperor Jingwen with cold sweat. I know I am guilty. I dare not ask for forgiveness from you, my father. I only ask you to give me a chance to atone for my sins. Baiting is so arrogant that he assassinated the emperor, framed the prince, and instigated the queen's son to cause chaos in the government. His crimes are extremely heinous and unforgivable. Your son will go to the battle and will not return unless I die. The eldest prince was extremely decisive and his meaning was very clear. He was willing to use his own life in exchange for the survival of his wives, concubines, and children. At the end, the eldest prince could only beg. I know I shouldn't expect things I don't deserve, but this son's offspring are innocent. I only ask for mercy from your majesty. Don't expel Yanner and the others from the capital. Leave them a way out. Unlike the 2nd prince, the eldest prince has been fighting outside for many years, and the generals of the Baiting royal family hate him to the core. Without the protection of Emperor Jingwen, once Yi Yan and his children lose power and are expelled from the capital, they will definitely die. How many people in this world can really not care about their own children? Emperor Jingwen remained silent for a long time. Just when the eldest prince was getting extremely nervous, perhaps he was not destined to die, as a message suddenly came from Wu Yi outside. Your Majesty, an army has secretly gathered at the border of Baiting. There seems to be some unusual movement. I am here to report this. If the Great Zhou is really in chaos this time, now is a good opportunity to attack it. Even if they could not completely take over the Great Zhou, they could still cooperate with their princesses from both inside and outside, attack from both sides, force the officials of the Great Zhou to compromise, and push the puppet 13th prince of their choice to the throne, so as to achieve the goal of controlling the Great Zhou. The eldest prince's gaze became more and more urgent. Emperor Jingwen was silent for a while, and finally waved his hand weakly, which was considered as letting the eldest prince go. Emperor Jingwen now has too many people at his disposal, and with General Su and General Fang in the past, the eldest prince will never be able to trust the people around him. The eldest prince is no longer capable of causing any trouble. The only fate that awaits him is to die on the battlefield. If his achievements are great enough, Yi Yan and his brothers can be saved. If he is passive and lazy and deliberately delays military intelligence, Yi Yan and his brothers will die. Knowing that his father always keeps his word, the eldest prince has no choice but to try his best to fight for a future for his descendants. Despite this, the eldest prince still wanted to express his gratitude. Born into the royal family, the king is the king, the ministers are the ministers, the father is the father, and the son is the son. Once you sit in this position, no one can escape, and your hands will be covered in blood until you die. As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top. After being an emperor for too long, he gradually became a lonely man, and all he could see were power and benefits. After the eldest prince left, he looked at the devastation in the dining hall and thought of the fourth prince who had died in vain. From the crown prince to now, including the 13th prince, Emperor Jingwen had lost 5 sons in a row, 4 of whom he had placed high hopes on. In addition to this position under him, Emperor Jingwen had also made arrangements for them. Seeing his children dying one after another, even